I clearly contracted the concept god-level Grey Wolf, but everyone mocked me as the most useless Earth dog, just because the system could not detect any growth potential in it at all, and even the concept and this qualification had never appeared, causing it to be directly evaluated as a garbage beast without combat power. Seeing this, everyone, including the first in my grade, cast mocking glances at me. Even the principal who always supported me was full of doubts. It turns out that there is no pleasant goat in big wolf animation in this world, so they naturally do not know what the concept of Grey Wolf is. But I, who grew up watching this anime since childhood, know that Grey Wolf has multiple forms. When strong, it can reach a terrifying SSS level, reaching the sky and the deep sea. Omnipotent. When weak, it is just an F-level little Kalami. Now, with a dull look, the seemingly weak Grey Wolf is in this state, but I have a trick that can quickly bring him back to the 3S level. I squatted down slightly and said, Grey Wolf, do you know what kind of event this is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Please don't bother me. I want to be quiet. Grey Wolf raised his weary eyelids, then quickly dropped them, looking dejected again. I didn't pay attention and continued speaking. There are fat sheep, wool sheep, who sheep, goats, wool sheep, yellow sheep, wool sheep everywhere here. The leg meat is sliced into transparent slices, placed in boiling water for 8 seconds, and dipped in a mixture of sesame paste, chili, and sesame oil for winter. Oh, and the marinated lamb leg is then roasted until it sizzles and releases oil. Grey Wolf listened and swallowed saliva unsteadily. Are you trying to deceive me? I, the king, roam the lush grasslands, not easily deceived. Deceive you about what? As a wolf, have you never eaten sheep before? Nonsense. I, the king, roam the lush grasslands, raising a whole village of sheep to eat until full. Want to eat meat with you? Do you want to go? I shrugged, too lazy to burst Grey Wolf's pride, and looked at the loyalty level of 60% on the palm of my hand. Grey Wolf is too miserable. He just mentioned it, but hasn't really eaten any meat yet, and his loyalty has increased by 10%. This makes other new pre-sale teachers envy and jealous, especially the summoned beasts or skeletons, stone monsters, and goblins. They might be crying in the toilet. Really? Grey Wolf's tone trembled, even doubting his own ears. Treating guests to meat as soon as we meet. Could there be a conspiracy? I pointed to the slowly moving small truck. Coincidentally, it was a truck transporting sheep, heading towards the food city. I'll come early tonight and ask which place slaughters sheep, and we'll eat there. Grey Wolf stared blankly at the sheep truck, with small fat sheep on both levels, looking very delicious. Sheep, all my sheep. Grey Wolf greedily sniffed the air, his wolf face now full of enjoyment and desire, no longer the dejected look from before. Squatting on the ground, picking up a fallen sheep wool, slowly chewing on it, feeling the peak of wolf life. So exciting. Grey Wolf's attributes: beast type, level 1. Aptitude, conceptual level, currently SSS level. Talent, extraordinary research, perseverance, super recovery skill, unlimited creation. Loyalty 80%, without even exerting effort. Loyalty is already at 80%, reaching 80%. It is basically impossible for the summoned beast to run away from the beast tamer. Reaching 90% loyalty, the summoned beast will obey orders and follow to the death, which is generally difficult to achieve. Another important change is that Grey Wolf finally sweeps away the weakness. Aptitude reaching SS level. Indeed, using fat sheep as motivation, the effect far surpasses feeble words. Grey Wolf finally regained his senses, his eyes sharp. Sheen Mo. Do you have a hammer, a wolf head, a screwdriver, and some old appliances? What are you going to do? Of course, it's to catch little lamb. I'm preparing to build a mech suit for catching sheep. Grey Wolf's face was full of excitement, as if he could already see the mech suit galloping through the sky. The rear engine spewed flames, propelling the wings to skim low over the ground, then crashing straight into the sheep pen to catch them. No, the sheep pen must have a defense system, so the mech suit should be equipped with weapons, quantum air cannon, plasma vibration blade, and stealth coating for sneaking in. According to calculations, a fully on sheep catching mech suit would probably need to be about 5 meters tall, which is oversized. Adding a gravity suspension device would be reasonable. I am truly a genius. Creating a mech specifically for catching sheep is beyond genius. It's like a combination of the sleeping dragon and phoenix. I have to hold back my urge to criticize. However, it would be great to let Grey Wolf create a mech to showcase its strength. There are several large garbage recycling stations in the east of the city. Let's go check them out. Taking a taxi to the garbage station, Grey Wolf quickly walks away with its short legs. Wait for me for 4 hours. I will definitely come back. After 4 hours, a crude grey cloth tent is set up in a corner of the huge garbage mountain, with the sound of hammers hitting occasionally. In the center of the tent, there is a black and powerful armored vehicle. The design concept of the mech mainly refers to Transformers, with various weapons from the Pacific Rim added. Isn't it amazing to have the terrifying effect of scientific research combined with wireless manufacturing? I can't help but marvel at the creation of the mech. The Beastmaster can inherit part of the talent of summoning beasts, with a natural talent 10 times that of others, skilled in mechanical expertise. It's not completely incomprehensible, but it's still a bit difficult to understand. It's completely impossible to replicate a mech without Grey Wolf's concept-level talent. I picked up a rusty hammer from the toolbox. The wooden handle was broken, and there was a piece of napkin stuck in the connection for stability. With this unwanted hammer, after a few hits on the metal, several pieces of metal overlapped, turning into a high-density superalloy with excellent hardness. Almost as absurd as the transformation of the little energy fairy Balala. The whole body transformed into the Emperor's yellow armor. At this moment, Zla's electronic sound came from the tent. Grabbing sheep-type mecha. Intelligent chip self-checking. Checking mecha data. Small mecha body size 5 meters. Upgradable. The head receives information from the sheep. Electronic information. And light information normally. The trunk's firepower system. Air combat system. And balance system pass normally. The right arm's energy transmission system. Extendable high-frequency ion blade pass. Alarm! Energy tank is less than 30%. It is recommended to replace the controllable nuclear fusion energy card. I looked at the transformable mecha with the appearance of an armored vehicle, with a calm expression on my face, but my heart was somewhat unsettled. We agreed to catch the sheep with Grey Wolf by hand, but did we have to be so exaggerated? As we drove on the Chin Mo, the little fat sheep were already impatiently waiting. Ha ha, alright, it's my turn now. I thought to myself, you go to the co-pilot seat. I'll drive the mecha. I promise you'll get to eat lamb. Grey Wolf hesitated for a few seconds, then flipped over and jumped into the co-pilot seat. I sat in the driver's seat, familiarized myself, and slowly drove out of the junkyard. I took out my phone and found a highly rated whole lamb restaurant. I guarantee you'll get to eat lamb in an hour. Food court. A group of high school students with smiles on their faces walked towards them. Jian Yang was at the forefront. Zhang Chong was one step behind on the right, and there was a short-haired girl on the left. The qualifications of the 3 spirit summoners, with the S-level Steel Spider Emperor as the highest, Zhang Chong and the girl are both A-level, and the students following them are all B-level. After the summoning ceremony, the principal and the head of the Beast Control Bureau invited them to dinner. They didn't know what type of dungeon it would be tomorrow, hoping it wouldn't restrain my azure-winged wolf. Zhang Chong pretended to be worried, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK. The moment the words fell, blowouts do appear behind them. Brother Zhang is too modest, right? The crow-winged wolf can fly, ignoring the terrain. Yeah. No matter if it's an ocean copy, a desert copy, or a forest copy, it's all unafraid. I've heard that Zhang's third class, Qin Moore, who has the best grades, has a wolf as his summoning beast. So what's wrong with that? Hee less than B rank. You're ultimately a mole. Just take a look at this bustling commercial street. The crowd looked around at the words. The sense of superiority is fulfilled like never before. Most people here aren't sentinels. Why? Because they were losers, falling in the Imperial Beast trial and losing their qualifications for the Imperial Beast. And Self and others' qualification reached B level. There is 80% probability to pass. Encounter the right copy. Steady take not to mention, but also can get a good trial rewards. What was out of reach for ordinary people would be waved away the moment they passed the trial. When it comes to adaptability, it's still Brother Zhang's Iron Spider Emperor that's the most comprehensive. Zhang Chong looked towards Jian Yang and enviously patted his ass. The opponent's summoned beast not only had its qualifications reached S rank, it also had mechanical attributes. As we all know, the mechanical attribute can be single, group, battle, resistance, which can be called the hexagonal war soil. A saturation strike went down and the monster went up in smoke. The front end is particularly strong, so I guess we'll have to wait for his pale wolves to grow up to be comparable. Jian Yang waved his hand modestly. There are no wasteful summoned beasts, only wasteful Imperial Beastmasters. Everyone should work together. The crowd was speechless. Do you listen to people? And was Jian Yang to be loaded to? Zhang Chong crazy skimming mouth. This old opponent, Qin more to say more or less. And then a sentence 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth poor. Chi live. Zhang Chong shook his head slightly, a face full of masterful loneliness. I had thought that Qin Mo, the man who had competed for 3 years against his classmates and had steadily pushed him down, would become the enemy of a lifetime. It had never occurred to him that with just one summoning ceremony, the two of them had opened up a gap as wide as a rift in the heavens. He now remembers the word Chin Mo. I'll probably forget about it completely once I've made a few copies. It's not a world after all. Perhaps many years from now, he will see Chin Mo, who is married and has children, in some inconspicuous corner. The two men raised their glasses to each other and reminisced about the great times they had had. He will tease Chin Mo's baby son or baby daughter, laughing and recounting the sights and sounds of the copy, and finally lamenting a sentence, I am immortal, but only for the shoulders of the hundreds of millions of people of God's summer. My generation is obliged to do. Snap. Zhang Chong covered the right side of his face that had been hit and looked blankly at Jiang Yang, who had withdrawn his palm and had a grave expression on his face. Abyss. It's coming. A-grade qualified girl. School beauty Lin Yuqing looked up at the sky and explained in a low voice. The abyss, at once, looks like a remnant of the old days and a projection of reality. It will manifest at any time, in any place, and may be nothing, bring good luck, or be a horrible bloodthirsty monster. Just see the dome at this point. An otherwise harmonious and serene fire cloud suddenly appear illusory and hazy dark world, as if ink polluted the sky. About 10 seconds passed before the firmament was compensated by an orange afterglow, restoring the initial peacefulness. No, it's fine. Zhang Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Who can't get weak in the knees when you're looking directly at a projection of an entire unknown, inexplicable, dark world? It was also the pale-winged wolf that carried A-class qualifications. If it was replaced with Chin Mo's trash summoning beasts, he would have pissed himself long ago. Ah, monsters have appeared. Who's the sentinel? Save the child. Jiang Yang and the others hurriedly looked at the source of the sound, and their faces changed drastically in unison. It turns out that the power of the abyss is not only manifested in the void, but is happening all around them. 3 gigantic monsters with ghastly white bodies and a size comparable to that of the second floor were abusing the bosses and passers-by. Their huge and sharp claws, gently slashing downward, split the flesh as if they were cutting tofu. The seemingly hard streetlight poles are also cut with a smooth, flat surface. In a few breaths, however, blood stained the ground and broken bodies were laid out randomly. The crowd rushed to look at the abyssal pattern in their palms. The abyssal tattoo comes with the power of the abyss, and can see the race as well as the attributes of masterless monsters. Of course, if they don't pass the beast trial, the abyssal pattern will disappear. Type 2 aberrant beast. Attribute, beast. Level, 9. Qualification, level F. Talent, none. Skills, slashing, corrosion. Description, it's from a mutated world, where lasers illuminate the planet. Creatures go crazy. It's bald and it's strong. In the meantime, left entrance to the food court. Dum. Sir, please step out of the vehicle for inspection. The traffic cop, dressed in a law enforcement uniform, reached out and knocked on the armored car's darkened one-way glass. The mind is quite speechless. Everyone else's mods are minor tinkering and out of shape. The armored car in front of me is fine, not to mention its exaggerated size, but it doesn't even have a license plate? Drivers waiting at a nearby stoplight have no ripples on their faces, but are soothed on the inside. Driving in armor, you are high-minded. When it comes to inspections, you live and die. It's a hot mess. I think it's from a converted bus. It's quite creative. Just then, a zippy electronic tone came from inside the armored car. Zira, I am a mechanical life. Mechanical summoning beast. Chin Mo, who was in the driver's cab, picked up the intercom with a calm face. In the era of the National Imperial Beast, don't panic when you see anything on the road. Take out your cell phone first and send a circle of friends. Yes sir. Please step out of the vehicle for inspection. The traffic cop repeated in a calm tone. It is impossible to accept the inspection. Chin Mo looked at the red button in the center of the control panel, and could only transform into a mech and barely muddle through. Suddenly, a piercing alarm came from within. Alarm! Alert! Flock radar reporting to you. 900 meters ahead. Unknown monster detected. Hunting small fat sheep. Radar scanning monster. Is comparing information banks. Comparison failed. Radar scanning environment. Working on rescue plan. Developed successfully. Options available. Option 1. Option 2. Option 3. Option 4. Please choose a rescue option. What? The gray wolf was shocked that a peer had robbed the little fat sheep. It was unforgivable. Chin Mo. Options 1, 2, 3, and 4 all selected. This great king. Forbid the existence of such an awesome fellow. Big brother, are you not in the brain? Chin Mo looked at the gray wolf. So he did not have Zwan greetings. Energy slots but 29%. Choose 4 options and plan to be a real man for a minute? Kind of understand why the gray wolf couldn't catch the sheep. Too reckless and close to taking off his mech for a physical fight. Scientific research is counterintuitive, not enlightenment counterintuitive, and the direction of targeting is limited to scientific research. Gene Moore reached out and slapped on the morph button. As for the 4 programs offered by the smart chip, none were going to be chosen, simply not trusting the Grey Wolf's fighting prowess. Gene Moore, rank, 0, Abyssal coin, 0, attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mental 1, physical 1, pet, Grey Wolf, talent, tenfold enlightenment, physical recovery, skill, mechanical proficiency, items, none, skill, mechanical mastery, allows you to maneuver your own mechs, allowing you to merge with them with ease, talent, 10x gnosis, not too unbelievable, enough to initially perform anime moves you once saw, lunar sky rush, sky soaring dragon flash, Pegasus meteor fist, magic slam light killing cannon, Hokuto Baile fist. When manufacturing mechs, the corresponding functional modules are deliberately added. Mecha, transformation, Gene Moore shouted with excitement. The words fell instantly. There was a loud clack, clack, clack sound. The front of the armored car's iron skin cracked violently, and steel arms extended from each side, supporting the ground with both arms. The entire body was pulled up from the dry ground and transformed into a mecha in the blink of an eye. Bend your knees slightly, leaping high. When he was in mid-air, his steel-feathered wings snapped open and blue flames erupted from his back as he lifted off. The Grey Wolf's idea was to save the sheep. Gene Moore's idea of a tester armor. Tomorrow is the beast trial, so let's see how strong we are first. So we have a good idea. Traffic cops, drivers, and passers-by who stayed put looked confused. Arrogant is really arrogant. Handsome is also really handsome. If you transform at high speed, hanging. What? Abyss descended on the food court? Okay, I got it. The traffic police finally received instructions from their superiors. Then he looked at the mechs that rose up from the ground and was envious. If he had such a battle mech, he would have immediately run to the battlefield instead of evacuating the crowd here. Food court, belligerent center. The sunset spills orange and yellow, adding to the sadness. Iron arachnid emperor, electronic arachnid web, pale winged wolf, use giant wolf roar, green and purple vines, parasitic seeds, Jiang Yang, Zheng Chong, and Lin Yuqing, variously unleashed their summoned beasts and struggled to fend off the monsters. The heart, on the other hand, is secretly praying. The experts from the Imperial Beast Bureau come quickly, or pass by a strong person and slice and dice to solve the monsters. The opposite side was a level 9 monster. Even if the qualification was only level F, it was not something that they, the level 1 little Karami, could fight against. It's not just out for a meal. How can you still eat a life and death catastrophe? Boom! Only the Type 2 aberration beast was seen, opening its mouth and spitting out a cloud of white mucus. In a zipping sound, it actually corroded the electronic spiderwebs and parasitic seeds. Immediately after, the aberrant beast hissed and ran wildly. The sharp blade, raised high, flashed with a hauntingly cold aura. It kicked up a foul wind of fishy odor and a pummeling fury. Finished, finished, the 3 people's hearts thumped in unison. Facing the enemy's flying dragon riding face, they only wished to keep their whole bodies. In the usual food city, one could more or less see high-level Imperial Beast Masters. But today, I don't know what happened. A full 2 minutes had passed, and there was still no expert to save the day. Zhang Yang was the saddest in his heart. He was a genius who had mastered an S-class summoned beast. If you pass the Royal Beast trial safely, your strength will be increased by leaps and bounds, and your safety factor will be greatly increased then. Pity. No more ifs. Ah! Lin Yuqing, the school flower, finally couldn't control her inner terror and let out a piercingly shrill scream. Crunch! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through bone was so clear and oozing in the pool of blood. Am I dead? Lin Yuqing secretly said in her heart, but why can't she feel the pain? Opened beautiful eyes that held tears. Her reflected a powerful and domineering mecha. It was covered in arcane black, and behind it were exaggerated feathered wings that threw down large shadows. Holding a cool 3-pronged saber in his hand, he pierced straight through the monster's head and nailed it to the ground in death. The scarlet electronic eyes, flashing streams of data, seemed to be scanning them. Many thanks, Senior. Zhang Yang stumbled and sat on the ground, not preventing him from sending out a sincere thank you. See clearly, the mecha descended from the sky, and the sharp blades in their hands seemed like red-hot irons, killing the monsters in one fell swoop. Zhang Yang secretly clenched his fists. His Iron Spider Emperor would become such an expert in the future. Thank you, Senior. Senior is mighty. A model for my generation. Zhang Chong shouted in reverence. Go for it, tweakers. Qin Mo, in the cockpit of the mech, raised his eyebrows slightly and flirted with an odd expression. The 2 in the summoning ceremony. Weren't they quite arrogant? How come they look like licking dogs now? There are 2 more enemies in the back. Grey Wolf looked at the projection display and hastily warned. A little something. Qin Mo moved skillfully to call up the fire system. the mech's helmet cracked open, revealing the dark, deep, inwardly recessed muzzle of the cannon. In the next second, the ghostly blue energy cannon coalesced into a regular orb from the mouth of the cannon. Magic slam light killing cannon. The two monsters didn't even leave a scream as they fell to the ground with a plop. One shot consumes 5% energy, totaling 10% energy. Ha! Shin Mo looked at the monster corpse in amazement. How is this still bursting with props? Popping props is even better. Both monsters actually exploded? When was the burst rate so high? A full 2/3. Shin Mo controlled the mech to extend his hand, and two subtle breaths rose from the monster's head, through the mech glove, and surged into the abyssal pattern in his palm. Information surfaced from the eyes. Kill the Type 2 aberration beast and get a prop, metal skeleton. Kill Type 2 aberrant beast. Get props, trial key, metal skeleton. Level, 0, quality, ordinary. Effect, used to strengthen mechanical life to slightly increase corrosion resistance. Description, hear that? The wailing in the bones, the deep resentment of the soul. Trial key, level, 0, quality, rare. Effect, used during the Imperial Beast trial to teleport to a specific location. Description, it is a golden key that opens the door to a new world. It was hard for Chin Moore not to freeze. Luck is too good. Not to mention a 2/3 burst rate and a rare item. Normal copies have a burst rate of about 10%, and they're all of common quality, while rare drops to 1%. Is it a newbie protection period? The explosion rate of the trial copy is higher than the normal copy. Many people laughingly called newbie welfare. But, since I haven't tried it yet, being in the normal world, how come the explosion rate is also so outrageous? Key to the trial. Is there a possibility that the three monsters are from tomorrow's trial copies? Shin Mo put the two props into the item bar, and without the habit of cleaning up the battlefield, he raised his head. In situ, Zhang Yang and the other 9 elite B rank or above, ordinary people who survived by chance, watched the mechs leave from the sky to kill the monster in seconds and leave in a dashing manner. A set of movements that flowed like water, very much in line with the fantasies they had in their minds about masters. Big men are big men. They come and go. It's a pity that I failed the trial back then. Otherwise it would still be inferior to Big Brother. Not only is he strong, his luck is also outrageously good. He actually exploded 2 props. Crap, coward. What quality of props? Common, fine, rare, epic, legendary. Which one? I think they're all common. Fine quality is very rare, and the price far exceeds common quality. The crowd murmured, dispelling their inner fears and celebrating the joy of the aftermath of the robbery. The talk was getting lower and lower. The killings caused by the monsters were ultimately leaving indelible scars. Whole Goat House, the distance from the central zone, coupled with its remote location, was not affected by the monster attacks. Second floor box, stir-fried lamb with scallions, braised lamb, cumin lamb shanks, and stewed lamb bones fill the table. In the hot, fragrant atmosphere sits the handsome teenager, Uncle Dirt Wolf. Painful, ahahaha, it's just too good. Grey Wolf patted his round belly, still unsatisfied, and took a big bite of meat. When I got excited about eating, I actually choked up. Boing, this great king has lived for so many years in vain. Pitiful, lamentable, and celebratory. Wah, charred on the outside, smooth and flavorful on the inside. Corned beef is so trashy. In the future, this king will not eat beef. Shin Moore silently moved away from the bench so as not to be affected by the crying and laughing snake wolf. Take out the props you just harvested from the item bar. The key to the trial, gilt all over, looks to be of great value, but unfortunately it cannot be dissolved as gold. A metallic skeleton, hard and cool through the bone, with the forgeability of metal. Mumbles, hand-rubbing mechs is proof enough of what the Grey Wolf can do. As long as there's metal, it can work wonders, worthy of its conceptual level of existence. The question now is, will I be able to teleport to the birthplace of existential metal for tomorrow's trial? Shin Mo lowered his eyes to look at the 2 props, his eyes flowing, his mind swirling. The former proves the existence of metals. The latter transmits a specific location. Combine the two and the issue of birthplace is resolved. A new question arises. Is a monster-infested birthplace too dangerous? Actually, by descending on a good birthplace, even if the qualification is only F-rated, you can get through it smoothly. On the contrary, if one descended into a den of thieves where monsters were rampant, even a genius with S-class qualifications would have to kneel in seconds, fight and turn a bike into a motorcycle, or develop steadily and get through the Imperial Beast trial first. Shin Moore has a bit of a hard time choosing. Each has its own benefits and of course comes with its own risks. The afterglow glanced at the ravenous Grey Wolf. Maybe, can listen to the Grey Wolf's opinion. After all, it is the relationship of one honor and one loss. Come, Shin Moore, Try this roasted leg of lamb. Shabu shabu into the copper pot for a better flavor, the gray wolf said as he grabbed a piece of soggy lamb in his hand and held it up in front of the teenager's eyes. What kind of ghost animal eating method is this? Shin-mo was silent and speechless, feeling that the gray wolf was deliberately disgusting. Yeah, we're all full and the whole family is not hungry, so we can eat as much as we want. Shin-mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he deliberately emphasized the words, the whole family is not hungry. Snap! The lamb fell to the floor. The gray wolf seemed to not notice, his face full of fear and anxiety. The not-so-tall body swayed from side to side as if it would fall at any moment. Old wife. Where are you, wife? Times L. My wife. Don't leave me. The gray wolf finally remembered the red wolf. Not that he had deliberately forgotten, but that he had experienced too much in a short period of time. First he was disheartened to be summoned, then he hand-rubbed his mech, then he fought, and finally he took a big gulp of dazzling lamb. Especially when hand-rubbing the mechs, all you can think about is grabbing the little fatties. Grabbing the little fatties. Now that I'm finally eating my dream, unattainable lamb, my wish is granted. It is eaten, but the wife hasn't had it yet. His own wish, his wife's wish, supports him to catch sheep for several years despite the cold winter. Oh, so you still have a wife. Shin-mo continued with a face of sudden realization. Here's the deal. When the Imperial Beast trials are held, we enter and give up. This way, I return here, you go back to the original world, and everyone is at peace. Well, no way, the gray wolf snapped back, his eyes firm, and loudly refused. It had been catching sheep in the green pastures for several years, and had never seen a few fleeces, let alone eat lamb. Going back? Go back to eating grass, or go back to eating frogs? He, gray wolf, must stay here, eat mutton every day, and never live a hard life again. Shin-mo, you're a royal beast master. Do you have any way to summon my wife over? The gray wolf's eyes, red and terrible, seemed to be burning a blazing fire. Gives the impression that it was as if it could make a bloody path even if there was a mountain of daggers and fire in front of it. It doesn't want to go back to the green pastures, so it will summon its wife and live a good life together. For this reason, even if it had to work as an ox for Shin-mo, it would do whatever it wanted. If there's a way to do it, just ask. I, gray wolf, will definitely reach it even if I risk my wolf life. The pronouncement rang through the modest box. Shin-mo extended 2 fingers and held them up to the gray wolf's face. I was under the impression that gray wolf also hand-rubbed the portal, presumably because there were no coordinates. 2 approaches. See my equivalent? Imperial Beast Masters are categorized into 0 rank, 1st rank, 2nd rank, and so on in descending order. Summoned beasts are divided into finer levels. Level 1, 10, 20 something like that. My rank 0 corresponds to your rank 1 to 10. My first order, which corresponds to your 11-20th level. When I advance from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, and the 6th rank to the 7th rank, there will be an increase in the number of slots for summoned beasts. The gray wolf shook his head in a hurry and inquired anxiously, what's the second way? Shin-mo's 3rd rank to 4th rank meant that it would have to wait until when the wife had to reach level 39. Shin-mo's 6th rank advancing to the 7th rank meant that it was going to reach rank 69, and it didn't even dare to think about what would happen. Imperial Beast Trial. Shin-mo slowly spat out the 4 words he had prepared long ago. The trials bring together new rookie imperialists from the same batch from all over the world. Set up leaderboards based on elements such as hunting monsters, gathering supplies, and exploring the environment. The top 10 on the list, an additional award of a legendary great prop, which can be assigned to a category. The summoning expansion voucher can help you by summoning your wife. Doesn't it feel like Abyss is pretty friendly? You can freely withdraw from the Imperial Beast Trial and redeem the precious props based on the list. Even the summoning ceremony for newcomers to the Imperial Beastmaster is held by humans, with the cooperation of the Abyss. So why is the Abyss named the Abyss and not positive terms like secret, wonderland, or cave? Shin-mo shook his head slightly. It's not the newcomer's turn to consider such a profound question. I believe the state has already responded or investigated something and just hasn't publicized it. Ranked in the top 10, the gray wolf grinned his sharp teeth, a rare scowl on a face that favored the cartoonishly cute type. It shits on anyone who gets in the way of it meeting its wife and having a good time. Not even the Abyss. Shin-mo, do you have any ideas? The gray wolf collected his grimace, and there was a hint of curtness in his tone. There is no way. If Shin-mo is lying flat and swinging, it has the greatest unwillingness, but it can only return to the green grass. Tough when you need to be tough, wimpy when you need to be wimpy, born to be a wolf. Says it's planted. Shin-mo put the metal skeleton on the table. Open mouth. Parse it and see what it does? The metal skeleton, which is so closely linked to the place of birth, cannot be described as important. Only very important. The trial lasts for 10 days. So if you want to be on the top of the ranking list, you have to fight for your time and resources. Speaking of grabbing resources, one has to bring up raw land. The advantage of descending into a bird-damaged desert and having to kneel even if you're a big shot is that it's easy to survive. The information about the Imperial Beast trials is in the textbooks of all countries and is not considered confidential. The Grey Wolf picked up the silvery white three-dimensional cube and the information flashed in his eyes. Comment. Very dense. Contains special energy that can directly drive mechs. If a mech is built from it, there will be a qualitative leap in the functionality of each section. Among other things, it has a very uniform density and is suitable for building specialized production lines to mass-produce robots. Let's go to the dump later and test the detailed parameters. No, let's leave now before it's too late, and pack the mutton for the road. As the Grey Wolf spoke, he quickly walked out of the box and brought back a few large plastic boxes to start packing. Is the execution too strong? Shin-Mo lightly rubbed his eyebrows. How is there a sense of forced inward curling of the vestiges? Though it was the Grey Wolf who tested it, the Grey Wolf who tested it, and the Grey Wolf who upgraded the mech. But self also have to go back to the dump station. There are mosquitoes at night. It affects the sleep okay. Luckily, my parents are not in Sky Blue City. It must have been a few years ago, when my parents were drafted by the state and no news came for a long time. Sheen-Moore's life is carefree. The house is his own, and there are $2,000 a month living expenses. $2,000. Can't buy luxury goods. Not enough to spend a lot of money. More than enough for a normal life. Maybe if you have money, you can take over the junkyard. If you don't live there, you can give it to Wolfie. Sheen-Moore took 3 skewers of lamb. Each skewer was as long as a small arm, grilled golden and dripping with oil. Stand at the intersection and wait for Grey Wolf to drive up and return to the dump together. Other people have summoned beasts that have problems communicating, such as skeletons and zombies of the necromantic type. Not only can my summoned beasts drive and handroll mechs, but they've also learned to inward roll, which is very nice. Just then, there was a cacophony of noise from behind them. Shin-Mo looked back. It was Jiang Yang, Zheng Chong, Lin Yuqing and the others. Coincidental, isn't it? Lin Yuqing, the schoolgirl, was so aesthetically pleasing, regardless of whether the Blue Star OL version had been updated or not. Her face was delicate, her skin was white and red, and she had a pair of long, slender legs that were evocative of her. Shin-Mo? Zhang Chong was quite surprised inside when he saw the familiar handsome figure. Wasn't able to get a cab. Do you want me to give you a ride? Zhang Chong lifted his shirt seemingly without thinking, revealing the car keys on his pants. Being a rich second generation and owning a B-rank summoning beast, it's reasonable for the old father to reward a car, right? Thanks. No. Shin-Mo swallowed the mutton and spoke vaguely. To be honest, Zheng Chang's unruly appearance really did look more familiar and more underhanded. That side of reverence, admiration, and envy shown after being saved by the mech was more or less foreign. You're welcome. I was just saying that. I didn't want to give it to you. Zhang Chong surveyed Shin-Mo, who had cumin stained on the corner of his mouth. As if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth rose, and then said, would you say coincidence? I just saw a senior whose summoned beast was a humanoid mecha, and the person even spoke to me. Do you know how that senior made his entrance? How he killed the monster in seconds? Shin-Mo's face was full of strangeness and he felt like his embarrassment cancer was going to break out. It's not iron juice. You're bragging. Why are you bragging about the main guy? Or is? As long as you're not embarrassed, it's me who's embarrassed? Even if he had gone to the storm red super mecha guarding the coast of the empire, self would not have been like this. I'll tell you. Zhang Chong revealed his complacency, and was about to properly talk about how he fought side by side with his predecessor, battled monsters for 300 rounds, and finally achieved the legendary experience of victory. No, it's better not to talk about it. Oh, are you jealous of my experience? No need to be jealous. You'll get used to it later. Shin-Mo was even more speechless, the lamb skewer in his hand, neither eating nor not eating. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar metallic glint. Is that the senior you're talking about? Zheng Chong looked in the direction of Shin-Mo's finger. An armored car is just an armored car. It looks pretty imposing, but not worthy of being compared to a mech? Forgetting that the mecha has not yet been transformed, Shin-Mo reacted and shrugged his shoulders, without the idea of explaining. Just looking at the slowly approaching armored car, the corners of his mouth suppressed a twitch. Who in the world would put a banner on a car that says thank you, mech, for saving my life? Originally majestic and domineering armored car. Banners added. How to have a kind of crude feeling. Go beyond the crowd. Open the door. Yanking away. Lin Yuqing willow eyebrows slightly knit. How to look so familiar. Took out his cell phone. Flipped out the video. Che, Zhang Cheng pulled out his car keys and tossed them up and down for fun. A crappy armored car with a banner is not as godly as my sports car. Lin Yuqing sniffed and twisted her head, cross-eyed and cold, and lightly hummed. Maybe you should watch this video before you show your superiority. It was fine for words to look down on Qin Mo. What business was it of hers to be entangled between two little boys? To denigrate the Mecha seniors who saved her life would be to go against her. And that just wouldn't do. The crowd heard the dissatisfaction in the schoolgirl's tone and came closer in unison to look at the cell phone screen. It's on. It was a scene of mechs morphing, rushing up into the sky, and running into battle. Blue across the firmament, accompanied by an orange sunset. Interpretation of brilliant science fiction painting. This, the crowd stared with wide eyes, their insides filled with shock and incredulity. The former senior was close at hand, but it was a pity that their eyes were so clumsy that they didn't recognize him. Oh yeah, there was a banner attached to the body. Thank you mech, for saving my life. I think it was posted by the person who was rescued. Just posted the banner and didn't come close enough to interrupt, showing a lot of discretion. How is this possible? Isn't Qin Mo's summoned beast a very scruffy wolf? Zhang Chang's face was full of incredulity. Both his and Qin Mo's summoned beasts were beast wolf types. The difference is, his pale-winged wolf, mighty and domineering, with ferocious flames, came with a pair of wings that covered the sky. Qin Mo's coyote, except for the fact that he can stand up, performs mediocrely and wears a funny yellow hat. Coyotes and mechs, are they even remotely related? You're allowed to be a rich second generation. But you're not allowed to allow Qin Mo to have powerful elders? Lin Yuqing continued to dislike. Yeah, Zhang Chong nodded in sudden realization. Who stipulates that if Qin Mo takes a ride on a mech, the mech is Qin Mo's, 100% is the elders that's what makes it fun. Qin Mo relies on his elders before he can compete with me. Otherwise winning is too meaningless. But, in the Imperial Beast trial, you can't bring any other props other than your own summoned beast. Qin Mo will only be able to stand in front of me with the power of my elders if he survives the trial. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. The little boys nowadays were really childish and scary. Jade's fingers tapped the screen of her phone to flip up the friend add page. Hey, you add me as a friend first, then push Qin Mo's business card to me. What do you want? Zhang Chang's expression was suspicious. Of course it's to add the friends of Qin Mo's elders. What? You don't think I'm interested in Qin Mo, do you? Lin Yuqing casually explained that a little boy is not as good as a strong brother. With the charisma of the mech, even a middle-aged man can be addressed as brother. East side of town. Dumpster. Silent all night. Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, reflecting the silver-white closed dormant silo. I had Grey Wolf knock it out last night to purify the air and insulate the sound. Opening his palm, the information of the abyssal pattern surfaced in his mind. Countdown to the beast trial, 1 hour and 58 minutes. I thought the quality of my sleep would suffer, but it turned out to be good, and I slept right through until 10 a.m. 2 hours later, I'm afraid that if I open my eyes, I'll see the otherworldly world of the trial copy. Stretch out comfortably. Stepping out of the dormant barn, he caught a glimpse of a busy gray wolf. It is holding a dropper, drawing a green solution from a glass bottle and carefully dropping it on the metal skeleton. It can't be that you Haven T slept all night. Qin Mo's heart secretly guessed. With the King of Scrolls summoning beast in attendance, why worry about not accomplishing great things? It seemed that the belief of summoning the red wolf over to enjoy the blessings was deeply rooted in the gray wolf's heart. Luckily, I don't have any female friends, and I still have $2,000 on my parents' side, so I won't starve to death. Morning, have you eaten? Qin Mo approached the test bench and greeted him politely. Zira, with the green solution dripping on the metal skeleton. The metal, which had been standing still, suddenly twisted and deformed into a tiny scorpion. The scorpion's body was silver white, and its claws, tail, and armor were all clearly veined, as if it were a living thing. You made it? Not bad. Keep it up. Qin Mo praised. Concept level summoners, paired with a wish that must be fulfilled, show great creativity. Last night, he had heard about Grey Wolf's idea of building metal skeletons into small detective robots. I didn't expect to successfully realize it this past night, and the research capabilities are undoubtedly at the max level. Still not enough. Grey Wolf wiped away the green solution with test paper and shook his head slightly, then said, last night, I targeted and modified the grabbing sheep type 1 mech based on the properties of the metal skeleton. When we descend on the trial copy, the catch sheep type 1 mechs can quickly assemble into a production line. Start popping soldiers and harvesting points. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth rose. Last night's plan was specifically tailored to address the Grey Wolf's scientific talents. It was added. With a 10-day trial period, the further we go, the greater our troop advantage and the greater our points advantage. No props allowed in trial copies. Specifically refers to unearned props, such as bestowed by elders. And unlike the grabbing sheep type 1 mech, the metal skeleton, the trial key, the former, belonging to the Grey Wolf's weapon, could even be retrieved from the Imperial Beast's space. The latter too, with the props gained from fighting monsters, nicely skipped the rules for trial copies, before even entering the copy. First, harvesting 2 props is rare when looking at the entire history. Not universal. There's about 2 hours left to enter the replica. Take a short break and finally fight. Chinemo took the metal scorpion in the Grey Wolf's hand and patted the other party's shoulder to let him rest. Time rushes. 2 hours flew by. Countdown to the beast trial, 0 hours, 0 minutes. The trial is about to begin. Welcome to the abyss. Locator prop detected, trial key. Should I use it? Yes. Chinemo only had time to reply with a single word before his vision suddenly went black and his consciousness began to fall endlessly. Current location, Ruins of Aberration. Mother City of Origins. Tier, 0/1/2/3/4. Difficulty, Trial, Special Copy. Tasks, 1. Survive for 10 days, 2. Gain points. Description, in the year 4202 of the interstellar calendar, a mysterious aurora sweeps across the planet. All carbon-based organisms globally. 6 or 7 layers of aberrations into a wide variety of monsters. 5 hours later, the order established by intelligent beings over tens of thousands of years collapsed. 3 days later, civilization dies and the planet falls into a hotbed of aberrant creatures. The ruins of aberration. Warm reminder, this shadow of the old days is a trial for the imperial beasts. And you may not bring any special props. A vast ecosystem shrouded in grey mist. Roaming a myriad of oddly shaped animals and plants. They are either intertwined with each other and form a half-animal, half-plant form, or combine it with concrete or metal to form a semi-biological, semi-mechanical form. In the east, a giant vine, wrapped around a 1,000-meter-tall building, rises straight up into the sky. To the south, deep in the muddy swamp, quick swims past hideous ridges. To the west, hundreds of meters of irregular sarcoma, waving bloody tentacles. To the north, a cold, silvered landscape, with strange cries coming from the faintest of voices. Large ecosystems with many different climates and variations. In midair, a man and a wolf, falling to the top of a tall building. Sheenmore crashed on the top floor of the tall building. It's a good thing the Grey Wolf was there as a meat cushion. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd have broken bones in the opening round. Rising quickly, he looked around carefully while skimming the information given by Abyssal Stripe. A trial copy of a mixture of 3 genres, aberration, sci-fi, and post-apocalyptic. Follow the information given by Abyssal Stripe. The mysterious aurora shines on the planet, and in just 3 days, everything has been deformed and civilization has died. There is no description of the harrowing conditions under which the disaster broke out, but the fact that a civilization that has developed 4,202 years in the interstellar calendar has fallen reveals a lot about itself. Similar natural disasters happened in the words of the Blue Star. Shinemo slightly shook his head. Or don't scare yourself. Speaking of which, the power of the abyss was truly incredible, to the extent that it was able to bring down the trialist's physical body, dropping his eyes to his feet. Nearly a kilometer of huge platforms with seats, rubble, iron and dirt cluttering the area. In the center, a barracuda-type craft that had snapped off at the waist also rested, rusting away. The view looked out into the distance, and all that could be seen in the haze was the tall building next door, and beyond that was shrouded in mist. Ouch! My old back. Grey Wolf pressed his hindquarters and stumbled over to Chinmore. One man and one wolf let the gusty winds rage, disrupting their hair, but not the calmness in their eyes. Can you see? It's too foggy to see. Grey Wolf propped his eyelids open with his hands and cracked his eyes extremely hard. Then why don't you hurry up and put out the detective robot? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Grey Wolf threw the cube as an afterthought after the reminder. Click. Palm-sized cubes that have yet to fall to the ground and turn into tiny scorpions. A pair of scarlet electronic eyes, dripping up and down, bore toward the slender crack. Boom! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the quiet environment. Sheenmore and Grey Wolf twisted their heads almost simultaneously, looking towards the source of the sound. There, crouched a deformed monster with arms and legs. It seemed to have been attracted by the commotion of Chinmo's fall, and had only just arrived at the roof of the building. It was still overall humanoid, with rocky patterns through its withered grey body. The face was extremely ugly, with no lip-covered muzzle, and a piercing screech and wild spray came from it. It was not obvious at the start, but it became faster and faster, with hands and feet as if it were a panther on the hunt. Almost in the blink of an eye, the stench hit his nose. Boo! A mechanical arm that appeared out of nowhere, in an instant, grabbed the monster's head. As the mechanical gears turned, the alloy-built palm squeezed inward, crushing and exploding in the air. The disgusting slime, not sure if it was brain matter or what, seemed to be corrosive. leaving large rust stains on the mech's arms, not to mention the stench. Shinemo slowly took 2 steps back to avoid the odor attack, and only then did he have time to read the prompt message. Type 1 Aberrant Beast, Attribute, Beast, Level, 4, Qualification, Level F, Talent, None, Skills, Scratch and Bite, Corrosion, Description, a human-dog bonding aberration that's fast, especially when it's mad. Kill Type 1 Aberrant Beast. Get props, Liquid Alloy, Level, 0, Quality, Ordinary, Effect, Good Forging, can be used for self-defense by hand-rolling iron bars. Description, Liquid Alloy is its spinal fluid, digging up bones, raising ashes, all in one go. Reminder, first kill of the trial. First kill reward, rare grade survival blind box. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, killed the Type 1 Aberration Beast and leveled up to level 2. Hint, kill a Type 1 Aberration Beast, plus 16 points. Promotion, accumulated 16 points. Ranked no. 1 in the ranking. Hint, first place on the leaderboard. First reward, rare grade survival blind box. Warm tips, the longer the list, the more generous the rewards. Please continue to maintain. It is not just a gentle pinch burst a small monster. How do you feel stabbed the lair of the United Telecommunications Corporation? Prompting the message bombardment. Simply do not bring to a halt. Shinemo instructed Grey Wolf to dig for Liquid Alloy. Self-focuses on the 2 rare level survival blind boxes. Classes of props, Common, Fine, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Rare, which ranks in the middle of the pack and is the highest grade that can be obtained under normal circumstances. Just born blind box. The textbook describes it as mostly food, water, and medicine, with very few special props present. The trial period is 10 days, and without a food supply, a newcomer in the flesh won't last 3 days. It's no exaggeration to say that the opening kill of a level 4 minion is a big bloody win. First kill rewards, leaderboard rewards, not both. The simplest truth is that in addition to kills, there are points for exploring, picking up treasure, escaping, etc. Of course, it's the kills that are the most stable. Being the first to find and kill the monsters for a solid 2 rewards. Shinemo looked at the golden box in front of him and touched it lightly with his fingertips. Hints, pork strips x5. Blue electric blood crocodile meat strips x5. Black crown eggs x10. Hint, 10L of mineral water rich in minerals. Hint, rare grade star energy dagger drawing +1. Rare star energy dagger, liquid alloy 1/10. Metal bone 0/5. Aberration core 0/3. Description, star energy equipment. Exclusive to the ruins of aberration. Capable of cutting through metal with ease. Continue to open the second box. Hint, flaming lamb meat strips x10. Deep sea rock turtle meat strips x10. Hint, rare grade repair fluid ×1. Hint, thornwood x10. Flaming charcoal x10. High horn wool x10. Sheen more carefully toured the rewards on the item bar. Basically, I don't recognize it. It's really too much plants. Follow the textbook description. Shouldn't a blind box open with pork, chicken, or duck? Shouldn't they prescribe cold and flu granules, gauze, or something like that? What's with the advanced restorative? Oh yeah, the textbook describes the common blind box. Does it have anything to do with the rare blind box? The rare class blind boxes, worthy of the name rare, are an extraordinary harvest. For example, vigorous pork strips are not found in the entire blue planet, and belong to the Abyssal replica specialties. Hanging on Taojin, Amazing East, salted fish on the auction, more than 100,000 random asking price, 10 minutes to clear. High-end delicacies on the blue planet are about the same price, but they definitely don't have the power of vigorous pork strips. This wave, easily millions of dollars in the bank. Beautiful. 2 chests, each with a rare grade prop. Star energy dagger drawings, rare grade restorative fluid. The former requires finding materials on your own, and the advantage is that you can use it all the time. The latter is a disposable prop, a good thing to keep you alive, so I hope I don't have to use it. Just then, the mech, controlled by Grey Wolf, came slowly, its arms popping out of the display. Sheen more. 1 good news, 1 bad news. The good news is that there are tons of monsters in this twin building and we're not short on metal. The bad news is that if we don't watch out, we'll be swallowed up by a wave of freaks. Shinemo looked up at the monitor's viewpoint, which was clearly that of a detective robot. Perhaps it was the material, but it didn't attract the attention of the aberrant monsters. Eyes narrowed slightly, murmured the opening. In the lair of the aberrant monster, chestnuts in the fire. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Sheen more tapped on the display. A closer look at the distribution of aberrant beasts. Each floor is a kilometer, and the terrain seems complicated because of the various wall decorations. Some places are even skeletonized, so that the slightest mistake can cause you to fall down to the lower level. where the condition of the lower level is unknown. Hence, you can't be proactive. So it's best to fish for law enforcement and create a commotion to get the aberrant beasts to come to your door on their own. The high-rise rooftop is a full kilometer. If the aberrant beasts attack from all sides, even if I have mechs, I'm bound to have trouble dealing with them. First, the loophole needs to be plugged, leaving only one access point for the aberrations to easily keep watch. Secondly, the movement created should not be too big. It is better to clean up a little bit, and first explode the development of soldiers. Aha! Shinmo's eyes narrowed slightly as he zoomed in on the display, and he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. In the screen, about 40 or 50 floors down, only one aberrant beast existed in a wide kilometer square. It was gray all over, with extremely stocky limbs and barbs running across its joints, a sharp backbone that spreads from the neck position down to where the spine is. The shape resembles the abomination from the Marvel movies. Shinmo frowned slightly. The distance was too far to use the detection function of the profound pattern, but one can conclude that the aberrant beast was powerful, killing all of its opponents in the same tier. Shinmo also found a suspicious place. By normal logic, it's all the more powerful the higher up you go. And there's a saying, the higher you go, the more powerful you are. But this skyscraper has a strange division that gets stronger the further down you go. Stronger to the naked eye. Are all the monsters in the ruins of aberration gophers? Or is there something odd about the ground? Shinmo slightly shook his head. First, do not care so much. Fishing law enforcement wave. Accumulate some home base as the proper. Grey Wolf. Bring back the detective robot. I have a plan. You block all the exits, leaving only one main road, and keep watch. Then have the detective robots create a commotion to attract the aberrant beasts to initiate an attack. Just like it. As he spoke, he pointed at the unlucky man who was lifeless and whose spinal fluid was still being pulled out. Grey Wolf froze. Why don't we go down there? It's hard for me to explain this strategic thinking of yours to you, and you wouldn't understand if I told you. Follow my method and I guarantee you will be reunited with your wife. Shinmo was too lazy to explain that the Grey Wolf's core talent was scientific research against all odds, targeting the direction of scientific research, not tactics, not combat, and even less human feelings. Belonging is as good as being a tool wolf can be. Oh, give this great king 10 minutes. Grey Wolf was unsure, but carried it out nicely. Hearing Shinmo's assurance, where is the time to think? All he could think about was his wife's beautiful, anxious, uncertain, stunning face. Especially the thought of his wife shedding happy tears at the sight of mutton motivated the whole wolf. Wait, Shinmo hurriedly called out to Grey Wolf and handed over the drawing of the rare grade star energy dagger. Then said, look at this one. It's a disposable prop. Can it be replicated? How to use equipment drawings plus collected materials, put together to automatically synthesize equipment. The moment the equipment appeared, the drawings and materials disappeared in unison, and the only way to get a second piece was to collect it again. Information about the star energy dagger surfaced in Shinmo's mind. Rare star energy dagger, liquid alloy 1/10, metal bone 0/5, aberration core 0/3. Description, star energy equipment, exclusive to the ruins of aberration, capable of cutting through metal with ease. Two key pieces of information can be extracted with precision. Energy, material. The energy source is star energy, not electrical, not nuclear, brand new from the year 4202 of the interstellar calendar. Guess the star energy comes from the aberrant crystal core. There are two main types of materials, liquid alloys and metal skeletons, both of which have been seen and have very good properties. If you want to upgrade your mech, what should be the most important thing to enhance? The two paths, energy and materials, are actually out. The current grabbing sheep type 1 mechs use alloys in the conventional sense, and the energy source is civilian electricity. Blue star cores, civilian electrical power, greatly limit the upper limits of the mech. When you encounter small monsters gaga messing around, when you encounter monsters from level 10 upwards, you're expected to just gaga. Upgrading the mech is urgent, and the direction and sequence of upgrading is in this rare grade star energy dagger drawing. Think of it as an awesome dagger that's really not very useful. Think of it as a code for energy, for material, and it is priceless. The Grey Wolf's woolen pants were wrapped too thickly, and he was confused. Take a drawing, not to mention samples, not even pictures. Let it copy? It copies the marketplace. At the very least, let's get one or a few samples first, and then conduct scientifically rigorous tests and analysis. Shinmo, what do you want this dagger for? What's efficient about using daggers against aberrations and what's efficient about body armor? Our main task now is to collect materials, explode soldiers across the board, and harvest points. Do you want to summon your wife or not? Shinmo's face was expressionless, powerless to explain. A little inner clarity. The Grey Wolf can't catch the sheep. so it can't just be an indirect short circuit in his brain, can it? Think, this great king will definitely let his wife eat mutton. Then, go ahead and block all the exits and prepare to stand guard. Shin Mo pondered for a moment, but still didn't explain. Complete the first step and collect enough materials before proceeding to the second step of upgrading the mech. This wave was blamed on self. He shouldn't have set up too many tasks. It all confused the Grey Wolf. Witness the Grey Wolf's butthurt busyness. Shin Mo wiped out a clean spot and sat down on the ground. Looking down at the profound tattoo, S-points ranking, he was extremely speechless inwardly. It's on. Points ranking. First place, Shinsha Empire. Shin Mo. 16 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation. August. 12 points. Third place, Sunset Empire. Afra. 10 points. Throwing thunder old mother. Shin wore 2 Chinese characters, just hanging so brightly. It's not an alias and it's not disguised, so at least get a number. Alias. Seal or something. Shin Mo didn't like this style very much, but he was in the middle of it and was powerless to resist. The normal scenario would be to develop obscenely, get secretly stronger, and then amaze everyone. The only consolation is that others only knew the rankings, not the specific means or the specific strength. I'm going to upgrade like crazy. Let the exposed strength always be less than the true strength. When the star energy dagger cracks the energy source and material, tailor a mech before you get decapitated. Shin Mo looked out at the gray mist-covered dome in the distance. If a level 20s or 30s aberration monster ran over it this time, would self be cold? You never feel solid without some protective gear on your body. Even with the G-body recovery talent, facing a fatal wound, it probably wouldn't be too good. Take a deep breath. Survive the very first startup phase. Pop the troops in the back, and things get better. The ruins of aberration. The newcomer sentinel who descended on all of Blue Star. Peers all over the world look at the scoreboard and are confused. They just barely landed on the ground and someone ended up with 16 points and topped the leaderboard? Kill a level 1 monster and get 1 by 1 of 1 point. Kill a level 2 monster and get 4 points for 2 by 2. Kill a level 3 monster and get 9 points for 3 by 3. What is the concept of 16 points? I'm afraid it's not like descending into the lair of the aberrant beast and killing all the cubs in the litter. There have been a lot of pop-up comments. 666. Worthy of being a genius of my divine summer. Opening the game bravely at the top of the list. What district is the big guy descending on and asking for a belt? I have a Lolita voice and specialize in calling. How's the big man's haul? I heard that the first kill and the top of the list come with a survival blind box. Damn divine Xia people. The first place should be our great cold underworld clans. Hurry up and let it out. Kawashima-kun is so powerful. Ranked 10th. Worthy of being the SS-ranked genius of the Sakura Empire. So thirsty, landing in a desert. Thirsty and hungry, hoping to pick up a survival blind box next. I see a giant city. I'm going to go in and hopefully harvest something good. Never go to the city. Never go to the cities. The mysterious aurora causes biological aberrations. And the more gigantic the city, the more aberrant beasts there are. Fellow clan members, the summoned beast is dying, so I'll just have to bow out. Go for it guys. Somewhere in a putrid swamp, gurgling with pitch-black bubbles, each bubble exploded, spilling out dark green poisonous gas. Poisonous fog filled the air and dark clouds shrouded the scene as if it were the scene of doom. On a rotting-in log sat the sludge-covered, green-faced young man. Beside him lay the half-meter-tall frog beast, eyes half-closed and dying. Grade A summoned beast, green vine mythical frog. If it wasn't for the green vine mythical frog, he would have had to quit in the opening round, and held on for several minutes before he was finally unable to return. Something's not right. The difficulty of this trial, why is it so great? There are 5 levels of difficulty for the duplicates: normal, hard, dangerous, bad luck, and hell. What class is the ruins of aberration at this time? In the past, there was no precedent of an A-ranked opener quitting, and an F-ranked one could bite the bullet and hold out for 3 or 2 days, and with a little luck, surviving the trial would not be a problem at all. The young man looked at the endless swamp of poisonous mist in despair. There is no way forward to see and no direction to hold on to. Only grayness hangs over. When encountering this kind of opening, even an extremely universal S-class mechanical beast would have to kneel in seconds. Right? Deep, abyss, I'm out. His voice trembled, and with all his strength, he spat out 6 words. His eyes looked towards the points leaderboard and was filled with envy when he saw the towering big brother Shin Mo. Obviously, he already had an A-rank summoning beast, but compared to the real big boys, it was still far inferior. We are all from God's summer. Let's hope that big brother Shin Mo will bring his discontent and dreams to dominate the top of the list. Next, the figure strangely disappeared and appeared in a pitch-black space. The mysterious and vast power invaded the whole body like a tidal wave, little by little wearing down the power of the Imperial Beast Master. After opting out, you don't return straight away. You'll probably have to wait around 5 or 6 days. During this time of waiting, the will is in a comatose state, and the abyss wears away the mark of the Imperial Beastmaster. Somewhere in a lush forest, Zhang Cheng stood at the top of the tree, his summoned beast hovering above his head, the pale-winged wolf with its huge fleshy wings spread out, eyes full of incredulity. He looked at the points ranking. Number 1? Shi Nemo is actually number 1? Even his wolf-type summoning beast with a face full of decay can take first place? My pale-winged wolf, in terms of face value, strength, and qualifications, comprehensively crushes Qin Mo's summoned beast. But I have 0 points, while Qin Mo actually has 16 points. Luck. Must be luck. And let Qin Mo be complacent for a few minutes first. Victory ultimately submits to strength, not illusory luck. Outside, Divine Summer Empire, Imperial Capital. Inside the studio, which was decorated in a simple manner, sat a girl with flowing hair and white skin. Her name was Gong Yenner. She was 19 years old this year, a freshman at the top academy in Divine Summer. In addition to this identity, the young girl was still last year's Imperial Beast Trial, the No. 1 in the Xinxia Empire, and the No. 2 in the whole world. Sitting SS level summoning beast Inflammation G. The use of talent and Inflammation G merge. Minutes to transform into a burst of Inflammation Mage. It was also the case that there weren't many monsters in the Descent Land. Otherwise, with her violent output, it would have been easy to take first place. In the old tradition of the past, previous chief, commenting on the current standings, just in front of the young girl, there stood a piece of epic props that could peek at the points ranking of the trial copies. Trial copies only. No specific names will appear and only the total points representing the country will be available. Inside the replica, newcomers can check their respective points on their own. Outside the Blue Star world, view the country's total points via legendary class props. First place, Xinxia Empire, 326 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, 320 total points. Third place, Sakura Empire, total points 316. Fourth place, Third Reich, 309 points. Gong Yenner stroked her green silk, revealing her stunningly beautiful face that could be blown apart, and said in an excited tone, "As you can see, our Divine Summer Empire is at the top of the list. The underclassmen are doing well and have the demeanor of my Invincible last year. But, the points difference is small, a mere 16 points, and could easily be reversed by the Lighthouse Confederacy. Don't worry if there's a reversal. It's normal for your side to sing and my side to take the stage in 10 days. The young girl stared at the pop-ups on the live feed. Being a commentator still feels very new. This position belongs exclusively to the chief of all time. Suddenly, Gong Yenner's watery eyes narrowed slightly. Webmaster, where's the webmaster? Fork out the netizens of Sakura Nation. For me, to actually whore out my Divine Summer Empire's epic props for nothing. Abominable. The epic props for snooping on trial points are not available in every country. And even certain small countries, which don't even have epic props, are pathetic and poor. Live streaming pop-ups were like snowflakes. Gong Yenner is quite vindictive. She still remembers this year after last year's trial. But I like it. Last year, the Cherry Blossom people are too hateful, since they are not allowed to score points, but also do not allow Gong Yenner to score points. In vain, let the Lighthouse Federation to pick up the advantage. Abominable. The newcomer is pretty fierce, opening at the top of the leaderboard, a distant 16 points ahead of second place. This year, 4 SS-ranked Heavenly Prides emerged. It's called the Golden Generation in 20 years. Last year is also considered a golden age. SS-level Gong Yenner, 4S-level geniuses. Well, compared to this year, last year really pulls across. At most it is a silver age, the Black Iron Age of the year before last, the Great Antebellum Stone Age, greatly before the Primitive Age of Years. A class is just better than a class. Why do we have to compare who is better? Brothers, quickly stop pulling hatred. Gong Yenner's face is not right. I'm afraid I have to find this year's chief to cut. What? Gong Yenner was full of questions. Where did she blush? Was she that careful? The netizens are so hateful. They just know how to blindly bring up the tempo. Say it to her face if you can, and see if she throws fireballs or not and be done with it. Ahem. Has everyone noticed a pattern? The trial pass rate, consistently maintained at about 33%. The stronger the newcomer is, the more difficult the trial will be. And there will even be an Ouroboros bridge. What is an Oolong bridge? A proud son of the heavens descends into the death zone and opens bye-bye. The ruins of aberration. The mother city of origins. The Mets were busy in the grey fog-shrouded high-rise. Sheen Moore, please call me boss. Boss, the holes have been patched up, leaving only one exit. Good job. Give me the remote for the detective robot and you go to the exit and ambush it. Sheen Moore took the plastic remote control. similar to the handle of a child's remote control car. A robot with realistic shapes, deformable dexterity, and clear signals. The remote control should not be so simple. Not bad for a major player in children's cartoons, with no creative direction of its own and a straight line of aesthetics. Handheld plastic remote control. Follow the view of the central screen and maneuver the scorpion robot to create movement in specific locations. Attention ahead. The aberrant beasts are expected to arrive at the trap in 3 seconds. Shinemo took 2 steps back after he finished speaking, protecting Grey Wolf, along with the mech, in front of his body. The air was quiet for several moments. In the next moment, the piercing cry of the Type 1 aberration beast resounded throughout the rooftop of the tall building. A head of ugly gray aberrations scurried out of the dark hallway and surged into the building, the winds seemingly clamoring. Blink of an eye. Already you could see their cheetah-like streamlined bodies through the dim light. Unfortunately, the otherwise wide exit was blocked, leaving only a gap for one to pass through. The aberrant beast that rushed to the forefront grabbed the biggest gap. In the back, there is a frantic slapping of obstacles. It had only just revealed its head when a sharp steel claw poked out from the top of its head, and with a crunching sound, the ugly and hideous head was split in pieces like a rolling watermelon. The air was filled with an unspeakable stench and the sourness of rotting flesh. These mixed flavors stimulated the remaining Type 1 aberrant beasts as if they were adrenaline. It's raging like a tidal wave. And it's hideous. Slaughterhouse opens. The first lucky spectator takes the stage. Shinemo raised his eyebrows, revealing playfulness. Ha, this one's pretty chic looking. Front and center. As the bodies pushed and squeezed, the aberrant beasts in the back tried to get out of the way and had to pick at their counterparts in front of them. The moment they see the light, they are greeted not with flowers and food, but with the iron fist of a mech, and a faint, fading 80-80. Dropping his eyes to look at Abyssal stripes, the cue message blew up. Kill Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Kill Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, killed the Type 1 aberration beast and leveled up to level 2. Kill Type 1 aberrant beast. Get props, liquid alloy. Kill Type 1 aberrant beast. Get props, liquid alloy. Kill the Type 1 mutant beast and get a prop, mutant flesh, aberrant flesh and blood. Level, 0. Quality, excellent. Effects, swallowed by beast masters and summoned beasts to increase the probability of mutation. Description, flesh and blood affected by aberrations. It will bring destruction or new life. Bet on it? Shinemo looked at the introduction speechless. Regardless of whether it was liquid alloy or metal skeleton, they were all of normal quality, and it was hard to pop a fine quality equipment, but it still turned out to be a pit. Just because Self can't use it, and Grey Wolf can't use it, doesn't mean that aberration flesh and blood is garbage. There are so many different types of summoned beasts, undead, bugs, plants, etc., that there is always one that can utilize aberrant flesh and blood. At least it is a fine quality material. Get outside to sell. Earn a few 100,000 easy. Not true. Why not use the aberrant flesh and blood as bait to seduce the aberrant monsters? Thinking of this, Shinmo's eyes lit up. Self-thinking is really new enough. It's probably because of the talent, 10x enlightenment. It always feels like the ideas are exceptionally clear, and it's a breeze to cite them. Not every aberrant beast can pop out equipment. The ratio is at 1/4, or about 25%. Worthy of being a trial copy, the burst rate is far higher than normal copies. Killing efficiency slows down. The first layer was gradually cleaned up. Shinemo breathed out deeply. Fortunately there were no changes, and he smoothly passed through the accumulation stage 1 stage. Material-wise, it's mostly liquid alloys. 15 pieces of liquid alloy, 1 piece of aberrant flesh and blood, and that's all the haul. Killed almost 50 aberrations, basically all level 4, 5, and 6 monsters. 4 points. 1. 384 points were harvested. All of them are Type I aberrant beasts. Level 5 mini-monsters can contribute 25 points. Almost 1. 250 points. The actual harvest of 1. 384 points is more compared to the expected 1. 250 points, with a reasonable up and down movement. And finally, the Grey Wolf's rank successfully came to level 5. I don't know if it's a bit less experience value with the help of the mech. Grey Wolf. Attributes, Beast, Ground, Level, 5, Qualification, Conceptual, Current SSSS Level, Talents, Scientific Research Against All Odds, Perseverance, Super Recovery, Skills, Unlimited Manufacturing, Punching, Biting, Loyalty, 90%. The first round of sequential evolution doesn't come until level 10, so there's no rush for now. Summoned beasts, at levels 10, 40, and 70, will each receive a sequential evolution. Beast Masters, promoted to the 4th rank and promoted to the 7th rank, will each increase the number of slots for summoned beasts. A 4th level Imperial Beastmaster corresponds to a level 40 summoned beast. 7th ranked Imperial Beastmaster for a level 70 summoned beast. Two extremely resource-consuming classes collide, hearts are beating and funds are burning. Grey Wolf, come here for a moment. Shin Mo beckoned towards the mech. There are currently two types of metals. The first is the condensed steel pipes of the building, and other common metals. The second is a special alloy, the liquid alloy that just exploded from killing monsters. You'll use the resources at hand to build a batch of intelligent robots, then we'll continue clearing the floor. Oh yeah, and the mech you're wearing, which has had its shell corroded by the aberrant beasts, needs to be upgraded. Shin Mo followed the plan in his mind and ordered methodically. It is possible not to do something specifically, but the analysis about the situation must be correct. The Catch Sheep Type 1 mech, already corroded out of its electronic plates, plus severely low on energy, could not continue to stand guard and was in dire need of repair. Build a bunch of extra smart bots to not only increase the efficiency of the score explosion, but also to protect yourself. If self is attacked, the whole plate is lost. Shin Mo thought so. Although a Beastmaster can take on some of the talents and skills of a summoned beast, his combat power is far inferior to that of a summoned beast. Otherwise it wouldn't have to be called the Imperial Beastmaster. How to ensure one's own safety in battle is a lesson that every qualified Imperial Beastmaster must learn. Shin Mo's response options are two. The first thing is to clear a safe space. Remote command. People aren't there, how else can they die? The next step was to build an exclusive mech, fearing that there would be a sudden accident and there would still be no guarding force around. Cleaning up the first floor has increased my safety margin considerably. The next step is to burst the soldiers, then clear the second level and repeat the above. Take the complexity of leveling up and collecting materials and turn it into a repeatable and foolproof operation. Simplifying complicated things is the only way to get stronger. Grey Wolf nodded and hurriedly got busy. It's still pretty good to not have to think about development. After all, it has a foregone conclusion. Researching new weapons is fine. Once you start catching sheep, all sorts of accidents happen and you end up losing the effort. The Grey Wolf stared back. The curtains reflect the handsome young man with a straight posture, standing on the top of a tall building, as if holding a star in his hand. Following Shin Mo, it had already eaten the lamb of its dreams. I'm sure it won't be long before my wife, who is used to living a hard life, will be able to eat lamb. The corners of Grey Wolf's mouth rose, and he only felt full of strength, and the road ahead was clear. The ruins of aberration all over the place. The already confused newbie Imperial Beastmaster looked at the leaderboards and became even more confused. They recognized that Shin Mo has a little something going for him, opening with 16 points and a strong domination of the table. But what is this now? Crap, first place points are starting to skyrocket. 19 points, 24 points. 58 points. Thick gift crab, the man of God's summer is too fierce, isn't he? With an attack speed of over 100 per second, it's actually still going up? The man is in the desert. He hasn't met a single hare, and the big man has already begun to explode the score. 0 for 0 of Shin Mo's points is more than second. It's outrageous. Couldn't have stabbed the freak beast slayer, right? Oh, when the powerful aberrant beasts find out, Shin Mo will surely die. It's just a good luck guy. Not enough to worry about. I'm not jealous or concerned at all. Broke 1,000. Less than half an hour into the game, the points came to 1,400, and I'm fucking chasing them with my life. All the newbie Beastmasters, envious and jealous to the point of separating the walls of their bodies. Should they be so outrageous? Top of the list, Shin Mo's inappropriate son highlights that they're crap. In the middle of a leafy forest, Zheng Chong clenched his fists in death, his face full of disbelief. But the facts in front of us have to be believed. First fat is not fat. Later fat overwhelms the bed. We'll see. The words fall out, and a headlong dive into the poop is made, using the feces to mask the human odor. Somewhere inside a deserted satellite town, Zhang Yang carefully hid inside the room. His summoned beast, the Iron Spider Emperor, had already woven a transparent metal giant web. One person and one beast, quietly waiting for their prey to come to the door. I have nothing to do. I'll swipe the leaderboard chat group, and the whole thing is bad. This isn't right. Wasn't he known as the son of Sky Blue? With an S-level qualification, he crushed many of his peers in Sky Blue 1st Middle School, Sky Blue 2nd Middle School, Sky Blue 3rd Middle School, and so on. And now what about? Shin Mo from the same school actually pressed on his head, and his title of the son of Sky Blue simply became a big joke. Swapping my points with Shin Mo's is only in line with mental expectations, right? Zhang Yang hastily shook his head, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The seniors of the Imperial Beast Bureau had instructed that in order to increase the loyalty of a summoned beast, one needed to conform to the behavior of the summoned beast. His Steel Spider Emperor, for example, was used to keeping quiet when hunting, and he had to keep quiet to do so. Don't look at the results yet. When I hunt a big wave and go back to the points ranking, I'll definitely be far ahead of Chin Moore. My real target is the SS-ranked Heaven's Pride. In the ruins of the blackened and scorched earth, scattered fragments of a flying machine, as small as a car or SUV, as large as an aircraft carrier, but unfortunately all buried deep in the earth. Surface rust, no function. Thunderstorm charge. A lanky young man bathed in thunder, blonde hair and blue eyes, transforming into an electric python. He shot out explosively, killing the black-haired pig directly in front of him that hadn't realized it yet. His summoned beast is the elemental elf Thor. The core talent undertaken is elemental possession. The combination of the two immediately transformed into a mana, and it was a thunderous mana that could be used in melee combat and attack from afar. August frowned slightly. How come I'm still ranked second after killing 4 level 5 aberrations? What? The points of the first actually came to 1600 points. How did he do it? A level 5 aberration monster provides 25 points. 4 of them is 100 points. Not even a fraction of what someone else has. One moment. August was confused. The thunder that flowed around his body and was like substance also appeared to stagnate for a short period of time. Divine Summer Empire, Imperial Capital. Gong Yenner found an interesting pop-up and slowly opened her mouth, her voice like a silver bell. Since you want to know the way to become the top of the personal list, I'll make it simple. Killing 100 level 9 monsters every day for 10 days in a row is about right. Why kill level 9 monsters? A simple calculation shows that level 9 provides 81 points and level 10 provides 100 points. And the battle power of a level 10 monster is at the very least several times that of a level 9. It's not cost effective. Combined, get 81,000 points. Or just 100,000 points and win easily. It sounds easy. It's not really hard at all. I just don't feel the pressure. Live streaming pop-ups. There was a brief lull. It then poured down like rain. Hast thou heard the words of men? This wave, after all, let Gong Yenner get loaded. A level 1 rookie Imperial Beast Master. Killing 100 level 9 monsters a day is a breeze. It's also extremely difficult for a level 9 Imperial Beast Master to kill level 9 monsters, let alone 100 of them. Last year's top of the list, it looks like it was only 70,000 or so, but of course the year before that it was even more pulled across. 100,000 points does win the championship. The problem is that there are number 100,000 points. It's hard to score big amounts of points in the early stages when you're all level 1 rookies and playing small. Many Imperial Beastmasters in the live broadcast room came over to chat and fart, remembering the great days of the past. This audience knows what they're doing. Take the upgrade of an A-class summoned beast as an example. Level 1 on the first day, level 2 on the second day, level 3 on the third day, and so on, with a high probability of being stuck at level 8 or 9. Final points earned, 10,000 out of 10,000. Terrific 15,000. Can't get much more than that. The top 10 of the points ranking belong to the S and SS ranked battlefields that others could only look up to. Ha, this epic prop. Is it broken? Gong Yenner blinked her watery eyes, her pretty face full of confusion, and pushed the partition with her hand. Just see it on. First place, Shinsha Empire, 2024 total points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, 620 total points. Third place, Sunset Empire, 616 total points. Fourth place, Sakura Empire, 609 total points. The difference between first and second place is a whopping 404 points. The extra points are more than twice as many as the total for the Lighthouse Federation. When was the Divine Summer Empire so powerful, and how did she, as a previous senior, not know? The pop-up section was instantly excited. Without further ado, it must be the result of our 4 SS rank Celestial Pride, all working together. The Imperial Capital Ancient Sword Heavenly Pride, the Magic Capital Storm Heavenly Pride, the Qinling Alien Fire Heavenly Pride, and the Sichuan and Chongqing Shudao Mountain Heavenly Pride, the summoned beast of the one from the Imperial Capital. Its body is an ancient sword that can cut out swordlight, most suitable for clearing troops. To talk about clearing the army, the first Chuanyu girl's Shudao Mountain, the Sumi transforms into a mustard seed, and the mountains and rivers are shattered in a single thought. Mordor Storm Celestial, don't deserve it? Qinling Foreign Flame Heaven's Pride, don't deserve it? Don't argue, everyone. False overtaking second place is surely the result of a concerted effort. Brothers and sisters, allow me to go to the Lighthouse Confederation's livestream and taunt them, and I'll be right back. Ditto. +1. Plus 10,086. Dong Yenner looked at the cheerful live feed. While feeling happy for the younger siblings and honored by the rise of God's summer, pressure could not be avoided in my heart. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves of the front. She is not old yet, and she is in the prime of her life, so she does not want to be photographed to death on the beach. The ruins of aberration. The mother city of origins. Chinemo frowned at the grey foggy rooftop. If a flying aberration beast suddenly appeared, wouldn't self be too conspicuous? To avoid surprises, it was better to go to the lower level and find an inconspicuous cubicle. Lime-peeling walls and rusty seats are all the room has to offer. It is quite appropriate to transform it into a rest room. Chinemo secretly said in his heart. Remove the items opened in the survival blind box. Simple beds made of bramble wood. The resting place was built by neatly laying down the highhorn wool. Have Grey Wolf hand rub an iron pot. Pour in mineral-rich spring water and bring it to a boil using flaming charcoal. Flaming charcoal. Level, 0. Quality, ordinary. Effect, charcoal surface burns with flames. Can fuse ores and forge weapons. Description, does it burn with fire? No. It burns with life. And the life that burns eternally takes me out of it. Cut the flaming lamb strips into small pieces and slide them down the edge of the iron skillet. Mineral water that has been boiled over flaming charcoal cooks the lamb up and down. Flaming lamb strips. Level, 0. Quality, ordinary. Effects, when consumed by an Imperial Beast Master or Summoned Beast, it can temporarily increase the resistance to burns. Description, sheep living in the crater year-round. Meat is delicious, rich in energy. High-end ingredients often only need simple cooking. An iron pot. A bottle of 82 years of mineral water. Enough. How does this description look immodest? Chinemo inwardly spat out. The abyss connects many worlds. And don't panic about what rare and strange things exist. Breeding summoned beasts is a necessary skill for every Imperial Beast Master. Here is where the summoned beasts of the mechanical, undead, and plant races have to be mentioned. With a very low cost of raising them, time rushes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Thumping footsteps came from far away. Boss, this king got out 15 intelligent robots. Let's hurry up and clear the next floor. This great king can't wait. Jia. Clad in a white lab coat, the gray-haired but hard to hide his excitement, Grey Wolf hurried towards the room. It knew the boss was in the room. It had just been busy making the machine and never came over. Just walked into the room. The whole wolf froze. What's that smell? How can it smell so good? It seems to be lamb, but it's certainly not regular lamb. Wolfie had eaten the lamb of the whole goat restaurant. The taste is very good, but there is always a kind of intuition in his heart that the lamb of the whole goat restaurant is not as good as the lamb of the green meadow. Maybe it's that weird what you can't have is what you can't have mentality. And the mesmerizing smell of lamb wafting through the room at that moment. The Grey Wolf could make it clear that it was no weaker than the little fatty sheep of the green grassland. Follow the source of the scent. It was an iron pot, and in the thick jade-white broth, the shiny red lamb was tossed. Obviously not just any lamb, as they actually burned with small embers as they bubbled to the surface of the pan. White soup, lamb, fire, together constitute this pot of lamb stew to provoke the heart of the wolf. It's a shame the wife isn't here, otherwise she'd share this pot and the wolf life would be complete. The Grey Wolf secretly clenches his fists. Just let it taste for your wife first if it's good or not. Yes, that's right. Let's eat first. Sheenmore pointed to the high-horned wool blanket on the other side of the iron pot. I feel that the name between the two people is so strange. Grey Wolf called himself this big king, called himself boss, each called each other. Looking down behind the Grey Wolf, sure enough, I saw 15 systematic intelligent robots. Chinemo stood up and walked towards these weapons that were relied upon to explode points, similar in height, size, and style to a Type 1 aberration beast, with extremely long arms that drag almost to the ground. The difference is that they take on a black iron texture rather than the corruption of a Type 1 aberrant beast. The spine area is raised high, with a silvery liquid flowing inside, guessing that it is an energy source liquid alloy. Just then, a piercing mechanical sound rang out. Zip, zip la la la. Aberration Type 1 intelligent machine. Life form detected. Comparing life forms. Humans. Detected keyword, Chinmore. Detected as a supreme authority. Good morning, Commander Chinmore. It is an honor to fight for you. Chinmore raised an eyebrow and said in a commanding flavor. Self-check function module. Possessing the gift of tenfold enlightenment himself, the mechanically proficient skill is not considered a layman. Allowing smart machines to perform self-tests is the fastest way to learn about their functional modules. Zip la la. Aberration Type 1 intelligent machine. Intelligent chip self-test in progress. Detecting base data. Small intelligent robot. Upgradable. Detection of energy module, spine. Liquid alloy. Sustainable energy supply for 4 hours. Attack module detected, arm. Retractable ionizer blade. Works fine. Detecting communication module, head. Accepting mech commands. Works fine. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Everything else is fine, but the supply time is a bit short. Only a measly 4 hours. In other words, the moment they are made, they are heading for obsolescence every second of the day. It is a disposable weapon. The disadvantages are obvious and the advantages are equally prominent. Extremely compressed service life in exchange for higher intensity combat. There is also the crucial point that no repairs are needed and scrapping is just that. Scrapping. 10 more minutes. Once the Grey Wolves have briefly repaired themselves, the second round of hunting can begin. This time the goal is not just one layer, but to try to push downward. Qin Mo seemed to remember something. The eyes looked to the center of the field. The spectral black mech in a state of silence. Unlike the programmed aberration intelligent machines, the mechs are manually operated. The ceiling can be very high, hitting unbelievable, breathtakingly gorgeous maneuvers. The lower limit can also be very low, foolproof, and perhaps not perform as well as a human machine. The difference is whether the person piloting the mech is an expert or a rookie. Qin Mo hid in his room for the past 2 hours. It's not all about building fires and cooking, but also exercising and polishing your skills. By utilizing the effect of talent, body recovery and high energy food, you can recover from even strains and sprains in a very short time. It could even be argued that the more injuries appear, the faster strength grows. Exercise your body, polish your skills, and combine them with skill, mechanical mastery to achieve a 1+1+2 effect. Mechs are also mechanical and uncomplicated to operate. Qin Mo didn't forget. About 40 or 50 floors down, there exists a formidable-looking aberrant beast. Exercising hard on your own is preparing you for the other side, cleaning up stragglers and gathering materials. These can be given to Grey Wolf and then self-slacking. When it comes to a powerful single combatant, equipment, skill, and tactics are indispensable, and self is in the driver's seat. There's a saying, you can touch the fish, but you can't really dish it out. You have to take it out when it's time to take it out. Just then, a whimper of sadness and joy came from behind him. Oh yummy, it's so delicious. Not caring about being hot, Grey Wolf picked up the flaming lamb chunks and threw them into his mouth, chewing them twice and swallowing them quickly. Honey, I tasted it for you. Flaming lamb is not normally good. It's very good. Poor US couples living in the green pastures. Not to mention mutton. We haven't even seen a few fleeces. Don't worry wife. I'll definitely get the summoning expansion coupon and let you come over to enjoy yourself. Grey Wolf stomped his foot on the bedpan. Make a stubborn and unyielding statement. Firm eyes seemed to burn with flames. Being able to receive Qin Mo's call was its good fortune, as well as the good fortune of their couple. Seizing this opportunity to rise, it has no regrets, even if it has to give its life for it. Grey Wolf, how dare you use your paws and step on my freshly made bed? Ahem. Sorry boss. Note for next time. Note for next time. Grey Wolf retracted his leg in a hurry and gave an awkward and coy smile. Hurry up and eat. Go to work after eating. Big points. Big materials. Waiting for you to pick them up with a snakeskin bag. Qin Mo waved his hand and ignored it. Walked to the corner. Picking up the ancient-shaped sword-shaped iron weapon, he juggled a graceful sword flower. This was followed by a quick, precise, and hard jab at the wall, leaving 3 points equidistant from each other. Maybe it's because of the talent of physical recovery. Qin Mo feels that he has opened the limiter, and with simple exercise, he can do what others have accumulated over time. The term others here refers specifically to ordinary people who have lost their qualifications as beastmasters. For example, a beastmaster whose summon animal is a sword will be able to perform a beautiful sword trick in a short period of time. For example, if your summoned animal is a plant, you can learn farming skills such as digging, tilling, and fertilizing. Of course, skills are all about better harnessing summoned beasts. Being good at swordsmanship makes you better at using swords, and being good at farming makes you better at cultivating plants. Boss, what are you doing? What's so great about cold weapons? Come on over and have some goat soup. Grey Wolf looked at Qin Mo in confusion. Getting all this fancy stuff was better than it saving up enough materials to hand-roll an energy cannon. Hand-rubbed energy cannons. The material is second to the energy. The main thing is the energy. High combustion, high explosive, high-intensity energy. At that time, no matter what kind of messed up aberrant beasts, they would all go up in smoke under a single shot. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. Human beings honestly do not deceive the king. Qin Mo glanced at the Grey Wolf. Without saying much, he continued to cultivate his sword art. A closer look reveals that the body isn't coordinated. It's meant to fit the mech. After all, there was still a gap between physical fighting and mecha fighting. When the level suppresses the enemy, bursting troops across the board is simple, direct, and efficient. when the levels are similar, any slightest difference can lead to victory. These truths. No need to go into detail with Grey Wolf. Letting it do what it does well is enough. Boss, I'm going to clear the troops to pop points. Grey Wolf ate and drank his fill, greeted Chin Mo, and led a group of Aberration 1 type intelligent machines, killing towards the second level in great numbers. There were enough troops to push straight across without a keep-away plan. The aberrant beasts on the first and second floors were not much different in level, concentrating on levels 4, 5, and 6. The ruins of aberration all over the place. Inside the trial copy, the newbie Imperial Beastmasters from various countries, looking at the long unchanged points at the top of the list, secretly sighed in relief. They have been utilizing the Abyssal pattern and speaking in the pop-up section of the scoreboard. Fixed at 600 points. It hasn't moved for over 2 hours, and that's just about it. Hey, it must be a good place to descend in the opening. Points gained from exploring. Good luck, guys. Luck was not to be trusted after all, and August, in second place, was 1,000 points short of catching up. The Lighthouse Confederacy is invincible. The Lighthouse Confederacy is invincible. The Divine Summer at the top of the list might be in danger. Otherwise, how could he not have 1 point? Fate's gifts have long been marked with a price in secret. Chin Mo's good fortune ends here, and he will pay an unbearable price. What are you guys barking at? A full 1,000 points short, and you deserve to bark? Aside from the top of the list, the 4th, 7th, and 8th in our Divine Summer Empire are all our heavenly prides. The top 10 occupies 4 positions, and the power of one country to suppress the whole world is something you can mock? Inside the deserted satellite town, Chin Mo's classmate, Jian Yang, known as the Son of Sky Blue, successfully hunts down the 6th aberration monster. The man and the beast returned to the collapsed basement and simply repaired 3 level 1s, 2 level 2s, and 1 level 3. Total points is 20. The rankings have finally entered the top 100. Not bad at all. Jian Yang deliberately ignored Chin Mo's points and nodded contentedly. As a rule, the further back you go, the faster the points accumulate as the level of the summoned beast rises. He was pleased with the results achieved. Just a little hungry right now. Hungry as hell. Jian Yang looked at the still clean leg meat of the aberrant beast, originating from a deer-type aberrant monster, while taking on the Iron Spider Emperor's talent, Body of Steel. I have an iron stomach now, but it's still a little hard to swallow. Hey, why don't you refresh the survival blind box beside me so I can eat some normal food? Mentioned the survival blind box. I can't help but think of Chin Mo's figure, and I'm envious and jealous again and again. Chin Mo's points haven't moved in half a day. 3 more days, or 5, and I'll definitely surpass him. Words. Did Chin Mo meet with any accidents? Or are you greedy for points and deliberately going deeper into danger? Newbie imperialists who are greedy and aggressive can easily get themselves into trouble. I don't know if this is the case with Chin Mo. I hope it's not. After all, they are in the same school. Crap. Jian Yang forced himself to endure the unpleasantness and chewed on the rotten, fishy, bitter deer leg meat. I was just going to water the points leaderboard chat group for a while to ease my physical discomfort. Results. Seeing a scene that shocked him, Chin Mo's points, surprisingly, began to skyrocket again. After 2 hours of silence, it was once again in a frenzy. And a complete frenzy. It wasn't just Jian Yang who noticed. All the Imperial Beastmasters who were paying attention to the points ranking found this shocking news. Even by karma, 10 points a second is just too fast. It seems like it won't stop. Last time, the magnitude of the score explosion was definitely not as exaggerated as this one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I suspect the abyssal pattern is malfunctioning. How the hell did this damned Divine Summer person harvest points? Quickly tell me. Thick gift crab. Points break through 2,000. And there's an extra bonus for breaking through 10,000 points for the first time. He alone actually has more points than the 2nd through 9th combined. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. 1 second. He was taunting Chin Mo to be at the end of the road. And the next second, he strongly opened the mode of exploding points. The smack in the face came so suddenly and caught people off guard. Many international friends, envious and jealous to the point of mass wall separation. Chin Mo in the room, dropping his eyes to look at the abyssal tattoo. The inner alert message bombarded him furiously. Alert, kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, has leveled up to level 6. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, has leveled up to level 7. Kill Type 1 aberrant beast. Get props, liquid alloy. Kill the Type 2 aberration beast and get a prop, metal skeleton. Aha! Chin Mo captured 4 words with precision. Metal skeleton. The first time he acquired a metal skeleton occurred at the food court near the school. when the Abyss projected and landed 3 Type 2 aberrant beasts. In addition to harvesting a copy of the metal skeleton, there is also a key to the trial. It was the existence of the trial key that allowed Self to descend into the mother city of origins and have the current explosive soldier development. Descending into a desert with no shit, Wolfie could only cook without rice. Metal skeletons urgently needed now, because it's a prop for synthesizing the Star Energy Dagger. The Star Energy Dagger is of great significance to the Grey Wolf's research into materials. Star Energy. Breaking through the limit of materials, the limit of energy. The mech can get the first round of upgrades. Rare Star Energy Dagger, Liquid Alloy 1/10, Metal Bone 0/5, Aberration Core 0/3. Sheen Moore continued to tour down the prompt messages. The burst rate of trial copies, beyond imagination, simply can't be stopped. Just then, an unassuming message catches the eye. Kill Type 1 Aberration Beast. Get prop, Aberration Crystal Core, L. This isn't right, is it? Type 1 Aberrant Beasts. The corresponding props are liquid alloys. A Type 2 Aberration Beast. The corresponding prop is a metal skeleton, developed as intended. Shouldn't it be about killing Type 3 Aberration Beasts and obtaining Aberration Crystal Cores? Though until now, there has been no information on the Type 3 Aberrant Beasts. Sheen Mo walked out of the small hidden room, coming to the platform where the Grey Wolf had built the intelligent machine. The stench wafted through the air, belonging to the dead Type 1 Aberrant Beasts, and the blood on the ground hadn't even been wiped clean. Come to the console, quickly replay footage of the battle. All the information collected by the Aberration I intelligent machine will be fed back to the intelligent terminal for subsequent refinement, upgrading, leakage checking and so on. In the video, Aberration Type 1 intelligent machines that abuse aberrant beasts of the same size, with their more sophisticated weapons and simple tactical coordination, plus the Grey Wolf piloting a mecha sitting in the background. It's not just a horizontal push. Sheen Moore quickly found the information Self needed. Aberration Crystal Cores, derived from the shattered head of a Type 1 aberration beast, the size of a quail's egg. It is clear and translucent overall, showing the smooth texture of crystal. Aberrant crystals originate from aberrant beasts. It's just that the burst rate is lower, at least lower than that of liquid alloys and metal skeletons, but it's not a big problem. The Star Energy Dagger only needs 3 aberration cores, and it'll come together quickly. Sheen Mo remotely commanded an intelligent machine. Send up freshly baked aberration crystals. As for going down to get yourself, it is better to forget it. A gentleman does not stand under offense, especially when there is no protection. Being accidentally cunt can be hilarious. Soon, the robot, which emitted a foul odor visible to the naked eye and was covered in slime, delivered the aberration crystals. Sheen Mo used the mineral water from the survival blind box to clean the crystal core, and finally he could see it, warm in the hand, as if a piece of warm jade. Aberrant nucleus. Level, 0, quality, excellent. Effect, contains a mixture of bioenergy, astral energy, light energy, etc., and can be used to synthesize equipment. Description: there are aberrant beasts that suck star energy for their own consumption, and there are aberrant monsters that work silently, storing up star energy to condense their nuclei, and quietly becoming stronger. Silent efforts, quietly stronger. There are also involutional ones among the aberrant beasts. It was a fine-grade prop, so it was no wonder that the burst rate had been reduced. With extenuating circumstances, Sheen Mo stopped paying attention. Go back to your room and practice your swordplay, trying to develop muscle memory. When Grey Wolf returns, we'll organize the harvest together and plan the way forward. Hopefully, he could gather all the materials for the Star Energy Dagger. After all, it was related to the upgrade of the mech. Divine Summer Empire, Imperial Capital. Elegantly decorated live room. Gong Yenner stared blankly at the skyrocketing points. First place, Xinxia Empire. Total points 3, 456. Second place, Lighthouse Federation. 1, 420 total points. Third place, Woolly Bear Empire. 1, 390 total points. Fourth place, Third Reich. 1, 316 total points. Fifth place, Sakura Empire. 1, 298 total points. It was understandable that when the trial was about to end, the Imperial Beastmaster had exploded the inner scrolls of the points. It's just the beginning of the trial. Not even 3 hours have passed. As to roll like this, how could she, who was a senior and a self-proclaimed celestial pride, be allowed to live with herself? How do you make the next little munchkin? A 100-footer? And that's not even the most outrageous. The speed of the explosion of points, without a single moment of relief. Is this class of newcomers negotiated? The live stream pop-ups exploded straight away. Will enter the wine. The cup does not stop. Ah shucks. The points do not stop. How about the points ranking in the replica? A blind guess. Ancient Sword Heavenly Pride no. 1. Nonsense. The devil's capital storm heavenly pride, a thought of heavenly disasters. Earning points isn't just a matter of having a hand in it. Such a large increase in points must be the result of the 4 great SS-class heavenly prides together. It's worthy of being an SS-ranked heavenly pride, even if their rank is very low. It doesn't affect the speed at which they explode. The Lighthouse Confederacy. Next door. Ran with it the whole time and cried in the toilet. Next door to Sakura Nation. With no qualifications to run with the team. Crying in the god's toilet. Who knows the situation of Qinling's foreign fire pride? I heard that his surname is Xiao, and he can devour the world's flames. Upstairs is a Qinling local, right? The way you're advertising and publicizing this. I'm flattered. The comments section is ecstatic. As opposed to the Lighthouse Confederation live. Looking at the sudden surge in Divine Summer Empire points, they thought for a moment that the epic prop was broken. Touring 5 countries in a row with epic props finally led to the conclusion that there was no problem with the points. How can points not be a problem? According to past practice, shouldn't it be you catching up with me? With very little difference? What's going on now? How come the Divine Summer Empire is riding high? The point total is even the combined points of the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. Continuing to develop like this, they still watched a fart of a live broadcast looking full of displeasure. It is better to wash and go to bed early, dreaming of hanging the Divine Summer Empire. Fark, luck, sure as damn luck. The greater the benefit, the greater the risk. They're blowing up the score now, and they're sure to roll over later. There's an old saying in Divine Summer, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. So I hope to behave myself and stop dominating the list. The pop-up section of the Lighthouse Confederation livestream was sour. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye it was already nightfall. Shin-Mo raised his head to look at the dome, where 3 bizarre blue moons emanated strange ripples. Curious about a question earlier. What the freaks rely on to maintain basic viability? Fusion? Definitely not. If it's sustained by fusion, this should be a boss copy, with no or very few small monsters except the big boss. It seems to be the 3 blue moons overhead that provide the so-called star energy, similar to the plants that photosynthesize at Blue Star. This place absorbs moonlight and is dominated by aberrant monsters. One more question. According to the primal instincts of biological evolution, aberrations should fight each other in pursuit of evolutionary glory. But the aberrations here, why aren't they in chaos and riots? Floor blocking? This thing can only protect against a gentleman. It can be broken anytime you want to, like the gray wolf. It has nothing to do with me. So what is it that makes freaks give up fusing and honestly bask in the moon? Shin-Mo shook his head slightly. Reaching up, he gently rubbed his brow. Trying to figure out the operating laws of the ruins of aberration in a very short period of time was clearly unrealistic. They, the newbie Imperial Beastmasters, were mere passers-by in a sea of uncertainty to the ruins of aberration. But, since I got lucky on the road, it makes sense to stroke a fleece. Right. Shin-Mo twisted his head to look at the corner, full of props from today's harvest, divided into 6 piles of varying sizes. They emitted a faint halo of light. 20 parts liquid alloy, 10 metal bones, 3 copies of aberrant nuclei, 10 copies of aberrant blood and flesh, 3 copies of teeth of corruption, 1 part distortion glove, liquid alloys, metal skeletons, aberrant nuclei. It's not that there are only 33 copies combined, but that there are only 33 copies left to use. The Grey Wolf resolves Type 1 aberrations and Type 2 aberrations, and uses these materials to pop soldiers. Teeth of corruption. Level, 0, quality, general. Effect, contains deadly toxins. Can be equipped directly or ground to strengthen equipment. Description, the teeth are already bad, but after the deformity, they are even worse, even poisoned to death. Distortion gloves. Level, 0, quality, rare. Effects, hand equipment. Improve strength 1, agility 2. Description, gloves replace my arms, 10 times a second. Easily. The Tooth of Corruption has a low burst rate, only 3 copies of all materials, and it's not much use. After the trial is over, go out, packing up the corrupted teeth and aberrant flesh and blood and buying them to the Undead Society, Insect Society, and Poison Society should fetch a decent price. It has been tested this afternoon. The aberration monsters are not interested in aberration flesh and blood, and no fish wanted for fishing. In addition to these material harvests, there are other aspects. Of course, Grey Wolf's level has increased to level 8. The further back you go, the harder it is to advance. As you fight small monsters that are below your level and have very little experience value, the layers have advanced 45 floors down. It's less than 5 floors away from the aberration that's hogging the entire kilometer floor, and it's very close to each other. In all fairness, Shin-Mo did not want to face the abomination, which looks like an abomination. Doesn't it smell good when you go around the other side to harvest the little monsters? The reason is simple. What was Self and Grey Wolf's purpose? or original intention? Self's initial thought was simple: to smoothly pass the trial and become a registered Imperial Beast Master. The Grey Wolf's idea is pretty simple too. Get to the top of the leaderboard and get the summoning expansion coupon to summon your wife, Red Wolf, as well. There's no need to take on a strong, easy to turn over aberration at all. Honestly, brushing small monsters will surely fulfill their respective wishes. Chin Mo exhaled deeply. Not wanting to face each other does not mean that the other party will let go. Narrow road, depending on the situation. Pick up the aberration glove that's on the floor. Rare level props. It belongs to the same level as the first two survival blind boxes, which were obtained. The only unfortunate part is that there is only one glove. Body dark blue. Surface grooves flow like liquid energy, like the back of the hand of the deadwood. Extended 5 sharp claws, easily can be in the wall cut out deep marks. Wear this right-handed glove. Get ugly and get stronger. Grabbing the rapier by the wall, he felt the weight become lighter, and swung the blade with increasing speed. Not bad for a rare class prop that boosts strength 1 and agility 2. Just in time, the shouts came from far and near. Boss, the production line is making robots, so let's get dinner started. Grey Wolf, dressed in a white lab coat, came running with a pleasant tone and gusto. The reason for the joy is not just the opening of the meal, but mainly the day's harvest. It often comes back empty-handed or with a bruise when it's in the green grass. And today is completely different. Not only were they not hurt, but the materials were moved back in piles and piles. Specific gains aside, this feeling of being loaded made it itching to punch through tall buildings. The sense of accomplishment of the harvest made it feel proud and completely branched out. No longer the waste wolf of yesterday. You go ahead and eat. By the way, where are the drawings? What drawings? Drawings for a rare grade star energy dagger. In a moment of realization, Grey Wolf pulled a ball of paper crumpled up to the size of an egg from the compartment of his white coat. As the ball of paper is spread out, a magical scene occurs. The creases disappear and the paper is smooth. Rare grade star energy dagger, liquid alloy 10/10, metal bone 5/5, aberration core 3/3. Hint: star energy dagger has all the materials. Is it synthesized? Synthesize. Chin Mo looked straight at the abstruse pattern in his palm and spoke softly. Hint: liquid alloy 10, metal bone 5, aberration nucleus 3. Alert: rare grade star energy dagger. Crafting complete. The drawings disappeared along with the corresponding materials without any splendor of light, just leaving a blue dagger in its place. The grip was cold, and the blade shimmered with dark blue flecks that flickered on and off as if it were breathing. Gorgeous, exquisite, beautiful. This was Chin Mo's evaluation of the appearance of the star energy dagger. Other than that, the face value was pulled full. What made it hard to imagine was that the constituent materials of such a magnificent dagger were monster fragments. Star energy dagger. Level, 0. Quality, rare. Effects, melee equipment. Increase agility by 3. Description, star energy equipment. Exclusive to the ruins of aberration. Capable of cutting through metal with ease. Chin Mo looked at the only two pieces of equipment. The aberration gloves and the star energy dagger. How to describe this? The former was picked up for nothing and was a windfall, while the latter was forged in fortunately collected materials. The effect is all about increasing the value of attributes by 3 points. The aberration gloves are strength 1, agility 2, and the star energy dagger is all points in agility. I wonder what would happen if I took a star energy dagger and scratched it on the aberration glove. What a dangerous idea. Grey Wolf. After dinner, you study the star energy dagger. Research what? Study its material and energy source. Then take the two, graft them onto the mech, and upgrade it in every way. No problem. Leave it to this great king. Witnessed the Grey Wolf having a hootenanny. After eating and drinking, he took the star energy dagger and ran to the test bed to study it. Chin Mo expressed great satisfaction. Just like this kind of energetic oxen and horses, the eyes reflect the Grey Wolf's attribute information. Grey Wolf. Attributes, beast, ground, level, 8, qualification, conceptual, current SSSS level, talents, scientific research against all odds, perseverance, super recovery, skills, unlimited manufacturing, punching, biting, loyalty, 90%, less than a day into the trial replica. It has already come to level 8. And it is estimated that the level will come to level 10 in the next 2 days. Level 10 is special. The summoned beasts will receive their first round of sequential evolution. Successful evolution is the only way to continue harvesting experience points and leveling up. At the same time, the summoned beasts have successfully evolved, and the Imperial Beastmaster will also enter the first stage, with all aspects of their attributes fully upgraded. Here's the problem. Summoned beast sequence evolution, which requires 2 requirements. The first is the evolution copy, which is similar in nature to the trial copy, both being special copies. Next is the direction of evolution, combat side, support side, life side, to name a few. Self and Grey Wolf were in a copy of the trial. At the very least, it's going to be another 9 days before we can get out. What does the evolutionary copy say about the direction of evolution? The former required entering a second copy, while the latter required extensive consultation with the Imperial Beast Bureau or consulting with high-ranking seniors to confirm the evolutionary direction of the summoned beasts. Confirming the direction of evolution is not the end, but the beginning of suffering. You still need to go down and collect materials, like synthesizing the Star Energy Dagger, to synthesize a brand new summoning beast. Each step to get stronger, or each step to accumulate wealth, requires a different copy of the Abyss. Psychics are a constant topic of conversation for the Sentinelese. The textbook documents a few evolutionary directions that are informative to use as teaching. Plant type summoned beast, blue silver grass. Evolutionary materials, moon spring soil. Emperor fragment. Evolutionary core, can sequentially evolve into blue silver emperor. Animal type summoned beast, one-eyed demon wolf. Evolutionary material, random eye material X2. Evolutionary core, can sequentially evolve into a three-eyed demon wolf. Weapon class summoner, iron sword. Evolution material, cold ice stone. Meteorite iron. Evolution core, can sequentially evolve into frost sword. The above are just simple examples of the various categories. The actual division is extremely complex. For example, animal type summoned beasts can also be categorized as land, sky, ocean, star, elemental, etc. Evolution cores, non-tradable bound props that require the Imperial Beastmaster to pass a specific copy of evolution. The evolutionary direction of the Grey Wolf. You can refer to several forms in the cartoon. Genius form, Thunderbolt form, Superpower form, Black Detective form, Invincible Steel Armor form, etc. The Grey Wolf is a concept-level summoning beast. The information from the Imperial Beast Bureau or the various associations can only serve as a reference at best. Because of their profile, the upper limit is at most SS rank. To put it simply, they are unworthy. Instead of borrowing information from the sidelines, it's better to believe in the Grey Wolf's talent for scientific research against all odds. The evolutionary direction thing? Asking Grey Wolf what he thinks when the time comes is kind of a preliminary solution to the problem. The real trouble is the evolution copy. It's a no-brainer. Without an evolutionary copy, there is no evolutionary core, and sequence evolution be damned. Self and Grey Wolf were not strong enough to break the rules of the Abyss, and could only honestly abide by them. Suddenly, Shinmo's brows furrowed slightly as a message from the excursion a few days ago surfaced in his mind, because it was a wake-up call to a changed world. A massive excursion of domestic and foreign information. Useful, uncertain, obviously false, all over the eyes. I think I read this message. In the trial copy, the bully list for a certain length of time can be exchanged for props. I didn't care at the time. I was so happy to be able to get through it. But I still want to dominate the list? You're not awake, are you? It's very difficult to dominate the list. The top 10 were either S rank or SS rank, with very little difference in strength and potential. This is a time to compete for luck, such as descending on a place with suitable properties and a high concentration of monsters. Shinemo looks down at his feet. It seems that Self's place of descent is the legendary land of the Chosen. Thanks again for the trial key. Replace it with a bird-damaged desert or swamp, and there would be no trouble at all with serial evolution, because it doesn't deserve it. Organize what to do next. The first thing is definitely upgrading the mechs, which Grey Wolf is already doing. After determining the upgrade program, even if it pushes up all the materials, in the end, followed by sequential evolution, evolutionary copies, evolutionary direction. Ask the Grey Wolf what he thinks. It doesn't matter how. The conceptual level has a strong base. Evolutionary copies, evolutionary cores to be exact. I hope the bully list is somewhat useful. Otherwise JJ. Shinemo focused his attention on the points leaderboard. Points ranking. First place, Shinsha Empire. Shinemo. 26. 984 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation. August. 3. 400 points. Third place, Shinsha Empire. Xiao Yen. 3028 points. Fourth place, Sakura Empire. Kawashima Miracle. 2. 628 points. Self's points. Far ahead of the second place more than 20. 000 points. 0 or twice as much as the other side. Okay? It's pretty cool to watch. One man hangs the top 10, and can even arrogantly come up with the statement that there is not a single one who can fight. It's too inviting. Not in keeping with my obscenely developed character. How arrogant you are now. How much trouble you'll be in when you get out. Trash Abyss. Have to expose the leaderboard. Afraid that number 1 won't die fast enough? Especially one as disconnected as I am at the top of the list. I guess the only way to escape the unknown crisis is to keep going down the copy. Beyond that, there is another way to protect yourself. That is to make the exposed strength always lower than the real strength, and hide a hand. For example, get the evolution core, collect the evolution materials, and secretly get stronger. In the past, there was no precedent for evolving in a trial copy. As a rule, the probability is that the summoned beast at the top of the list will reach level 10, and go out and play the evolution copy. Self-evolves quietly, then level up like crazy. Use the most unlikely rank as the deepest hidden card. If one goes out and encounters an assassination by an enemy nation, one might let oneself escape due to an inadequate assessment of one's strength. The Divine Summer Empire belongs to an old power. The protection of genius is all-encompassing. I'm also just doing a worst-case scenario analysis. It's best if it doesn't happen. And when accidents happen, they don't happen without a fight. Furthermore, can get stronger in advance? Who wants to go out and make another copy? It's not like it's a Godkin disease. Sheen Moore looked to the center of the room. The face changed slightly. The Grey Wolf actually dazzled the Flaming Lamb. No wonder he took the Star Energy Dagger and ran out. Where was he in a hurry to study it? He was clearly looking for a chance to escape. No way. Had to take out the vigorously porked strips. Separate the fat from the lean. Fry the fat to get the sesame oil. Add the lean meat and sauté to get the flavor. The conditions were tough. There were no condiments such as soy sauce or peppercorns. And there was no rice. So let's make do with a meal. The night was late, and the light blue moonlight enveloped the land. Sheen Moore was condescending. Gaze into the silence of the unrelenting blackness of the night. Fantasies of the night shrouding the land. Monsters ravaging the land. And a tidal wave of aberrations sweeping through the land. Are not in the cards. The reality is that there is a silence. A silence so terrifying that you can even clearly hear the sound of your own breathing. Worry about things during the day. For example, passing a flying aberrant beast that killed an unsuspecting self didn't happen. Nothing. If not for the aberrant beasts that existed on the floor, Sheen Mo would have thought that he had mistakenly entered a ghost city. When you look at it that way, the aberrant beasts are still pretty good. At least they don't seem too lonely. A dead silence, though it was disquieting to the mind. But Sheen Mo wasn't looking for excitement for nothing. Deliberately creating a commotion. Lift your leg and walk out of the room. Walking towards the Grey Wolf who was buried in his research. The heart is full of emotion. The other Imperial Beast Masters either roll their own, or roll the summoned beasts. But the Grey Wolf is good. It does not need to be urged at all. It rolls up by itself. The determination to summon the Red Wolf to descend had never been higher. It's probably the fabled good guy. And to be fair, the good guy is so tired. Sheen Moore is a royal beast master. Still love goose summoned beasts. They roll their own. What do they need a bicycle for? Grey Wolf. It's been almost 2 days and 2 nights since you've slept. Take a break before you die suddenly. The probability of sudden death was extremely low. After all, it was supported by the super recovery talent. But the double torture, both physical and mental, was surely inevitable. It's fine. The results will be out soon. Grey Wolf waved his hand in mock indifference. It's just 2 thick dark circles under the eyes that make it look like a panda. However, the panda eyes did not affect the blazing heat in the depths of the eyes. Like a demented man who sees a beautiful woman, Grey Wolf uses stainless steel anti-static tweezers. Soak the Star Energy Dagger in several solutions in turn. Immediately following the placement of the conductive box next to it, turn on the power. Put on the goggles and start observing. Wearing a white coat and purple goggles, with a graphite pen in one hand and a tablet in the other, he frantically writes and draws to record test data. Boo! Black smoke from the conductive box. The current disappears. The test fails. Caught off guard, the Grey Wolf choked on a mouthful of black smoke and his fur seemed to blacken. Without much delay, Grey Wolf threw the scrapped conductive box, along with several solutions, into the corner. Extremely quickly, I switched to a new tool and continued to experiment. Only the process had obviously changed. Immediately out of the result is your liat. Sheen Mo reacted. How can be counted as a lie? Success is the result. Failure is not the result? I wonder how many times the Grey Wolf has failed. There was no telling how many more times the Grey Wolf would fail. But one thing's for sure. Grey Wolves didn't paddle, but went all out and exploded like crazy. Researching new materials. Research on new energy sources. Even if there is a reference template, is it simple to implement? Sheen Moore wasn't very clear about the development of Blue Star. Every industrial revolution in the original world was accompanied by the emergence of new energy sources. The first industrial revolution saw the widespread use of the steam engine. The second industrial revolution, the technological and electrical revolution. The third industrial revolution, digital manufacturing technologies, internet technologies. renewable new energy technologies. Without exception, the countries that ate the industrial dividend rose rapidly to power and dominance. From this you can see what's at stake. It is not one person or one region that is affected, but all the countries of the world. What the Grey Wolf is doing now, it's kind of an industrial revolution. A great mapping of civilization in the year 4202 of the interstellar calendar. The difficulty is beyond imagination. That's exactly why, with its concept level, current SSS level, qualifications, it still requires a lot of trial and error. If by some fluke it works, the rewards will be beyond imagination. Absorb the scientific research of an interstellar civilization based on existing end-of-life products, power armor, shuttle craft, space battleships, urban ecosystems, can all be manifested. Shinemo shook his head slightly. It's better to stop thinking nonsense and upgrade the mech first. The heart is always unsettled without an undercurrent of force. I'm going to take a nap first. I'll rest the first half of the night. You rest the second. And we'll take turns keeping watch. Don't get too tired. Forget it, when the trial is over. I will take you to wash and massage your feet. Shinemo finished walking back to his room. As a newcomer Imperial Beast Master, apart from taking on some of the talents of summoned beasts, he wasn't much better than an ordinary person. Even if the talents undertaken were infinite fighting and steel bones, they would likewise not be too much stronger, because there are attributes that limit strength. Sheen Moore, level 0, Abyssal coin 0, attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mental 1, physical 1, pet, Grey Wolf, talent, tenfold enlightenment, physical recovery, skill, mechanical proficiency, items, none. When the summoned beasts completed their sequence evolution and the Imperial Beast Master was promoted, the attributes would only change radically. At that time, all sorts of magical gifts will be manifested to inhuman effect. For example, steel and iron, no longer an adjective, but a real bang 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 feeling of metal striking an iron bar. Only yesterday he became a Royal Beast Master, and today he wants to be promoted to the first rank. Isn't that too inflated? For an A-rank genius in the conventional sense to be promoted to the first rank, at the very least, it would be several months later, less than 6 months, more than a year, and with any luck 3 months. The reason is fucked. It's just that it's not really hard to get to level 10. Not at all. The difficulty is in determining the direction of evolution. And the difficulty is in collecting upgrade materials, which requires going down the list again and again. The first time you make a copy, you don't pop the materials you need. Then you make a second and third copy. If accidentally karma in the copy. Sorry, karma is karma. Dust to dust. Survive the threshold of the first round of sequence evolution. Going forward until level 39. It will be easier. Or at least less stressful. Sheen Moore huffed and puffed. The Grey Wolf was still burying his head in the test. The entire Senate building was dead silent. The other newcomers to the ruins of aberration, the Imperial Beast Masters, having spent the day in hunger and thirst and mental strain, I was long exhausted. They didn't dare to sleep deeply, fearing that this sleep, karma was in the trial copy and didn't even know it. Trial copies can be withdrawn, not true, but also to take the initiative. Did not mention it, the death is in vain. Sleep for an hour, forcing self to wake up alert, then go back to sleep to regain your energy. Only the Imperial Beast Masters of the mechanical, plant, and undead beasts were more comfortable. The summoned beasts didn't need to rest, so they could get a good night's sleep. But in Dreamland, full of grilled golden pizzas, braised pork wrapped in soup, sweet and refreshing fruits, a newcomer who really solves the problem of eating, drinking, and living. It also has to be an A-ranked rising star, an S-ranked genius, and an SS-ranked heavenly pride. They lay on their not-so-soft beds, looking at the points leaderboard and falling into a long silence. How is it that the points from the top of the table are still out of reach when you've obviously worked so hard? Everyone's day is 24 hours long. As it turned out, the points at the top of the table were outrageous, being several or more than 10 times as big as theirs. It seems everyone has their own troubles. The second half of the night, the sound of excited and agitated laughter was heard. Sheen Moore made a carp and walked quickly towards the Grey Wolf's test bed. Ah, boss, I have good news for you. This king has succeeded. The principle is actually very simple. That is, several new atomic arrangement structures, and a new energy circuit structure. Oh yeah, and the upgrading of the mechs. Simple, easy, with hands. You're smoking, you know. Shinemo looked at the wisps of white smoke coming out of the Grey Wolf's head. CPU burnt out, or Yuan Shin out of body? The Grey Wolf's eyes were bloodshot and bulged high as if they would fall out at any moment. I'm really afraid that the super recovery talent won't be able to hold up under the ravages of the perseverance talent. This situation. How could Shinemo dare to let Grey Wolf continue transforming the mecha? 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, and still maintain a high intensity of brain power. Cattle and horses are not used like this. Why don't you catch up on your sleep first? Boss, you don't say. It's really a bit sleepy. Hoo. In the first half of the sentence, he was still pretending to be arrogant, and in the second half, the gray wolf directly lay down. The eyes even appear as cartoon versions of spirals. Shin-mo carried the gray wolf into the small hidden room, instructed the intelligent machine to guard it, and returned to the outside world. In theory, vigilance by aberration type I and aberration type 2 intelligent machines does not require additional consumption of manpower, but being in a dangerous copy, it's best not to let your guard down when you can. Shin-mo walked towards the silent mech. At 5 meters tall, it stood out in a crowd of intelligent machines. The driving energy source was no longer electricity, but the specialty of the ruins of aberration, the aberration crystal core. Enter the abdominal cockpit. The cabin automatically closes and tightens the bond to protect the driver. Zip. Zip la. Zip la la la. Catch the sheep too tight Mecha. Detected the supreme authority person. Good evening, Commander Shin-mo. The smart chip reports to you the template parameters, head modules, signaling systems, analytical systems, combat systems, normal, torso module, fire systems, air combat systems, balance systems, normal, left arm module, energy transfer system, aberration type I energy cannon, normal, right arm module, energy transfer system, telescopic high concussion ion sword, normal. I have to say that the Grey Wolf's scientific research is very worthy of recognition. The energy cannon mentioned in the afternoon was not only built, but also according to the left arm of the mech. Moreover, Grey Wolf had followed self-suggestion and came up with a battle system, the so-called combat system, with parameters collected from the aberration type 1 and aberration type 2 intelligent machines, was specifically designed to deal with the two types of aberration monsters. The flaws are obvious. If other kinds of aberrations appear, the combat system may not be as perfect as one might think. However, the potential of this system is endless as long as you keep up the good habit of collecting parameters. Shin-mo ordered. Intelligent chip, turn on the artificial driving mode. Talent, tenfold enlightenment. Skill, mechanical proficiency. The two curing enchantments, the self-piloting ability, far exceeded the analysis system and combat system that had just been built. Okay, Commander Shin-mo, have a nice drive. An icy mechanical voice sounded. Shin-mo didn't do anything too outrageous. It's just maneuvering a 5-meter-tall mech, practicing calligraphy, and improving micromanagement. In the light blue moonlight, the mech clutched a graphite pen far smaller than his little thumb and scribbled on the ground. My name is Shin. My name is Beast. The handwriting evolved from kindergarten level at the beginning to elementary school level, which is almost adequate. The night is fading. The not-so-bright dull yellow star, spilling its afterglow, looked as if it might strike at any moment. The metal door to the small room pushed open. The gray wolf, who had regained his essence, stomped along on his short legs. Boss, this king is back. I have a program for upgrading mechs. Upgrade the energy transfer system first to boost the power. Upgrade the outer defense system again and replace the materials. Grey Wolf put on his white coat and spoke freely about the upgrade program. Well, the shape follows this drawing, Shin-mo said as he controlled the machine arm and handed over the display. It wasn't that he didn't trust the Grey Wolf's hands. He simply didn't trust the wolf's aesthetics. Mecha design drawings, not only handsome, but also the main consideration of wind resistance, coordination and other factors. The shape composition, module composition, etc. will also be more in favor of your own driving habits. No problem. The Grey Wolf agreed in one breath. Isn't it just changing the shape? Even if the drawing shows a pile of poop, it can make the poop move. It doesn't matter what the mech looks like as long as it can move. It has little impact. If the material is enough, it is still necessary to build a second set of mechs. Shin-mo secretly said in his heart. Time rushes. It was afternoon in the blink of an eye. All of the time was spent remodeling the mech and not continuing to explore the floor. The points remain unchanged. Still at the top of the table. Almost 18,000 points ahead of the second place. Just when it was thought that nothing was happening, noisy footsteps, from the building from far away and close. Shin-mo and Grey Wolf looked at each other and quickly came to the conclusion that the aberrant beasts were attacking. Confusion surfaces in the mind. How did the aberrant beast, which had always remained quiet and even a bit naive, suddenly stir? Nope. Shin-mo quickly responded. You can't use inherent thinking to circle the behavior of aberrant monsters, because the two sides are different species. Just as self does not understand the behavior of dogs and cats, the odds are that dogs and cats will not understand human behavior. One thing is certain. In a few minutes, the aberration monster will come to this level. Boss, I'll destroy them, Grey Wolf continued. Instead of surrendering, the aberration monster dared to return fire on us. Not taking this great king seriously, said, Grey Wolf put on the transformed mech. With a group of Aberration Type I and Aberration Type II intelligent machines, they greeted the enemy with great vigor. Chin Mo did not object. It was an emergency warning program that one man and one wolf had worked out long ago. Eyes reflecting mech info. Sheep scratching Mecha 3. Level, 0. Quality, Epic, L. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve strength 15. Agility 15. Physique 15. Description, put on the Sheep Grabber 3 mech and you'll be the prettiest guy on the street. The original mech, with no introductory information, relied on intelligent analysis for its efficacy. After the transformation of liquid alloy, metal skeleton, and aberrant crystal core, it is considered to be recognized by the Abyss, and to an unprecedented level of epicness. L. The quality is far superior to the only two pieces of equipment, the aberration gloves and the star energy dagger, though it was only an epic grade in the 0 order, and the effect was certainly not as good as the fine and rare grades in the 1st order, but put it in the present, it's an invincible existence, and it would be even more obvious when comparing it to the same class of newbie Imperial Beastmasters. Beyond that, there is another feature that cannot be ignored. The mecha went from being a prop for the Grey Wolf to a prop for self. With a thought, Chin Mo could retrieve the mech to the item bar. This factor was also taken into consideration when the emergency warning program was developed. Items, Grabbing Sheep 3 mech, Aberration Gloves, Star Energy Dagger, Aberration Flesh and Blood X10, Corruption Tooth X3. Except for the bad name, there's nothing to spit on, especially the stacked attributes, the ruins of aberration all over the place. The rookie Imperial Beastmasters who ranked in the top 100. Looking at the points at the top of the list that hadn't moved for a long time, he couldn't help but let out a long breath in his heart. As for ranking hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of Imperial Beastmasters, not worried at all. Worried about having set trade use. There was a lot of talk. The top of the list is empty. If you don't rush now, when will you wait? No movement for almost 10 hours. The top of the list wouldn't have been hit hard enough to hide and heal, would it? Hee stupid divine Xia people. So what if their natural talent is good? They can't grasp it even when given the chance. With 15,000 points to go, August will be able to catch up with Chin more. Very good. God's Summer Xiaoyan, only 30 points away from August. How come no one mentioned it? Even if Chin Mo was weak, there are countless prides in the summer of my god. There will be a place in the top 3. Crap, the big guy at the top of the list is popping points again. Is he staring at the chat area? Waiting to punch us in the face? Cunning divine Xia people. False and subtle. Openly repairing the road. Secretly doing the work. It is really insidious to the extreme. Hazy blur of skyscrapers in the mist. A fierce group battle was erupting on the rooftop down to the 9th floor. Destroy them for this great king. Didn't go looking for them and actually dared to fight back? Grey Wolf sat smugly in his mech, commanding the intelligent machine directly in front of him. An evenly matched situation. Intelligent machines are significantly more capable of fighting alone than level 5, 6, or 7 aberrations, especially the excellent style of not backing down and being tough, plus the simple tactical coordination. Aberrations win on strength of numbers. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 5 whole flats of aberrations, all of them. They're equally intrepid, just a little brain dead, always charging headlong into the encirclement. A brand new smart machine scrapped. Ahead of aberrant monsters left behind material to die. It was just a blink of an eye, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Grey Wolf frowned. The number of intelligent machines that had been prepared to deal with just one tier of aberrations, now dealing with the whole 5 layers. It was more or less at a disadvantage, and the decadence was becoming apparent. Not a big problem though. The mechs that had completed their upgrades were here, ridiculously strong, and weren't afraid of these Type 1 and 2 aberrations at all. Grey Wolf raised his mech's left arm. The palm retracted inward, revealing a blackened hollow. Almost instantly, dark blue materialized energy began to converge from the muzzle of the cannon. The stench and the blazing and terrifyingly high temperatures that scorched the air suddenly stank even more. Boom! The dark blue energy cannon landed among the aberrant monsters, instantly clearing a large area and killing at least 10 of them miserably. Ha ha ha! Grey Wolf let out a loud laugh in excitement. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. Human beings honestly do not deceive this king. Just then, a dark shadow jumped in through the window and rushed towards the mech with great speed. The evil wind gusted and turned into a stump. The aberrant monsters and intelligent machines that stood in the way along the way folded over like a manhwa under a raging storm. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown attack detected. Do you dodge? Unknown attack detected. Do you dodge? Emergency program being initiated. Analysis system initiated. Combat system initiated. An abrupt mechanical tone. Along with flashing red warning lights, it plummeted sharply inside the mech. What? The smile remained on the Grey Wolf's face. Not reacting at all. Unknown attack. What unknown attack? Just these mongrels deserve it? Boom. The monster wrapped up its acceleration and slammed hard into the huge purple mech. Even if the smart ship made a move to retreat, raise his arm, and block, he was still knocked away. Airborne flying Grey Wolves. Finally getting a good look at the monster's ugly exterior. But wasn't it the 50th floor monsters that Gene Moore was worried about? Not much of a problem. One blast from the energy cannon and the problem is solved. Grey Wolf controlled the mech to raise his left arm, and dark blue energy began to coalesce. As the energy cannon blasted out, the accident happened. The monster actually dodged, and the movement was very flexible, as if it had been expected. Grey Wolf analyzed it instantly. Monsters are targeted dodging by the direction of the cannon's muzzle. What? What should we do? The mech's only weapons are the energy cannon, and the useless concussive ion sword. With the energy cannons disabled, the mechs were large targets that couldn't beat the nimble monsters. Oh yeah. This monster would also sneak attack. It was simply more cunning than a green grass lamb. Alarm! Alarm! Torso module damaged 10%. Is testing each system for function. Normal. 20% damage to left arm module. Aberration type I energy cannon wiring damaged. Rest normal. The analytical system is running, synthesizing the various attributes of the enemy, to come up with the following. Head-to-head battle. Expected to be defeated in 30 seconds. Machine destroyed wolf death. Turn and run. Expected to lose the battle in 60 seconds. Machine destroyed wolf. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Expected to lose the battle in 10 seconds. Machine destroyed wolf. Cold sweat fell from the Grey Wolf's forehead. I have to admit, it's pretty flustered right now, with the analysis system abandoned. Is there any hope of escape? No. This mech was the lifeblood of it and Sheen Mo. The lifeblood on which to clear, upgrade, and pop points. If the mech crashed, it would be questionable whether or not they could make it through the trial, not to mention dominating the top of the list. Think of the delicious mutton. Think of the wife who has lived a hard life. It does not want to give up on this. Here's the problem. 60 seconds at the longest and you have to destroy the plane and the wolf, with no hope of winning at all. Even though it has all the reluctance, it seems that it can only eat the evil fruit, leaving regrets in vain. Suddenly, a calm, serene male voice came over the comm system with a tone that carried no room for doubt. Grey Wolf, I will retrieve the mech and take over the battle. You find a chance to disengage and don't get hurt by it. Boss, the monster is very powerful. I'll draw it in, so you have to hold out until the trial is over. I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. The Grey Wolf was inwardly touched that Sheen Mo had actually faced an unbeatable monster head-on for its sake. After all these days of knowing, it could conclude that the monster was definitely over level 10, and was not something that one person and one wolf could defeat. Listen to the countdown coming from your headset. The Grey Wolf chose to comply because Sheen Moore had never let him down, and it was a bond that belonged to them. The control aberration type I and aberration type 2 intelligent machines surrounded towards the monster. On its own, it took control of the mech and ran wildly towards the building. Roar! The monster roared, blasting the pouncing intelligent machines one by one. The seemingly strong metal shell was as fragile as tofu in its meaty fist attack. Destroy all intelligent machines. It looked directly at the mech directly in front of it. It seemed very different from just now, giving it a strong and deadly threat. Sheen Moore has dominated the mech. The curtains of the eyes reflected the information of the monster, an ability that belonged uniquely to the Imperial Beastmaster. Stinger aberrations. Attribute, Beast. Level, 19. Qualification, Level D. Talent, none. Skills, Stabbing Iron Fist, Power Punch, Polygraphic Roar. Description, It's craving for your flesh and blood. Soft and sticky Q bouncing. It must be very cool to tear it. The names change and are no longer numbered like Type 1 and Type 2. It's also no longer an aberration beast, but an aberration, which sounds high-end. The level even came to level 19, against the words of the Imperial Beastmaster. The peak of the first rank, almost the second rank. Sheen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. With a flick of his right arm, he flicked out a dark blue ionized sword. Honestly, no one wants to go up against a level 19 Stormbringer aberration. Helplessness and no choice. Both so, simply go all out. Big deal is to quit to save your ass. Inside the dimly lit floor, mechanical parts littered the ground, mixed with the tattered flesh of aberrant monsters, nauseatingly dirty blood, corroded metal giving off the odd rusty stench. Zippy electric sparks illuminate the two distinct sides. Left, the purple mecha with a body size of 5 meters had beautiful lines and engraved arcane patterns. A dark blue ionized sword that shines on the head's electronic eye. Flashing streams of data inside. Countless analytical data, modeling data, and offensive strategies, flowing quickly, are being processed on overclock. No more fancy flying biplane on the back. Instead, it was changed to a more practical glide-powered wing that could not be flown but allowed for better balance control. At the very beginning, let Grey Wolf add the flight module. Shinmo's purpose is very simple. Can chase, can escape, can fight, the key is handsome, rushing to the sky like a savior. Then it turns out that pure and simple is retarded behavior. Both Self and Grey Wolf's perspective in their daily lives is the ground, and they are not used to the blue sky at all. One more key point. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve strength 15, agility 15, physique 15. The base attribute of the Self was only 1 point, while the mech was boosted by 15 points all around, which was equivalent to 15 times. In the face of a sudden surge in attributes, it is crucial to maintain stability, otherwise you are bound to suffer. Except for the flight module. Many of the modules of the mechs are designed with driving habits in mind. In order to better utilize their combat power, Shinmore looked to his right-hand position. There was a small space there dedicated to equipping the Aberration Gloves and the Astral Energy Dagger. Aberration Gloves boosts strength by 1, agility by 2. Star Energy Dagger boosts agility by 3. 3 pieces of equipment that together boost strength by 16, agility by 20, and constitution by 15. The agility attribute with the greatest amplitude is really afraid of a break and falling down a tall building. That would be funny. Left, led by the Stormy Spur Aberration. It is gray all over, with stout limbs and barbs across the joints. A sharp backbone that spreads from the neck position down to all parts of the spine. A pair of fists comparable to a head, covered in bone, with spikes even growing from the knuckles. It wasn't hard to imagine that such a pair of bone-spiked fists attacking would definitely leave behind dense holes and eyes. Left and right sides, arrayed on all fours. Ambling and swaying from side to side, the aberrant monsters appeared to be cranky as hell. Type 1 aberration monsters, hunched over and extremely fast, as if they were hyenas hunting in the grasslands. Type 2 aberrant monsters, lanky and gruesome, with fanged mouths constantly dripping saliva and corrupting corpses on the ground. The most prominent, when it is a violent spiny aberration, bloodthirsty, fierce, brutal, not a mindless reckless man, giving off a very cunning vibe. Hiss, the Grey Wolf, who poked his head out of the entrance of the building, couldn't help but suck in his breath as he watched the lineups of both sides. The number of aberrations, including the storm spike aberrations, was probably close to 30. The procession was huge and powerful. The mech on the other side, which was the largest in the field, gave it the feeling of being alone and weak. And it's true, the Stormbringer aberration alone is unbeatable. Not to mention all the flag-waving minions. This wave, it and Shinmore planted. No longer seeking to continue to dominate the top of the charts. Just settle down and get through the trials. If it couldn't pass the trial and Shinmo lost his qualification as a Royal Beast Master, it wouldn't end up any better. Roar! The Stormbringer aberration pounded the ground with both fists, leaving haunting skull eyes and a low growl. The aberrations seemed like wolves that had been unsealed, and the tide rushed towards the mech, and the fishy wind rolled. Kill! Shinmo shouted softly in a low voice as the mech transformed into purple lightning and rushed into the aberration frenzy. There was no hitching a ride on the Type 1 aberration monster, trying desperately to avoid the Type 2 aberration monster. The target was clearly the Stormbringer aberration. Mech energy is limited and cannot be wasted on stragglers. You must face the mini-boss head-on. Moreover, leaving the boss unattended was always unsettling, with the illusion that he was about to be cunt. It can't be an illusion, but the uneasiness comes from the aberration's skill fusion roar, which may target the spirit. When he put on the mech, all his attributes soared. Except for his spirit, which was still 1 point, so he was very easy to be targeted. The highly concussive ion sword flashed quickly. The angle was extremely tricky to stab into a Type 2 aberration monster that was poised to strike. The high-frequency vibrating lightsaber displayed incredible sharpness, penetrating the aberration monster's head from the left jaw. A zippy sound followed. The head broke open into a fist-sized cavity, empty inside, already vaporized by the heat. Reminder, energy consumption 1%. Commander Shinmore, please cherish energy and save power. The ion sword that is normally displayed, and the ion sword that kills the enemy, both consume very different amounts of energy. The former pot burns air, the latter requires piercing through the flesh, skull, and brain flower of the aberrant monster. Shinmo directly ignored it. The smart chip prompts for power conservation. The ionic lightsaber is powered by the aberration crystals, and the two are unrelated. Less than 3 seconds. The mech casts a large shadow over the hideous, ghastly Stormbringer aberration. Along the way, apart from getting an ungrateful Type 2 aberration monster killed, It was almost a straight-up reckless approach. Roar! The storm spike aberration was furious, and the bone spikes in its fists sprang up as if it was raining. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a military spike, the tip flashing cold. Skill, striking iron fist, activated. The mecha's left arm made an interception, only to hear a loud rumbling sound, and the metal bone-forged arm appeared with fine cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. Just then, the mech god forbid flanked, driving the storm stinger aberration staggering into its abdomen. As if a pair of boyfriend and girlfriend had agreed to a high five, the boy suddenly pulled back, and the girl could only physically lose her balance and slam her petite body into the boy's hard chest. The girls inadvertently fell into the wind. Naturally, was ravaged by the boys and took advantage of the wave of advantages. Sheen Moore thought the same thing, holding his sister in his arms to kill, the right arm raised, and the highly concussive ionized lightsaber stabbed towards the aberration's head. The original dark blue luster seemed to be unusually brilliant due to the high frequency drive. A deep blue halo of light shone on the slightly stunned, ugly face of the Stormbringer aberration, and it was clear that it was confused. Ho! The Stormbringer aberration bellowed angrily, its head overflowing with bone that quickly condensed into a full square, three-dimensional helmet. Only a pair of teasing eyes remained to look at the near mech. Its right fist was raised equally high, not to block the attack, but to fight its way into the mech. Just survive a wave of attacks. It then rips through the iron shell and tears up the little things inside. Zira! The ionized lightsabers, after colliding with the aberrant skull, actually cancelled each other out? The lightsaber was disappearing and the skull was getting a little weaker. Hint, energy depletion 1%. Hint, energy depletion 1%. Commander Sheen Moore, please cherish energy and save electricity. Hint, 10% energy remaining. Not for a moment. The lightsaber disappeared and the skull was burned with an egg-sized hole. The flesh and blood inside charred, but it was intact. The thorned aberration showed its hideous, barb-covered right fist and slammed it towards the mech's chest. Stormbringer Iron Fist, unleashed. Suddenly, the fist fell feebly, as quickly as the brutality in its eyes dimmed. Just see the brain of the storm spike aberration. Deeply inserted was a starry dagger, which was clearly the star energy dagger. Looking at the Stormbringer aberration that slipped helplessly in his arms, Sheen Mo sighed in his heart. Fortunately, yesterday, he practiced writing with his mech and raised his level to elementary school level. Otherwise he might not have stabbed it. It's an egg-sized break to humans, but it's also the equivalent of a larval fly to a mech. Not so easy to hit with precision. It was too late to retrieve the star energy dagger. The mech re-emerged with its ionic lightsaber, its color countless times dimmer, as if it would go out at any moment, transforming into purple thunder. He rushed into the tidal wave of aberration frenzy, wreaking havoc crazily and leaving behind a corpse. Alert! Kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert! Kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert! Your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, has leveled up to level 9. Kill Type 1 aberrant beast. Get props, liquid alloy. Kill the Type 2 aberration beast and get a prop, metal skeleton. Sheen Mo's entire body went numb. Who exactly is the Imperial who kills the monsters and summons the beasts to level up? It's also all the fucked up settings that make them Imperial Beastmasters instead of the various professional titles such as Necromancer, Purple Heavenly Master, Imperial Sword Clay, and so on. Less than a minute. Type 1 aberrant beasts and Type 2 aberrant beasts present. All dead. There was only one peaceful purple mech on the empty kilometer level. It was upright and curvy, like the most perfect killing machine. At their feet were the cluttered bodies of aberrant monsters, as if they were wailing silently. Gulp! The Grey Wolf swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes incredulously hard, trying to reopen them. Open your eyes. Reflecting the gorgeous mechs. It looks like the monstrous corpses of Thule. This can't be fake? As the chief fabricator of the mech, it knew the parameters of the mech very well, and by all accounts, it definitely couldn't beat the Stinger aberration, because mechs can't hit flexible aberrations, and even if they do, they may not break defense. And the attacks of the Stormbringer aberration could easily tear through the mech's seemingly sturdy exoskeleton. The result is a 2-level reversal. The mech engaged the Stormbringer aberration in less than 10 seconds and managed to take the first kill. Mind flashes vaguely to smart chip analysis. Head-to-head battle. Expected to lose the battle in 30 seconds. Machine destroyed Wolf Death. Turn and flee. Expected 60 seconds defeat. Machine destroyed Wolf Death. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Expected to lose the battle in 10 seconds. Machine destroyed Wolf. The sandiest option in there is to get on your knees and expect to lose the battle in 10 seconds. The real situation was diametrically opposed, and the Stormbringer aberration, which was the dominant party, didn't last more than 10 seconds. If the smart chip had a brain, I'm afraid it would also be buzzing. And predictably, the smart ship at this moment, the program was definitely disordered. Old boss, come on, tell me it's true. The Grey Wolf walked towards the mech and exclaimed in excitement that the boss was just too powerful. I thought it was going to be cold, but I didn't expect the boss to step up and carry the whole game. But it took 3 minutes to solve the battle. Those bullish and boisterous aberrant monsters and aberrations all turned into cold corpses, no longer able to be arrogant, cleaning up the battlefield, and recharging the mechs. The cabin opened, and Sheen Moore jumped out of the cockpit, casually ordering as he schlepped up the stairs. I haven't looked at the rewards for killing the Stormbringer aberrations yet. Kill Stormbringer aberration. Your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, leveled up to 10. Kill Stinger aberration. Get prop, Stinger gloves. Kill Stormbringer aberration. Get props, Aberration Crystal Core, first level. Alert, Stormspike aberration is level 19. Breaking the record of highest level killed in the trial. Hint, break the record of the highest level kill in the trial. Reward trial exchange opportunity ×1. Stabbing gloves, rank, first, quality, fine grade. Effects, hand equipment. Improve strength 10. Agility 10. Description, a small fist hammers the chest. A punch with 5 holes. A punch without a squeak. Aberration nucleus. Level, first order. Quality, fine grade. Effect, containing a mixture of bioenergy, astral energy and other energies. Can synthesize equipment. Description, you kill a quietly endeavoring aberration. You are discerning. Let's look at the equipment first. First order fine grade storm spike gloves provide a combined total of 2 by 10 attribute points. Zero order rare grade star energy daggers provide a combined total of 3 by 1 attribute points. Common, fine, rare, epic, legendary. Rare grades are of higher quality than fine grades, and there is no way to help the equivalence gap. Far worse, aberration crystal cores, as opposed to previous cores, are obtained by killing a Stormbringer aberration as a first-order crystal core. Popping 2 props in one hit is very nice. Sheen Mo lowered his eyes. Continue tour information. Trial redemption opportunity. Rank, 0. Quality, legendary. Effects, can be exchanged for all types of zero-order props below legendary quality. Description, you broke the record. You're a big shot. Go home and check your ancestors' graves for smoke. Trial exchange opportunities. Exclusive props for trial copies, all of which are of legendary quality. It is also the legendary level prop that all the Imperial Beast Masters in the ancient and modern times have touched the most, although the grade is not high, because the vast majority of copies, there is no legendary level props, and then the inner volume is useless. Bully Points Leaderboard. It's all about redemption opportunities. The top 10 in each points ranking, with a total of over 50,000 points, are automatically awarded. 2 conditions need to be met. A competition requirement and a points requirement. According to past experience, no more than a handful of people have actually obtained the trial exchange opportunity. Didn't think so. Self was actually on the 3rd day, obtaining the unattainable trial redemption opportunity for the onlookers, although the level of this trial exchange opportunity is 0. Instead of the first order trial redemption opportunity at the end of the points inventory, 0 order can be exchanged for 0 order props of all categories below legendary quality. First order can be exchanged for first order props of all categories up to legendary quality. The Grey Wolf's coveted summoning expansion voucher. The starting point is the first order, which does not meet the redemption requirements. Huge loss, blood loss, profound loss. Sheen Mo thought about the level of the Stormbringer aberration, and it was clearly level 19. Though I don't know what the previous record was, it couldn't have been level 18. It was probably just 12 or 13, terrific 15 or 16. Epic mechs come from concept level Grey Wolves, and not just anyone has access to them. In other words, find level 11, 12, 13, 18 aberrations, kill them along the way, and mattress the wool a few times. Now it's a good thing that you start at level 19, blocking the path of the wool mattress. Sheen Mo felt like he had lost a few $100 million. A full category redemption for redemption opportunities can be worth a lot more than a few $100 million. If you still want a mattress, you can only kill level 20 aberrations, at which time, it is expected that you will get a chance to redeem the first rank, and the equal rank is the kind of final point settlement. It's useless to think too much. A rollover would be hilarious. Redemption. Evolution Core. Hint, Trial Exchange Opportunity 1. Hint, Acquired Evolutionary Core, automatically bound. Evolutionary Core. Rank, 0. Quality, none. Effect, used for sequence evolution to obtain a brand new summoned beast. Description, the atoms are roaring. The protons are boiling. Are you ready? There is no haze. There are no golden lilies all over the place. It was just an extra flat, milky white halo on the item bar, and its name was Evolution Core. Needs to go through an evolutionary copy. It is only the evolutionary core that can be obtained. Just appearing out of nowhere? A strong sense of unreality welled up in Chinmo's heart, and he was still chanting about it yesterday. But today he has it. Could it be that if you don't forget it, it will come back to you? A slight shake of the head. Such an opportunity was given to other newbie Imperial Beast Masters, and all they would get was a fiasco. A level 19 Stormbringer aberration. Even a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master might not be able to curry favor. The reason for choosing an evolutionary core is simple. I also want redemption opportunities. Of the first order. This once-in-a-lifetime wool-gathering opportunity is probably only once in this life. Trial copies are once in a lifetime and have only appeared twice in history, except for the newcomer trial. The entry conditions are very harsh and there is also a time limit, which automatically disappears when it is out of date. There are two conditions that need to be met in order to sequence evolution. 1. Evolutionary copies. 2. Evolutionary direction. Condition 1, which is mainly about getting the evolution core, has already been reached and doesn't need to be bothered with. As for the condition 2, has not yet been mentioned to the Grey Wolf. The broken thing is left to it to deal with itself. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye it was nightfall again, and fortunately no moths appeared. Did two main things today. Upgraded the mech and killed the Stormbringer aberration. The haul wasn't much, just 20,000 points over second place, which is a bit of a crotch pull. The surface automatically burns flames on the blazing charcoal. An iron pot with bubbles coming out of it was set up. Flaming lamb, powerful pork, and blue electric blood crocodile. 3 kinds of meat, all in one pot. The strong aroma of meat spread through the room, drifting out a good distance along the windows and eventually dying with the wind. Grey Wolf. That's all there is to say about sequential evolution. What do you have to say? The firelight illuminated Chinmo's dark and bright face, whispering all the information he knew. He silently stirred the iron skillet and was ready to start soon. Grey Wolf was confused. Evolution gives it the feeling that it's kind of like remodeling itself, and the key is inexperience. Inside, though, it was clear that evolution could not be delayed. Evolution is what allows the Imperial Beastmaster to advance to the first rank, to kill level 20 aberrant monsters, to get a chance to redeem for the first rank, and to get the summoning expansion coupon securely. It's only then that you can summon your wife to enjoy the blessings. The Grey Wolf looked down at the floor beneath his feet, his brow furrowed with concentration. At the very beginning of the probe, it was only to the 50th floor, the floor with the Stormbringer aberration. No further probing was done, partly because it was not necessary and partly because of the lack of signal. So, there is no danger down there. Danger is overrated. No one knows. Only by completing the evolution as soon as possible would he have the power to defend himself or leave this tall building. Here's the problem. It's better to be inexperienced and give it a general direction of reference than to be like a fly on the wall. Boss, do you have any suggestions? Grey Wolf looked up at Chinmo. Chinmo gave it a strange feeling, as if it trusted it very much and thought that it would definitely be able to figure out the direction of evolution. It doesn't have that much confidence in itself. I'll give you a few reference directions to work on tonight. Maybe you haven't realized it yourself. You have a body that accommodates very well. Or to put it bluntly, you can adapt to all powers. Just like your conceptual level of qualification. Chinmo stirred the soup with one hand, turning the tasty pieces of meat. The other hand opened and reached out in front of Grey Wolf's eyes, then said, first of all, the superpowered form, with powerful thoughts and the ability to move mountains with the movement of his mouth. Secondly, the thunder form, bearing the thunder talisman, is lightning and fast when it raises its hand. Then, full mechanical form, blood and flesh, bitter weakness, mechanical ascension, pretty much the same thing. And then, the skyhorse form, which you understand to be the Lord of the Sky is fine, was born with a natural mastery of energy waves. Lastly, the genius form, as the name suggests, your scientific abilities will be enhanced with unlimited potential. Personally, I think, you can get an undead form if you like undead. If you like plants, you can get a plant wolf form. It's just that your wife suffers more. Chinmo said as he fished out strips of blue lightning blood crocodile meat. Using a star-powered dagger, he sliced it to the size of homemade braised pork and eased it into his mouth. Chewy, with a slight electric current that comes with the crocodile meat. It will also give the mouth a tingly, marvelous texture. Grey Wolf, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The boss said 5 forms, and it believes that the 5 forms mentioned above are all well thought out by the boss, even if the boss at the moment looked immodest. Thinking about it, I know it's not possible. How could the old man, who was mostly dependable, joke about such a big deal? All 5 forms are strong. It depends on which one it chooses. the mind actually has the answer. Genius form. In the other 4 forms, the gravity focuses on fighting, which it is not good at. The mind recalls the passing of the green pastures. It invented many powerful weapons, mechanical side, biological side, superhuman side and so on. And the result? Not to mention catching the lamb. Not even much wool. Grey Wolf remembered the events of the afternoon, namely the encounter with the storm spike aberration. If it has the boss's talent for fighting, the talent of being in a vulnerable position and still being able to calmly kill the enemy in seconds, who wouldn't want to transform into a superwolf when brainlessly choosing the evolutionary direction of the combat type? But the lessons of its failures in previous years reminded it that it should not fight if it could, lest it be left hanging. One more key point. The boss deliberately put genius form at the end. I guess there is also a reminder. The Grey Wolf secretly clenched its fists, and it felt that it had prejudged Shinmo's prediction. Boss, where's the evolution core? I'm going to evolve. Need to prepare any ingredients? Shinmo swallowed the hot piece of meat in his mouth. No need. With this great king's concept level qualifications, what material is worthy of me? Chatting well. How to suddenly load up. Shinmo's heart is speechless. A breakdown of the several forms of the Grey Wolf. Black detective form. You need the ruling bracelet. For superpower forms, you need to increase your IQ. Thunderbolt form. You need to absorb the energy of the Black Marshal. Fully mechanized form. You need to save your teammates' faith. And faith shouldn't count as material. Forget it. The Grey Wolf is just pretending. The wolf hardship is not demolished. Or do not demolish each other. Casually take out the evolutionary core. A billiard ball-sized halo of light. Shinmo gently placed it in the Grey Wolf's hand, only to see the evolutionary core actually melting into the Grey Wolf's body? No more? How can it be gone? That was an upgrade prop that had been exchanged by killing a level 19 Stormbringer aberration and utilizing the exchange opportunity. Not this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Self and Grey Wolf still need to make copies and complete quests to get them. How come it's suddenly gone? A flash of insight came to mind. Shinmo looked at the Grey Wolf as well as his own attribute panel. Grey Wolf. Attribute, Beast. Level, 11. Qualification, Conceptual, current SSSS level. Talents, Scientific research against all odds. Perseverance, Super recovery. Genius form. Skills, Unlimited manufacturing. Equipment forging. Loyalty, 95%. Genius form. Level, First Order. Category, Summon Beast Talent, Restricted qualifications. Effects, 1. Master of Sequential Evolution Theory, 2. Exclusive props Weather Tesseracts. Description, Evolution? It's not just a matter of having hands, planning evolutionary routes on the spot. Please call me a master of theory. Equipment forging. Rank, First. Category, Summon Beast Skills, Restricted qualifications. Effects, with Gnosis Reversal and Unlimited manufacturing, it can forge first-order equipment. Description, do it yourself. Eat well, watch me build. Sheen more focused on the newly appeared talents and skills. First, there's the talent. Combine 2 effects. The first effect is Master Theory, and the description can be seen to be specific to planning evolutionary direction. The biggest difference between this and Research Against the Clock is, the former specializes and majors in the field of evolution, while the latter is extremely universal and will do but not specialize. If there were other kinds of summoned beasts in the future, especially when they needed to evolve, the genius form of Grey Wolf could be of great help. After all, not all summoned beasts had such an unbelievable IQ as Grey Wolf. Under normal circumstances, the intelligence of summoned beasts is generally inferior to that of the Imperial Beastmaster. With reference to the undead, plant, weapon, and elemental classes for details, elementals are a bit more intelligent. Although they have no brains, at least they listen and are basically not one-dimensional. Shinmo's eyes narrowed slightly. In this era of national imperial beasts, evolution is closely related to summoned beasts. A bad evolution is a waste of material, not to mention a self-defeating one. Here's the problem. How do you know if the evolution is going in the right direction when neither the Imperial Beastmaster nor the summoned beasts know what the effects of the evolution will be? Open the blind box like. The Divine Summer Empire's Imperial Beast Bureau had a special evolutionary counseling department within it, seated with evolutionary counselors. There are also many national and international evolutionary consultants, mostly specializing in a certain field, such as the undead category. The Imperial Beastmaster consults with these people and not only pays a hefty fee, but also exposes various data panels. End of counseling. Counselors say this, evolutionary results. No responsibility. It's not a sneer. People promise to give it their all at best. If the direction of evolution is wrong, the bitter fruit will be swallowed by the Imperial Beastmaster himself. Throughout history and modern times, Many of the pride of heaven have fallen from the clouds and died out because of evolutionary errors. To put it simply, each evolution is no less than a big gamble that puts down your family and your future. Exactly. Resulting in two outcomes. First, the reliable evolutionary counselor, the kind that is sought after by millions and ignores nationality. Secondly, people prefer big hit summoners over rare ones, because the evolutionary direction has a lot of reference items. Genius form of Grey Wolf with sequential evolution specialization. This way, I don't have to pay a counselor or expose data templates. The bottom line is that personally, I don't find counselors as reliable as Grey Wolves. Concept level talent doesn't go for brainless belief. Choose to trust counselors on the internet. If they are really so reliable, why aren't they strong people who have sealed their king and emperor? There are many situations where there is no way out, and it's better to have someone to consult with than a brainless mang. Sheen Mo looked towards the second effect of the talent, the exclusive prop Weather Tesseract. Weather Cube, 0/1 Wind Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Rain Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Thunder Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Fire Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Electricity Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Sun Elemental Fragment. Trash exclusive props actually have to synthesize on their own. What's the point of having you? The 6 elemental fragments of wind, rain, thunder, fire, electricity, and sun. The minimum you need to go through if you play a copy is 6 copies. And when you get out, look at the exchange and see if there's a PY trade possible. The only redeeming feature, whether magic doesn't require synthesis drawings. Sheen Mo's eyes look towards the newly added skill equipment forging. The biggest advantage of this skill is that it does not require synthesis drawings, and the necessary materials cannot be missing. In contrast, looks like the exclusive props are even more wasted. Not true. For equipment forging, you need a reference template, which means a finished product first. Exclusive to the genius form, whether magic is obviously not needed. Just collect the materials. Boss, take a look at me. Has this great king become more handsome? Aha ga 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 ga. Grey Wolf a hat with yellow patches. Stepped hard on the foot, grabbing the top of the head. A handful of newly grown gray hairs actually have a few points of floating feeling. Its body, young to the naked eye, seemed to return to the lads of youth. The missing part of the left ear, a scar on the face, all disappeared. The whole wolf is permeated with the vigor of youth. No longer the original middle-aged grease. Get strong, become handsome, get younger. That's the beauty of sequential evolution, an all-encompassing transformation from the inside out. Sheen Moore raised his eyebrows. I don't know if it's handsome, I can't appreciate it, but it's smoother than before it evolved. Sheen Moore. Rank, first, Abyssal coin, 0, attributes, strength 10, agility 10, spirit 20, physique 10, summoned animal, Grey Wolf, talents, 100-fold enlightenment, ultimate recovery, overclocked form, skill, mechanical proficiency, item, first order equipment, striking fist gloves, 0 order props, aberration crystal core, 0 order equipment, catch sheep 3 mech, aberration gloves, star energy dagger, 0 order props, liquid alloy times 20, metal bone times 10, aberrant crystal core times 5, aberrant flesh and blood times 10, teeth of corruption times 1, strips of vigorous port times 2, strips of blue electric blood crocodile times 3, black crown hen's egg times 2, strips of flaming mutton times 3, strips of deep sea rock turtle times 8, mineral rich mineral water 5L, thorny timber times 5, blazing charcoal times 5, highhorn wool times 8. 0 order props are ridiculously plentiful, and a billion dimes is just not enough. What about 0 order props? What about 0 order gear? What about first order gear and props if you're too concerned about 0 order props? Attribute aspects. By strength 1, agility 1, mental 1, and physical 1, it becomes strength 10, agility 10, spirit 20, and constitution 10. The magnitude of the increase in the attributes of the Imperial Beastmaster is largely limited by the summoned beasts. For example, if the summoned beast is an adamantine bear, the main attack on constitution will increase constitution more. For example, if the summoned beast is a Herculean pig, which majors in strength, the increase in strength will be more. The very obvious situation is that the Grey Wolf majors on the spirit. After all, it is the brain that feeds on the brain. Spirit skyrocketed from 1 point to 20 points. It is basically the limit of the first order of spirituality, and further, it belongs to the category of the second order. This also shows the awesomeness of the Grey Wolf concept level talent. If you replace the Grey Wolf with a concept level combat class summoner, such as the Tyrant Tyrannosaurus Rex, a triple defense summoner with strength plus agility plus corporeal, the attributes at this moment should be 20 strength, 20 agility, 10 spirit, and 20 constitution. Unarmed combat against an afternoon Stormbringer aberration. No less. Can't say who's good or bad, because the current Grey Wolf is considered a support class summoned beast, and the focus is no longer on combat, but logistical support. Incredible, unimaginable logistical aids such as sequence evolution. There are 3 main categories: combat, support, and life, with countless subdivisions. Sheen Moore had a bold guess. Wouldn't the stacked attributes be even more explosive if there were enough summoned beasts? The supposed weakness of the Imperial Beastmaster to the summoned beast is not insurmountable, and there is a big loophole. Talent-wise, 10 times enlightenment becomes 100 times enlightenment. Physical recovery becomes extreme recovery. Add an extra talent. Overclocked form, kind of a counterpoint to Grey Wolf genius form. Sheen Moore looked at the latest addition to his talents. Overclocked form. Rank, first. Category, gift of the Beastmaster. Effects, attributes doubled within 30 minutes. Attributes weakened by 50% at the end of the period. 7 days to recover. Description, one little lady in 3 minutes. I'm going to hit 10. Not even one more. There's actually a cooldown period? Not so good. Turn on the skill and transform into a fierce man, end the skill and shrivel up on the spot. The information of the mech surfaced in Sheen Moore's mind. Sheepscratcher 3 mech, damaged. Level, 0. Quality, epic. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve strength 15. Agility 15. Physique 15. Description, put on the Sheepgrabber 3 mech and you'll be the prettiest guy on the street. With 19 points of mental attributes, he was already able to fully harness the mech, as if it were nothing more than a handful. And then when he meets the Stormbringer aberration, he can play his opponent like a monkey. And that's not even counting the other props. If you add the Storm Stinger gloves, it's bound to be an abusive. No. Sheen Moore finally reacted. Self is a noble Imperial Beastmaster. An Imperial Beastmaster who needs to keep himself safe during combat. Since when did it actually turn into a rash rush of recklessness? One should know that even a 7th rank sealed king powerhouse commanded summoned beasts to fight, and at most kept a few teleportation props for escaping in emergencies. Rolling up their sleeves mang. What kind of Imperial Beastmasters are they? Imperial AD. Sheen Moore looked at the Grey Wolves who were in various buttoned up shapes and all sorts of stinky looks, because self-summoned beasts, which belonged to the auxiliary category, weren't good at fighting, and because of the auxiliary ability is too strong, always can make awesome props. Self only have the bottom of the mang. Can't continue to be wrong. How could there be a reason for an Imperial Beastmaster to charge and a summoned beast to watch the show? Must get a battle-type summoned beast to act as a combat unit. Sheen Moore looked at Grey Wolf with a slight grudge. As a first-order Imperial Beastmaster, I actually hadn't commanded a summoned beast in battle. A great pity. Matchmaking athletics in movies, TV, and short videos. With his hands in his pockets, the Imperial Beastmaster settled lightly behind the curtain and gave orders lightly. The summoned beasts either dodged, attacked, or birthed energy around them, ready to unleash their big moves. Now that's a normal Imperial Beast relationship. The video of Self's battle against the Storm Spike aberration would probably become the laughingstock of the Imperial Beast's world if it could be spread out. It looked pretty cool, but it was actually very risky. Sheen Mo shook his head slightly and organized his subsequent planning. First thing is still to clean up the aberrant beasts. Whether it's upgrading, collecting materials, or continuing to dominate the list, you need to clean up the aberrant beasts. Next is a first-order prop. The summoning expansion ticket. A minimum of 2 is required. The Grey Wolves need 1 to summon the Red Wolves. A deal we made ahead of time. I need 1 for myself. A battle-type summoner. And it's gotten to the point where it's a must. Increase the number of battle-class summoned beasts. There are 2 main benefits. Stacking one's own attributes increases the probability of saving one's life in unexpected situations. After all, it's flesh and blood. Used as the main combat unit, the various attributes of the battle-class summoned beasts are at the explosive level. Here's the problem. The summoning expansion coupon was very precious, and placing it in the trading area would definitely cause a sensation among all the people. A normal state Imperial Beastmaster can only have 3 summoned beasts. 1 at the time of awakening, 1 at the time of promotion to the 4th order, and 1 at the time of promotion to the 7th order. 7th ranked Imperial Beastmasters, also recognized as the world's strongest sealed king, had a watershed effect. Currently, the one copy that steadily produces summoning expansion vouchers is the trial copy. Trial copies are scarce, and summoning expansion vouchers are even scarcer, pulling the difficulty straight up. For others, 2 summoning expansion tickets belong to an impossible task. But I'm different. Stay at the top of the points leaderboard and lock in a summoning expansion ticket early. As for the second summoning expansion coupon, Sheen Moore planned to kill a level 20 aberrant beast/aberrant. break the record for the highest kills in the rookie trial and get an extra chance to redeem. Not true. Level 20 against the limit category of a first order Imperial Beastmaster can only get a 0 order redemption. It may be that the trial redemption opportunity is too precious for the reason that it needs to be killed over the level. Slaying a level 21 aberrant beast/aberration would be outrageous for a normal newbie rookie to cross 2 whole major levels. Not for lack of opportunity. Just need to look. Chain MO through the mech plus a bunch of props. All of them to Grey Wolf. Grab a dry meal and then upgrade the mech. There's a small request to raise it from 0 rank to 1. Although the Grey Wolf is not a combat type summon beast, the auxiliary ability pulls full weight and is trustworthy. Overclocked form plus epic first order mech may not be unable to find an opportunity to hunt down a level 21 aberration. Chain MO swore in his heart. At best, at most, one more time. In the future, I will definitely not be rash and reckless. And I will be the elegant Imperial Beastmaster Lord. Ahahaha. No problem. Leave it to this great king. Grey Wolf excitedly returned. A windfall. It drove the mech, carried the materials, and began to stay up all night exploding its liver. Great Destiny Working Wolf, Little Prince of Explosive Liver, King of Inside Scrolls, Tai Wolf, is officially online. Day 2. About the time of the morning rush hour, Chain MO leisurely opened his eyes, reflecting the grey and withered ceiling. Last night was an attempt to rotate the night watch, but it was hopelessly denied by the hyperactive Grey Wolf, dropping his eyes to look at Abyssal stripes. I can't believe there's a prompt message. Hint, occupying the top of the points list for 3 days, 72 hours. Achieving the achievement of dominating the list. Hint, achievement of dominating the list. Rewarding trial exchange opportunity times 1. Trial redemption opportunity. Level, 0. Quality, legendary. Effects, can be exchanged for all types of 0 order props below legendary quality. Description, unlock the 3 days of domination achievement. Who else? There's no one who can fight. Is this a surprise? Chain MO's original plan was to pin his hopes for sequence upgrades on the hegemony list. The only thing that wasn't expected was the unexpected arrival of the level 19 Storm Spike aberration. Even less expected was the chance to redeem it by killing the Stormbringer aberration. No wonder there is a saying circulating on the internet. A copy of the newbie trial is both a brutal purgatory and a newbie benefit. For newbie Imperial Beastmasters who summon beasts are rank F, E, D, or C, it is indeed purgatory, with a less than 33% probability of passing. If one was unlucky, even an A or B ranked genius could easily be eliminated from the game. The only way to get through a newcomer trial copy steadily was to have an S-class genius who could say it 10 times out of 10. The real trial copy, as a newbie welfare, must also be SS class pride. Chain Moore examined himself. SS class pride? Sorry, you guys need to practice some more. Having the strength to crush many newcomers will naturally lead to the gift of the Abyss. I just wonder if this gift was already marked up in the dark. There's no urgent need to redeem it at the moment, so keep it for now. The Ruins of Aberration, the mother city of origins, directly to the south. Its name is Tenmaku Swamp. Gray sunlight fell on the straight, tall arborvitae forest. They are rooted in dark green mud puddles that look solid, but only have fallen leaves and broken branches floating in them. A small house built of vines exists in midair, green and purple vines, intertwined in the 4 neighboring trees. The premises, although ugly, living enough. Another great day of fighting and upgrading. The sweet-looking young girl stretched comfortably, displaying her tantalizingly delicate curves. A good day starts with looking at the scoreboard. His top of the list, this livestock, points how to more again. Sneaky inner volume? Points ranking. First place, Shinsha Empire, Chain MO, 34, 984 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, August, 14, 300 points. Third place, Shinsha Empire, Xiao Yen, 13,028 points. Fourth place, Sakura Empire, Kawashima Miracle, 12, 628 points. Ninth place, Shinsha Empire, Xiao Yuer, 10, 086 points. The young girl craned her head to look behind her, at a long-legged peer with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Lin Yuqing, you said that Chain MO was your classmate. Could he be the top of the list? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just the same name. Lin Yuqing vehemently denied it. She was the awakened genius of Sky Blue City's 9th high school and the recognized school flower, possessing an A-ranked summoning beast, green and purple vine. His score was second only to the S-ranked Zhang Yang. Descend upon the treacherous and secretive swamp of Sky Twilight. It's a good thing that the location is on the periphery of the swamp. If it were the center, I'm afraid it would be an opening elimination. Even so, she was living a close life, because one never knew what level of aberrant beasts existed beneath the swamp and whether they would attack. Yesterday, she was attacked by a level 8 lizard-type aberration beast and almost had to quit the trial. Luckily, Xiao Yur appeared in time and killed the level 8 aberration beast. Xiao Yur was a Sichuan in Chongqing sister, and had a title that was renowned in the Divine Xia Empire. Shudao Mountain Heavenly Pride. This year's Divine Summer Empire, one of the 4 major SS-ranked Heavenly Prides, sits on the SS-ranked summoned beast Shudao Mountain. Lin Yuqing analyzes the pros and cons. Being in the Sky Twilight Swamp was too dangerous, and he could be eliminated from the game at any time, so he decisively chose to hug his thighs. She didn't need the points, and took the initiative to use the green and purple vines to build a shelter, and was responsible for keeping watch at night. There is only one request. When she encountered danger, Xiao Yur stepped in to shelter her and help her get through the trial copy smoothly. Just entered the trial copy of the High-Minded. Early in the first day, the second day was the reality of the lesson. No longer think about competing for points. For the country's glory, all you want is to get through the copy. Become a registered sentinel. Xiao Yur was non-committal and changed the topic. Hey, how do you think Qin Mor swiped his points? The Sky Twilight Swamp we're in is vicious and strange, and there's no shortage of monstrous beasts. I wasn't lazy either. Either I was killing monsters or on my way to kill them. But why? A full 898 points off the top of the list? Is Advent bad? She didn't try hard enough? Not to mention closing the distance and not seeing the back of the leaderboard at all. Being way ahead. Lin Yuqing was speechless. Whether it was the top of the list with the same name, or the SS-ranked Heavenly Pride Xiao Yur, it was an existence she looked at from afar. If she had Xiao Yur's over 10,000 points and her unbelievable achievement of ranking 9th, she would have to wake up laughing in her dreams. I don't know what's going on, but when I look at the points leaderboard, I feel the helplessness of a schoolboy looking up at a school god. Points are hard. Harder than they should be. Ahem. Let's think about what we're going to have for breakfast, shall we? Yesterday's wild fruits are gone. Strange trees with long fruits exist in the swamp. Numbers are relatively sparse, with more than a few aberrant beasts roaming the neighborhood. Wild fruits have a bitter, sour taste and are good for a ration. And by the way, hydration. Her summoned beast, the green and purple vine, can recognize whether wild fruits are poisonous or not, which is very useful. Hey, the hard wild fruits are gone. I want to eat grandma's braised pork and mom's elbows in sauce. Xiao Yur's eyes floated in remembrance. Only by losing, will she know the beauty she once possessed? I also want to. If it's not possible, I'll let the green and purple vines suck the nutrients from the swamp. Let's eat some vines to pad out, and then look for a hospital when we get out. Lin Yuqing helplessly made a suggestion. Her green and purple vines were poisonous. The swamp was poisonous at first glance, and there was no way around it. It's hard to eat. It's hard to get a meal. I've got a piece of aberrant flesh and blood. High temperature kills poison. Want to try it? Lin Yuqing sniffed and rolled her eyes furiously. She would rather eat vines than try to aberrate flesh and blood. Whether it is poisonous or not, the stench is almost hot to the eyes. And the feeling of eating the shang, or the cooked shang. Xiao Yur's eyes narrowed slightly. I have your aid in settling for shelter. Watch, and half settling for food and water. Most of the problems I had to deal with were killing monsters, upgrading, and popping points. Even in this case, I'm still being pulled far away from him. How do you think Qin Mor solved the problem? She was very confused about this, curious about the life at the top of the list, and if it's been a tough ride? A headstrong teenager comes to mind, not eating or sleeping well and focused on points. You don't look at the top of the list. Focus on number 2 and it's much better mentally. Lin Yuqing made a suggestion. It felt like Xiao Yur was on the verge of becoming possessed with Qin Mo. In fact, there is not much difference between the 2nd to 9th places, and none of the top 20, except for the top of the list, which is riding high and far ahead. Moreover, with 1 A rank and 1 SS rank, they were definitely a top pairing among all the trialists. As long as you play it steady, get the top 10 in the rankings, get 50,000 points, and get a chance to redeem at the end of the trial. Why should you care about who's at the top of the list? Does the top of the list get one more chance to redeem? Why do you have to stare at the top of the list when the reward at the end stays the same? And again, is it useful to stare? Except for the pairing of Xiao Yur and Lin Yuqing, all the newbie Imperial Beastmasters, looking at the points leaderboard, were getting used to it. Talking points. When I woke up, Qin Mor was still a distant top of the list, steady as an old dog. It would be nice if we could average our points, and if Qin Mor and I average, I'll be second on the leaderboard. Friends from all over the world, good news for you. James picked up a survival blind box and opened a piece of black bread that I bet the top of the list won't be able to eat. What's the use of having higher points? I have mineral water to drink. Qin Mor can only be thirsty. That's right, I have a place to stay. Does Qin Mor? I have pork strips for dinner. Does Qin Mor have any? Your jealousy. It's already overflowing. Is it hard to admit that Qin Mo is excellent? You should know that Qin Moore can also see the subtitles. Crap, a level 6 aberration monster just passed overhead. Luckily it wasn't detected. This copy trial is so dangerous. I found a cave and plan to utilize my talent to starve for 10 days. Man in the desert. Thirsty to the point of smoking. Is there a passing bird pooping? Hopefully. The top of the table is eliminated from the competition because of life issues, leaving August at the top. In just the past 3 days, the vast majority of Imperial Beast Masters no longer considered killing monsters, upgrading, and exploding points. Rather, it's a matter of life. Do not seek the same session to dominate the list. Stable and survive the trial copy. Enough. Outside. Divine Summer Empire, Imperial Capital. The sunlight falls through the relaxing white clouds on the TV tower that towers above the clouds. Inside the studio sat the melon-faced teenage girl, and the meticulously dressed middle-aged man. A huge leaderboard was erected behind it. Heck, it's an epic prop that allows you to peek at the total points of the country within the replica. First place, Xinxia Empire, total points 50, 4,859. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, with a total of 48, 0,256 points. Third place, Third Reich, total points 47, 9,834. Fourth place, Sakura Empire, total points 47, 3,460. The data is constantly refreshing and beating, as if it were an EKG of the stock market. The only unfortunate part is that there are only total points and no specific individual placements. Professor AI, our Divine Summer's total points are fully ahead of the second place by more than 34,000 points. What do you think? Gong Yenner twisted her head to look at the middle-aged man at her side and spoke softly. Originally, only the previous one served as the anchor, simply chatting, analyzing a copy of the situation in passing, or sharing the experience of the scholars. But this rookie class has been a bit of an overachiever, and public opinion is getting louder and louder. Television leaders held an urgent meeting to discuss the matter and brought in a professional professor to conduct a professional analysis. Beside Prof. AI Gene AI, in addition to being a professor at the Imperial Academy, he was also a world-renowned evolutionary consultant. And coming over to analyze and chat was a completely big deal. There's a lot of people out there waiting for advice on the direction of evolution. Professor AI turned sideways and pointed to the leaderboard with a warm smile. Total points around 500,000. By the law of 2 or 8, that's 100,000 points. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the individual point standings. The sum of the points of the top 100. Top 100 personal points is an important parameter for the top institutions. The kind of no-brainer admissions. The top 10, not to mention, are basically paid to go to school, with all sorts of perks and benefits pulled full circle. Live streaming pop-ups were in abundance. According to the direction of Professor AI's analysis, 100,000 points continue to follow the law of 2 or 8. The top of the list is 20,000 points? 20,000 points at the top of the list? I remember when Gong Yenner was on the third day. It seemed like it was just over 10,000. The situation is different. The quality of the current session is higher, the difficulty of the copy increases, and the efficiency of killing monsters increases. Any more different than twice as much. It's a bit outrageous. The points for the top of the list can't be 20,000. We have 4 major SS ranked prides with similar strengths. 20,000 for the top of the list and 15,000 for the remaining one is not too much, is it? The total is 65,000. Is it possible? Why is everyone so confident that the top of the list must be our Divine Summer Empire? Foreign countries are quite strong as well. I heard that the heir to the Lighthouse Federation Rose family also possesses a SS rank summoned beast. Gong Yenner, why don't you ask Professor AI what he needs you for? Gong Yenner, why don't you ask Professor AI what he needs you for? Gong Yenner looked at the live pop-up. The corners of her beautifully curved mouth twitched, secretly clenching her pink fists, capable of saying it to her face. Professor AI, can you tell us about our 4 freshly minted SS rank Celestials? With her identity, status, and strength, she had no problem flirting with the SS class, who was still not a heavenly pride. No problem. Then I'll be brief and state in advance, one family is not responsible. The corners of Gong Yenner's mouth twitched. This is the face of the evolutionary counselor. Not to mention not responsible. Damn it. AI Jean stretched out 4 fingers and spoke slowly. The 4 SS class heavenly prides. I don't know the names yet, but I've heard the titles quite a few times. The Imperial Capital Ancient Sword Heavenly Pride, the Magic Capital Storm Heavenly Pride, the Qinling Alien Fire Heavenly Pride, and the Sichuan and Chongqing Shudao Mountain Heavenly Pride. In the first place, the summoned beast is an ancient sword. And the most famous and powerful person is the Sword Emperor, a powerful person who seals the Emperor and flies with a sword, the qualification of a sword immortal. Once, with his own strength, he intercepted demons in the East Sea, and his sword light even cut into the Sakura Empire next door. The second, the third, are all elemental-type summoning beasts. In this regard, the Lighthouse Federation is stronger, such as their Thunder King, Fire King, and Sea King. I hope that the Storm Celestial Pride and the Foreign Flame Celestial Pride will be able to push forward the waves after the Yangtze River, and no more can be said. In fourth place, the Summoned Beast is a mountain and rock type. The lower limit is very high, and the normal starting point is a B-level qualification. Shudao Mountain is a legendary immortal mountain. Its future is unlimited. There is a lot of sprawling introductions. Through the Summoned Beasts of the Celestial Pride, the connection to the current King Seal and Emperor Seal powerhouses is evocative. The audience listened with exuberance. According to Prof. AI, wouldn't the Four Heavenly Pride be quacking and killing in the copy? The same as the people of God Xia, they are honored with the honor. And they can't slap the passing dog twice. Gong Yener naturally saw that Professor AI was not finished. She couldn't get enough of it either. But in order to protect the growth of the Celestials, it can only be done on point. Just about normal. The first batch of eliminated rookie Imperial Beastmasters will probably return in about 5 or 6 days. At that time, if it's convenient, you can invite the other party to expose the internal point ranking. Gong Yener took over the conversation. Clear voice like a silver bell. Pleasant. Melodious. Melodious. The pop-up skyrocketed again. I'll bet on the ancient Sword Heaven's Pride to top the list. The Sword Emperor's name is renowned all over the world. And he was also once a SS-ranked Heaven's Pride. Supporting Shudao Mountain Tianzhou, the only girl, must support a wave. Is there a possibility that this session will kill a dark horse? You don't believe in the four great celestial pride. You go and believe in the dark horse? Your Honor's insight is really catching. In the face of true strength, there is no such thing as a dark horse. You've watched too many movies and TV. Support the Foreign Fire Heavenly Pride. I heard that his Foreign Fire, which can be devoured and evolved, has infinite potential. How is it that when you look around, Storm Celestial looks flat? An illusion? What's even worse than Storm Celestial Pride is that the S-Class geniuses don't have any heat at all. My fellow student Jiang Yang of Sky Blue City has the qualifications to be Crown King and Emperor. My son Wangtang has the qualifications of a great emperor. Gong Yener glanced at the pop-up. Take the initiative to change the subject and talk about the recent explosion of abyssal projections. Prof. AI. Yesterday MT. Rich Earth in the Sakura Empire was suddenly enveloped in an abyssal projection for several hours. What do you think about the fact that no props or monsters were dropped during the period? Normal abyssal projection. It usually only lasts for a few short seconds, or minutes. After all, they are two different dimensions. And the projection of the abyss of MT. Futu was shrouded for so long that the world was shocked when the black curtain was changed today. I heard that quite a few powerful people who had sealed kings and emperors in the country visited the Sakura Empire, causing the other side to be on edge. AI Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking Gong Yener up and down, he revealed a mysterious smile and faintly spat out 3 words. I don't know. How could you not know? As an authoritative level evolutionary counselor of the Divine Summer Empire, he knew many sealed king and sealed emperor powerhouses, and his news channels were very wide. It's just not convenient to say. When it was time to know, with Gong Yener's status and position, she could definitely get the first soup. Gong Yener sniffed and bristled. Wasted her expectations. The beautiful eyes glanced at the points leaderboard and wondered if it was an illusion that the growth was starting to abstract. The ruins of aberration. The mother city of origins. 3, 2, 1. Qin Mo piloted his purple mech and stood on the rooftop where the gusty winds were raging, softly counting down the time. Eyes, on the other hand, were fixed on the tall building across the street. This is a twin building, with both sides almost ascending to the top of the clouds. After careful consideration, Qin decided to jump to the next tall building and continue to fight and upgrade. A conclusion can be drawn through this building. The lower the floor, the higher the level of the aberration, such as the Stormbringer aberration on the 50th floor down. I'm afraid that if we want to figure out the source of all this, we'll have to visit the ground, which is definitely odd. Here's the problem. The purpose of Self and Grey Wolf was to fight monsters, upgrade and explode points, not to be detectives, strength permitting. It is necessary to be clear about the reasons for this, so that you can get a better grasp of the rules of the copy. Now it's just the first rank of the district. It's better to focus on upgrading, and venture downstairs when you're strong. Eventually, Qin set his eyes on the tall building next door. The twin towers are so close together and at similar heights that the distribution of aberrant beasts would not be very different. To put it bluntly, the opposite rooftop is 50 floors down, and there is no danger of a steady take. Get a small level up first to add more or less to the floor as you continue to explore it. Boo! Shin-mo piloted his mech to help him run, stepped to the edge of the rooftop, and leaped high into the air. The color purple traced a graceful arc. Dropping his eyes downward, the gray mist shrouded the room, and the silence was ominous, not to mention the scene on the ground. Even the height of the floor is not really visible. Follow the prompts when entering the copy. The mysterious aurora sweeps across the planet, and the aberration frenzy erupts, turning 60 to 70% of the creatures into aberrant beasts. Being in a city now, there were definitely a lot of aboriginals living there, and the ground should be chaotic. It's impossible to act quiet. Shin-mo has two guesses. First, the aberrations died out, probably because it was too far back in time to resist the passing of the years after all. Second, there was a very high-level aberration on the ground that hunted all the aberrations. Both speculations are contradictory, especially when combined with the shared information on the points leaderboard. There are simply too many loopholes. 7 more days and I'll be out of here, so thinking too much doesn't really help. Wow! The mech cut a 45 degrees parabola and landed 10 floors away from the rooftop, headfirst into the interior of the floor. The loud commotion immediately attracted the aberrant beasts within the floor. Zip! Zip la! Zip la la la! Good evening, Commander Shin-mo. The smart chip is at your service. Moving object detected. Comparing database. Comparison successful. Type 1 aberrant beast. Weakness head. Spine. Energy bomb ready. Type 2 aberrant beast. Weakness head. Spine. Energy bomb ready. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown creature detected. Comparing databases. Comparison failed. Updating bioinfo in progress. Update successful. Please commander name. The information of the mech surfaced in Shin-mo's mind. Amethyst Type 1 Mecha. Rank, first. Quality, fine grade. Effects, equip the whole body. Enhanced strength 30. Agility 30. Physique 30. Description, put on the Amethyst 1 Type Mech. You are the most beautiful boy in the whole street. The name changes from Grabbing Sheep Type 3 Mecha to Amethyst Type 1 Mecha. The rank was changed from 0 rank to 1 rank, though the quality was reduced, mainly due to the materials. Even replacing all the parts, all of them, with liquid alloys and metal skeletons won't save the quality problem. This was also thanks to the first order aberration crystals, otherwise it would definitely be even lower, and couldn't even reach the first order. The effect is doubled across the board from the original strength 15, agility 15, and constitution 15 to 30 points. Shin-mo raised his mech's left arm. The arm retracted inward and quickly extended into 5 blackened holes, all the size of duck eggs. Next, dark blue energy projectile fired. Like precision guidance, it landed on the heads of Type 1 aberrant beasts and Type 2 aberrant beasts. As he promoted himself to the first rank and upgraded his mech to the first rank, he naturally couldn't clear the monsters like before, especially when facing level 5, 6, or 7 monsters. You should be relaxed and comfortable and show off your mastery. Alert, kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, kill Type 2 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, has leveled up to level 9. Kill Type 1 aberrant beast. Get props, liquid alloy. Kill the Type 2 aberration beast and get a prop, metal skeleton. Inverted Big Dipper, beast master battles, summoned beast upgrades, and hardening into a joke. Just then, a canine aberration beast moved nimbly to avoid energy projectiles. Stomping on all fours, he opened his fangs and slit his mouth, and exploded towards the mech. It was like a black lightning, approaching in a flash. With an unrelenting ferocity, the blue light exploded. Posteriority, return to peace and quiet. The canine aberration was sliced into 2 equal-sized pieces by the ion sword and fell to the ground with a snap. Only then did Shin-mo have time to read its message. Type 3 aberration, attribute, beast, level, 9, qualification, level E, talent, none, skills, ruptured teeth, tearing claws, poison breath, description, a bunch of F-rated trash, not worthy of fusing with my pure beastly aberration. Alert, kill Type 3 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. No more? Shin-mo bristled and looked at the Type 3 aberration beast in disgust. The description was pretty high and mighty, but it turned out to be a piece of crap that didn't even pop with equipment. Opening encounter with a level 9 aberration monster. I wonder if it's luck, or if the building is of higher quality? Shin-mo did not hesitate much, piloting the mech towards the upper floors for the kill. Clear the 10 floors of the safe zone before handing over the tedious task to the Grey Wolf. If we just let Grey Wolf develop slowly, Self mustn't put up with the putrid smell of freakish monstrosities? Just go upstairs. An immediate sensation. As if seeing the fans of their idols, the aberrant monsters rushed up in a rush, and then were easily abused. In a mere 5 minutes, the mech arrived on the rooftop, letting the gusts of wind blow away the putrid stench that permeated its body. Alert, kill the Type 1 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, kill Type 3 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast Grey Wolf leveled up to 13. Kill the Type 2 aberration beast and get a prop, metal skeleton. Kill the Type 3 aberration beast and get the item, blood melted bone marrow. Blood melts into bone marrow. Rank, 0. Quality, fine grade. Effect, rich in aberrant energy. Can be used for nutritional supplementation. Pungent taste. Description, blood from the bone marrow that has been deformed and appears to be a new individual. Supplementation? The taste is spicy? This stuff is more disgusting than show. It's starving, dying outside, jumping from here, and not being able to eat a bit. Chinemo released the Grey Wolf from the Profound Tattoo, Imperial Beast Space. Grey Wolf. Use the available materials to restore the quality of the mech as much as possible. There's one more thing. You build your own mechs. Be safe. No problem, boss. Leave it to this king. Witnessing the Grey Wolf bumbling away, it was as if nothing had changed from the very beginning. Time rushes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It belonged to the dawn of the 7th day, and daylight struggled through the clouds and was slow to come down. Sheenmore organizes the recent events as well as the harvest. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, come to this new building that has not yet been developed. Day 4, clean up the aberrant beasts/aberrations 50 floors down. On the 5th day, using materials to upgrade the mechs, Grey Wolf created the aberrant monster inducer. On day 6, the plan is to fish out aberrations from 50 levels down, preferably of the level 21 variety. Day 7, wake up early, dry lunch, fish, ah shucks, fish for freaks. Eyes look to the rectangular machine not far away, shaped like a higher refrigerator. Heck, it's the aberrant monster inducer made by Grey Wolf. The upper end has a large speaker that releases low-frequency fluctuations to seduce the aberrant monsters on the floor below. Day 6 got quite a few freaks/aberrations killed, but there was never a level 21 monster that I wanted. A first-order redemption opportunity. A long way off. Killing enemies, upgrading, and exploding points are quite rewarding. Barely a psychological comfort. Alert, kill 3 aberration beast. Your summoned beast gains a very small amount of experience value. Alert, by killing the creeping aberration, your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, kill licking aberration. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, kill the 3-headed aberration. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, has leveled up to level 17. Alert, your summoned beast Grey Wolf leveled up to 18. Aberrant beasts are level 0 to 10 0-rank monsters. Aberrations are level 11 to 20 first-order monsters. The latter were mostly killed on day 6, pretty frequently from level 50 down. About 4 hours/each. Kill creeping aberration. Get prop, creeping boots. Kill licking aberration. Get prop, barbed tongue. Kill stinger aberration. Get props, aberration crystal core. Shinemo opened the Grey Wolf's attribute panel. Grey Wolf. Attribute, beast. Level, 18. Qualification, conceptual, current SSSS level. Talents, scientific research against all odds. Perseverance, super recovery. Genius form. Skills, unlimited manufacturing. Equipment forging. Loyalty, 98%. The level had come to level 18. Very close to advancing to the 2nd rank. The further back you go, the more experience value you need. But with the help of the many aberrations, it's not a difficult task. The most crucial thing was that there was no sequential evolution for the 2nd order, and it could be promoted automatically after accumulating enough experience value. The only bad thing, the Imperial Beastmaster fights monsters and summons beasts to upgrade. What is this called? Reminiscent of the oath not so long ago, the last time to use the mech to fight. Now look at it. Completely become a joke. Are damn fast, get used to it. Here's another flag. Leave the ruins of aberration and use the mech up to a maximum of 1 time per copy experienced going forward. To fulfill the above oath, a combat class summoned beast is essential, or else you will have to do it in person. Dropping his eyes to look at his own attribute panel. Sheen Moore. Level, First Order. Abyssal coin, 0. Attributes, Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 20. Physique 10. Summoned animal, Grey Wolf. Talents, 100-fold enlightenment. Ultimate recovery. Overclocked form. Skill, mechanical proficiency. Item. First order equipment, amethyst type 1 mech. Striking fist gloves, crawling boots. First order props, barbed tongue. Spiked jaw. Fractured bone spear. Aberration Crystal Core X2, 0 rank equipment, Astral Energy Dagger. Aberration Gloves, Cloak of Decay, Necklace of Carrion. 0 order props, Liquid Alloy times 60, Metal Bone times 50, Blood Melted Bone Marrow times 30, Aberration Crystal Core times 20, Amethyst Type 1 Mecha. Level, First Order. Quality, Rare. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve Strength 40, Agility 40, Physical Fitness 40. Description, put on the Amethyst 1 type mech. You are the most beautiful boy in the whole street. 0 order equipment and 0 order props. Lots and lots of them, but basically useless. Self was at least a first-ranked beast master, continuing to use 0 order equipment. Those who didn't know saw it and thought they couldn't afford it. To use it, you have to use first order equipment and first order props, which is in line with your own class. When you get out, you can trade them or exchange them for Fuchi coins. It's more or less uncomfortable to look at an empty fuchsia coin, and it's good to have a dime or two to hold it up. Shinemo shook his head slightly. The main goal at the moment was still to hunt level 21 monsters. 3 days until the end. Missing out on a copy of the rookie trial and trying to get a summoning expansion voucher later on is basically a lost cause. If the summoning expansion vouchers were easy to obtain, those King Seal powerhouses wouldn't have only 3 summoning beasts. Inside there are actually concerns. To meet or not to meet is the question. To fight or not to fight is another. Combine this with the book's description of attribute points. For the Beast Master, take the base attribute of an 18-year-old youth as 1 point. The limit for each attribute of the first order is 20 points. And 21 points is the realm of the second order. The limit for each attribute of the second order is 30 points. And 31 points is the realm of the third order. The limit for each attribute of the third order is 40 points. And 41 points is the realm of the fourth order. At the 4th rank, which ushers in the second round of sequential evolution, there is an explosive increase in attributes. The specifics vary from person to person. The problem with the attributes of the Imperial Beastmaster is that it's a big difference, and it's given out directly by Abyssal Tattoo. Summoned beasts are completely different, as they don't have Abyssal Tattoo, and need to be researched manually. A study on the subject. The Xinxia Empire, the Lighthouse Federation, the Sunset Empire, and other large countries, basically have data. XL. Still using the base data for 18-year-old youth as a reference. For level 10 plus summoned beasts, the limit for each attribute was 50 points. For level 20 plus summoned beasts, the limit for each attribute was 100 points. For a 30 plus level summoned beast, the limit for each attribute was 400 points. Over 40 levels of summoned beasts, against the 4th rank of the Imperial Beastmaster, with sequential evolution and an explosion of attributes. It was a pity that the Grey Wolf was not a combat class. Otherwise, with its concept level qualifications, its attributes would have exploded. Real combat in. Definitely not just comparing attributes. Equipment, props, talents, skills, etc. have a much greater impact on winning and losing. Especially the talent. It exists, and can even erase the gap between props and attributes. When compared, the attributes, while intuitive, are not specific and can only serve as a reference. The one that really makes a difference. Preferred ranks, especially large ranks that require sequential evolution, form crushes before and after. My current 4-dimensional properties, they are Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 20, and Physique 10, Strength 50, Agility 50, Spirit 20, and Physique 50 when wearing mech. And I'm going to hunt aberrations from level 21 and up, a little bit upwards. It's not really a big problem. Relying on combat skills can smooth it out. 100-fold enlightenment and ultimate recovery. 2 talents that allow me to improve my combat skills very quickly. If it's an extreme state aberration with 100 points in all attributes, then it has to be mailed. The attributes that the mech stacked were not directly added to the physical body, but rather the two were seen as a whole. Sheen Moore knew the hypothesis was not valid. Where is this completely quadrilateral monster that defies logic? Even if it isn't, just one attribute at 100 points will bring about a qualitative change. If the opponent has a talent, skill or whatever, the situation will only get trickier and it's easy to roll over. Grey Wolf. How's the rooftop setup? No problem, boss. Got it done yesterday. Grey Wolf replied confidently. Sheen Moore nodded his head to indicate that he knew. To prevent accidents, a spring-loaded device is constructed at the rooftop, which allows you to return to the building where you first descended. It's not good to see the situation. Repeated horizontal jumps. If that doesn't work, turn on overclocked form and fight hard, or opt out at the end. Just then, thumping footsteps, from far away. The vibrations caused far exceeded those of the previous dozen levels of aberrations. There was also the faint sound of heavy objects being dragged, zipping and clattering harshly. Sheen Mo's gaze condensed slightly, looking to the abstracted Grey Wolf beside him. The image of the Grey Wolf is okay, it's the robot on the ride that's a bit abstract. Roughly 2 meters in height, with 4 sharp, thin legs that look like spider legs. The cockpit was classed with a glass cover. Sheep Scratcher 4 Mecha. Level, 0. Quality, General. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve Strength 5. Agility 5. Physique 5. Description, you can't get away. Little fat sheep. Ahahaha. Instead of a mech, it was a central console to facilitate Grey Wolf's control of the instruments. There is basically no boost to combat power. Go to the top floor, Gene Moore said, controlling the machine arm to grab the aberration monster inducer and taking the lead to walk up the stairs. Currently on roughly the 50th floor, an outbreak of intense fighting could easily attract other aberrations, increasing the variables. Moreover, the escape device is on the rooftop, and if it's too far away, you won't be able to escape even if you give it a chance. Without determining the grade of the aberrant, it's best to play it safe, even if it might be a wasted endeavor. A man and a wolf, quickly heading towards the top. The aberration behind them seemed to notice and likewise began to pick up speed. Arrive at the battlefield set up in advance. There are quite a few dead crawling aberrations, licking aberrations, and 3-headed aberrations here. The tactic is very simple. Use the terrain to shade a wave before charging up and taking their heads off. Almost just ready to go. A fierce, brutal, bloodthirsty berserker aura came from behind him. The visitor was roughly 3 meters in size and ran extremely fast. Not as clumsy as it looked. Wearing a dominating trenchcoat and a metallic headgear with steel pins. The most exaggerated of all was the hands, which held a huge axe with a long handle that rivaled the size of his body. The axe was open on both sides, tied with a chain of unknown use, and swung with a gust of grim wind. I'm afraid that the zip 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 sound we heard at the beginning was caused by it dragging the giant axe. Butcher's aberration. Attribute, Beast. Level, 23. Qualification, Level B. Talent, Berserk Burst. Alloy Skin. Skills, Giant Axe Mastery. Eagle Eye Lock. Deadly Strike. Power Charge. Description, a mysterious aurora sweeps across the planet, and the survivors without aberrations intend to construct a new form of aberrant symbiosis in order to protect themselves, with the Butcher aberration species being one of the test subjects. It has exclusive weapons, the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a panther, the strength of a bear, and super alloy skin. You might as well take off your mech, walk up to it, and tell it to see its new master quickly. Gene Mo directly ignored the last sentence of the description. It takes a big hole in your own brain to believe in aberrant species. The Butcher aberrant species. No longer a type 1, 2, or 3 aberrant beast, or even an aberration, but an entirely new aberration. And, it is not a natural aberration, but rather a targeted modification by the survivors, part of a last-ditch attempt. The experiment was undoubtedly a success, but as for building a new form of aberrant symbiosis, I guess it was a total loss. Gene Moore looked at the qualifications of the Butcher freak species. There was a moment of complexity in his heart, and the qualification actually reached level B? Only B qualified summoned beasts can have talents, and there are 2 on the other side, 1 for offense and 1 for defense. The skills are also gorgeous, first launching the Eagle Eye Lock, then launching the Stored Charge, and finally the combination of Giant Axe Mastery plus Deadly Strike to take away the enemy in one wave. The Butcher is a proper executioner. As the title suggests, Gene Moore has reason to suspect that the aberration symbiosis that the survivors want is to take out all the natural aberration monsters and keep the aberration weapons that have been transformed. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the Butcher aberration is full of kill configurations. The only thing I'm glad about is that the other party isn't very high ranked, although it wasn't the expected level 21, but level 23, meaning that the other party's attributes wouldn't be too exaggerated and there wouldn't be a crushing level of strength. Gene Mo mentally estimated the odds of winning. Let's go 50-50. There is a 50% chance that either the Butcher aberration will cut down Self or Self will flee in defeat. Grey Wolf. Leave the building first to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the battle. It's embarrassing to talk about thieves. Self was a royal beast master, so it was logical that he shouldn't risk his life and charge into battle. The Grey Wolf favors the support class and again should not be physically present in the battlefield. It's too dangerous. A man and a beast. All are awkward in their own way. The lesser of 2 evils. Self still has a fighting chance in the mech, but not the Grey Wolf. Boss, the Grey Wolf was touched. His eyes filled with watery mist, and he might cry at any time. Letting the Imperial Beast Master fight, it hid in the back to cheer and shout, its heart filled with guilt. As the top Wolf King, when had he ever been so suffocated? Inwardly, though, it knew that it couldn't beat the opposite side unless it was equipped with a mech of a higher class. Images of first encounters come to mind. It was Wesley. Boiling Goat and Lazy teamed up to fight and fly, leaving behind a reluctant cry, "Damn Wesley." I will definitely come back. Stubborn in voice, long scarred on the inside. He considers himself a wasted wolf who can't catch a sheep or support a wife. Until he was summoned by Chin Mo and came to a whole new world. His heart was still sad, desolate, and painful. Chin Mo didn't mind it. Instead, take it for a lamb. Encourage it to develop and manufacture. And just do what it's good at. And it had promised it that it would get the summoning expansion coupon and let its wife come over to enjoy the blessings. Is it related to Chin Mo before? No, it's the absence that makes it so rare, and love is stronger than gold. Grey Wolf looked at the mech with a straight and serious stance. The mech performs well, and it was built with extreme use of the materials at hand and with the help of a lifetime of learning. But inside the gorgeous mech was a thin, handsome teenager. The oldest was not as old as it, just coming of age, and had not married or had children, and presumably did not even have a girlfriend, but was brave enough to stand up for himself. The not-so-tall body was as magnificent as it could be, as if it was holding up an infinite dome of sky. This piece of the dome of the sky is now owned by the boss in it, and new summoned beasts will be added in the future as well. Wolves have dignity too. Boss, let's fight side by side. The Grey Wolf's eyes seemed to be burning with starfire, throwing his voice with determination. Cut the crap. You go to the rooftop and see if the spring mechanism works. That's an emergency evacuation escape route, and in the event of an accident, we'll have to exit. Between losing one's qualification as an Imperial Beastmaster and losing one's qualification for life, one decisively chooses the former, and it's better to die than to live. Chin Mo was speechless. Do you have to talk yourself out of it? The reasoning behind letting Grey Wolf leave in the first place was to avoid being harmed by the aftermath of the battle. Shit. With the Grey Wolf super recovery talent, not instant death, can be recovered. If you can't, you can still put it into the royal beast space, and it's a small matter of beckoning and a thought. The main purpose is still to test the spring mechanism, and it makes sense to run if you can't beat it. Boss, I'll wait for you across the street. Touched. Grey Wolf wiped away a tear and turned toward the rooftop. Top kilometer platform. On the left is a 5-meter fighter mech, gorgeous in appearance, with a hidden crisis. On the right was the 3-meter butcher's freak, wielding a giant axe and oppressive. Shoot. Chin Mo's eyes slightly condensed as he gave the order in a deep voice. This was the 5th day of the Grey Wolves, a specially built slaughterhouse, and the ground reeked of fishy bloodstains, the traces of the aberration's presence. Aberrations of only a dozen levels. Trashy aberrations don't deserve to die here. As for the butcher's aberration in front of them, these gadgets can only interfere, not win. Zip. Zip la. Zip la la la. Smart chip at your service. Connecting to automatic energy gun program. Connection successful. Detecting automatic energy gun slot. Energy sufficient. Lockdown program being initiated. Lockdown successful. The data stream flashed quickly across the screen. In the blink of an eye, though, hidden automatic energy guns, all aimed at the butcher's aberration in the center. Next, countless dark blue energy bullets, like a downpour in a gale, raged and attacked. Boom, boom. They all landed on the surface of the butcher's aberration, sending up large electrical sparks that illuminated the dim surroundings. It turned out to be a trench coat that didn't even break defense. Roar! Butcher Freakshow shouted angrily, without hitching a ride on the energy projectile. Like a heavy tank with its speed drawn up, it rushed towards the mech, holding his axe horizontally. The blade moved forward, and along the way the roof beams that stood in the way were destroyed with a loud rumbling sound. From a distance, as if a beast enduring the torment of the flames, it sent out an unwilling and desperate death charge. Chin Mo is very clear inside. It's pretty outrageous that the other guy didn't have any trouble at all and didn't even break his shirt. The clothes of the butcher's aberration species were clearly not made of ordinary materials, and were exceptionally tough while balancing handsomeness. Even the material of the clothes is so attentive, so you can imagine how much effort the survivors, at the time, put into the interior. Now, pressure to self. Chin Mo did not act rashly, destroying the standing position, but instead, it was not easy to dodge the giant axe. Almost forgot. Butcher aberrations not only have special names, they actually have weapons, which is very tricky. The long-handled, double-bladed giant axe was intimidating to look at, and the damage from swinging it could absolutely tear through a mech. Close. The distance is getting closer. Chin Mo could even see 2 scarlet blood-like eyes through the hole in the other party's hood. Bloodthirsty, brutality, indifference. No need to look at each other. Just the prefix butcher speaks volumes. Swish. The blistering wind stirred with an unrelenting sharpness. The giant axe was chopped horizontally to the waist in a 180-degree semicircle, with an extremely wide attack surface. Chin Mo selectively retreated, not taking the initiative to move forward as he did when dealing with the Stormbringer aberration. There's a reason for that too. Stormbringer aberrations have no brains, stand unsteadily, and are easy to find a break. The Butcher aberration species is completely different, with a four-pronged approach and power being catharticized through a giant axe. It's worthy of being a monster that has mastered the skill of giant axe mastery. Shin Mo guessed that it was only the testing stage now, and the other party definitely had a backhand. Fruity. After the giant axe wheeled empty, he used his strength to raise it high, and the axe head comparable to the anchor of a giant ship was directed towards the mecha. Shin Mo was about to continue retreating. Suddenly there was a blur before his eyes, and the Butcher freak species actually sped up for a split second. The forward pedal speeds up. The speed of the axe splitting accelerated. Brain flashed an aura. The opponent opened skills, guessing that it was a stored charge and a fatal blow. The two skills combined with each other, and it was the stepping forward cleave that was unleashed right in front of him. Perhaps the primary purpose of the initial horizontal swing of the axe is not to attack, but to build up power for stepping forward to cleave. What a sly one! Shin wasn't sure if the other level 20 plus monsters had similar tactics to the Butcher's freak species, and he guessed that they didn't. Who's a wild monster that wears clothes, has a weapon, and understands tactics? I'm afraid that none of the summoned beasts of a second-order Imperial Beastmaster had the magnificent panels of the Butcher's aberrations. Good on. Shin was not unprepared. The mech's chest cracked open, firing its energy blasts and pulling back on the backlash. The energy blasts do little damage, just searing the opponent's clothes, but are helping to effectively escape. Boom! Large holes broke in the ground and the entire floor seemed to shake, dropping dust like a curtain of rain. Abusing an unknown number of aberrant beasts/aberrations would not do as much damage to the building as this axe. Shin continued to retreat. It's not time to fight back. Roar! A strike misses. The Butcher's aberration bellowed angrily, his seemingly clumsy body actually very agile. It's almost a backward step. Catch up to the mech that is dodging. At this time, the mech was in mid-air, and there was nowhere to borrow strength. The Butchered aberration obviously sensed this great opportunity and his muscles bulged, holding his leather jacket up high. The giant axe in his hand turned into a remnant. Wrapped in a violent wind, the dust was swept away. The momentum was like a breakthrough sweeping towards the mecha in midair with no place to borrow strength. Suddenly, the Butcher freak species stumbled physically. The giant axe even almost came out of his hand. It looked down as it stepped into a hollow spot with its right foot. Its entire right leg nearly sunk into the second floor. Coincidence? How can it be? Why did Shin jump up? Idly? It's just a trap. Against zero-order Type 1 aberrations, Type 2 aberrations, and Type 3 aberrations, as well as first-order crawling aberrations, licking aberrations, and three-headed aberrations. A small pattern was found. The larger the body size, the stronger the strength. It may not be suitable for all copies, but at the ruins of aberration, nothing has gone wrong so far. Against large monsters, one very useful tip is gravity. They are most affected whenever gravity is out of balance. For example, the current Butcher freak mutant, probably because he was in the middle of an attack, faced with the sudden change of heart, his double-bladed giant axe almost came out of his hand. And Shin and Grey Wolf didn't just dig a pit, they also set up some restrictive little organs. It's not always possible to control Butcher's aberrations for much longer. Just grabbing an opportunity is enough to do a lot of things. Shin piloted his mech and bullied his way up, first a foot on the giant axe, lest the weapon try to be aggressive. Then he released the ion sword with his right hand and swung his left hand in a king's fist towards the Butcher freak's face. From a distance, as if they were two punks fighting. White blind aberration modification technology. Mecha manufacturing technology, plain and simple, without a drop of technology. The highest-end technology often requires only the simplest form of combat. The wild swinging of the king's fists. Pull your opponent to the same level as yourself, then use your vast experience to defeat them. Roar! The Butcher freak let out a furious snarl and tried to draw his giant axe, but it was stomped on tightly, and because of the restriction of his right leg, he could not use many skills and could only take passive hits. He can only use his alloy skin talent to take the damage from the iron fist. Whenever it's about to draw its right leg, the mech would then pounce ferociously, disregarding the damage, and interrupt its movements. Several attempts to draw the weapon were fruitless. The Butchered aberration species simply gave up, leaving both hands free to tear at the mech's iron skin. Nay, limited by height, it could only attack the mech's lower limbs, while the mech attacked its head. On top of that, the mech can perform simple dodges, while it can only take passive hits. Boo! 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 The loud and dull crash echoed for a long time within the empty flat floor. Snap! Snap! 10 minutes later, Shin slowly stopped, looking at the Butcher's aberration with a large hole in his head. He let out a deep breath. A relentless mechanical tone resounded from within the mech. Zip! Zip la! Zip la la la! Alarm! 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 Head module damaged 30%. Analyzing system damaged. Combat system damaged. Torso module damaged 60%. Fire system damaged. Transmission system damaged. 80% damage to left leg module. Transmission system damaged. Power system damaged. The Amethyst Type 1 mech was already near the state of obsolescence, not to mention continuing to fight. The slightest movement could break apart and be very badly damaged. This was still a battle that could only be achieved if the ploy worked and limited the skills as well as the movement of the butcher's aberrant species. If it could still move and swing a giant axe, the one who would fall would definitely be self. Not an attribute bonus for mechs. I'm not even qualified to stand in front of a butcher. Unfortunately encountered. To be able to escape is counted as the other party's mercy, not to mention the reverse felling kill. The Amethyst Type 1 Mecha, from the hands of the concept level Grey Wolf, was itself a heaven-defying piece of equipment, hardened and uplifted by a large class of attributes. Shin Mo looked up at the automatic energy gun. All of them were overloaded, smoked and scrapped as scrap. Energy guns can't break through the butcher's aberration's defenses, but they can interfere, such as aiming for the eyes. Dropping his eyes to the mech he was wearing. Where was the magnificent elegance and majesty of 10 minutes ago? Those who didn't know saw it and thought they had been hit by 2 trucks. The exterior coating has completely disappeared, revealing an interior covered in wiring and piping. No doubt about the big disability. This battle was a bit of a fluke to win. Butcher's aberration, even though it's only level 23, it's stronger than I expected. Even restricting its weapons and movement, it was barely taken down at the cost of mech scrapping. Shin Mo manually exploded his head for 10 minutes and was very vocal about it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be due to the alloy skin talent. Moreover, the Butcher Mutant's counterattack was so ferocious that it was presumed to be a berserk outburst talent. 2 major talents, for major skills, but planted here because of a small trap. Kinda sad. There are a lot of emotions. Inside excitement and thrill go hand in hand. No matter what, it was still him, Shin Mo, who ultimately stood here and lamented. First of all, thanks to Steady Self for setting up the battlefield ahead of time. Then he thanked the Grey Wolf for making the mecha. Otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to fight. Lastly, thanks for the courage to stand and jerk for 10 minutes. Almost broke defense several times, but still persevered. Complex mental activity. It only took up a few seconds. Shin Mo slightly regained some strength. Swinging a huge double-bladed axe, he decapitates the butcher's aberration in case the swindler sneaks up on self. It's not good to damage materials without continuing to abuse corpses. That's chump change. The floor returned to calm. It was only then that I had the presence of mind to check the harvest. Kill butcher's aberration and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, Grey Wolf, leveled up to 19. Kill butcher mutant. Get prop, butcher armor. Kill the butcher's mutant and get the item, double-bladed giant axe. Kill the butcher's aberration species and get the prop, aberration crystal core. Kill butcher's aberration. Get prop, intelligent biochip. Alert, butcher aberration is level 23. Breaking the record of the highest level killed in the trial. Hint, break the kill record. Reward trial exchange opportunity ×1. Great harvest. A proper bumper crop. 4 pieces of equipment exploded at once. Without guessing wrong, all 4 pieces of equipment were modified and installed. For example, a double-edged giant axe. Can a wild aberrant monster/body/species grow a weapon? Not a chance in hell. Butcher's armor. Rank, 2nd. Quality, rare. Effect, defensive equipment. Effective against blows below level 30. Description, don't look at it as a leather jacket. It's actually a leather jacket, just made of astronautical grade material. Aberration nucleus. Rank, 2nd. Quality, rare. Effect, containing a mixture of bioenergy, astral energy and other energies. Can synthesize equipment. Description, energy depleted. Can be used as a collector's item to prove I came, I saw, I conquered. Intelligent biochip. Rank, 2nd. Quality, rare. Effects, implanted in the back of the head, assisting biological memory, learning, analysis, interaction, combat, etc. Description, a mysterious aurora sweeps across the planet and the survivors, who have no aberrations, create the butcher aberration species. In order to better control the butcher aberration species, an intelligent biocontrol chip is implanted in the center of its hindbrain. The survivor dies and the smart chip is unable to connect to the server and execute the established program. Established procedure 1, obey the instructions of the highest/first/second highest authority, unconditionally. Established procedure 2, station the lab and kill the aberrations that break into the lab. Established procedure 3, kill non-tagged survivors who break into the building. Shin Mo focused his attention on established procedure 3. It seems like it would have been quite complicated to come up and kill the survivors at that time. It didn't go up earlier, either because the range was too far, The motion was too low, or the smart chip was in silence. Didn't think much of it. Collect the 4 pieces of equipment into the item bar. This dead butcher's aberration is utterly worthless. The smile on Shin Mo's face didn't cut back, but instead became even brighter. A truly great harvest was coming. Trial redemption opportunity. Rank, 0. Quality, legendary. Effects, can be exchanged for all types of zero-order props below legendary quality. Description, unlock the achievement of 7 days to dominate the list. Kill crazy. All here are younger brothers. Zero order? What's with the zero order redemption opportunity? Oh, so it's a reward for dominating the list for 7 days. 3 days of domination, 5 days of domination, and 7 days of domination, all of which are rewarded. I was just so busy tenderizing the butcher's aberration that I ignored the prompting message, justifiably so. Continue down the tour. Trial redemption opportunity. Rank, first. Quality, legendary. Effect, can be exchanged for first-order props of all categories up to legendary quality. Description, I am invincible. Who's for? Who's against? It was as good as guessed. Luckily it didn't go wrong. Redemption, summon expansion vouchers. I've been working for 3 days just for this prop, and I'm not sure if I'm going to put it in the item bar. Wouldn't it be a loss if you overslept on day 10 and forgot to redeem the opportunity? 1,000 birds in the forest are better than 1 bird in the hand. It's better to be in the bag. Summoning expansion coupon. Rank, first. Quality, epic. Effect, adds an additional 0-rank summoned beast. Description, you challenge us in single combat. We beat you in group fights. Butcher aberrant species die well. Gains so much. It is hard not to thank each other for their devotion. Suddenly, Shin Mo's nerves throbbed uncontrollably, as if there was some kind of great crisis on the horizon. Hastily, he looked up and around. Kurt's at the entrance to the building, spotting a silently approaching butcher aberration. How can it be? If the butcher freak species had that kind of perception range, it would have killed up long ago, right? A flash of light. Intelligent biochips flashed in his mind. It should be the lack of bioenergy supply when he pulled out the chip, leading to the failure of the induction between the chips. The biochip was different from the smart chip carried by the mech. It was of a higher grade and belonged to strong artificial intelligence. That's what attracted the second butcher's aberration to check it out. Shin Mo's face was full of gravity. Keep a close eye on the newly emerged butcher's freak mutation. Unlike the one that was knocked on its head, it appeared to be more flexible. This is evidenced simply by the quietness of the appearance. The first head is nimble, but always gives the illusion of clumsiness, especially when dragging a giant axe onto the stage, which at first felt oppressive, but now I think of it as retarded behavior. Can't you just sneak up on me and do a sneak attack? You don't want to lift it for that distance? The second butcher's aberration, with a giant axe in one hand, has a vestigial sense of weightlifting, especially when Shin Mo raised his head violently and almost pissed himself when he realized this killing machine. Butcher's aberration, attribute, beast, level, 30, qualification, grade A, talent, frenzied explosion, alloy skin, lightness of being, skills, giant axe mastery, eagle eye lock, deadly strike, power charge. Description, as a mysterious aurora sweeps across the planet, survivors fight to protect themselves. The difference is in 3 areas. First was the level 30, which was equivalent to the peak of the second rank of the Imperial Beast Master. Next is the qualification, A rank, which hangs over the majority of newcomers' summoned beasts. Let's just say that the survivors had just the right vision, and the transformed aberrations were either Class B or Class A. There is also a possibility that without an A or B grade, it simply won't survive the trial modification. Lastly, there is a talent that increases lightness of body, which, as the name suggests, allows for more flexibility in movement. Shin Mo's face was full of gravity. A deep frown creased his brow. If it was this aberrant species that he encountered in the beginning, Self would definitely lose. Disregarding level and qualifications, the opponent's third talent was very troublesome. It means that even if gravity is out of balance, you can quickly adjust to it and not get cunned alive. There is another very important factor. The mech was extensively damaged and was no longer capable of fighting. It's still the same. If not for the Grey Wolf's carefully built mecha, Self was not worthy to stand in front of the aberrant species, let alone fight and kill them. Shin Mo now regretted it. Regrets in the gut. Shouldn't have used the first order redemption opportunity so early. If the redemption opportunity is still reserved, odds are it won't work. First look at the introductory panel for the full version of the mech. Amethyst Type 1 Mecha. Rank, first. Quality, rare. Effects, equip the whole body. Enhanced strength 40. Agility 40. Physical fitness 40. Description, put on the Amethyst 1 type mech. You are the most beautiful boy in the whole street. Though it's only of rare quality, but the stacked attributes are far beyond the rare class. even more than the vast majority of epic level equipment. If you can add some special features, proper epic equipment. It wasn't that the Grey Wolf didn't want to increase it, but there were no materials, and the coquettish woman couldn't do it. When Sheen Moore dealt with the first Butcher's Freak species, he was utilizing the four-dimensional attribute to the extreme. Everyone is at about the same level, and a little advantage is magnified into a final victory. And now, even if he gave Self a brand new set of mechs, he was not sure of victory, because the gap between each other was not a little bit. The other party had 3 talents and 4 skills. The mech only had the attributes of pulling the full load, and energy bullets that didn't do much damage. Epic props that can't fill the gulf gap between levels, talents, and skills. Speaking of props, Butcher aberrations have them too. Isn't the leather jacket and axe obvious enough? Run! The mind quickly flashed through all the possibilities, and only escape was the optimal solution. The rooftop of the building across the street. The Grey Wolf held up the binoculars and jumped anxiously, but there was not a single thing he could do. The boss's excitement nearly spilled over as he tackled the first Butcher's aberration. The mech was badly damaged just by looking at it, but it wasn't a big problem, and a day was enough time to repair it. The key thing is to finish the kill. Break the kill record for the trial. You can get summoning expansion vouchers. Mech damage, compared to a summoning expansion voucher, is completely negligible. That is, the boss's boldness and hard work are priceless and cannot be measured in props. Facing the sudden appearance of a second Butcher's aberration, the situation is very bad, or to put it bluntly, the situation is grim. Sheen Mo no longer hesitated and decisively ejected and retreated. A lot of thinking went on from the nerves jumping to the decision to run away, and only a few blinks of time passed. To a bystander like Grey Wolf, it was the mech looking up and then bursting back. Sheen Moore's plan is simple. Leave the building first and pull away from the level 30 aberrations. The description of the introductory panel leads to the conclusion that the Butcher aberrations are controlled by biochips. The biochip comes with 3 established programs. There is a small bug in it that muddies the waters, provided it is pulled off first. What kind of person makes a small move under the other side's nose? Too much looking down on intelligent biochips. Beyond that, Sheen Mo had gotten his hands on an intelligent biochip that controlled the aberrant species. Leave it to the Grey Wolf to deal with it, and I'm sure it won't take long to crack it. 2 levels of reversal at that time. It's not certain whose turn it is to run, provided, of course, that it was still a matter of saving lives, and the current Butcher's freak wouldn't listen to explanations. Suddenly, a red light spinning at high speed flashed across the field of vision. Sheen Mo sucked in cool air. This aberrant species actually used the giant axe as a concealed weapon and threw it directly over? Boom! Boom! The giant axe was like a full moon, tracing a graceful arc and shattering the load-bearing pillars that got in the way along the way. The final target was aimed directly at the running mech. Sheen Mo did not hesitate. Decisively discard the mech. Utilizing the self-contained escape pod. Blink to land the spring-loaded device used for escape. Immediately jump on it. The field of vision skyrocketed. It had come to the heights between the 2 towers. Unlike the last time he wore a mech, Sheen Mo, who was not sheltered, looked down and his heartbeat accelerated. The familiar throbbing of nerves invaded his entire body once again. Compared to the encounter with the Butcher's aberration came more violently. Not an illusion, but a meditative intuition brought about by 20 points of spiritual attributes. Sheen Moore didn't dare to look at it more. Looking at it too much would easily give him nightmares. Turning his head to look at the mech whose back had been sliced open by the giant axe, his heart ached. Extending his right hand and opening his palm, the Abyssal strike power was unleashed, retrieving it from the item bar. Fortunately reacted in time. Beyond the distance would not be able to retrieve. Roar! Butcher Freakshow shouted angrily. With a huge axe in hand, it accelerated and leaped up, raising the huge axe in midair, just like a downhill tiger that chose to devour people. Sheen Mo raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curving up. I've never seen such stupidity. You think it's cool? Biochips are a bit overrated, aren't they? Quickly put on the mech. Although it was in disrepair and the enchanted attributes had hit rock bottom, it was still usable at least. Remove the giant axe of the first Butcher's freak from the item bar, and throw it back with vigor. Can't beat the other guy. It's still okay to cause a little trouble. Once you've done everything, quickly retrieve the mech. The weight tends to affect the self-landing. Sheen Mo landed on the 3rd level of the rooftop down, not caring about the burning pain in his back. He rushed to the windowsill to see the state of the aberrant species. It turned out to be the scene of a lifetime. Gray haze. A dark purple vine poked out. Easily penetrates the Butcher's aberration species. It quickly retracted and disappeared into the mist as if it had never been there. Sheen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stabilized his mind slightly, intending to take a look at the monster's introduction panel. Tian Quan Wisteria. Attributes? Rank? Qualifications? Talent? Skill? Description. The difference in rank is so great that you don't deserve to see it. Sheen more? Looking forward to half a day. And this is what I'm shown. A lot of oddities seem to be explained the moment you see the Sky Crown Wisteria. It starts with a quiet environment. Not many aberrations like to yell, because the ones that yell the loudest get tenderized to death by the Sky Crown Wisteria. Then there was the monster division of the building. The overall trend is weak at the top and strong at the bottom, and the closer you get to the surface, the more unknown energies there must be. How is the Sky Crown Wisteria so hot if it doesn't have much energy? Not sure exactly what kind of energy it is. Sheen Moore has a hunch. It seems that these two buildings are all food raised by the Sky Crown Wisteria. It definitely had the strength to kill all the aberrant beasts, and as a result it didn't. Wasn't it captive? I jumped back and forth twice. Why didn't I GA? Sheen Moore muttered a rhetorical question. Not to play cheap, but simply to feel that something was wrong. It could be the floor. I bounced jumps consistently 10 stories up, and the butcher's freak, who passed away, dropped to nearly 100 levels. It could be the meat. Ignoring putrid odors and the like, the butcher's freak has definitely more flesh and blood energy than I do. At the very least, people have aberration crystal cores, while I have nothing, just a tiny first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Inside, there are two unsupported bold guesses. First, the Crown Wisteria was also created by the survivors to create a so-called new form of aberrant symbiosis, controlled internally by a biochip. The smart chip operates according to a set program, and don't be surprised if anything outrageous happens. The reason for thinking so comes from the odd behavior of Skycrest Wisteria, which is kinda abstract. Secondly, the reason why Self didn't die on the spot was probably because of the power of the Abyssal pattern. According to unreliable official statistics, when a newcomer was in the Imperial Beast trial, he or she would encounter monsters that differed by up to 3 major ranks. Or it could have been encountered and then suddenly crashed without even a chance to yell out quit. Therefore, there are scholars boldly suggested, newcomers do not wimp out. Descending into the monster lair directly believe in the power of the abyssal pattern given by the abyss. Sheen Moore rubbed his brow. In fact, just don't think about these unsolvable annoying things, then it won't be annoying. The most crucial place is that thinking about it is also blind thinking. When can you single-handedly abuse a level 30 butcher's freak mutant before thinking about the Sky Crown Wisteria is more or less the same? 7th day today. 3 days to go before we leave. Let's hope nothing happens. Sheen Mo thought of Self's long-term domination of the list. Think of the Self exaggerated to the point of outrageous gains. Think of the achievement of completing evolution without going out. I used to think it was pretty awesome. Many times thanks to the key of trials anchoring the advent. Just wanna say shit now. Where was it a holy place for brushing monsters? It was clearly a mother nest of aberrations with no bottom to be seen. There are no messed up aberrant beasts here. All of them are form type 1, type 2, and type 3 aberrant beasts. Probably failures of the test. And the giant axe-wielding, self-gifted butcher freak, and the Sky Crown Wisteria that comes and goes without a trace and is unfathomable. What I did before is not pressed to bouncing in the grave and taking a life for the resources I have now. All sorts of great harvests when nothing happens. When the unexpected comes, there's no way to even fight back. Boss, are you okay? Grey Wolf ran down in a hurry and was relieved to see Sheen Mo standing beside the bed. Although the boss had suffered some injuries on his back, his stance was still upright. Standing at the edge of the abyss, looking out of the corner of his eye. Associated boss's feat 10 minutes ago. It simply admired it to the point of being a god. The first butcher's aberration, utilizing a seemingly insignificant trap, was taken down without incident. No fancy layout. Using the simplest and most effective way to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. A second butcher's aberration strikes. The boss decisively abandoned his mech and lured the aberrant species to high altitude in what appeared to be a panicked escape. But in fact every step of the way was planned. Especially if you retrieve the mech through the air, then suddenly put it on again and take a cold shot at the opponent. A stroke of God. It just can't think of cerebellar atrophy or such a stunning maneuver. A normal Imperial Beastmaster's item bar can only hold props. The boss's item bar played out in a textbook level of brilliant maneuvering. Whether it was the decisiveness when giving up, the timing when retrieving, or the severity when striking, it all seemed so natural, as if everything was under control. The Grey Wolf has reason to suspect that even if 10 butcher aberrations come together, the boss can handle it. You, keep your voice down. Sheen Mo spoke in a hurry. Oh, why boss with your strength, it's still not a GAGA messy kill. You didn't see it? See what? Grey Wolf asked back, puzzled. This is probably the joy of ignorance. Sheen Mo sighed inwardly, not witnessing the true appearance of the Sky Crown Wisteria. Self should also be quite happy now. Forget it. Not to think about the sky-crested wisteria or the eccentricities of the Twin Towers. The last 3 days were honest. Organize the harvest so far. Grey Wolf was level 19, and Self was about to be promoted to the second rank, so he could be used as a hidden bottom card. Summoning expansion vouchers, with one currently in hand and a distant second in points, are within reach. Both milestones were fully accomplished. Next, hold steady and don't wave. Go back to being the prettiest boy you can be. Sheen Moore is trying to wave. The key wave cannot. Try and pass away. Remove the half-ruined mech from the item bar. The butcher's armor. The smart biochip. A whole bunch of materials. Keep the sound down and the commotion down. Fix the mech first. Use the materials as you should. Don't be afraid to waste them. And this biochip. Work on it. And take care to isolate its messaging. Sheen Mo didn't say anything about the Heavenly Crown Wisteria, because it's useless to talk about it. It just adds to the trouble. It's a good idea to go out and use it as a talking point. Discuss it at will. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. The Grey Wolf patted his chest and assured that he was not good at fighting, but research and manufacturing was not as good as having hands? Just do this, and then that. Easy and stress-free. Holding a pile of materials, he returned with gusto. Wait. Sheen Mo reached out. Just wanted to call out to the Grey Wolf. The other party has already disappeared around the corner. Get a summoning expansion coupon. I also wanted to ask the Grey Wolf if he should greet the Red Wolf in advance. It was said in advance that the Grey Wolf stayed up all night exploding his liver, and what he asked for was very simple. Forget it. We'll talk about it over dinner. I'm weak in the knees right now and need time to slow down. Sheen Mo took out a blue potion from the item bar. Rare grade restorative fluid. From white pickup survival blind box. Restorative solution. Level, 0. Quality, rare. Effects, repairing genes. Curing terminal illnesses. And can also be used to restore injuries. Description, 1 sip refreshes the mind. 2 sips never fatigue. 3 sips never grow old. Flicking the mouth of the scribed glass bottle reveals the azure potion within. Sheen Mo tilted his head and drank. The injuries weren't really serious because of the armor's protection, but they were hurt. The only healing type potion on his body was the rare grade restorative fluid. You can use the zero order redemption opportunity if you have a subsequent need. 3 days to dominate the list, 5 days to dominate the list, and 7 days to dominate the list. Combined to give 3 redemption opportunities for nothing. And it can't be used up. It can't be used up at all. The ruins of aberration all over the place. The newbie Imperial Beastmaster looked at the points leaderboard and was nothing but shocked. Would have thought that the top of the list would have been more efficient in terms of explosive scoring. It will slow down as time progresses, because brushing monsters is also about luck. The simplest reason. Newcomers who descended on the isolated island and descended on the desert. It is very outrageous that there is not a single aberration monster that they have not encountered. The top of the table wants to keep popping up points as often as possible, regardless of whether he can beat them or not, and he needs to be looking for them all the time. Either you're looking for it or you're on your way to it, a great test of luck. As a result, the efficiency of the top of the list's explosive scoring is actually getting exaggerated. The crowd is still impressed. On the 4th day, it skyrocketed to 40,000 points, doubling your points. On the 5th day, probably on a break, there weren't many points. On the 6th day, the points skyrocketed again, increasing by 50,000 points. What is the concept of 50,000 points? In the past, you can compete for the top of the list. And this is only the current top of the list. Sheen Moore. A day's harvest. A day tops others 10 days. The others here, not the small Karami who doesn't know what he is talking about, are basically S-level or SS level pride. Placed in a small country is properly the son of tomorrow, the star of the future. However, at this moment it is an inconspicuous accompaniment. Points ranking. First place, Xinsha Empire. Sheen Mo. 134, 984 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation. August. 44, 688 points. Third place, Xinsha Empire. Xiao Yuer. With 42, 098 points. Fourth place, Sakura Empire. Kawashima Miracle. 41, 628 points. Fifth place, Xinsha Empire. Xiao Yen. 40,038 points. The pop-up section was buzzing. 130,000 points. Should reach the highest ever. So I'm witnessing history? 7 consecutive days of dominating the list. It is estimated that it will continue until the 10th day. Terrifying as it is. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to read the standings. Where is Big Brother brushing monsters? I don't envy the big guy for brushing monsters every day. Hiss, is this slaughtering a deformed beast like a pig? Killing a pig doesn't have such a horrible efficiency. Thick gift crab. August is surprisingly defeated. I don't Lieber. Lighthouse Commonwealth. Where is August's lickspill? And why isn't he barking? Sakura Empire. Where is Kawashima's magical lick spittle? And why isn't he barking? What are you Shinsha barking at? Shinmore will flip sooner or later. I say. Falling forest. A trickling creek with a big black and purple lump of show not far from it. A pair of bright eyes emerged from Shoryu, looking straight at the aberrant beast that was drinking. He, none other than Zhang Chong, who was in a hunting state, was Chinmo's classmate. That is to say, is there a possibility? The Chinmore who dominates the top of the list is just the same name as the Chinmore I remember. According to this understanding, I've actually been fighting the air. Zhang Chong was very sure of his own judgment. If the judgment is wrong, he dares to eat a Shanghai in public. The top of the list is high up and overlooking the world. Is it not comparable to classmate Chinmore? It wasn't that he looked down on Chinmo's qualities of diligence, hard work, and struggle. It's just that the Imperial Beast Master. The competition is the summoned beasts. The summoned beasts can't work, people will be ruined. Chinmore's summoned beast came to mind. A wolf that could stand, but was iron naive. Not necessarily a wolf. What wolf is that demoralized? More likely still a demoralized dog. Tenmuku Swamp. The makeshift pair of Xiao Yuer and Lin Yuqing finally got their first bite of meat. Even though it's just plain pork, even though it's just a boiled dish, they still get their mom's flavor. Explore deeper into the swamp. Pick up a survival blind box that no one else wants. Happy to bring it home. Smooth to eat meat and drink water. Normal drinking water. A full 130,000 points. How many aberrant monsters must be killed and how much experience value must be harvested? Lin Yuqing sighed, silently shedding tears that could only be looked up to. Her current points were not even a fraction of Chinmo's 0. Incomparable. In his heart, he was even more determined that this Chinmo was not his Chinmo. The former broke the record, while the latter was mediocre. No matter how much experience value is gained, it's all wasted. Xiao Yuer swallowed the fat and thin water-stewed pork and spoke in a despondent tone. She was ranked no. 3 on the points ranking list. Her summoned beast was at level 10, and being in a trial copy, she couldn't sequence evolve, and any amount of experience value she harvested would have to be wasted. Waste is also true waste. There is no such thing as accumulation. The good thing is, there are still points and props to soothe an empty heart. If it still feels like a blood loss, just look at the points at the top of the table. Everyone is losing blood, but there's one that's losing even more, slightly calming the stumbling heart. The current top 10 of the points leaderboard is estimated to have summoned beasts at level 10, fighting for the chance to redeem them. Xiao Yuer raised her eyes to look at the young girl who was gulping down the broth. Her summoned beasts, in fact, were not suitable for the swamp's environment, and if it wasn't for Lin Yuqing's assistance, she definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve the points she had now. Want to brush some monsters? Upgrade and gain points. Don't! Lin Yuqing shook her head decisively. Because she couldn't beat them, did she still want Xiao Yuer to capture the aberrant beasts and press them on the ground for her to kill? The descent land was unfriendly, basically filled with level 5, 6, and 7 aberrant beasts that had absolutely nothing to fight back with. The descending ground of the envious leader of the list, Chinmore, should be a favorable terrain that can be attacked and defended. That's fine. You take more props. This thing has a pretty high burst rate, Xiao Yuer said. The originating mother city is hundreds of kilometers away. Scattered pieces of an air carrier, in pieces, set deep in the rocky ground. Here's the real name. It was supposed to be the mother city of Origin's first defense network, Central Command Tower, but unfortunately it was razed to the ground. A gale rolled across the ground, and iron filings flew horizontally. In walks a lanky young man bathed in thunder, blonde hair and blue eyes. He, August, points leaderboard no. 2, the strongest rookie of the current Lighthouse Federation. From the edge of the Star Wars-like battlefield, follow the trail of the aberrant beasts to the core. Seen shattered flying machines, seen barricaded cruisers, up to the current air and space motherships. I, August, fought my way through the battlefield, either killing monsters or on my way to kill them. But my points, it's far inferior to that animal at the top of the list. Why the hell is that? August's gaze looked past the huge parts scattered about to the giant city looming at the clouds. There weren't really many aberrant beasts here, so if you wanted to keep killing monsters, you had to keep moving forward. Thunder God, let's charge again. Reach the giant city and kill as many aberrations as we want. His summoned beast was the SS-ranked elemental spirit. 4. Attribute, elemental. Level, 10. Qualification, SS level. Talent, thunderbolt. Skills, lightning and fire. Thunder snake whip. Loyalty, 90%. Description, thunder god. A natural thunder spirit, nurtured by the heavenly landmine calamity. The current level is only 10. And completing the sequence evolution enables one more talent and several more skills. The core talent that August undertook is elemental possession. The combination of the two can be transformed into a mage to attack the world-renowned Thunder Mage. The words fell. Elemental possession. Toward the giant city of the clouds. The air was like a rainbow, running wildly. The odds are that he doesn't know an idiom from the Divine Summer Empire. Looking at the mountain and running away from the horse. In the meantime, Divine Summer Empire, Imperial Capital. Two anchors sit in the studio. The unpowdered and sweet Gong Yenner, and Professor AI with a smile on her face. 7 days had passed since the Imperial Beast trial, and the first, second, and third batches of eliminated newcomers returned one after another. As you know, instead of returning immediately after elimination, he was in some unknown dark space, falling into a deep sleep, washing away the abyssal pattern, and completely losing his qualifications as a royal beast master. So, until the 5th or 6th day, it's the only way to bring about the first day of battle within the replica. The news brought back shocked everyone and caused an uproar. The fact that the top of the list belonged to the Divine Summer Empire was in line with everyone's mental expectations and wasn't really a surprise. What was truly unexpected was that the top of the list actually wasn't the 4 SS-ranked Heavenly Prides, but rather the teenager named Shin Mo. Even after the past few days, the pop-ups are still coming in droves. At first, when I knew that Shin Mo was the top of the list, it was not a surprise. There are always 1 or 2 lucky people who get a lucky peek at the top of the list. Never thought that it would actually dominate the list? As of now, Shin Mo has been dominating the list for 3 days, and belongs to a distant lead. Continuously dominating the list for 3 days is not something that can be explained by luck. There must be something real. The neighbor's kid is called Chin Moore, and he's been burning incense and praying to the Buddha these days, hoping that the top of the list will be his kid. The neighbor you're talking about wouldn't be the child of a distant relative of my cousin's old man, would it? First fat is not fat. I believe that as time goes by, victory will ultimately belong to the Mordor Stormtroopers. It doesn't matter if the top of the list is Shin Mo or the 4 Great Celestial Pride. It's fine if it belongs to our Divine Summer. The total points are way ahead, and the edge is on me this hand. Solid. Ahem. Professor AI let out a light cough to attract the live audience's attention before speaking slowly. Little friend Shin Mo dominated the top of the list for 3 days, made a significant contribution to raising the total points of the Divine Summer Empire. I'm an old-timer in the Imperial Beast world, and at the same time, I kind of have a bit of specialized knowledge. As long as little friend Shin Mo can dominate the list for 5 days, I'm offering a free evolutionary consultation. No charge. The tone was calm, and the voice was loud and clear. Prof. AI didn't jump in to show his presence on purpose. With his status and position, he didn't need it at all. There were so many 7th Order bigwigs out there to flatter. The purpose was to help the Imperial Beast Bureau pull in Shin Moore. For 3 days on the hegemony list, the qualifications of the summoned beasts were either S rank or SS rank. Otherwise, it was impossible to overwhelm a host of heavenly prides at home and abroad and bow down, with such qualifications, without contacting the local Imperial Beasts Bureau in the first place. Either his character is overly cautious or he is prejudiced against the Empire. Either way, his use of evolutionary counseling as a meet and greet gift was sincere. Gong Yenner sniffed. Hastily, he craned his head to look at Professor AI, only to see determination in a smile. Heart envy. She was currently a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and was just a foot away from the 4th rank, but the kick made her scalp tingle just thinking about it, and she tossed and turned so much that she couldn't sleep. The experience of the first sequence evolution of associations. Contact your mentor, consult the sequence evolution, pass the evolution copy, and go down the copy repeatedly to collect materials. Because it was a SS-class summoned beast, it took a full month of tossing and turning before Yenji could finish evolving. Every step is critical, but to say what's most critical, it's definitely the first step, consulting evolution, because if the first step is wrong, the result can only be tragic if you try harder afterward. Now, Professor AI had actually taken a personal interest in the matter. How could she not be envious and jealous? Is it because she's not at the top of the list that the big boys in the country aren't taking special care of her? Viewers watching the live stream, equally envious and jealous. What a chance that must be, reminiscent of their serial evolution. Forget it, don't want to think about it, it's all tears. The troublesome evolution process was not the biggest headache, but the fear of making a mistake, which would then cut short the path of the Imperial Beast. And this is when having a reliable and attentive evolutionary counselor is especially important. Gong Yenner spoke sourly. Professor AI, from now on, will you take special care of the top of our empire? No. I'm a little busy with work. Then why this time? Is Shin Moore a latecomer you know? Because I'm happier. Professor AI had no idea of explaining and made a random excuse. Sour. Gong Yenner felt self more sour. It's as if you've fallen into the old sauerkraut vegetable jar. If the last prof. AI had announced this in advance, she, odds are, would not have taken it seriously. Only an Imperial Beast Master who had experienced a sequential evolution could experience the bitterness and anxiety involved. Like right now, approaching the threshold of the Fourth Order. I'm afraid of accidentally scrapping little Yenji. Let's hope that student Sheen Moore can seize the opportunity to get a counseling session with Prof. AI. By the way, Prof. AI, you are able to elaborate based on returning newcomers. A brief depiction of what the current trial replica looks like? Dong Yenner took the initiative to change the topic, and if she didn't, she was afraid that Self wouldn't have the feeling to be jealous in the future. It's really too sour and acidic. Prof. AI nodded at his words, a smile on his national face, clearly pleased with the topic. Elaboration through students. The trial copy is an aberration world, similar to the biochemical world, zombie world, and mutant world. A student saw Western dragons soaring in the sky and shooting flames. A student saw falling to Earth, sci-fi shaped air and space battleships. Some students have seen underground bases where many monsters exist. Mysterious aurora, apocalyptic wasteland, high-tech, freaks. So, I don't know what world that is. The rookie royalty who was eliminated in the opening round. It usually descends on more dangerous places. One can see many so-called truths about the world. It was the fact that there were so many constituent elements that deterred him from opening his mouth, which was basic professionalism, especially the underground bases depicted by students. It was stocked with a lot of weapon-wielding aberrant beasts. Odds are that they were transformed. Biological modifications are not difficult for civilizations where empty space motherships exist. Here's the problem. The mysterious aurora has only been around for 3 days. How did it have time to transform? Aboriginal pre-modified aberrant beasts, or the existence of some alien civilization? Dong Yenner blinked her big bright eyes. Well, it's like listening to a king. Ahem. Prof. AI coughed lightly. Isn't it just a bit of skin? Needs such a big reaction? In a nutshell, the ruins of aberration are definitely not as simple as we seem. Dong Yenner's pretty face had a look of great benefit, inwardly spitting. Isn't that still a load of crap? Where's an easy copy of the trial? The trial copy, the most special existence among the copies, is not just that it can be quit in the middle. Oh yeah. According to the grapevine, the abyssal projection that enveloped the Sakura Empire was likely to harbor an unknown copy of the trial. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye it came to the 10th day, just a few final minutes until the end of the trial. Shin Mo stood in the shadows of the building, looking at the deep, bottomless ground, possibly frightened by the sky-crowned wisteria. There was not even the thought of peeing 3 feet into the wind. Finally able to get the hell out of here. On the 8th day, nothing happened and Grey Wolf fixed the mech. On the 9th day, nothing happened and Grey Wolf worked on the biochip. It has always been a non-event in the recent past. The aberration monster didn't come up, and Sheen Moore didn't want to go down. After all, it's fine to reach all the goals and hold steady and not make waves. The Grey Wolf was asked the other day if he wanted to summon the Red Wolf, and was refused. The reason is also simple. This damn place was a copy of the trial, not the quiet and peaceful, well-policed Divine Summer Empire. In the event that they are summoned and happen to encounter an irresistible crisis, 1 person and 2 wolves will all end up in the box. Shin Mo also gave up on the idea of summoning a fighting bull or horse. If one is summoned that likes to yell and disturb the Skycrest Wisteria taking a nap. Ha-da. Fortunately, not a single thing that was feared happened. Seems like as long as Self doesn't screw up, he'll be fine. Just a guess. Of course. And odds are you won't be able to come back in the future after you leave this hellhole anyway. Perhaps the experience of more copies, but also to forget their own copies of the newcomer trials. The past is like smoke. Boss, I have everything packed. Grey Wolf's footsteps were light and his tone was tinged with excitement. For going out, the boss can then summon the Red Wolves to unite the couple. The thought of his wife eating the lamb and complimenting it on how great and awesome it was rounded out the wolf's life. Haven't seen you in 10 days. Haven't been separated for this long since I met my wife. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is goodbye, and it was on the verge of being unable to suppress its restlessness. Boss, it's a shame to say, it's almost time to parse the first layer of coating on the biochip. Feeling that the wait was too torturous, Grey Wolf took it upon himself to divert his thoughts, parsing the program code of a biochip. This is used to build a dedicated server for connecting all models of biochips. What does it mean? Means the butcher aberration, which can follow orders like a robot. Whether it was getting the aberrant species killed for points, or ordering the aberrant species to kill the enemy. The thought was excellent. The only pity is that the biochip's program coding was so complex that even if it went all out, it was a bit too late. If there were 4 more hours, not to mention completing the parsing, the dedicated server would have been built. The Grey Wolf's emotion only lasted for a few seconds. Just because it and the boss were low enough to look at the aberrant species now didn't mean they would do so later. The district butcher aberrant species, or the district aberrant creatures, can only show off in the early stages. Next time if we can meet again, guaranteed to beat the dog brains out of them. Aha. Chinemo nodded slightly without caring. Nothing to be sorry about leading off a cliff in points and reaching all your plans at the same time. Being able to take all the gains and leave this hellhole safely is the best ending. Just then, Abyssal Stripe information refreshed. Countdown to the end of the trial, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Trial is over. Suddenly, the wormhole was shrouded in blackness, and the man and wolf disappeared abruptly. The breeze blowing through the towering towers didn't seem to make a difference. Alert, the trial is over, and you will return to this world soon. Hint, points ranking no. 1. More than 50. 000 points. Get a chance to exchange for a trial X1. Tips, 10 consecutive days on the list. More than 100. 000 points. Get the key to the ruins of aberration X1. Trial redemption opportunity. Rank, first. Quality, legendary. Effects, can be exchanged for all types of first-order props below legendary quality. Description, cherish it Imperial Beast Master. This is the only legendary item you'll ever touch in your life. Key to the ruins of aberration. Rank, 7th. Quality, legendary. Effect, free access to the ruins of aberration. Cooldown 30 days. Description, 10 days on the list. More than 100. 000 points. You are the chosen one to conquer the ruins of aberration. Reminder, we are about to leave the ruins of aberration. Please use the trial exchange opportunity as soon as possible. Q, countdown. 10, 9, 8. Redemption. Summon expansion vouchers. The words fell. The vision went skyward for a moment. Eyes open again. Reflecting the familiar dumpster. The simple gray tent, dusty from the past 10 days. Looking around, there was a lot more trash. Plastic bags, toilet paper, paper shells, etc. It's dirty and the air isn't very good, though, and there's the noise of garbage trucks in the distance. Sheen Mo, however, revealed a bright smile. Step out of your tent, open your arms, and embrace this new, familiar and unfamiliar world. When I first crossed over, I was at a loss and confused in the face of the completely incomprehensible Imperial Beast system. After a 10-day-long trial for newcomers, how could there be anything to get used to? One can only say it's good to be back. After all, the new world of Imperial Beasts is no longer strange. Could it be any stranger than the ruins of derangement, where civilization has fallen and all the people are deformed? Enough to look out for 10 minutes. It was only then that he managed to withdraw his eyes. Grey Wolf, come here for a moment and summon your wife now so that you can be reunited as husband and wife. Need your help though. I don't suppose it's too much trouble for you? The Grey Wolf was on the verge of tears. It was only when he saw that the boss was reminiscing that he didn't press the issue. It can't wait to see its wife the next second in shabu shabu with glee. Oh yeah. Purposely left a copy of the Flaming Lamb strips that I was planning to share with my wife. Sheen Mo took out the summoning expansion coupon, the palm-sized talisman, with subtle silver runes inscribed on its surface, flowed and emitted a shimmering light. It was light in the hand, as if it weighed nothing, and it seemed as if it could still ignore gravity and float in midair. Later, when I use the summoning expansion voucher, the consciousness will follow the anchor point and descend into your world once more. You need to keep calling out your wife's name. If your wife doesn't agree, the summoning fails and the summoning expansion coupon is voided. Understand? Sheen Moore had inquired about the experiences of his predecessors in using it. These precautions are actually known to the Grey Wolf. Again, is just in case of an accident. Grey Wolf nodded solemnly and said in a grave tone, "Let's begin, boss." Alert, summoning expansion coupon in use. Time limit, 5 minutes. Countdown to end of summoning, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Compared to the last time when the consciousness was chaotic and bewildered, this time it was completely different and you could clearly see herds of cattle and horses in the green pastures. The view cuts across the sheep village and see sleeping sloths and flour-delivering boiling goats. A thought of 1,000 miles and a scene change. Consciousness descends on the forest. See the towering wolf castle and also the red wolf in tears. That's the difference between 1 point of spirit and 20 points of spirit. 1 point of spirit does not know anything. The consciousness is wandering, as if it were a lost child. 20 points of spirit to look wherever you want while still being able to transmit thoughts on your own. Red Wolf, agree to the contract and you will meet the Grey Wolf. Red Wolf, agree to the contract and you will meet the Grey Wolf. Sheen Mo was speechless in his heart. Doesn't the most liked usage record online require a companion to call out the name? There's no point in shouting. It's 2 worlds away. You're overthinking it. Buzz. Strange spatial fluctuations rippled through the dump station like a water splash. Wife, I'm your dearest Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf hissed and cried. mournfully like a cuckoo crying blood. It was afraid that if it shouted too quietly, its wife would not hear it and miss the chance to meet. Just then, Shinemo slowly opened his eyes and looked in surprise at the grey wolf who was shaking his own arm. Not, you don't pull me to call my wife. Okay, it is easy to cause others to misunderstand. Boss, you're done summoning? Where's my wife? The grey wolf's heart thumped, and uncertainty spread rapidly across his face, taking over his entire body in no time. It knew the boss's character and would never joke about such a great right and wrong. If the summoning was successful, it would definitely be the first time to release the Imperial Beast space, and now it's empty. I'm afraid the summoning failed. Why don't you look behind you? Shinemo was speechless. Grey Wolf had tears in his eyes and was still clutching Self's hand. Those who didn't know saw it and thought that a man and a wolf had had some outrageous encounter. Old husband? Kotaro stared blankly at the back of Chaotix. Not so sure, because it noticed that the Grey Wolf seemed to become handsome and younger. During the 10 days that the Grey Wolf was missing, he went to every corner of the forest and searched in vain. On the 3rd day he walks alone to the sheep village, grabs the electrified iron gate, and tells Wesley to let his husband go. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, the entire sheep village went out to help find the Grey Wolf. On the 7th day, almost the entire green meadow was trodden, and there was never any Grey Wolf. The Red Wolf was desperate. It swore that it would never let the Grey Wolf catch a sheep again. It swore that it would never use a pan to beat the Grey Wolf again. It only begged the Grey Wolf not to abandon it, even if it was to eat grass. It was willing to do so. On the 8th day, in tears, it felt like the whole sky had fallen. On the 9th day, the search continues, passing out from exhaustion somewhere in the forest, and being sent back to Wolf's Castle by Ant Hippo. On the 10th day, with tears in its eyes, it vowed in its heart that it would raise its unborn child well. When the child is born, let's call him Little Grey Grey. Grey as in Grey Wolf. It looks like it's just making up its mind. It felt like Wolfson was seeing hope again. A vast, magnificent, and majestic male voice resounded in his head, like a legendary deity. Did its sincerity move God? Without much thought, the Red Wolf directly agreed and instantly appeared. Not only did I see my husband who I'd been spending time with, but it looks like he's gotten better looking and younger. The Grey Wolf twisted his head momentarily. A glance for 10,000 years. All that remained in the whole field of vision, or rather in the whole world, was the haggard, constricted figure of the woman. Wife, husband, wife, husband. The Grey Wolf and the Red Wolf hugged each other instantly, crying tears of joy, probably not knowing what to say. They keep repeating each other's nicknames as if they were repeaters, all the while holding on to each other. Fear that if I let go, my lover will no longer be there. I'm afraid that if I don't hold on to it, it's all a dream. Ask what is love in the world, and teach people to live and die. Shinemo sighed inwardly. As a single person, I am most displeased with all this love and affection. I'm 18 this year, which is a good age to be exchanging bodily fluids, so maybe it's time to find a nice person to exchange bodily fluids with. The school flower Lin Yuching? Every youthful and ignorant teenager has a flawless dream girl living inside of him. Maybe the class flower, school flower. Maybe a beautiful looking teacher. Or maybe a sister-in-law. Bang! As Chin Moore sighed, there was a dull thumping in his ears. Looking up, a pan snapped into Grey Wolf's face, embedding itself so deeply it hurt to look at it. Well, take back the restlessness inside. Women will only affect the speed of my imperial beasts. Silently, he took 2 steps back, lest there be a mishap. Grey Wolf. The Red Wolf wiped away the tears of excitement that had not yet dripped from the corners of his eyes, and his almond eyes widened angrily, as if he could droop the willow of Lin Dayu. How disheartened he had been at first. How furious he was at the moment. It's literally pissed off to the point of exploding. Grey Wolf. This dog actually abandoned his wife as well as his unborn child and played missing? If we don't take action to suppress it this time, will we still be missing in the future? Is it still going to go up to the house? Old wife, you listen to me to explain. Things are like this. Don't hit the face. It runs, it chases, it can't get away. Boss save me. We were born to die. You can't see death to save. The moment Grey Wolf turned back in fear, he saw Chin-mo, who had his hands in his pockets, eating melons and watching the show. Red Wolf stopped raising his pan and similarly looked at Chin-mo. Ahem, I've got a flaming lamb here. Why don't we shag a lamb and keep fighting after we're full? I read the letter you wrote on your desk. Pregnant with a baby, huh? Since you're pregnant, it's even more important to supplement your nutrition while not being easily angered. You don't want the baby to be born with a wrinkled, bitter face, do you? Chin-mo hurriedly explained while taking out the mutton as a favor, changing the topic in the process. For creating the situation here and now, Self has an unshirkable responsibility. After all, it was Self who summoned Grey Wolf here. Wyatt, pregnant? Pa? Baby? The gray wolf froze on the spot. Was he going to be a father? Oh yes. And nutrition for the unborn baby. For the sake of its wife and child. It thinks it can beat the ruins of aberration. The red wolf froze as well. Looking at the flaming lamb that was handed to me. The meat was so flavorful. It was the lamb that I had been craving for so long. Reached out and rubbed his stomach. For the sake of the child in his stomach. He could not be angry and could not appear to have a bitter face. The reason the gray wolf disappeared was so that you and your children could have a better life. Shin-mo put down the mutton and briefly explained the reason. Then waved his hand and quickly left the shura. It's not crying your eyes out. It's just a fight to the death. My newly adult self said that I couldn't handle it at all. So I'd better run away first. Looking back at the still frozen red wolf. Almost forgot to check the opponent's attribute panel. Red wolf. Attribute, beast. Level, 1. Qualification, S level. Talent, protecting your husband. Skills, pan mastery. Housekeeping mastery. Loyalty, 80%. Description, a pregnant she-wolf. Summon one and get one free. Big money. Protecting husband. Level, 0. Category, summoned beast talent. Effect, when Grey Wolf is humiliated. He will exert 100% to 1000% of his strength. Description, my husband, the only one I can beat. The summoned beasts that were just summoned were all level 1. You can't summon one that's too strong or one that's too weak. There's a general range. Loyalty is at 80%. Presumably due to summoning in desperation. And possibly with a credit to the lamb. After all, when Self first bribed the Grey Wolf, he did so by virtue of a whole sheep feast. The Grey Wolf's loyalty is at 100%, an unexpected blessing, which is quite nice. Shinmore's real concern is Grey Wolf's mental state. It's like a shot in the arm when you hear about a baby, and it's time to start the road to involution again. And it's a long way off. Children, grandchildren, children and grandchildren are endless also, but the Grey Wolf seems to be enjoying himself. It's horrible. Walk to an unoccupied corner, reaching out with a false move. Another summoning expansion ticket. Digital baby, Tengu Beast. Shinmore rubbed the delicate texture of the expansion coupon. Trial copies of the combined harvest of 2. One comes from killing the butcher's aberrations and using the redemption opportunity to get it. One comes from the top of the points leaderboard, earned by using a redemption opportunity. Among the many first-order props, the reason for choosing the summoning expansion coupon is simple. There is a shortage of main battle summoners. Not just any shortage. A very, very big shortage. Look at the current lineup configuration. Self was a royal beast master. Grey Wolf was a supplementary type summoned beast. And Red Wolf was still pregnant. If we encountered a difficult enemy, we would actually have to rely on ourselves, the beast master, to turn the tide in a physical fight? It's not a question of whether it's good or not. Rather, it simply doesn't make sense. The Beastmaster can take on the talents and skills of the summoned beasts though, but it can only take on some of them, and the quality is far inferior to that of a summoned beast. If the Imperial Beastmaster could fuck over his own summoned beasts, what kind of Imperial Beastmaster would it be? The key is also very uninsured. Summoned beasts defeated in battle. The Imperial Beastmaster collects them into the Imperial Beast space and uses props to escape from afar, all of which can survive. And if the Imperial Beastmaster is in a desperate situation, he can't even escape. And in the end, all of them will have to GA. Self is not short of props right now. What it takes to get a Grey Wolf hand rub. There is an urgent need for a main battle summoner that can fight and upgrade. If this problem is not solved, every time you make a copy in the future, the risk will increase. And then there's the whole Imperial Beastmaster battle, summoned beast upgrade thing, which is more or less oddly alternative. Shinemo lowered his eyes to look at the summoning expansion coupon in his palm. Having had one experience with it, let's summarize the feelings first. Summoning an expansion coupon is not as good as a newcomer's first contract ceremony. The first time the deed was done, I saw the endless vastness of the world. I see mountains of skeletons. I see the beast that tramples mountains and rivers. Instead, with the summoning expansion coupon, the viewpoint appears in a verdant meadow with no eye-popping wonders. Even the outer outline of the world where the Grey Wolf was located was not seen at all. It's understandable when you think about it. The first pact of the Imperial Beastmaster, the greatness of the Abyss descends, and the perspective is that of the Abyss. And the summoning expansion voucher is only a first rank item. How can it be compared to the Abyss? When I am promoted from the 3rd to the 4th order, and from the 6th to the 7th, I guess it's only then that I'll once again stand in the perspective of the Abyss and see the magnificent and unparalleled wonders of the world. Consequences. It's not just the perspective that gets worse. More so, the choice of summoning surfaces deteriorates. In the former case, one world at a time jerks past, and there's still a long time to summon. The latter, which can only be selected in one world, takes 5 minutes to summon. If the chosen world is bad, then obviously, a summoning expansion ticket is scrapped. I have 3 choices now. For one thing, it's still the world of the Grey Wolves, and the problem is that there's no proper main battle summoner. Even if they did, people might not agree to summon them. For example, why would Wesley, who lives carefree in a sheep village and has no innate affliction of catching sheep, come to the other world? It was able to contract the Grey Wolf in the first place. The reason for this is that the other person is in a state of loss and is expected to say whatever is a good answer. Second choice. Descend upon a world of bullish replicas. Then use the summoning expansion coupon right in front of the monster. Like whatever monster you like. Find its pup, physically convince it, and start the pact. Third option. Straight up recklessness. My destiny is mine, not God's. Lose and work at sea. Win and model at the club. The monsters in the copy world generally have lower qualifications. Well, it's not the copy worlds that are the problem. It's all the worlds. Without going far, let's say the high school in Sky Blue City has only one S-rank summoning beast for tens of thousands of students. As for SS-rank summoning beasts, for this year, one last year, none the year before that, and none the year before that. If you look at it proportionally, use the summoning expansion coupon to summon a greater percentage of highly qualified ones. The reason is also quite understandable. Summon the expansion vouchers and search within the confines of a world with thoughts flowing. When you enter a replica world, how big is the area of activity? And is it possible to do wandering all over the world? Cheenmore summarizes the difference between the second choice and the third choice. The former has a warranty that requires a lot of time and access to a lot of copies to find. The latter has a very low floor and a high ceiling, with the advantage of being fast and seeing life and death in 5 minutes. Done. First summoning. Summoning the concept level Grey Wolf. The second summoning summoned the S-ranked Red Wolf. From this, Europa's summoning luck sure isn't bad. That's probably my golden touch. Alert, summoning expansion coupon in use. Time limit, 5 minutes. Countdown to end of summoning, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Consciousness descends instantly into the new world. There is no right to choose the world. Only the right to choose the summoned beast. This is. Cheen Mo looked up into the sky, seeing the substance within through the blue sky and white clouds. A stream of data of different colors, forming a huge network with each other, as if it were the world of digital. Looking down at the ground, I wonder what the fawn bar is, and the product of a massive amount of data materialization. Digital baby world? I can't believe it's another cartoon world. Is it just self-inflicted luck? Or is there really some kind of golden finger? The cartoon world has a high floor, certainly higher than the aberrant beasts in the ruins of aberration. Digimon world, stacked from information in computers. Digital babies are the product of data materialization. Speaking of data, I have to mention Grey Wolf in his genius form. Is this a professional match? If it's a summoned beast from another world, Cheenmore didn't have much certainty that he would train it to level 40, 50, or 60, because many summoned beasts have limits of their own. The grading of SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F is not just a gap in talent and qualification, but also a gap in hard caps, and the world of Digimon is different. Even the most trashy digital baby can be infinitely enhanced, because the data is infinite. Because the conceptual Grey Wolf's scientific research against the odds is infinite. This means that any digital baby can hitch a ride on Grey Wolf's concept level qualifications. No data? Grey Wolf has it. Don't know the direction of evolution? Grey Wolf's genius form. The first effect. To find out, it can even modify the underlying data logic of digital treasures for targeted evolution. Want battle class summoner? Then let the underlying data logic favor combat. Evolved talents, skills, all can be targeted for modification, depending on how much time is spent. Looking at a Digimon world alone, it's actually okay, not really anticlimactic, but combined with conceptual level qualifications, Grey Wolf, even if it's a pig, we can make it soar through the 9 heavens, catch turtles in the sea, and compare it to a holy dragon. Countdown to end of summoning, 0 hours, 3 minutes, 59 seconds. A full minute and a second had passed, and it was not possible to continue to fool around with the idea. Gotta hurry up and find the right Digimon. Granted, it's backed up by Grey Wolf's conceptual level credentials, but why not when you can find something better? Modifying the underlying data logic of a digital baby is not a matter of moving your hands. It takes a lot of effort. Every extra second of thought spent now, the follow-up will help the Grey Wolf save a day or even a month's worth of energy. Cheenmore's God's perspective changed rapidly. A hierarchy of digital treasures comes to mind. Digital egg, juvenile, growth, mature, complete, inquisitorial, and super inquisitorial. A digital baby's information appeared at eye level. Saw the S-rank Tumblr beast. A pink ball of flesh with 2 tentacle-like ears. The rollerball beast is a juvenile form that can evolve into the Yagyu beast, Tyrannosaurus rex, mechanical Tyrannosaurus rex, and the ultimate battle Tyrannosaurus rex. Saw the A-list unicorns. A yellow ball of flesh, topped with a sharp horn that looks like a scythe. Unicorns are juvenile forms that can evolve into gay beasts, Garuru beasts, werewolf Garuru beasts, and the ultimate metal Garuru beast. Saw the S-rated candle beast, shaped as a white candle with the flame of life burning at the tip. Candle beasts are growth stages that can evolve into undead beasts, necromantic beasts, and the clown emperor in its ultimate form. Sheen Moore found a very odd phenomenon. That is, that digital babies are generally more qualified. They are basically graded S, A, B, and C, with the main focus on A and B grades. Compared to other summoning worlds, this is simply a sea of treasures for Imperial Beast Masters. Sheen Moore thinks that a very important reason should be that digital treasures can evolve, and the line of evolution is very obvious. When the level is reached and the data is enough, they can evolve. In reality, many summoned beasts are actually unable to evolve, or are very difficult to evolve. For example, if the summoned beast is a regular stone, the stone is fine. The regular stone is basically useless. Sure, not everyone gets a digital baby and can make them evolve. The advantage is limited to Self, because Self knows all the evolutionary routes. Beyond that, there's another very important reason. Reality does not fit the evolutionary dataset. Just because the world of Digimon consists of data doesn't mean that all worlds do. Ordinary Imperial Beast Masters who got lucky with digital treasures could only look at the high qualifications of S rank, A rank, and B rank in Gawk, letting out a long sigh from their souls. This thing can be S rank too? The reasoning is simple. Digimon are late-stage summoned beasts, and the further back they go, the stronger their qualifications become. All of the above. With Self and Grey Wolf, none of it was a problem. One could even argue that Digimon are simply tailor-made battle drudgery. Soon, Sheen Moore's viewpoint stopped at a mewling beast. Overall it is a pale yellow oval with a yellow and purple tail behind it. Meowths are juvenile. The growth stage is the puppy beast, the maturity stage is the Dilu beast, and the full form is the celestial maiden beast. The prerequisites are all younger brothers, and it's not until they evolve into the celestial maiden beasts that they are the pinnacle of strength unleashed. Sheen Mo chose it because of its SS level terrifying qualifications. Digimon qualifications are generally high. Haven't seen E qualifications or SS qualifications. But, at this point, Meowth looked a bit of a mess, or a little pathetic. This was one of the reasons why Sheen Moore had chosen it. Imagine, would a person who was making his way in the digital baby world and living a cozy life like a grandpa follow a stranger into the outside world? Is he out of his mind? There is also only a life of worry and no light ahead. It was only then that he thought about the reopening of the other world for an unimpeded and immensely powerful rise to power. Meow Beast, he who glorifies my true name will see eternal life and reincarnation. Meow Beast, he who glorifies my true name will see eternal life and reincarnation. Quickly agree to the contract. In the meantime, the source code for the world of Digimon, a hint of an unnameable, unobservable shadow appears. It's like ink that wants to taint all the source code, but it was overwritten in an instant, leaving not a trace. Phew, a world full of complex, mysterious source code. A humanoid Digimon suddenly appeared, staring intently at the mutation without words. The sky is spinning and the vision is black. A bright flash of light emerged from the depths of his eyes and quickly encompassed the entire dump. Sheen Mo's consciousness was cast into the Imperial Beast space. Meow Meow. Attribute, Beast. Level, 1. Qualification, SS level. Talent, Body of Data. Ultra Evolution. Skill, Foxtail. Loyalty, 50%. Description, cat-like behavior. Curious and fickle, but also lonely and isolated. It's kind of odd to have 2 talents but only 1 skill. Oh yeah, Meowth is still a suckling child. Extenuating circumstances. Body of Data. Level, 0. Category, Summoned Beast Talent. Effects, when the intimacy reaches 90% and enough source codes are accumulated, it can evolve regardless of the level. Description, Meowth is weak? Look at my growth stage. Maturity stage. Full body. And ultimate body. Overdrive evolution. Level, 0. Category, Summoned Beast Talent. Effects, 90% intimacy. Can stimulate potential evolution. Duration 30 minutes. Cost degradation. Description, in order to protect the one I love, I will launch a bullseye attack. Both talents are very strong. The former, ignoring level evolution. The latter, the extreme state killing move. Both have a common requirement of 90% intimacy. Intimacy, which is really the loyalty of the Imperial Beastmaster panel, is now only 50%. Body of Data. Reaching 90% intimacy and accumulating enough source code to ignore level evolution. In other words, What should be level 1 is still level 1. At most the talents and skills change. It's actually okay. The equivalent of a level 1 summoned beast with level 41 and 71 forms in advance. Leave the intimacy stuff to Self, and the source code stuff to Grey Wolf's exploding liver. Come out. Meowth. Moment. A fleshy orb with a long tail appeared in his arms. The fur is smooth and soft to the touch, and the warmth is perfect for covering your hands in winter. You. Hurry up and let go of me. The mewling beast stared with wide eyes and a milky, ferocious munchkin girl voice. Almost forgot. Digital treasures are talking and have an IQ far beyond the bean next door with his plants, undead, weapons and other summoned beasts. By way of introduction, my name is Chin Moore, your partner. Chin Mo smoothly jerked up the Meowth's head and touched it all the way to the tail, which felt great in his hands. It seems to somewhat understand the mentality of cat lover Earth and dog lover Earth, and it's okay to bully the critters. You. The Meowth beast was furious. Everything dared to come and bully it. Did it think it was easy to bully? When he was in the monument village, a kill beast with a few kiki beasts knew how to bully him every day, and robbed him of the wild fruits that he had managed to pick from the forest. Ki also threw wild fruit into the creek. The kill beast's point was clear: throw it away and don't give it a treat. It can tolerate being bullied. It can never tolerate being hungry, and it decides to fight back. Meowth was planning how to teach kill beast a lesson. Suddenly a vast, magnificent voice came to mind, and then it agreed. It was because it realized that it seemed that it couldn't beat the kill beasts, not even the kiki beasts. Plus the voice was a bit rushed. Without much thought he agreed. Never thought that it would still be bullied when it has no temper. The mewling beast opened its mouth wide. It was about to bite into the large, hateful and unscrupulous hand, but for some reason, it seems to be a bit comfortable. It was especially amazing to see the big hands jacking through it, bringing the strange sensation of tingling. I'm warning you, stop it now. Taking you to eat or not? Chin Mo certainly did not have the idea of stopping. The little thing's mouth is not what it seems. Milk fierce make anger. The body is still very honest. The slow rise in loyalty can also be illustrated. You say no, 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 but you're still volunteering your head. Humph, I'm not going to eat your food. And don't you dare try to trick me. The Meowth outright refused. Remembering the experience of being teased by the kill beast, it would never fall for it again. And the kill beast was at least good enough to come up with food before teasing it. The two-legged creature in front of him had nothing, and would never try to trick the witty Meowth. Chin Moore raised his eyebrows. God's perspective traversing the world of Digimon. I don't know which mewling beast is drooling at the wild fruit on the tree. You're saying you won't eat it when you're drooling on the floor? I'm afraid it's not the law of true flavor. Not eating is not an option. If you don't eat, I'll keep jerking your cat's head off. You. The cat beast stared with wide, shamed eyes, as if greatly insulted. The heart is diametrically opposed. You're so nice, combing your fur and giving you something to eat. The Katamite felt that he should continue to remain aloof until he got his food. Chin Mo returned to the tent with the cat beast in his arms. They weren't that far apart, just 100 meters away, intending to get a few of the summoned beasts acquainted. And in the meantime, give Grey Wolf a little assignment. The current Meowth is a juvenile, a puppy beast that has evolved to a mature stage, or a Delu beast that has matured, has the ability to fight. Throw this little thing out against the enemy and let's just say, the enemy kind of kicked the marshmallow. Use Meowth's first talent, Body of Data, wisely to complete the evolution. In the future, when you enter a copy to brush monsters, you will definitely be more efficient and have the level of the rival form faster. Walk into the tent, seeing the red wolf who was cutting vegetables and preparing to cook, with a big bag on his head. It was hard to hide the smile on his face. Grey Wolf, this place should be changed, Chin Mo secretly said in his heart. At least it is also a first-order Imperial Beast Master. Not to mention the luxury villa. Living in the dump station is a little excessive. When he first came to the dumpster, it was because it had a full, free supply of materials to make it easy for Grey Wolves to handroll their mechs. The subsequent Imperial Beast trials proved that without a mech to get through the early stages, a man and a wolf would have a tough go of it. But for now, no longer use the material from the dumpster. The material is too low-end for the current class. Boss. The Grey Wolf was the first to speak, and the Red Wolf put down his chopper and followed with a weak cry. Apparently the two wolves had a basic exchange when self-contracted the cat beast, Chin Mo said in his heart, then spoke. Introducing, this is the Grey Wolf, level 20, with very strong scientific research abilities. This is the Red Wolf, the Grey Wolf's wife, a good wife and a good mother, up in the hall and down in the kitchen. This is the cat beast, our team's main battle summoning beast with great talent and strength. A speech that made all three summoned beasts happy. The Red Wolf's eyes lit up, and the phrase good wife and mother made him touch his stomach. Little Ash isn't even born yet. Where's a good wife and mother? When the gray wolf disappeared earlier, it was desperate inside, but decided to stay strong for the sake of the children. I named my child Little Gray Gray in advance, Gray being the gray of Gray Wolf, to express my feelings of longing. The catamite was happy too. Although Chin more bullied it, although he tricked it into having something to eat, he still had a good vision. At a glance, it is commendable for its great talent and great strength. Grudgingly forgiving Chin more for his recklessness and misdeeds. Note that it is only grudgingly forgiven. The main battle summoner? Gray Wolf was overjoyed at the news. Hastily, he looked over to the soft and deceptively cute cat beast that seemed to be able to cry for ages with a single punch. Although Meowth doesn't have a hint of the oppressive feeling of a main battle summoner, but it chose to believe it, because the boss hadn't missed it. Not once. Instead of trusting the catamounts, I'd trust the boss. Bits and pieces of the ruins of aberration came to Gray Wolf's mind. A strong sense of guilt welled up in his heart. As a summoned beast, it was a dereliction of duty to actually need the Imperial Beastmaster to fight. It also knew that its own combat talent could not be said to be poor, but could only be said to be basically non-existent. Without the boss stepping up time and time again to save the day, it nearly flipped several times. The Imperial Beast trial has ended. However, there are problems that have not been resolved. Now, how could it not be happy to finally have a battle-class summoned beast? Hello Cat Beast, my name is Gray Wolf. Hello Gray Wolf, my name is Puss Beast. The cat beast still had a soft spot for the Gray Wolf. Not bullying him on the one hand, not cheating him on the other, and the not-so-big difference in animal size. There are no outsiders here. Chin Mo also spoke more directly. Show each other the attribute panels of the summoned beasts. Gray Wolf, you are needed for one thing. To edit the code in conjunction with the body of the cat beast. The current known evolutionary form is the puppy beast. I'll draw you the graphic later. Hold on boss. Be back in 3 seconds. The Gray Wolf dashed away and reappeared with a white lab coat over his body and a pair of svelte-looking glasses. Combined with the attribute panel of the cat beast, and the boss's command, it quickly figures out what needs to be done. Edit out the source code that allows the catamite to evolve. As for the intimacy question, sorry, it loves Red Wolf, and loves pans too. Boss, I need the hair, saliva, and blood of cat and cat animals for testing and research. The Gray Wolf didn't open his mouth like earlier. No problem boss. Because it's curious too. What is a data materialized bio? How can it be a bunch of data when it can eat, drink, talk, and have a body with a temperature? It was this kind of out-of-the-box, unbelievable thing that the Gray Wolf was afraid to pack his bags. But the boss's confident eyes, as always, made it feel confident inside. Isn't it just editing the source code? Possessing the intelligent biochip of the ruins of aberration, it is now frighteningly strong. 10 minutes passed. Chin Mo waved goodbye with the cat beast, leaving the venue to the Gray Wolf couple. Want to eat something? Or just follow my tastes? Carrying the cat and beast, he walked towards the nearby shopping street, remembering that it was quite busy at night. The time was now morning and the sun was warm and shining. It makes you realize that you have left the dangerous ruins of the aberration. Actually, there are many things about Chin more. For example, self. You need to go to the Imperial Beast Bureau to register your information. It's just a simple registration. You don't need to show the attribute panel. Need to find a new place to live. Always living in a dumpster and people see it and think they are poor. Need to take unwanted props and put them up on the trading platform because it's really rather poor right now. On top of that, there's the whole Gray Wolf thing. Weather Cube, 0/1 Wind Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Rain Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Thunder Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Fire Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Electricity Elemental Fragment, 0/1 Sun Elemental Fragment. The Gray Wolf's exclusive weapon, which was not yet in shadow, would definitely take time, whether it was purchased or a copy of it. Sure, all of these things can be slowed down when it comes to nurturing cat and cat beasts. Without a strong main battle summoning beast, the heart always felt unsettled. Cat beast's full body, but the former childhood goddess angel beast, face value and strength. Wait, the cat beast suddenly called out to Chin Mo. Eyes wide, they stared at the bad apple next to the trash can, crumpled and unaffected. Get out of my way and I'll take you fresh. No. I want that one. The naughty cat's personality kicked in. Not much of a problem. Chin Mo was now a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master and backhandedly suppressed a first-ranked small thing. Naughty? No problem. As long as it can take a beating. Asshole. Let go of me if you can. Ouch. Hiss. Stop it asshole. I don't dare. 10 minutes later. The cat beast's eyes misted with water as she ate the delicious big apple. While chewing his food quickly, he muttered something unknown. Some asshole bullies it and then gives it an apple to eat, not knowing whether to fight back or be thankful. Anyway, The apple was quite tasty, big and sweet, compared to the wild fruit it picked in the forest. Delicious. Meow meow. Attribute, beast. Level, 1. Qualification, SS level. Talent, body of data. Ultra evolution. Skill, foxtail. Loyalty, 75%. Loyalty or intimacy comes to 75%. I can't believe I was bribed with a meal of apples. It was easier than the gray wolf. Chinemo was no longer satisfied with jerking off the cat. Upon close inspection of the catamite's body, it appears to be round, but is actually malnourished. It looks like it's not having a happy, or bad, time in the world of Digimon. Do you want an apple? The catamite winds up eating a whole apple and feels alive again. Using his tail, he took out the largest apple from the plastic bag and handed it to Chinmo's mouth. Help yourself to as much as you want. Okay, ha, what are you drinking? Pearl milk tea, Chinemo said, handing the straw to the cat beast's mouth. Suck it up. The cat beast was not polite and pecked down with a big mouth, and suddenly his eyes bloomed with light. It actually tastes better than apples? And it still tastes like milk. Since it was born from a digital egg, it has never seen milk, let alone drank it. Not true. This straw seems to be used by Chinmo. It actually used the same straw as Chinmo. This don't. The cat beast's body burned, and his vision laxly looked to the large river next to him. Its water clear and sparkling. I feel that I have committed an unforgivable crime. Aren't you going to drink it? I'll throw it away if you don't. Chinmo said. Milk tea, once considered a delicacy of the earth. Nothing compared to the food items such as power pork strips and blue electric blood crocodile meat strips that come out of the survival blind box. If you want to experience the flavor of the tongue, you still have to enter the copy, which is anything but dangerous. There's plenty more. Why don't you drink it? The catamite was confused. Because you've bitten the straw and I kind of resent you. Chinmo is honest. And the main one is honest. In exchange for the milk tea that the heavenly maiden beast had drunk, it could still be a reluctant and kissable. I'm ignoring you. The cat beast was furious. It hadn't disliked Chinmo yet, but Chinmo actually took the lead in disliking it? Obviously it was the only one who bit the straw. Chinmo didn't do anything, so why should he dislike it? Considering that it had just eaten Chinmo's apple, it endured this bad breath. Just this once. Carrying a cat and beast didn't attract the attention of onlookers, because this is the world of the imperial beasts. Any rarer than that. It's not unheard of to bring skeletons and skeleton dogs out for a stroll. Sure, if the cat beast's attribute panel was exposed, it would definitely cause a sensation all over the city. The SS level qualification is already in line with the evaluation standard of the pride of the country, the proper pride of the sky. Young man, just came out of the newcomer trial copy, right? The fishing boss, noticing the teenager leaning against the railing and blowing in the wind, smiled and struck up a conversation. The teenager is handsome, giving off a sunrise, confident vibe that is just a hair shy of his youth. Chinmo raised his eyebrows. It was quickly realized that I was afraid that the clothes, soaked in flavor, had revealed the identity. Add to that the fact that this is the time of year when newcomers are returning in large numbers, and it's easy to make the connection. The bottom line is, still wearing his school uniform, he summoned the gray wolf and went straight into the trial copy. Not to mention the fact that it's very personal to change your clothes regularly and go 10 days without a shower. The boss casually tossed the bait to hit the nest and proceeded to open up. You guys are really something this term. Not to mention the appearance of the 4 great heavenly prides. There is another one who is even more powerful than the heavenly prides. 100,000 points, 10 days of dominating the list. Chinmo. Name carries the extraordinary. The stranger is like jade. The gentleman world is matchless. Really matchless. Chinmo felt embarrassed. How can I answer this? If you admit that the other side is right, you will be more embarrassed if you praise yourself. If you admit that the other side is wrong, you will probably be able to blow your beard and stare at me. The cat beast looked up in confusion, sometimes looking at the big Moncler outlet store, sometimes looking at Chinmo. Humans are so strange. Young man, the Sakura Empire's trial copy. You shouldn't know about it yet, right? The grandpa saw Chinmo's unnaturalness and smiled to change the topic. The young people, courageous and proud, can't stand to hear the older generation praising their peers. He was like that when he was young. With the passage of time, also slowly accept the ordinary life. Genius or heavenly pride is always very few. The most is still never give up. Always forward ordinary imperial beast master. A trial copy? Chinmo asked suspiciously. He had just come out of the newcomer trial copy and hadn't even changed his clothes. So where did he have time to surf the internet? Trial copies are different from other copies in that there are just too many goodies. Kind of like picking up money with a sack. First of all, trial copies can be quit at any time. Secondly, the burst rate of trial copies is ridiculously high. Finally, having the special presence of the scoreboard. For example, summoning expansion coupons. It's not a copy of the trial, there's no way to stabilize the output at all. It is widely rumored on the internet that a copy of the newcomer's trial is both a brutal purgatory and a benefit for newcomers. What's special is not the newcomer trial copies, but all the trial copies. It's only a trial copy for non-newcomers, with a very low probability of occurrence, and rarely circulated on the internet. Right, it's the trial copy. The boss put down his fishing rod and introduced it with great interest, venting the loneliness of fishing alone. The Abyssal projection appeared a few days ago over MT, Rich Earth in the Sakura Empire. No one knows if it's going to drop monsters, or props, treasures, or whatever. It wasn't until the day before the big day that there was finally accurate information. The Abyssal projection spawned a copy of the trial. Ha ha! Moncler Outlet Store. He let out an impish laugh and proceeded with the introduction. The day before the big day, several empires, including our divine summer, had strong men descend on Rich Earth Mountain, wanting to share the right to enter the trial copies. What can the Sakura Empire do? It can only agree. But they made a request that in order to enter the replica, you need to fulfill certain conditions. The Snow Wolf King disagrees and rages. Fuck this. The Snow Wolf King fights the Inu Ghost King of the Sakura Empire and ends up getting pulled apart. Yesterday, I heard that there was another fight because the Sakura Empire was secretly filling the trial copies. I don't know what's going on today. I guess we're going to fight again. Two Seal King powerhouses fighting fire. Sheen Moore sincerely expressed his gratitude. Backhandedly pulling out his cell phone to check. His cell phone was still with him. After all, he needed to scan the code to pay. News about the trial copies quickly flashed across the eyes, replacing the news that was missing these days. Just then, a young girl in denim shorts appears. Her hair was wet and sticky on her delicate, bright face. She had long slender legs with lines outlining tantalizing curves, and her jade feet stepped on a pair of crystal slippers. Sheen Moore? Lin Yuqing shouted uncertainly. I had just finished the newcomer trials, so I took a quick shower and came out to relieve my tense nerves. I didn't expect to meet a student from the same school. Her understanding of Qin Mo initially originated from Zhang Chong, a fellow A-class genius. I should have forgotten, but it's hard to forget the Qin Mo and the trial copy with the same name. This Qin Moore is not his Qin Moore. She could still tell the difference. Nope. Your summoned beast? Lin Yuqing looked at the cute summoned beast in Qin Mo's arms and a bold idea sprouted in her heart. Crap, the fishing master had been shocked. Is it not just pulling a youngster and bragging about his debauched lofty years? How can you still pull a true god's head? Fishing Moncler Outlet Online looked at Qin Mo once again. The young man's swords and eyebrows were long and graceful, and he was by no means a creature of the pool. What he hadn't expected the most was that this young man was the popular Qin Mo. The crowd only knew that Qin Mo had suppressed many heavenly pride, but they did not hear the details, acting extremely mysterious. Even more mysterious than the Sakura Empire's copy of the trial. Same name, same surname only, Qin Mo casually explained. Having just left the ruins of aberration. I don't want to talk about the ruins of aberration for now. Simply said goodbye. Carry the cat beast away. The grandpa touched his flowery white beard, and was instantly more certain of Qin Mo's identity, and only a true pride of heaven would regard fame as dirt. Lin Yuqing didn't even think about it and quickly followed. Seeing Qin Mo's new summoned beast, Fang Xian instantly realized that her fellow schoolmate was the top of the leaderboard, because contracting a summoned beast requires a summoning expansion voucher. Where do you get such precious props? Must spawn from a copy of the rookie trial. Incredibly curious on the inside. How Qin Moore took the top spot on the list with a wolf beast with no sharp teeth or claws. And then there's the new summoner for the boys, which doesn't look too strong and has a cute feel to it. Qin Moore, walk slower, wait for me. Schoolgirl Lin, what are you? Qin Mo concentrated on browsing his cell phone and opened his mouth to inquire without lifting his head. Brain about the trial copy gradually clear. The name of the copy is Age of Sail. Quest plus hour copies, where completing a quest earns you time to continue staying in the copy. The most discussed ship at the moment is the Corsair. The pirate ship itself is nothing unusual. What is unusual is that it can be constantly upgraded. An opening plank of wood can also be recognized by the abyssal stripe and stowed in the item bar. Continuously adding materials can increase the rank and quality of the pirate ship, without the need for specialized refining. The Grey Wolf's counterintuitive scientific ability. You can also hand rub abyssal stripe approved props. This was something that the vast majority of Imperial Beast Masters could not do. Only an Imperial Beast Master who specializes in refining weapons with the help of summoned beasts can do so. Instead, a new copy of the Trial Age of Sail adds material upgrades. If that's all it is, the level of attraction would not be so high. Here comes the kicker. Pirate ships can be promoted into summoned beasts when they have a ship spirit, self-defense, comfortable to live in, and free-moving summoner for too many copies. Moreover, no Imperial Beast Master could resist the temptation of such a good thing as adding a summoned beast, not to mention the islands, treasures, and sea animals that exist within the replica. Age of Sail also has a points leaderboard that gives you the opportunity to redeem higher ranks. One area to draw the line, it comes in the form of trial copies that can be exited, making them much safer. A pirate ship that can be promoted into a summoned beast. This ability is something that Grey Wolf can't do at the moment. Even if you don't run for the points leaderboard, it's still excellent to fight and upgrade. Shinmo's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind constantly weighing the pros and cons, and he still needed to deliberate again. Own team lineup. First of all, Self just came out with a copy of the newbie trial and really didn't want a seamless transition. The Grey Wolf and the Red Wolf, with their little farewell, probably didn't want to go down to the copy. Lastly, there's the Cat Beast, which is now so weak that it's a drag. The trial copies are much safer though, but to enter without preparation is at best an exercise in futility. A slight accident. All karma in the copy. After all, there is no absolutely safe copy. Finished reading? Lin Yuqing saw Chin-mo put down his cell phone and spoke softly. Chin-mo nodded his head and looked up and down at the schoolgirl of the two high schools. No matter whether it was before or after crossing over, the schoolgirl's pair of long legs were always evocative and rolling over, especially in denim shorts. The advantage and charm of the slender legs are shown to the fullest. Are you going to the school festival tomorrow night? No go. Chin-mo didn't even think about it and directly refused. Although it was tempting to go back to Sky Blue 9th Middle School to act like a bully and let the principal perform a bit of untamedness, considering how big the trees were, it was better to keep a low profile for a while. On the subject of keeping a low profile, what could be more low profile than entering a copy that no one else could find if they wanted to? You want a copy? Not telling you. If there's nothing else, then bye-bye schoolgirl Lin. Hey, wait a minute. What's the point of leaving? Meet and talk. As Chin-mo listened to Lin Yuqing's slightly petulant and pleading tone, realization flashed through his heart that this was one of the privileges that came with strength. It feels pretty good, but it's much more than that. Lin Yuqing pointed at the cell phone, her voice crisp, soulful, and pleasing to the ear, as if a small stream was flowing over the cobblestones. I knew Xiao Yuer in the Sky Twilight Swamp. Xiao Yuer is the SS-ranked Heavenly Pride, and the summoned beast is Shudao Mountain. Just sent word that the local Imperial Beast Bureau contacted her, presumably to ask if she was going. Kamicha was pulling for a spot in the trial copies with Sakura. Spots aren't available to everyone, and that doesn't include SS-ranked Heavenly Pride. Little risk, big reward. This is everyone's impression of the trial copy. Lin Yuqing looked up at the calm-faced Chin-mo. When ordinary people heard the name of a SS-class Heavenly Pride, they were afraid that they would not directly climb the relationship. Thinking about Chin-mo's battle record, he was terrifying as hell by powering over a host of SS-ranked Heavenly Prides both at home and abroad. The district Xiao Yuer, if she hadn't deliberately mentioned it, it was expected that the teenager wouldn't even put it on his mind. Just then, a vibration came from Lin Yuqing's cell phone. Scanning the room, he said with slight surprise, Chin-mo, take a look at the headline hot search. The Imperial Beast Bureau has issued a notice. Chin-mo didn't think much about it and pulled out his cell phone to browse through the information. Curious about the movements of the Imperial Beast Bureau. Just the bolded headline reads one line. The 4 major SS-level Heavenly Prides of the Divine Summer entered the Age of Sail a week later. Situ empty. Complete the sequence evolution on my behalf and test the sword for the Great Voyage. Feng Haotian, let the storm come harder. Yan Xiao, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Xiao Yuer, top of the list to go or not. The Imperial Beast Bureau even said they couldn't find anyone. Missing persons? According to the ranking of this newcomer trial, Xiao Yuer no. 2, bucked the Lighthouse Federation's August. The other party didn't gain much points in the last few days. I don't know what they're doing. Xiao Yan was 4th, Situ Kong was 6th, and Feng Haotian was 8th. Together with Qin Moore at the top of the list, half of the top 10 were wrapped up. Shocking the world. The Imperial Beast Bureau makes it known to the world that it's not afraid of being hunted by foreign powerhouses? Qin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Fear not. Prepare an escape prop and leave directly after escaping the crisis. Moreover, the Age of Sail is huge, and it's hard to come across it normally. Chin-mo then remembered that other than the newcomer trial copies, other copies were allowed to bring props. Strength is not enough. Props come in. Why is the Imperial Beast Bureau so keen on letting Situ Kong and the others enter the replica? Because of the total points. The top 3 in total points. The Empire is also beneficial. It's bad. It involves the knowledge blindness. Chin-mo's heart secretly said. Not much of a problem. A little analogical reasoning will do. Individuals within the replica, the top 10 in the standings, have extra rewards. The country is on the outside of the replica and the top 3 overall points should be rewarded as well. Reasonable and rational. It was probably for this reason that the 4 heavenly prides were qualified to enter the Age of Sail. After all, they had shed their blood for the Empire, so it wasn't too much to ask for a small request. The Empire was happy to do the same, $1,000 to inspire more people. A brief chat. Shinemo waved goodbye to Lin Yuqing. Why are you upset? Shinmo rubbed the catbeast's little tummy and inquired curiously. No upset. The catbeast tried to pick at the abominable hand with his tail. Unsuccessful. Enjoy it. Shinmo actually ignored it when he was talking to the other girls. Darn it. This hum of yours. You are close to writing your expression on your face. And you still say that you are not unhappy. Shinemo spat. Not much of a problem, because loyalty goes up instead of down. The catbeast lived up to its name. Its character was really hard to figure out. It was a match for Lin Yuqing. There is no return to the dump. Leave the space for the gray and red wolves. It didn't seem like it needed to stay. The red wolf was pregnant with little gray, and the 2 wolves shouldn't be doing shy things. Shinemo jacked the catbeast and headed to the Imperial Beast Bureau in Sky Blue City. Toward the end of the afternoon, leave from the Royal Beast Bureau, she returned to the dump. 4 things were addressed. First, complete the registration and become a registered Zero-Order Imperial Beast Master. Passing the trial requires registration, similar to getting an ID card. For all people. The point is that you can't hide it even if you want to. The Imperial machine is running, and it is easy to find someone. From the time the name was uttered, the entire process was treated with supreme VLP and several staff members were busy. L. asked if he would like to join the Imperial Beast Bureau. There was no on-the-spot denial, but rather a false and considered consideration, because it was simple. Joining the Imperial Beast Bureau required displaying an attribute panel, registering detailed information, and becoming a civil servant who ate the Empire's food. And Self-S situation is very special. The first-rank Imperial Beast Master, the concept-level Grey Wolf, the SS-level Cat and Cat Beast, and the S-level Red Wolf, is very outrageous. Whether it's an Imperial Beast Master or a summoned beast, all of them are challenging conventional thinking. Second thing, take out some of the props you don't need and sell them to the Imperial Beast Bureau. The price is not as good as selling on your own platform. The advantage is that it is fast, regardless of the type, and a large number of transactions. Over $100 million in hand, instantly from the poor boy, promoted to the flat, by the billion near the people of the youth. Similarly, there is no trade for the blood of aberration, flesh of aberration, and teeth of aberration, and the Grey Wolves need samples of their flesh and blood to parse the biochips harvested from the butcher's aberration species. Third thing, the GAA takes the lead in liaising with the landfill side. Shinmo was contracted at market price and became the honorable small owner of the garbage collection station. It doesn't matter if you go back to recycling trash or not. Mostly, I'm looking at the land that doesn't have much people on it and is still very large. As you level up, the Grey Wolf slab definitely gets bigger and bigger, and so does the space needed. Either choose a luxury villa, a deep forest, or find a special place. The former ruled out that the villa area was not short of high-level Imperial Beast Masters, and it was not a good idea to extensively remodel the lab. The latter ruled out lack of water, electricity and supplies, and crucially, lack of internet to experience wilderness survival. A dumpster would be very appropriate. The place is big and remote, but not very remote. There are still residential areas and commercial streets nearby. Remodel as much as you want. Feel free to replace it if it doesn't fit. It's cheap anyway. Not bad. Fourth thing, Sakura Empire, trial copy, sailing age spot. There was no decision to go or not, just a disclosure that one might go. If it were any other Imperial Beast Master, the Imperial Beast Bureau wouldn't even bother to go there if they wanted to. You think you're going home. Shinemo was different. At least he was a great young man who had suppressed the 4 great heavenly prides and had fought for the glory and bled for the Empire. Allow a 5-day buffer. It's not good to be too early, mainly because the whole staff is unprepared. Too late is not good. The Age of Sail has a statute of limitations and is expected to close in January. Shinmo returned to the dump station with the cat beast. It was degrading to look at the simple, cramped, gray tent. Grey Wolf, tear the place down and build me a wolf fort in the same style as your house. Grey Wolf? Red Taro? Aren't they parasites? Sneaking around and making small moves? Make a big deal out of it. Shinmo pulled out his credentials, waved it in front of the 2 wolves. Tear it down before you build it. Tear it down before you build it. The Empire allows it. The Red Wolf was full of excitement as he switched from the expansive wolf castle to the low tent. It's actually okay. It's a very happy place with grey wolves and delicious lamb that used to be unattainable. But it would definitely be more than happy to be able to switch to a big mansion. Who wants to live in a tent? Shinmo went on to speak of the Age of Sail. The Grey Wolf was full of promises. It wants to make copies. It wants to upgrade and become stronger. It wants to let his wife and unborn child live a happy and fulfilling life. Husband, the red wolf was touched by his words, and his eyes were misted with water. Wife, husband, wife. The gray wolf and the red wolf embraced each other hotly, their tears almost soaring into a small stream. Shin Mo is speechless. The temperament of the two of them is not generally bold, and they say that they will cry. Not a care in the world that self was present. Now that you've decided to go to the Age of Sail replica, then the level of the cat and cat beasts, it's going to be upwards. Shin Moore found the computer. Utilize the access of a full Imperial Beastmaster to browse the site's materials. A copy of the Abyss. At once like a remnant of the old days and a projection of reality. Inaccessible and unobservable. As if the higher dimensions of the human world did not exist. Same copy. Has a different timeline. It could be sunny today and rainy tomorrow. It doesn't appear to be a lush forest 1 second and then the sky falls apart the next. Also, the same copy is constantly refreshed. With monsters refreshed and props refreshed. As for the reason, let's wait until we figure out how the Abyss works before we talk about copies. Abyssal copies are graded. 0 order. 1st order, 2nd order, 3rd order, etc. and so on. It should be noted that summoned beasts can only enter copies of the same rank or higher. The Grey Wolf, for example, can only enter a 1st order copy, not a 0 order copy. If it weren't for the cat beast, I would have been similarly unable to enter the 0 rank copy. A hilarious newly promoted King Seal powerhouse appeared in history, practiced with a new summoned beast, died in a 4th rank copy, and made it into the textbooks of various countries as a counter case. It doesn't make sense that it should, because the copy can use props, not to say how much to gain. Life preservation is still not a problem. And the Beastmaster takes on the talents and skills of the summoned beasts. The people often say that the Imperial Beastmaster's combat power is not as good as the summoned beasts, comparing the conclusions drawn by themselves. With the physical strength of a 7th ranked Imperial Beastmaster, it wasn't difficult to violently crush a level 40 plus monster. To confirm the saying that there is no absolutely safe copy of the Abyss in the world, there is also a difficulty difference between copies of equal rank. For example, 0 order copies are categorized as normal, difficult, dangerous, nightmare, and hell. There are 5 scenarios, including 0 order normal copies, 0 order difficult copies, and 0 order dangerous copies. The reward is proportional to the difficulty. There are even many precious props that only nightmare and hell copies can produce. For ordinary Imperial Beastmasters of the same rank, it's rare to choose a copy that's more than dangerous. As the name suggests, dangerous is dangerous, and even if you're vigilant, you still have to GA. Early the next morning, Shin Moore took the little dog beast to a small unoccupied park. The puppy beast is an evolutionary form of the cat beast, evolving from juvenile to adult. Last night, the Grey Wolf exploded his liver all night and managed to get a copy of the source code needed for evolution. Self takes the cat beast to the food court and has a ho-hum meal to reach 90% intimacy. Let's just say that one man and one wolf are working on their own, in their own way, consistently. Puppy beast, attribute, beast, sacred, level, 1, qualification, SS level, talent, body of data, ultra evolution, skills, puppy rage, holy light charge, holy light tooth, loyalty, 90%, similar in appearance to the Snow White Plothound. However, Shin Mo's puppy beast with a golden patterned ring around its neck was not a leash, but a holy light prop. Brainstorming about normal puppy beasts. Sacred, a Digimon cub that is too young to use its sacred power and does not realize its mission. His personality is unstable, and he can be either good or evil. The golden circle was purchased overnight at a cost of 20 million yen for the puppy beasts to exert their divine power. Instant shrinkage of 1/5 of your wealth. Gold collar. Level, 0. Quality, fine grade. Effect, divine attributes plus 50%. Divine skills plus 50%. Description, blind your enemy's 24K pure titanium alloy dog's eyes, even though you are also a dog. Skills, the original foxtail is gone. Add 3 powerful skills, puppy rage, holy light charge, and holy light tooth. Puppy roar is a native skill that emits a super high-pitched chirp that binds enemies. The latter two are increased through the source code, and are unique in the digital baby world, though they require the golden stripe collar to be activated, and cannot be used by virtue of the puppy beast's own strength. Finally a bit of a main battle summoner. Shin Mo inwardly sighed as he traveled all the way, finally not needing to fight himself. Extend your right hand, open your palm, revealing the Abyssal Ripple, constructed from mysterious patterns. There are 3 main boards on it, a tribute board, royal beast space, and copy board. Through the copy board, you can freely select a copy or refresh it with Abyssal coin. Just see it on 0 rank ordinary copy Wild Boar Forest, 0 order ordinary copy Dark Forest, 0 order difficulty copy, Siren Beach. 0 rank difficulty copy, Tomb Raider's Cave. 0 order dangerous replica, West Sandy Bottom. A total of 5 copies. 2 normal, 2 hard, and 1 dangerous. Shinemo decisively chose ordinary copy, Wild Boar Forest. The puppy beasts had just evolved and hadn't been in much actual combat yet, so they acted steadily. And with its predecessor, the cat beast, it looked like a bully, and probably hadn't been in much actual combat. Puppy beast, are you ready? Get a grip. This young lady is strong and snap now, still in a milky voice. Shinmore wanted to spit out this series of evolutionary lines. First, there's a cat beast, followed by a puppy beast, and then the 3 optional cat forms of the Diluvian floral spotted cat beast. Let's just say that cat and dog lovers earth ecstasy. Oh yeah, where's the mechanical equipment that Grey Wolf gave you? It's in your itemizer, thanks. Shinemo did not move to take it out and put it on the puppy beast, so that it was considered armed to the teeth. Digital Type 1 armor. Level, 0. Quality, rare. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve strength 10. Agility 10. Physique 10. Description, where are the wolves? I want to fight 10 of them. The armor comes with a power system that increases speed, or agility. The power is also not directly added to the puppy beast, but rather the two are seen as a whole. The main thing is to increase defense, especially sharp spikes protruding from the neck, back, and joints can be very protective. Boar Woods, here we come. Shinemo made sure on the abyssal pattern. Cracks suddenly appeared under his feet, and a sense of weightlessness invaded his entire body. The abyssal pattern is the fundamental of the Imperial Beast Master. Check the attributes. Enter the copy. No will become ordinary. 10, 9, 8. Welcome to the Abyss. Current location, Boar Forest. Tier, 0 order. Difficulty, easy. Tasks, 1. Survive for 5 hours, 2. Kill 100 boar monsters, 3. Kill the boar leader. Description, a quiet and peaceful forest is turned upside down with the rise of a wild boar. It slays the original king, the saber-toothed tiger, and banishes bears, leopards, lions, dogs, and all other carnivores. Since then, the boar has risen. All boars inherit the king's ambition to slay or banish the uninvited guest. Warm reminder, complete any one of the quests. You can leave the abyss at any time. Time limit 5 hours. The field of vision skyrocketed. The harsh sunlight shines on the lush forest. The soil was fluffy, with lush grass growing everywhere, interspersed with 1 or 2 small, unknown flowers. By the side of the trickling brook, 3 wild boars were drinking leisurely, snorting and snorting. Nice setting. Too bad it's only 5 hours. Shinemo didn't pay attention to the boar monster, released the mech, got into the cockpit, opened the small video and started learning. Don't get me wrong. Proper learning video about summoned beasts classification, copy introduction and other knowledge of Imperial Beast Master. Mix in 1 or 2 of the latest movies out at most for simple relaxation after studying. Being the Imperial Beastmaster who killed the level 23 Butcher's Aberration. As long as you hide in the Amethyst 2 mech, you're safe. Amethyst 2 Mecha. Rank, 1st. Quality, rare. Effects, equip the whole body. Improve strength 50. Agility 50. Physique 50. Description, put on the Amethyst 1 type mech. You are the most beautiful boy in the whole street. The puppy beast let out a heavy snort. He promised to take people to fight monsters and upgrade, but he ended up finding a comfortable place to hide by himself. When it promoted to level 11 and resolved the evolution of maturity, it must go to a higher level copy, not giving Shinmore the chance to touch the fish and paddle. The first copy gave it a very unpleasant experience. The little puppy beast looked at the 3 boars that were slowly approaching. Let's take it out on you guys. It was level 1, but with the added protection of Digital Type 1 armor, it was enough to crisscross the boar forest. It's probably only the mini-boss Boar King in the description that is even slightly interesting. Ho! Puppy Beast activates the puppy roar skill. Bind the 3 boar monsters with a super high-pitched chirp. The gold-patterned collar then rippled like a water flower, quickly covering the entire body as if bathing in holy light. Holy light charge. Launch. The fangs of holy light. Unleashed. The little puppy beast came to the lead boar in the blink of an eye and opened its mouth. The void swung up and condensed into crocodile-like golden jaws, biting into the boar's skull. This is the tooth of holy light. The lead boar let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground, dying. The 2 remaining boars, in terror, stepped into the dust and died beyond repair. If you kill a boar monster, your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. If you kill a boar monster, your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, puppy beast, leveled up to level 2. Shinemo glanced at the electronic screen and actually didn't explode the props. A trash copy. Time is running out. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Shinemo left the mech and landed on his feet. stepping on the loose dirt. The area was cleared of boars, and even the boar king who ran to check it out was gated. There are two main aspects of the harvest. The puppy beast's level came to 5. The reason for the boar's low level: 2 ordinary grade strips of wild boar meat. There was a lot of wild boar meat, but there were only 2 pieces recognized by Abyssal stripe. Wild boar strips. Level, 0. Quality, general. Effects, excellent taste, can be consumed to replenish energy. Description: if you eat pork, you will become a little piggy too. 1 piece from a boar king and 1 from a boar that looks pretty lean and fit. The harvest was a bit dismal. Shinemo couldn't help but compare the trial copy Ruins of Aberration. Not to mention the past 3 hours. 3 minutes after the descent has yielded more than this. Not accusing the puppy beasts of not trying. The harvest has nothing to do with effort, but rather the copy. One is a trial copy with an extremely high burst rate, and the other is an ordinary level 0 rank copy. Not comparable. There are 5 classes of common, fine, rare, epic, and legendary props. There are 5 levels of normal, difficult, dangerous, bad luck, and hell copies. The 2 are not correspondences and differ greatly. Ordinary copies, the vast majority of which are normal quality props. Basically no fine grade. Difficult copies, most of which are still normal quality props, with an increased percentage of refined quality. Nightmare copies and hell copies, corresponding to only rare quality. Epic level can still see 1 or 2 pieces. Legendary level is basically nothing. Most of the epic props that float out were still extras from the big guys with their new summoned beasts, fighting monsters and upgrading, but were too low in rank to be essentially useless on their own. And in the trial copies, high burst rate, high quality, lots of styles, and wearable gear. Is it going to be a copy of hell? In order to have a harvest comparable to that of the Ruins of Aberration? Sheen Moore murmured to himself. There was no answer, and there was very little news on the internet about the copy of hell. Good on. The main goal of this copy is to fight monsters and upgrade. The harvest is still secondary. Dropping his eyes to the puppy beast who raised his head with a slightly unhappy expression. Damn it! The puppy beast crumbled madly inside. It had stuck its head over. Why was Shinemo still indifferent? Does it have to say it out loud? That would be too humiliating. Good job. Shinemo smiled and complimented the opening while jerking the dog's head. You don't I touch. The hair is messed up. The puppy beast wagged its tail in enjoyment while voicing its dissatisfaction. This is the typical mouth says don't. The body is very honest. Shinemo secretly said in his heart. Inwardly, he grew to understand the character of the puppy beast. What you really don't like, you don't say out loud and usually show disgust. Speaking of don't. Reverse understanding, please vigorously don't stop. How's that for a bit of coping with girlfriends? Don't get me wrong. In both past and present lives you are single and noble. You just like to learn the poses. Treating a puppy beast the way you treat your girlfriend? Oh, it's more like a celestial beast for a childhood goddess. Leave the boar forest. Return to the real world for a simple fix. It didn't matter to Sheen Moore. It was the puppy beast that really needed to rest. Although it was a SS rank summoned beast, it was inevitable that it would become mentally exhausted after killing monsters for a long period of time. SS level summoned beasts. Almost the ceiling of summoned beast qualifications. Grand Slam passes through a time-limited normal copy and still spends 3 hours. The so-called slam passes are completing quests, such as the 3 quests in the Boar Forest. It's limited to 5 hours and costs 3. Switch to a higher difficulty and survival won't be a problem. Getting a Grand Slam is more difficult. Take a break. Continue into the copy. Set a small goal in the morning to level up to 10. For other summoned beasts, it was basically an impossible task, but the puppy beasts were SS ranked. And there was also the digital Type 1 armor hand rubbed by the Grey Wolf. The second copy, the zero-order difficult copy, Siren Beach. It took 3 hours to get out. Kill the Tide Siren and your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Kill the Giant Siren and your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Kill the Siren King and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, puppy beast, has been leveled up to level 8. The quality of the monsters improves, and the leveling up is rather less than a normal copy. Because of the difference in experience value required to upgrade, there are also the fact that the number of sirens is much lower than that of boars. Harvesting a fine-grade quality prop feels like a stroke of luck. Siren Shell. Level, 0. Quality, fine grade. Effects, bearing seawater. Can be turned into clear water after 30 minutes. Description, seawater. How can I live without you? Siren conch shells are not disposable props, and being in the boundless sea, their importance is self-evident. Leave the copy again. Sheen Emo looked up into the sky. The sun is setting and the haze is reflecting off the shy white clouds. Slow down. I'm tired. Sheen Moore said as he walked towards the bench to rest. pulling out his cell phone and checking the information. Tired? What's there to be tired of when you're lying in a mech watching a movie? So much for just giving the puppy beast a break. After all, if the puppy beast head iron has an accident, it is still not necessary for self to go out and manifest the saints? The little puppy beast held its head high. It didn't move and rubbed over Chinmo's pants leg. This was its way of expressing its gratitude. It was quite a bit conscientious. The online world is extremely exciting. Chinmo raised an eyebrow and kept scrolling through the information, as well as the versatile comments section. Instead of fighting, the Divine Summer Seal King Powerhouse, the Snow Wolf King, and the Sakura Seal King Powerhouse, the Canine Ghost King, the two sides recruited and invited their own country's trialists to hunt down the other side's trialists. Based on current information, the news comes from the eliminated trialists, who don't have to wait like the ruins of aberration, but come right out. The Age of Sail is divided into two camps: pirates, navy. The dividing criteria are unknown. All the Kamishia trialists are pirates, and all the Sakura trialists are navy. Other countries are divided the same way, either all pirates or all navies. No wallflowers. There are also online leaderboards for total state points. First place, Sakura Empire, total points 859. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, 256 total points. Sixth place, Shinshai Empire, 834 total points. Seventh place, Woolly Bear Empire, 460 total points. After last night's negotiation, the countries sent their trialists in one after another at 7 o'clock sharp today. According to unsupported speculation in the comments section, the Sakura Empire plays dirty and sends in the trialists early. Sakura netizens retort, if you're a vegetable, practice more, and if you can't afford to lose, don't play. The cussing was great enough to take screenshots and save them to break down and learn verbatim. The main reason for the disparity in points is the naval camps, stationed on designated islands, steadily gain points. Pirate camp, raiders capture the island in order to gain points. One offense and one defense. The difficulty can be imagined. What can I say about this copy? It's pretty exciting to play. When Chinmo saw the word camp, he could imagine the cruelty of the copy, especially the feud between empires. If there weren't copies to expend energy on, it would probably have been a fight. This Age of Sail is simply a great opportunity to vent your energy and test the strength of your country. In addition to the recruiting of the Snow Wolf King and the Dog Ghost King, it was almost as if the conflict was put on the table. Chinmo looked out at the sunset in the distance. Regardless of how the empires tussle with each other, mind your own business first, and surely strike when you can. Nightfall. Streetlights seemed to be connected as the veins of the city. Chinmo returned with the puppy beast that was holding the limp puppy. Okay, fine dog. You. The puppy beast was furious, and in a fit of rage, he raged a little. Messing with it now is kind of messing with marshmallows. Level 10. What form do you want to evolve? Dilu Beast. Black Dilu Beast. Spotted Cat Beast? Passing by a cotton candy store? Chinmo bought one for the puppy beast and continued walking, opening his mouth to ask. Last time the ruins of aberration ended, there are a total of 4 zero-order redemption opportunities. There are additional rewards for 3, 5, 7, and 9 days of domination, respectively. On the way out, seeing that there was no danger, he exchanged 2 copies of the evolutionary core and 2 life preservation props. Evolutionary core, rank, 0, quality, none. Effect, used for sequence evolution to obtain a brand new summoned beast. Description, atoms are roaring, protons are boiling. Are you ready to evolve? Evolution cores are bound props and cannot be traded. Chinmo had initially only intended to exchange 1 copy for emergency use. Wolfie said he needed 1 for his research on the genius form, so he exchanged it for 2. Space Talisman, rank, 0, quality, epic. Effect, tear through space and vanish for thousands of miles. The effect of vanishing decreases as the user's level increases. Description, time is king. Space is king. Please don't blink. The big change is coming soon. Space props, still epic space props. If it wasn't for the opportunity to exchange zero-order props of all categories below legendary quality, Chinmo wouldn't have been able to think of where to get it from. Aside from the fact that its rank was a bit low, just 0, it had almost no drawbacks, especially when it was necessary to save its life. Chinmo at the very beginning. Plan on 5 days to take care of things and then enter the Age of Sail. Time is short in tasking, and you are not going to pass the evolution copy and get the evolution core. Evolution copies are also special copies with all the oddball requirements that are very delayed. Plan to finish digital evolution plus sequential evolution tonight. Tomorrow, we'll continue to fight and upgrade, and the day after that, we'll almost set sail for the Sakura Empire. Voyage Age copies, which are not refreshed at Abyssal Ripple. Require a personal trip to the location of the abyssal projection. What do you want me to evolve into? The little puppy beast licked the marshmallow, his face full of satisfaction, his sore muscles all seemingly relieved. There is so much good food here that I haven't had before. Delu beast. Sheenmore thought nothing of it and blurted it out. I don't know if the Delu beast is any good, but the next stage of the Delu beast, the celestial maiden beast, is very eye-catching anyway. Okay, then Delu beast, the puppy beast said indifferently. It doesn't feel much of a digital evolution of self. Yesterday cat and cat beasts, today puppy beasts. It doesn't matter what tomorrow is. Anyway, it was enough to know that Shinmo would definitely not harm it. Speak your own mind and don't listen to me about everything. No idea. The grilled sausages over there smell so good. Get one for me, with extra chili and cumin. Shinmo was speechless, chatting about serious things, how to pull to eat above. Inwardly, one must admit that one does have a soft spot for the celestial beasts, but evolution is about follow-through, and the puppy beast's own choices are important. If the puppy beasts are leaning towards the black Delu beasts or the flower-spotted cat beasts, no problem of course. Dropping his eyes to look at the gorging puppy beast, Shinmo exhaled deeply, put away his jokes, and his tone became solemn. Puppy beast, we can hold off on the evolution if you think it's too frequent. So true. No moisture. The Imperial Beast Master and the Summoned Beast contract binding, one honor and one loss. Pit who can still pit self, especially since the puppy beasts have SS-ranked qualifications, no matter how they are chosen in the future. They have a good buttress. No need. The puppy beast shook his head and ate seemingly mindlessly. Actually, it inwardly favors the form of a cat and beast. That was the form in which it first met Shinmo, the form in which it first descended into the new world. There was a lot to see, a lot to eat, a lot to play, and these are some of the deepest memories inside. Before it could look back, the blink of an eye revealed an evolution that was nearing maturity, leaving only memories behind. But, Puppy Beast also understands the configuration of the team, and the need for a main battle summoning beast to step forward, to shield everyone from the wind and rain, and to hold up the dome of the sky that never falls. Its gaze looks into the distance, in contrast to the paltry memories. Hopefully there will always be streetlights to guide the way home. Eat and drink all the way back. The dump disappeared and a small 3-story building stood. It may seem unusual and unassuming, but the real wonders are buried underground. All things considered, it's better to not build eye-catching wolf castles that you can live in. Grey Wolf. How's the editing going on the source code needed for the evolution of the puppy beasts? The 4-cornered wooden dining table was filled with dishes cooked by the red wolves. Home-cooked level. Looking good. Shinmo sat down and opened his mouth to inquire. Boss, I have a bold. Wait a minute. When he reappeared, Grey Wolf was dressed in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, dressed as a workplace elite, dragging a small blackboard full of writing. He went straight to the dining room. Boss and puppy dog beast, you see here the formula chart, sequence chart, digital chart, total 99 theory charts. Their reasons seem very simple. In fact, they are not complicated at all. The Grey Wolf changed his clothes. It's actually switching genius forms. Changing clothes is similar to a compulsion. Genius form. Level, first order. Category, summoned beast talent. Effects, 1. Master of sequential evolution theory, 2. Exclusive props weather tesseracts. Description, evolution? It's not just a matter of having hands. Call me a master theorist. Interrupt and get right to the results. Or let's eat first and talk in detail afterward. Shinmo shouted to stop. Okay, that's easy. Grey Wolf quickly erased the theoretical diagram. Draw a minimalist mind map with one large circle connecting 3 smaller circles and write and draw on the circles. I've found that puppy beasts are especially suited to divine attributes. According to my data debate method, other puppy beasts can't release their skills through the divine attribute even if they have the gold stripe collar. Shinmore, isn't this nonsense? SS level qualification. You take it as a joke. I'm going to edit an evolved core talent for the characteristics of the Digimon, combined with the current talents of the puppy beasts. What is a core talent? It's the talent that extends 3 core skills. Grey Wolf pointed at the board, his voice suddenly hyperactive. Anticipated core talent, divine mastery. Play the 3 core skills of the gift. Divine blessing, divine bounce, and divine verdict. Quickly write the respective effects on the board. Divine blessing releases a bit of starlight, which contains the power of blessing, restoring injuries and stamina. Divine bounce bounces all enemy attacks, as much as possible, back at the enemy. Divine verdict, any damage done by the attacker to others is returned to the attacker. Puppy beast? Red wolf? Shinmo looked at the expected skill panel, and an anime character, the True Zen Sage King, appeared in his mind. True Zen is truth, and truth is invincibility. This is a description of the Holy King of Gods, the Grey Wolf had no distractions, continuing to narrate the conjecture. My team position for the puppy beasts. Nurse, group control, defense. Let's start with the milkmaid, derived from the first skill, divine blessing. Again, group control comes from the third skill, divine verdict. And lastly, defense, divine defense, which can stand in front of the boss. Ahahaha jia. I'm such a genius. A core talent that extends 3 core skills corresponding to 3 positions. Grey Wolf's positioning for the puppy beasts was not problematic and logical to Chin Mo. What's not reasonable is whether or not you can edit the core talent of divine mastery, and whether or not you can extend 3 counterintuitive skills. Digital treasures are different from regular summoned beasts, even if they look normal, with flesh and blood in temperature. They are actually magical products of data materialization. Since it is data, there is room for editing, remodeling, and upgrading. Chin Mo mainly wants to express the meaning of, can we not be so outrageous? Outrageous to open the door. Outrageous to home. The second skill, Holy Bounce. Is that a bounce? It's invincible anti-armor. Okay. The third skill, Holy Judgment. Is that group control? Directly group seconds. Okay. This is my next stage of talent and skill? The puppy beast asked incredulously. How did it not know it was so powerful? Of course not. The Grey Wolf denied it outright and then spoke. These are the talents and skills of your next stage. The Heavenly Maiden Beast. There's an idiom. To trace your roots. Take the blueprints for your next phase and design your next phase's form. Talents. And skills. Reasonable, right? Chin Mo stared intently at the blackboard, constantly pondering the data in his mind. As planned, the puppy beast will evolve into the Dilu beast at level 11, and the Dilu beast will evolve into the Sky Girl beast at level 41. The level span could not be described as long for 2 reasons. One was that the form changes were too large and required more source codes to be edited, and the other was that there was a steep spike in battle power that required enough accumulation to get through. A level 41 Celestial Maiden Beast, mastering such explosive talents and skills, felt like something wasn't right, mainly because he himself hadn't reached the 4th rank of Imperial Beast Master. The concept of high-level summoned beasts only existed in internet knowledge and textbook knowledge, not so detailed and specific. Considering the puppy beast's SS rank qualifications, it doesn't seem impossible. Other people's SS class summoned beasts, the theoretical foundation of sequential evolution, how could it be as solid as Grey Wolf's? Level 41 Sky Female Beast Strong Billion points, should also be very reasonable, right? Reasonable a set of trade. Chin Mo did not offer a rebuttal. After the Grey Wolf had laughed enough, he was told to come over and eat, whether it can be realized or not. The pie, at least, is drawn big, round and fragrant. Seek the top and get the middle. Seek the middle and get the bottom. Seek the bottom and get the bottom. Anyway, let's study and perfect it first. The source code for the puppy beast's evolution of the Dilu beast. Ready? No problem, boss. The puppy beast is adjusted and ready to evolve. The Grey Wolf was full of concern. Its theory master's gaze had already seen level 41, 51, and 71. Sequential evolution plus digital evolution at level 11 in the district. Isn't that just a matter of having hands? Oh yeah, boss. The biochip of the Butcher's aberration species has finished parsing. Grey Wolf pulled out a remote control from somewhere. The whole thing resembles a tablet, with lots of buttons on the left and right sides and something like a USB drive plugged into the top. On the flash drive is the code to crack the biochip and re-edit it. Take this remote and we'll go back to the ruins of aberration and we can receive all the butchered aberrations. And I also found several codes at the same level. I guess they are monsters at the same level as the Butcher's aberration species. It's not a big problem. Come as many as you can and receive as many as you can. Wolfie already knows about the existence of the key to the ruins of aberration. Key to the ruins of aberration. Rank, 7th. Quality, legendary. Effect, free access to the ruins of aberration. Cooldown 30 days. Description, 10 days on the list. More than 100,000 points. You are the chosen one to conquer the ruins of aberration. Is there a deeper code? Chin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The horrific figure of the sky-crested wisteria that had been glimpsed in his mind's eye. Without solving the problem of the heavenly crown wisteria, how could one dare to go to the ruins of aberration to make a break for it? There was no need to control the other party or take them out, as long as he could shield the other party's perception or completely hide his presence. Chin Mo dared to boldly try. Now there is nothing, more or less a little bit of heart. After all, there is only one small life. Boss, how do you know there are deep codes? The Grey Wolf didn't take it to heart. The corners of his mouth rose up into an evil arc, not giving Chin Mo a chance to open his mouth. Biochip crack finished. But I've noticed an incongruity in the control program. It's a wild guess that the people who developed the biochip weren't initially aiming to butcher the aberrant species. This Maharaja is ready to perfect all the control programs, and then edit the corresponding cracking code based on the perfected control program. Whatever is in the ruins of aberration, as long as it's the same set of underlying logic, it's all acceptable. Sheen more, about how long will it take? If you can control the sky crown wisteria, dry land, take off in place, and walk sideways later, we're out of the age of sail. Pretty much. Grey Wolf wasn't so sure. Mostly, there's not that much time. Remodeling the Wolfsburg lab, planning the evolution of the puppy beasts, planning the evolution of self, and building a multi-purpose pirate ship all require a lot of energy. The Grey Wolf has a clear position on himself, assisting, the top-tier auxiliary. You can dish it out in combat, and you absolutely, positively cannot pull it down when it comes to logistical support. Sheen more praised Grey Wolf's performance. Add a chicken leg. Must give a chicken leg. The matter of the ruins of aberration was put aside for the time being. To enter without preparation was to gamble with one's life. Furthermore, when a newcomer Imperial Beastmaster leaves the field, the ruins of aberration is no longer a copy of the trial and cannot be exited in the middle. Dangerous encounters are ironically cool. It's true that there is a desperate need for resources at the moment, but it's not enough to fight for your life. So steady development and the advantage is mine. Brain organizing what to plan next. The main thing is to enter the trial copy Age of Sail. Everything that is done now, including but not limited to evolving puppy beasts and building pirate ships, is for the Age of Sail. Ordinary Imperial Beastmasters, except for those who purchase Abyssal Tattoo, approved, can stow their ships in the item bar, and can only enter empty-handed. Ship gear is sky high at the moment, and gear is already rare, let alone limited ship types. Grey Wolves can be hand-rubbed no less, but they also require materials and designs, and materials need to be purchased. Many household items need to be hand-rubbed into props and gear. It feels like a trip to a replica. Make it look like a move, just for fear of sending a person's head for 1,000 miles. Finish eating. Red Wolf cleared the dishes. Sheen more, Grey Wolf, and Puppy Beast went to the basement and prepared for sequence evolution. This round of sequential evolution plus digital evolution, it will definitely increase the attributes of the Imperial Beastmaster. Expect battle-class summoners to add to their own. Sheen Mo and the two summoned beasts walk down the rotating staircase to the daylight-like laboratory. Normal summoned beast evolution requires level plus evolution core plus specific materials. For example, the weapon class of level 10 iron sword, evolution core plus cold ice stone plus meteorite iron to sequentially evolve into a frost sword. Replace cold ice stone and meteorite iron with lava stone and flame burning iron to evolve into a flaming sword. The two attributes are very different. The sword comes with special effects, physical attacks combined with attribute attacks. Level 10 Puppy Beast evolution. Again, evolutionary cores and specific materials are required. The evolutionary core has been resolved, with redemption opportunities from the ruins of aberration. There is only one thing for specific material, specially edited source code, with and only source code. According to Grey Wolf, no additional additions are needed to maintain the purity of the divine attributes. The purpose, of course, is to serve the next stage of the core talent, divine mastery. The vision of just taking one step forward is far superior to the various bulls **T evolutionary consultants on the surface. Puppy Beast. This evolution is a combination of both evolutions. On the one hand, it's the digital evolution granted by your race. On the one hand, it's the sequential evolution that's unique to the Sentinel world. So, ready? Sheen Moore watched the Grey Wolf flying with his 10 fingers in front of the computer, holding the puppy beast in his arms and jerking the dog's head. Expect that in another 10 minutes. You won't be able to jerk off if you want to, so grab some extra time. The puppy beast closed his eyes in enjoyment. Her head arched toward Chinmo's chest in a petulant manner. Aha! Several minutes passed. Puppy beast stays in a stereoglass container. 2 robotic arms became busy. One in the shape of a shower, spraying not water but evolutionary cores discrete into shimmering light, and one reaching out with a myriad of tiny tentacles, their tips covered in electronic stickers, onto the surface of the puppy beast's body. Puppy Beast, start ready. 10, 9, 8. Grey Wolf, dressed in a white lab coat, stopped his hands above the 2 buttons and started a countdown. Shinmo's eyes reflected the encapsulated evolutionary core, intact, solid in itself, now transformed into a liquid fluid. Impression of redeeming 2 copies of the evolution core for the Grey Wolf's research on sequential evolution. The first stage of the goal is to transform the zero-order evolutionary core into a first-order evolutionary core. Zero-level props upgraded to first order, with the success story of organic armor in place. A bit of a problem. Not a big problem. The other robotic arm. The electronic patch that extended out had covered all parts of the puppy beast's body. somewhat similar to the electrode plates connected to a heart monitor during a physical examination in a hospital. Buzz. The countdown is over. Radiant, flawless, and bright divine white light erupted from the puppy beast's body. Evolutionary glory that quickly covers the entire body for evolution at the proton, atomic level. Normal species evolution, the result of tens of millions of years of light and constant natural selection, is not needed now. Diluvians, attribute, beast, sacred, level, 11, qualification, SS level, talents, body of data, ultra evolution, king of holy light, skills, holy light claws, lucky blessing, holy light shield, holy light cat's eye, loyalty, 100%, body of data, rank, first, category, summoned beast talent. Effects, when intimacy reaches 90% and enough source codes are accumulated, it can evolve regardless of the level. Description, your stubborn evolution is a ridiculous struggle in my eyes. Overdrive evolution. Rank, first, category, summoned beast talent. Effects, 90% intimacy, can stimulate potential evolution. Duration 30 minutes, cost degradation. Description, to protect my beloved, I will unleash the Holy Guardian, King of the Holy Light. Rank, first, category, summoned beast talent. Effects, holy light form, doubling of attributes within 30 minutes. Side effects, weakness, 3-day cooldown. Description, holiness washes away sin. Light creates the world. I am the holy light. Shinemo looked at the height of 1 meter 5, far exceeding the height of a normal Dilu beast. The overall presentation of a standing posture, with animated eyes and flashing gold lines, gives the impression of being lively and loving. It has pure white, flawless fur, 2 long pointed ears, and 3 tentacles on each cheek. The most special place is the end of the tail. A sacred ring inscribed with a mysterious pattern is also the most distinctive feature of its being of the sacred lineage. To reintroduce myself, my name is Chin Moore, your partner. The Dilu beast just reached out with his paw and gently shook it, just in time to express his excitement. He was met with large hands covering his head and familiar strokes traveling all over his body. Shinemo jerked the Dilu beast's supple head while displaying the other party's attribute panel. Grey Wolf. Your conjecture about the Divine Master is tentatively realized. The newly added talent is King of Holy Light, an explosive class talent, much like my overclocked form. 3 extended skills, each corresponding to a guess. Lucky Blessing, can be used as a base for Divine Blessing. Luck plus 20%, cooldown 6 months. A Shield of Holy Light that can be used as the basis for a Divine Rebound. A cohesive shield that the race does not have. Sacred Cat's Eye, which can be used as a basis for Divine Judgment. The effect is relatively much diminished, and enemies caught in the glare will attack themselves. Chin more briefly introduced. The exact results will have to be seen in the next real-world test. This includes, but is not limited to, speed, strength, constitution, spirit, skill, and talent. Witness the Grey Wolf and the Diluvian Beast heading to the specialized testing lab. Shinemo checked his own attribute panel. The guru will take on the talents and skills of the summoned beasts. There are hypotheses on the internet that with enough summoned beasts, the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster can be increased infinitely, even surpassing the strongest summoned beasts that he or she possesses. Abyss seems to have noticed this bug and greatly limited the number of summoned beasts. At the same time, the limitations of the Imperial Beastmaster's mortal flesh were a factor that could not be ignored. Chin Moore. Rank, first, Abyssal coins, 10,000. Attributes, Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 35. Physique 15, Summoned Beasts, Grey Wolf, Dilu Beast, Red Wolf, Little Grey, Unborn. Talents, 100-fold Enlightenment, Overclocked Form, Body of Holy Light. Skills, Pressure Gaze, Sharp Reaction, Mechanical Mastery, Fist and Kick Mastery. Item, First Order Equipment, Amethyst 2 Mech, Striking Fist Gloves, Crawling Boots. First Order Props, Aberration Crystal Core ×2, Fish and Bone Spear. 0 Order Equipment *, Evolution Core, Pirate Ship, Space Talisman, Siren Conch Shell, Biochip. 0 Order Props, Liquid Alloy ×60, Metal Skeleton ×50, Aberration Crystal Core ×20. A first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with various attributes between 10 to 20. Second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with various attributes between 20 to 30. There's a surge boost when the rank is raised to the 4th rank. Level 11 to 20 summoned beasts with 20 to 50 points in each attribute. Level 21 to 30 summoned beasts with 50 to 100 points in each attribute. Level 31 to 40 summoned beasts with various attributes ranging from 100 to 400 points. There is a surge boost when the level is raised to 41. Chin Moore was the first to notice the summoned beast. Summoned animal, Little Grey, Unborn. It's really just a buy one get one free. Little Ash isn't even a kid now. Right. 10, 000 points of Abyssal coins. The settlement reward from the ruins of aberration. No one of the same rank is richer than self. More continued to check the other items, and the changes were still quite significant. First is the property. Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 35, Constitution 15, without any summoned beast bonuses. The various attributes of a first-order Imperial Beast Master were 10 points. Then it will increase different attributes depending on the type of summoned beast. For example, in the case where the summoned beast is a soft-boned rabbit, the points to increase the agility attribute will be more. Self's current properties. There are two places that stand out. The first was 20 points of agility, which had already reached the limit of a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The Delu Beast was worthy of its SS grade qualification, and the attribute bonus it brought was undoubtedly terrifying. Nemo had reason to suspect that 20 points was not the limit of a Delu Beast, but the limit of a Royal Beast Master. Then came 35 points of Spirit, which apparently breaks the limit, which is just kind of mind-boggling. How does 35 points of spiritual attributes seem unreasonable? Assuming that there is no Grey Wolf in existence, and there is only the Delu Beast, my attributes should be 15 Strength, 20 Agility, 15 Spirit, and 15 Physique. Strength, mental and physical are at normal levels. Agility is at extreme levels. After adding the concept level Grey Wolf, it breaks through the limit and adds an additional 20 points of mental attributes. Or to put it bluntly, it's not that the Grey Wolf can only add 20 points of attributes, but the limit of a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master is 20 points. A bold hypothesis sprouted in Moore's mind. Normal summoned beasts, that is, summoned beasts with qualifications such as SS rank, S rank, A rank, and so on, have their attributes normally enchanted, and are unable to break through the limits. Conceptual level summoned beasts that break through the limits of their original level and add additional attributes to the limits. Suppose that instead of adding Spirit, the Grey Wolf adds Agility. Attributes should become Strength 15, Agility 40, Spirit 15, Constitution 15, with 40 points in the Agility attribute. Half of it was the limit of the Diluvian beasts, and half of it was the limit of the Grey Wolf's breakthrough. Conceptual level Summoner. There appears to be a minor flaw. That means only one attribute can be added. I don't know if it's because of the Grey Wolf or something else. Mo stared. There is currently only one concept level summoning beast, the Grey Wolf, and there are too few reference items to draw conclusions. What is certain though is that, no matter how many ordinary summoned beasts there were, the battle power of an Imperial Beast Master could not match that of a summoned beast because of its own limitations. As for the hypothesis on the internet, it was presumably put forward by A-rank and B-rank Imperial Beast Masters, whose summoned beasts were too low qualified and had fewer added attribute points, unlike SS-ranked Delu beasts. To come to a conclusion in one step, the greater the number of concept-level summoned beasts, the greater the battle power of the Imperial Beast Master can exceed that of the summoned beasts. For example, the mental attributes that have broken the limit. A large enough number will increase the limit attributes indefinitely. Mo's eyes shifted downward. Breaking the limits was too difficult. Every step was a challenge to common sense. Next up, talents and skills. Talents, 100-fold enlightenment, overclocked form, body of holy light. Skills, mechanical mastery, pressing gaze, sharp reaction, hunting instinct. Talents merge with each other. For example, the original ultimate recovery is automatically merged into body of holy light. Body of holy light. Rank, first. Category, gift of the Beastmaster. Effect, affinity for holy light. Body can store holy light, depending on one's rank. Description, I don't produce holy light. I'm just a mover of holy light. This talent, how come it's kinda like the elemental summoners? Imperial Beastmasters with elemental summoned beasts call themselves Masters of the Law, and there are mage associations all over the world, similar to the mechanical, undead, and plant associations of other Imperial Beastmasters. But this mage is a bit of a challenge to the word Beastmaster. No one cared though. Mages were generally strong, and not calling the association of Masters of Laws had been a big favor. And the standard talent for mages is XXX body. For example, flame body, thunder body, rock body, and so on. The effect is to house elemental summoned beasts and become a firebrand mage. The words body of holy light are very much in the style of the Master of Laws and have a different effect. It can't hold summoned beasts, but stores holy light and freely utilizes the power of holy light. Store a sufficient amount of holy light and exhibit combat power that is no weaker than a mage. Add 3 additional skills, pressing gaze, sharp reflexes, hunting instincts. It's not a skill from the Diluvian Beast Holy Light series, presumably because it doesn't produce holy light itself. Moore intended to test the effect afterward. A tour around the lab reveals Grey Wolf's lab log. A lab log, think of it as a journal will do. documenting each day's research, mech upgrade program, celestial computer, void engine, genetic strike weapons, evolutionary core program, parsing and dismantling, step-by-step up to first, second, and third order, biochip analysis, temporarily stops input, weather tesseract synthesis, not included in the program, wife's pan, scratched out, multifunctional pirate ship, upgrade program. Shinemo looked at his scalp, not to mention watching movies and snacking on his own self. Even the Dilu beast, who fought and upgraded to the point of muscle twitching, could not be compared to the Grey Wolf. All are cutting-edge programs. The Mecha design project, as Self mentioned the other day, checking out the setting of Supergods Academy. The world of Supergods can be divided into 3 eras. The genetic era, the dark plane era, the void engine era. I didn't realize there was already experimental data. Although the experimental data is rather messy, it is a real first step. Next was the evolution core, used for the evolution of summoned beasts. There were only 3 levels, 0, 3 and 6, which needed to be put into use. A long way to go. After all, at the moment, not to mention third-order props, there aren't even any second-order props. This Grey Wolf guy, its own proprietary prop weather tesseract is actually not included in the program. Crossing out the Red Wolf's pan makes sense, and it hurts me to look at it. Grey Wolf could care less about the weather cube, but Self, as the Beast Master, couldn't care less. Shinmore turned toward the computer, opened the website that only official Imperial Beastmasters can log into. The trading messages seeking to purchase wind elemental fragments, rain elemental fragments, thunder elemental fragments, fire elemental fragments, electricity elemental fragments, and sun elemental fragments were indeed unheeded. The reason is simple. No one will sell it even if it's marked up over $1 billion when traded in normal currency. Times. Having gotten himself out of the ruins of aberration and basically achieved financial freedom, the veteran Imperial Beastmaster was surely even less short of money. It looks like it will have to be traded in Abyssal coins. Abyssal coins can only refresh copies of copyboard, and then it's useless as shit. But countries are always recycling abysmal coins in a big way. For some reason. Anyway, it drove the circulation of abysmal coins, and worldwide, replacing the tens of millions of divine summer dollars that each shard was labeled with 500 abyssal dollars. Only a dozen seconds had passed before the transaction message popped up. It's still the official account of the Imperial Beastmaster. Shinemo as the requesting party had nothing to say, and the official as the supplying party actually didn't raise the price. Agreed to transfer tomorrow morning. Go to the local Imperial Beasts Bureau in the afternoon to trade, meet and pay, and replace if not satisfied. That's too good a service. Shinemo felt that the Imperial Beast Bureau was in a hurry through the words used between the lines. Inexplicably, the next few days passed uneventfully. It's time to raise babies, and it's time to do research. Shinemo took the Dilu beast and continued to enter the replica, fighting monsters and upgrading. At the same time, we have a lot of inquiries about the Age of Sail replica. It is a hot topic all over the world right now and many professional analyses need to be paid for. Shinemo didn't care about money. Useful, not useful, if the title gimmick is enough. Buy a copy of the reference. Also really found an interesting analysis. As per the blogger's analysis, if the countries continue to be confused, sooner or later a large-scale naval war will break out, calling on all nations to give up their grudges, shake hands and explore this copy of the trial together. Last call is shit. Every trialist was carrying a task on their back. How could they not fight for it? Is it possible to give it up to another country's trialists? Or another country that has a history of grudges? The analysis of the triggers is quite interesting though. Massive naval battles. Not very hard to understand. Suddenly jumping out with so many strong people will definitely cause the Aborigines to be alerted. What happens at this point? Instead of plunging the whole world into war, why don't we find a venue and fight it out with a bang? Regardless of who loses or wins in the end, there is no power to continue to create chaos and everyone lives in peace. Not a brilliant ploy, but it is guaranteed to work. The countries were eager to break out into a large-scale naval war, clearing out the enemy countries in one fell swoop and hogging all the benefits. When he first got the news, Shinemo was so happy that he was close to buying firecrackers to celebrate in advance. The source of the delight comes from the Dilu beast. To be precise, it's the evolved form of the Dilu beast, the Celestial Maiden beast. According to the Grey Wolf's expected talents and skills, the Celestial beast was the big clearing boss. Core talents: Divine Mastery. First skill, Divine Blessing. Strongest assist all teammates. Second skill, Holy Bounce, invincible anti-armor, not afraid of siege at all. Third skill, Divine Verdict, Karma Inversion, clearing troops with no double skills. The three complement each other, coming out as a highlight and coming out on top. Let the holy light shine in all corners of the sea battle, trying to achieve evolution. The route is very clear. 2 aspects. The Grey Wolf provides the evolutionary core and source code for the transformation, and the Diluvian Beast fights monsters to jack up his level to 40. Both are pretty difficult, but not without a chance. As long as you successfully evolve, you will be able to harvest the battlefield without a double sessions. Even if you're a few days behind in entering your copy, even if you're upgrading and fighting and touching and paddling the whole time. It was also able to dominate the top of the list with a massive naval battle driven by a coalition of forces. Not only is it as simple as being at the top of the list, but you get to touch everyone's bodies. Another big haul in the books. Don't have too many benefits. The SS rank Dilu beasts could only go with the flow, and the SS rank Celestial Maiden beasts, reversed the tide of battle. Unfortunately, plants. To achieve the aforementioned return of the king, there is one very key influence. Rank. Sheen Moore didn't care at first, because the Age of Sail limited the level of the trialists. Highest 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. Summoned beast levels 31 to 40. Without breaking through the 4th rank of the attribute explosion and without a second summoned beast, there wasn't much of a problem. Having one summoned beast and having 2 that work with each other makes a world of difference in battle power. For example, Grey Wolf and Dilu Beast are both good on their own, and with each other they're super godly beings. Results. Countries are generally operating in the shade. The copy restricts the highest rank to a 3rd ranked Imperial Beast Master, so use the props. What with the Realm Breaking Orb, the Golden Key, the Restricted Access Card, and the Pharaoh's Hand Bone, one after the other. They are very monotonous in function and lower the barrier to entry. There is a general lowering of the threshold by 1, and there are even epic props in major empires that lower the threshold by 2. The props that are usually only collectible are completely blossomed in the Age of Sail replica. The current rank situation. Universal 4th Order Imperial Beastmasters with summoned beasts at level 41 to 50. Extremely few 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters, with summoned beast levels ranging from 51st to 60th, varying from 1 to 2 per country. If you go in with a summoned beast's level stuck, you can make a random wild hit and get promoted on the spot. That's not the most hopeless. Yesterday, a trialist was eliminated and said that he encountered a Navy Admiral and that the other party possessed the strength of a 7th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. A stone has been thrown to the winds. Even though a 7th ranked Imperial Beast Master can't beat a level 71 to 80 summoned beast, but it's still easy to abuse down the line. Also, the Navy has more than one admiral, and a much larger number of vice admirals. The Lieutenant General didn't have the strength of a 7th Order Imperial Beast Master, and 5th and 6th Order were very reasonable. Compared to the 6th Order, the 7th Order itself was a threshold where battle power soared. Tired, that's it. Unparalleled harvest battlefield? Wash up early. You can dream of anything. Upon entering the copy, normal monsters, upgrades, equipment explosions, and quests, the trial copies have a high explosion rate. The main purpose is still to raise the pirate ship and cultivate it into a summoned beast. The Grey Wolf has put a lot of thought into it, and as long as it can become one, the guaranteed S-class summoned beasts will be capped at SSS class. Just then, Sheen Mo felt the sunlight dimming above his head, and a cute and lively cat face appeared. I think, Sheen Mo, my talent of ultra-limit evolution may be able to accomplish your original plan. The Dilu beast lowered its soulful eyes, and its voice was clear and soft, very much like that of a young girl. No need. And don't block my sunlight. Sheen Mo didn't even think about it and vehemently denied it. The Dilu beast thought of something. Have you ever thought about it? Last night, I asked Grey Wolf if there was any effect of using the Ultra Evolution talent, and the answer was that it was not recommended, because evolution has already changed the source code of the Dilu beast. Rashly using a talent that changes the source code is prone to unpredictable effects, with a high probability of negative effects and a very small probability of positive effects. At the same time, the Heavenly Maiden beast after the outbreak will inevitably drop levels and drop forms. Sheen Moore is still the same, currently desperate for resources no doubt, but not to the point of fighting for my life. Steady development. The advantage is mine. Is it appropriate to go back to the primitive once? Especially since the Diluvian beasts are working on their monsters and upgrades all this time? Fly to the Sakura Empire tomorrow morning and then enter the replica. Is there anything you want to eat? Grilled fish. The corners of the Dilu beast's mouth rose and he spat out 2 words softly. It was just that its vertical pupils kept flowing, as if it was planning something, and as if it was making some kind of decision. Day 2. The airliner departed on time, heading high into the sky and across the ocean, arriving at the Sakura Empire on time. Stormy red. Sheen Mo stepped out of the international airport, muttering under his breath. As the airliner pulled away from the gate, a giant mech of hundreds of meters was seen. The identity of the opponent was familiar to all Sky Blue citizens. It was clearly a SS-ranked heavenly pride from 25 years ago, a hallowed Seal King level powerhouse soaking in seawater, facing the direction of the Sakura Empire, defense or deterrence, or some other purpose? Didn't think much of it. At less than that level, thinking about anything is mental internalization. With his left hand, he pulled out his cell phone and followed the location of the Imperial Beast Bureau to his destination. His right hand was inserted into his pants pocket, and inside were 2 talismans, one for defense, one for escape. The Imperial Beast Bureau was providing escorts, provided that they waited 2 days for the 4 SS-ranked Celestial Pride to come out. Escorting a self-traveler alone would have to be paid extra. Sheen Moore pondered for a moment then. The price/performance ratio is not as good as buying a defense talisman. There wasn't much of a problem with the stationing of Divine Summer Sealed King and Sealed Emperor powerhouses on Rich Earth Mountain. Safe and sound all the way. Arrived at the foot of the mountain without incident. There would be no room for surprises here, especially if there had been communication in advance. Sheen Mo stared ahead. There was a look of consternation. A surprisingly large number of cherry blossom tourists under a dark, depressing to the point of heart-throbbing skies? Even though the Sakura Empire was small and not as large as the Divine Summer, it wasn't as bad as bouncing in a grave, was it? Dare to take a sightseeing tour beneath the abyssal canopy. Don't you want to have an accident and regret it? It is well known that the moment the abyssal projection appears, it means that everything goes into the unknown. It doesn't seem to be a problem at the moment. Who knows if it will be in the future? Is there a possibility? The powerful men from various countries stationed halfway up the mountain are the source of their confidence? Sheen Mo didn't know how to express the complexity of his heart, or how to spit it out. A copy where the human brain beats the dog's brain into submission, and in reality dutifully provides protection? What an outrageous brainwave that must be. Ideas not heeded. People are required to pay a price for self-perception. Just then, a serious male voice came from his side. Hey, are you from Xinxia? Divine Xia people are not welcome here. Get out quickly. The man was in his mid-20s, with a narrow scar across his face, inches of hair and flowery arms, with 3 burly-looking henchmen, half-open-chested. He came striding along. The normal traveling Sakura people around them seemed to be attracted to it, and were casting teasing glances. See the abyssal projection up close. It was exclusive to their Sakura Empire. The people of the Divine Summer Empire deserve it? You can't stop a trysting Imperial Beastmaster. You can't stop a horde of teams. And you can't stop a loner? God's summer men don't dress extravagantly. No expensive watches or high-end clothes, but gives a very clean look with a hard face. The stature is upright. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The flower-armed man walked to 3 meters and saw Sheen Mo's handsome face clearly from a close distance, and his whole body soured, mentally giving the assessment of a good little white boy who is a bully. Back. Sheen Mo tilted his head slightly and spat out 2 Chinese characters. The other side is quite funny. Learning the Xinxia language specifically to expel Xinxia travelers. What back there? Bakaya Lu, do you think this is a trick between children? The flower-armed man shouted angrily, just to teach a lesson to the Xinxia people who don't take him seriously. Suddenly, a light cough came from behind him, accompanied by a soul-shattering pressure. The flower-armed man was sweating coldly and looked back with difficulty, and he suddenly found the middle-aged man wearing a Divine Summer uniform. He knew this middle-aged man and had heard that he had 2 summoned beasts with terrifying strength. Zhang Wu didn't even look at the common man's flowery arm man. 2 people from 2 different worlds. Hitching a ride is degrading yourself. Sheen Mo. I've heard a lot about you. You are indeed a young talent and a pillar of the country. Director Zhang. Good morning. Sheen Mo smiled and returned the greeting, having read the other party's profile on the internet. The sub-director of the Imperial Beast Division of a city on the coast, not a sealed king powerhouse, whose main duty was to receive the trialists. It can't be that people can't be received by human pillars who have been crowned kings and emperors, can it? Sheen Mo ignored the gazes around him. With one hand in his pocket, he strides towards Shangwu, passing the flower-armed man. He glared back suddenly, pressing gaze, unleashed, with a spiritual attribute of up to 35 points. Can't a normal person resist it? The odds are that you need to go to the hospital for a few days to lie down and then leave a mental note. Zhang Wu took Qin more toward the halfway point. There is some internal information to inform. The surrounding travelers of the Sakura Empire finally dared to let out a small discussion when they saw the 2 of them walking away. Zhang Wu is even, but that young man called Qin Mo, why is he so arrogant? How dare you ignore us? Qin Mo. Come to think of it, he's the top of the list of trial copies, the strongest newcomer of this year. He's the one who surpassed the SS-ranked Heavenly Pride of Kawashimakuan. Darn it, just a billion points away. This replica is the world of 4th and 5th ranked Imperial Beast Masters, and Qin Mo can only be relegated to the background. I bet he gets eliminated on the first day. The guy who doesn't know what he's doing. As the crowd spoke, they noticed the downed, convulsing, foaming at the mouth, flower-armed man and rushed to call an ambulance. Halfway up the mountain. That's all that should be said. Go in there and be careful. Don't be greedy. Zhang Wu briefly recounted the situation within the copy, and in the end, he couldn't help but give a reminder. Seen countless greedy sentinels, young and old, paying tuition with their lives. This is especially prevalent in trial copies where too much is given. Thanks to director Zhang. I'll go in first. Qin Mo nodded his head before waving goodbye. Obviously there was no one around, but there was a feeling of being watched, and there was no need to think about it to know who it was. It was none other than the Seal King and Seal Emperor powerhouses who were curious about his battle results. A bunch of bad old men bad drop, or hurry to leave for good. Reaching out, he beckoned the blood-red mech, not their own fighter mechs, purchased from a technology manufacturing company under the name of Stormred. The goal is of course to hide your hand. When you're away from home and in a foreign country, it makes sense to keep a few 100 million hands, right? No more hesitation. Piloting a 3-meter-tall mech into the air. The entrance to the Voyage Age replica is deep in the clouds. Without a nod from the countries, a hasty liftoff would only result in an overhead blowout. Coming into time, Qin Mo hastily summoned the Dilu Beast, and the already small cockpit became even more crowded. But honestly, the Dilu Beast's body is soft and furry to touch. Lucky blessing, the Dilu Beast passes out and releases its skills directly. Pale gold eyes and dazzling gold tail ring, all flashed with a warm spring-like halo of light, enveloping Qin Mo in an instant. Lucky blessing, rank, first, category, summoned beast skills, effect, luck plus 20%, time limit 3 minutes, cooldown 6 months, description, sacred attribute, requires 90% intimacy with the blessed object. Next, splash-like ripples rippled in midair, and the mech abruptly disappeared without a trace. Welcome to the Abyss. The trial is about to begin. Current location, Age of Sail, East China Sea, Inafune Village, Tier, 0 to 7. Difficulty, Trial, Special Copy. Mission, Completion of Side Mission, Desperate Fury. Phase 1, Building a Pirate Ship, in progress. Stage 2, The Road to Rise of the Powerful, to be unlocked. Phase 3, Occupation of Carmela Island, to be unlocked. Hint, complete the side quests and open the main quest. Description. This is a great age of transcendental seafaring with magic potion sequences. You, on the other hand, are just a mediocre villager who fishes for a living. Today you went out fishing normally and harvested a star-spotted lobster worth 1 gold coin. You're so happy you can't wait to get home and you're going to tell your sister out loud. Sister, I'm going to Carmela Island to buy cloth for your birthday present. Because you know, my sister has been wanting to make a new dress for a long time. Come to the little house in the back of the hill. You saw your sister in a pool of blood, anger, rage. You can't believe your eyes. But your sister's cold body lets you know it's all true. You went crazy looking for the killer. It was very easy. The Navy didn't hide the sin. They just craved your sister's body. You charged the Navy patrol ship. You were broken limb by limb and thrown into the endless sea. You climb out of the sea that symbolizes death. You come to the beach with a monstrous rage. You swear, you will destroy the Navy in this life. Let your pain be the pain of all. Warm reminder, learning this copy of Transcendent Power is prohibited. Sheen Moore rubbed his nose. How is it that Self did walk from the beach with a monstrous rage? Looking back behind him, the bright sunlight scatters, giving the delicate sand a light golden glow. The sea breeze was blowing, rippling and undulating the sparkling waves, and there were ships the size of black dots in the distance. The original siblings are presumably dead, appearing here, just arranging the identity, right? The eyes looked to the last tip. Warm reminder, learning this copy of Transcendent Power is prohibited. The fact that this prompt didn't appear means that it's possible to learn. For example, the technology of the ruins of aberration. This prompt appears, and the consequence of continuing to learn is that you cannot return to the original world. So, think about the magic potion sequence mentioned in the description. A beast master is a beast master, and transcendence comes from summoned beasts, not some other mess. The island is not big. Simple search. A small isolated house was soon found in the backcountry. In the cleaned-up clearing lay the body of a young girl, about 16 or 17, and since she was the older sister, the younger brother would only be younger. The siblings live in the backcountry, surrounded by many orange trees, and the oranges are feared to be a source of income. Chinemo reached out and made a false move, released the Grey Wolf, Dilu Beast, and Red Wolf from the Imperial Beast space. Originally, I didn't intend to bring Red Wolf because of the danger, but the couple was too much in love. Chinemo bent his body down and reached out to put his hand on the young girl's carotid artery, and sure enough, she was dead through and through. As for the body of the fishing boy, it is probably still in the sea, and I don't want to look for it or I'm too lazy to look for it. Age of Sail, quest plus hourly copy. Complete the mission and gain time to stay on, or else it's a forced exit. Focus on the first stage of the side quest, Desperate Fury. Side quest, Desperate Rage. Phase 1, Building a Pirate Ship, in progress. Requirements, collect materials and build a pirate ship. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Duration plus 10 days, 3. Opening of the second stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Countdown to mission, 0 days. 23 hours and 56 minutes. 1 day to build a pirate ship. Otherwise it is considered a mission failure and forced exit. It's not just a matter of having hands. Shin Mo looked back behind him. The 3 summoned beasts had dug a pit and joined forces to bury the young girl, and were in the process of covering it. Take 2 steps forward. Insert the unnamed iron monument hand rubbed by the Grey Wolf. Very cyberpunk. Rest in peace. The hatred of your siblings is now carried by us, the pirates. Typical crap. Unless you don't want to keep mixing up your copies. What needs to be done must be done. Take the summoner to the golden sandy beach. Remove the ship from the item bar and instantly complete the quest. But Shin Mo did not do so immediately, but instead looked at the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf smiled confidently and gestured okay with his hand. The heart is clear. Backhandedly, he pulled out the carefully crafted Skywolf. Wolf, level, 0, quality, rare. Effect, transportation equipment. Can be used for navigation and aviation, speed 600 kilometers per hour. Description, my heart is empty. My body is empty. Moment of completion. A hint of the reward came immediately from the Abyssal tattoo. Grey Wolf, go up and take a look. Shin Mo commanded. Before entering the duplicate, I knew the reward for the pirate ship enhancement quest. Suppose, doesn't props plus pirate ship, forming a whole, strengthen it by the way? Of course, this kind of unadvocated, unethical, and undeserved wool gathering, especially if it is still wool gathering from the abyss, has nothing to do with self. The pirate ship was built by Grey Wolf. Props were put in and taken out by Grey Wolf. It has nothing to do with me. Boss, you are simply too smart. The props are really strengthened together. The Grey Wolf ran out gleefully, its hands holding 6 differently colored light clusters. Hers was the 6 fragments needed to synthesize the weather tesseract. Then said, Wind elemental fragment, Rain elemental fragment, and Thunder elemental fragment. Upgrade quality. Boss, your mech didn't change. It might be that the grade and quality are too high to be effective. The evolutionary cores of the Diluvian beasts have an extra inexplicable force that can be utilized to raise their level. And the Grey Wolf spilled a lot of words. When you first start hand rubbing a pirate ship, set up a lot of features, modules for sailing, flying, land, etc. Boss proposes a new speculation. Could you gut the core area? Props plus pirate ships so they form a whole. I didn't understand it at the time because the props were only available to Imperial Beastmasters and summoned beasts, and digging out the core area tended to disrupt the balance of the pirate ship, missing many high-performance features. The result once again confirms, the boss is the boss. Wool gathering to new heights. It just thought of cerebellar atrophy, but also could not think of such a showy operation. The creation of the Bell God show. Other props and gear don't matter. The evolution core itself had no quality. And now there was an extra inexplicable force that was helpful in raising the level. It was important to know that it took a 0-order evolution core, and a 3rd-order evolution core, to help summoned beasts evolve. Both the Dilu beast and the Red Wolf looked at Shin Mo with admiration. They also didn't expect such a showy maneuver, and it was estimated that no trialist could have thought of it. The reason is simple. Props plus pirate ships make up the whole, not just simply put them on. A lot of trialists, building ships, are stumbling, not to mention the whole flower job. It's just that if you expose the method, others can only eyeball it and then sigh silently. Ahem. Shin Mo coughed hard. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's not me who's embarrassed. It's good for a while, but it's good for a long time, because it's hard to get used to being watched. The second phase of the mission has opened. Quest, the road to rise of the strong. Time is short and the task is heavy. Hurry up and get going. Hastily, he greeted the Dilu beast and the Red Wolverine as they made their appearance. The Sirius turned around in place, following the route map provided by the mission, and prepared to ride out the storm. Just then, breeze blowing warmly through the backcountry, a small graveyard with an unmarked iron monument. Suddenly, a dreamlike hazy spirit body rose up. Vaguely you can see its appearance. A clean, quiet young girl. It was just that the spirit body was extraordinarily fluttering, as if it could be blown away by the breeze, while the eyes were perplexed. It looked up, confused eyes to the base of the mountain, to the sandy beach that swirled with golden colors as well as the waves. It dances with the wind, floating towards the pirate ship like falling leaves. The spirit suddenly dissipated, as if it were passing with the wind, and as if it were merging into the pirate ship. Boom! The pirate ship completed its turnaround and sped away with full horsepower, turning into a white train. A closer look reveals the bottom of the ship is not soaked in water, but the sea surface is used as an ice skating rink, and the design principle refers to the 600 km/h magnetic levitation train. Sheen Moore, Grey Wolf, Delu Beast, and Red Wolf stood at the bow of the ship covered by the shield, facing the bright sun. The shadows stretched long and long, falling on the sparkling sea. The age of transcendental sailing. Here we come, riding the waves on a pirate ship. Sheen Mo looked towards the second stage of the mission. Side quest, Desperate Rage. Phase 2, The Road to Power, ongoing. Mission requirements, arrive at Alcatraz Island and upgrade to 4th level Beastmaster. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Hourly plus 10 days, 3. Opening the 3rd stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Mission countdown, 10 days. 23 hours and 50 minutes. Mission description. You're too weak. As weak as gone. You are powerless to help your sister avenge her death. You decide to go down to the sea and wander. You happen to know an island called Alcatraz. Alcatraz is a constantly moving island with many monsters. The merchant, the traveler, the passerby, coveting the appearance of its riches will pay the price in blood. Legend has it that every full moon, Alcatraz comes out of the windless zone and brings pain and disaster to the world. You decide to make the beasts of Alcatraz Island feel your monstrous wrath, grow stronger, and prepare to avenge the Navy. Bonus, Alcatraz Voyage Route Map. Attached, Alcatraz Beast Map. Time is increased by 10 days to complete the first stage of the reward. Sheen Mo looked at the mission requirements and only felt a gust of toothache. Actually wanting to be promoted to the 4th rank Imperial Beast Master? Finally understand why countries keep operating in the shade, without a netherworld operation that lowers the threshold of entry. Do we still have to have the Imperial Beast Master bring the materials for the sequence evolution? Enter the copy and then evolve first before proceeding to the subsequent quests? The act of evolving on the spot is not as good as not coming for many Imperial Beastmasters, because no matter how valuable a copy of the trial is, it's not as important as sequence evolution. In regards to a career, it feels like the mission is making things difficult for Self, but there is no evidence. The mission is very sweet to provide roadmaps, beast distribution maps. It was as if he was afraid that Self wouldn't be able to find Alcatraz and use the beasts on the island to upgrade and become stronger. The beast was the name given by the natives of the Age of Sail to the monsters that lived on the islands. It's just a bit of a demanding task. You need to be promoted to the 4th rank of Imperial Beastmaster. With the difficulty of the mission already determined, Sheen Mo began to think about his own strengths. First, the advantages of a copy of the Age of Sail. According to the information provided by director Zhang Wu, the level of the beasts here is benchmarked against the summoned beasts. The beast's battle power is benchmarked against the Imperial Beastmasters. For this reason, the Navy Admiral is equated with a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, not a summoned beast. To put it simply, it's more efficient to fight and upgrade, at the same level, harvesting the same experience value while the beasts become weaker. The efficiency naturally increases. Even a main battle-type summoned beast like the Delu Beast can cross over even more easily. What are the next advantages? A map of the distribution of the beasts provided by the mission. Alcatraz shows a spreading pattern, getting stronger as it gets more centered. Clear the outer beasts first. Level up and clear the middle layer, and finally push across the entire island. Evolution requires level plus evolution core plus specific materials. Leveling is a problem. 10 days and multiples of experience shouldn't be too much of a problem. Evolving the core and rubbing off on the pirate ship enhancement quest reward was okay. Specific materials. The source code for the evolution of digital babies were prepared a long time ago. Taking one item out on its own is a bit of a problem. Not a big problem. They can be stacked on top of each other. The difficulty climbs steeply, and failure in any one of them is a total loss. Just like the conditions of dating in the previous life. The city household, a car and a house, $1 million a year, handsome, multi-talented, gentle and considerate. It is okay to take it out individually, and the combination is hellishly difficult. I didn't even have a choice. Either you complete the mission, which is to be promoted to the 4th rank of Imperial Beastmaster. Either that or regretfully retire and leave with no half-finished pirate ship. Sheen Mo exhaled deeply. Ling Li's eyes instantly became firm. It's not the fighting spirit that inspires fervent youth, but the trial copies give too much to leave. The practice environment of the Age of Sail. Mattress quest rewards the reinforcement, promotion of the summoned beasts of the pirate ship, and the Seafaring Age magic potion sequence, which can't be taken, and can't be researched and studied by Grey Wolf. There's also the points ranking. This is a bit far away. It's all about 4th and 5th rank Imperial Beastmasters. Can't you just fantasize about it? Referring to the ruins of aberration brought too many benefits. And, from the heart, If one could take this opportunity to advance to the 4th rank of Imperial Beastmaster, what was there not to be satisfied with? In the age of navigation, the multiple experience environment, if you don't seize the opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Access to this copy of the trial is not gratuitous. Consumed the glorious battle achieved by the ruins of aberration. Otherwise, so many 3rd Order and 4th Order Imperial Beast Masters in the Xinxia Empire. Why let self, a 1st Order Beast Master, come in? The cost performance is too low. The empires utilize the age of sail camps to wrestle with each other, and any Beast Master is important. Boss, will our wool gathering of quest strengthening affect the qualifications of the summoned beasts? Grey Wolf walked towards Qin Mo. I don't know, there's a chance it might. Odds are it won't. Qin Mo's eyes looked out at the Alcatraz island that gradually showed its outline, more than 10 times larger compared to the descending island. The conclusion of getting a high probability of no effect is based on the object of wool gathering. The abyss was vast, encompassing countless copy worlds. Would it care about this low-ranked little thing? Who are you looking down on? The most crucial thing is that there is no choice. It was already behind the other trialists, and without thinking about the limit to utilize the advantage, the difference will only get bigger and bigger. A few SS-ranked heavenly prides surfaced in Qin Mo's mind. Since the 4 prides of God's Summer announced the entry of the Age of Sail copy, the Lighthouse Federation, the Third Reich, the Sakura Empire, and the Sunset Empire, have responded. As of now, however, only Self has actually entered the copy, and the others are still in the preparation stage. I don't know about the SS-ranked heavenly pride of various countries. What do you think when you see the second stage of the quest requirement, promotion to 4th Order Imperial Beast Master? The pride of the nations could only return left behind. Unlike Self, who still had room to struggle, Qin Mo organized his thoughts. Quickly assign tasks to Grey Wolf and Dilu Beast. Emphasize the time. Great big countdown. Make it sound like a rush. That's a good way to describe it. Time to zero out and leave this seafaring world. Boom! The pirate ship went straight into the shallows. Ahead is a large stretch of golden sandy beach with a few resident hermit crabs crawling beneath a few coconut trees. Beyond is a large area of forest, and from time to time there are bursts of animal roars. Living up to the name of Alcatraz, a volcano stands in the center, billowing smoke and giving the blue sky an ominous black haze. From a distance, it really has a few choice gestures, but it's also just a gesture. Nothing really. Grey Wolf, upgrade the evolutionary cores level and edit the source code. Red Wolf, the pirate ship is yours to take over, and attack directly when you encounter enemies. Dilu Beast, prepare for battle. We will now board the island and fight the monsters and upgrade. Qin Mo patted the Dilu Beast's head and jumped off the pirate ship first. The Dilu Beast looked back at the Grey Wolves and spat out 2 words softly. Thank you. Both the Imperial Beastmaster and his companion. All are busy with upgrades for it. This was a privilege of the main battle class summoned beasts, and a responsibility that had to be shouldered. Alcatraz, the leafy, sea-breezed outskirts of the forest. Qin Mo and Dilu Beast stepped into it. The mud was damp and permeated with the characteristic fishy smell of seawater. Hiss! With a warning hiss appeared. Qin Mo put on his mech and looked up over the woods, where dark spiders lay at the edge of silver and white spider webs. It had sharp 8 claws, a small head with a large belly, and a white pattern over its abdomen that swung out in a circle. Body size is about 2 meters. It was considered a giant spider in the outside world, but compared to the tall trees around it, it seemed to be just that. Forest spider. Attribute, beast. Level, 18, L. Qualification, level B. Talent, poisonous arachnid. Skills, corrosive spider web. Poison spit. Claw rush. Description, a hunter who lives in the forest, the guardian of the bubble fruit, and is determined to kill all the greedy ones. Qin Mo looked up to the canopy behind the forest demon spider. Sure enough, I found a melon inscribed with a mysterious pattern, which was fine except for the fact that it was growing on a tree, which was worth complaining about. Bubble fruit. Rank, 4th, quality, rare. Effects, main medicine of magic potion. Used for mixing bubble magic potion. Description, show-like flavor. You deserve it. This, luck is too good? The Dilu Beast's opening lucky blessing seems to have kicked in, guiding it towards Alcatraz. Qin Mo had learned about the magic pill sequence in the outside world, and he also knew about the various magical staples that made up magic pills. The shape is similar to the devil fruit of the previous life, but here it needs to be blended into a magic potion before it can be taken. Not only is it ineffective when used normally, it poisons the aborigines. The devil fruit from a previous life. Online speculation is that it came from some kind of tree. Could it be that the mother tree mutated? It could be a mother tree mutation, or it could simply be a parallel world projected by the abyss, with no connection between the two. Even when placed in this age of sail, the scarcity and high value of the magic pill's main medicine made everyone salivate. It was excellent to come across a 4th order magic potion master drug in the opening, whether it was for research or to take it and sell it. Hiss! A ball of silvery white spiders fell from the sky. It quickly opened into a net in flight, covering one person and one beast like a fishing net. Almost forgot there are guardians. Shinemo lowered his eyes to the Dilu beast and ordered, "Holy light shield, holy light cat's eye, holy light sharp claws." The current Diluvian beasts still need to be taught. Get used to the beasts of Alcatraz in the future. You can then fight and upgrade on your own as a qualified summoned beast. The Dilu beast stretched out its fleshy palm, and a golden halo overflowed from the center of the palm, quickly spreading throughout the entire palm. Buzz! Splendid golden light came out of his body, spreading into a half-arc film from mid-air. It smoothly lent itself to the silver-white spider web. The defensive effect of the holy light shield is limited in 2 ways. One is the level of the summoned beast, and the other is its own size. The larger the area, the larger the guarding range and correspondingly more vulnerable. The Dilu beast's attacks didn't stop. A golden halo quickly swept away from the depths of his clear eyes. The golden light wasn't blinding. It just rendered the eye sockets into glowing gold, inexplicably having a kind of sacred and inviolable pressure. Holy light cat's eye. The effect is confusion, allowing the enemy to attack itself, and the effect depends on the level difference between the 2 sides. Hiss! The forest demon spider hissed. It was of a higher level and was naturally equipped with level suppression. It was minimally affected, not attacking itself, but not continuing to pursue it either. It didn't attack. Doesn't mean the Diluvian beasts follow suit. Flesh palms popped out with sharp golden blades, not real claws, all made of golden light. Holy light claws, unleashed! The Diluvian toes tapped the ground and stepped on the trunk of the tree as if it were a tree, swimming against the current. By the time the forest demon spider reacted, it was already close enough to swing down with its golden sharp blade. Brush, brush, brush! The Diluvian beast cross swings its sharp claws, leaving 6 deep marks on the face of the forest demon spider. Dark green blood flowed from the seemingly solid armor. Sheen finally understood. Why do people say that the monsters of the Age of Sail are weak? They are not generally weak, but very weak. Rank against summoned beasts. Strength against Imperial Beast Masters. A rank of 19 was equivalent to a peak 1st rank Imperial Beast Master. The strength is reduced. The harvest experience value will not be reduced. No wonder it is known as a good copy for practicing leveling. Kill the forest demon spider and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert! Your summoned beast Dilu beast leveled up to 17. Kill the forest spider and get the equipment, Octopus Spear. Kill the forest spider and get the item, Arachnoid Gland. Sheen waited for a moment. The Dilu beast successfully kills an enemy, and the usual small amount of experience is replaced with large amount of experience, and it is raised from level 16 to level 17 at the same time. The time to complete the evolution. Dilu beast then frantically entered the copies to fight monsters and upgrade. From level 11 to level 16. It took 2 days to enter 4 copies. Upgrades are slow, aren't they? This is because you can't beat monsters with high levels, and monsters with low levels provide very little experience value, especially as you level up. The lower the level of the monster, the less experience value it provides. Contrast. More and more the beasts of Alcatraz are special. The burst rate is also high, bursting out a piece of equipment and a prop. The Dilu beast plucked the bubble fruit and bounced to the front of the mech, handing it to Chin Mo. It knows what's worth it and what's not. Well done. Keep fighting the monsters and upgrading. I'll hold down the fort for you. Chin Mo took the bubble fruit and it was slightly cool in his hand. The feel of a normal fruit. The shape is that of a purple cantaloupe, inscribed with layers of mysterious spiral patterns that emphasize its extraordinary nature. Devil fruit. Magic potion sequence. Forget it. Give it to the Grey Wolf to study and research. It's best if you can produce results. It doesn't matter if you don't. The initial purpose of entering a copy of the Age of Sail is to obtain a new summoned beast, by constantly doing tasks. Constant access to mission rewarded enhancements. The moment a ship spirit is possessed, a new summoned beast appears. The secondary goal is to fight monsters, upgrade, and explode equipment. The two don't seem to conflict. Time rushes. The great sun slowly fell into a sunset of burning red clouds. If you kill a one-horned rhinoceros, your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience. Kill the blade mantis and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Slay the monolithic monster and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert! Your summoned beast Dilu beast leveled up to 25. Kill the monolithic monster and obtain the equipment, Monolithic Heart. Kill blade mantis. Get props, blade twin knives. Kill giant mouth toad. Get item, corrosive poison gland. Chin Mo looked at the harvest on the item bar and revealed a satisfied smile. The harvest is still great. The main thing was the level. The Dilu beast came to level 25, and self became a 2nd rank Imperial Beast Master. As for the remaining materials, monolithic demon heart can be given to the pirate ship function. Corrosive poison gland. Spider web poison gland can be used as a biochemical weapon for the pirate ship. The only thing I don't know how to use at the moment is the bubble fruit in my hand. Time flows like water. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shin-mo stood at the bow of the ship and watched the figure of the Dilu beast disappear into the forest. As a qualified summoned beast, a very important character is to fight monsters and upgrade on its own. The current Dilu beast was level 32, and Self had thus entered the 3rd rank of Imperial Beast Master. But it gets harder to level up the further you go. This is well understood. The difficulty of the class itself, the level of the beasts of Alcatraz. It's now pushed to the edge of the forest. Near the core, the volcano. Diluvians, attribute, beast, sacred, level, 32, qualification, SS level, talents, body of data, ultra evolution, king of holy light, skills, holy light claws, lucky blessing, holy light shield, holy light cat's eye, loyalty, 100%, getting closer to the level 40 sequence evolution. If all goes well, you'll see the attribute exploding, skill exploding heavenly maiden beast in about 1 or 2. Shin-mo turned his head to focus on his own attributes. Shin Moore, rank, 3rd, Abyssal coins, 5,000, attributes, strength 45, agility 50, mental 65, physical 45, summoned beasts, Grey Wolf, Dilu Beast, Red Wolf, Little Grey, Unborn, talents, 100-fold enlightenment, overclocked form, body of holy light, skills, pressure gaze, sharp reaction, mechanical mastery, fist and kick mastery, article, watch the panel, inward gusts of sighing, how long has this been over? And he has already been promoted to a 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. 1 day for the Advent Pact, 10 days for the Ruins of Aberration, 5 days for the buffer in between, and 7 days for the Age of Sail. It turns out that 23 days have passed, just under a month. Promoted to 3rd order Imperial Beast Master. The speed is not horrible, but that wasn't the end of it. Knowing that a 4th ranked Imperial Beast Master was the stage goal, the Abyssal coin shrunk by half. Originally 10,000 points, and 5,000 points were spent on purchasing the pieces needed for weather magic, as well as other precious props. Attribute aspects. 3rd ranked Imperial Beast Master, with various attributes between 30 to 50. It was only when he was promoted to a 4th order Imperial Beast Master that there was a relatively large leap. The Dilu Beast offers, strength 45, agility 50, spirit 45, and constitution 45. Strength, agility, and constitution provided by the Grey Wolf are overridden, and spirit breaks the limit by 20 points. It's a time for Grey Wolves, not to mention upgrading and fighting monsters. The meal is still served by the Red Wolf, which can be called the peak of wolf life. Not laziness, of course, but upgrading the evolutionary cores level and editing the evolutionary source code. Add an additional experimental task, to study the special ingredients and places of use of the main drug of magic potions. Picking up one of the most special and precious treasures of the Age of Sail for nothing and not utilizing it felt like a blood loss. Thud thud. Shin-mo heard a dull commotion and immediately sniffed. Above the wide metal deck stood a 3-meter device shaped like a refrigerator. The device shook constantly, white smoke billowing from the top, and the door of the box swelled violently as if it would burst open at any moment. Energy converter. Rank, 1st, quality, fine grade, effect, breaking down energy, synthesizing energy, infusing energy. Description, what's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine. This device was designed specifically for the evolution core. Follow the law of conservation of energy. 0 order evolutionary core, upgrading to a 3rd order evolutionary core. Energy was a big problem. Fortified by a round of wool gathering, Grey Wolf has raised the evolutionary core's rank to the 3rd order, but it's an empty 3rd order evolutionary core, because of the lack of energy, so it doesn't work properly either. An energy converter is to put in a wide variety of materials that undergo special decomposition and synthesis, and finally converge to the evolutionary core for an alternative kind of energization. Shin-mo rubbed his brow lightly. What a feeling of a wave of tawdry maneuvers down the line. Might as well just go to the evolution copy and start jerking off. It is again wool gathering the task, wasting energy to transform, and investing in materials to transform. The cost performance is too low. That is, there is no way now. Otherwise there is no need to go back and forth. The first 2 items aside, the final transforming energy throws in almost all of the props that Alcatraz pops. People spend a lot of money on a lot of things, but on the contrary, they spend much more than they spend. Very helpless. The Dilu beast was stuck in the neck by the 3rd stage evolutionary core, and could only make all sorts of tawdry maneuvers, one after another. It was a good thing that the materials used to transform the energy all came from Alcatraz, with no additional inputs, or else it would have been even more of a loss. Looking through the progress so far, the Delu beast is not a big problem. It's level 32 now. If you can't go deeper into the volcano, you can always level up to 40. The evolution core is okay. It's 73% charged right now. Big deal to put in your own props. The source code has been edited. It's just missing the final debugging stage, which requires the cooperation of a level 40 Delu beast. Work steadily, and in 1 or 2 days, you can be promoted into a 4th rank Imperial Beast Master. 4th ranked Imperial Beast Master. His own attributes skyrocketed, and the attributes of his summoned beasts skyrocketed. Also add a new summoning slot. Not the range of worlds like the summoning expansion coupon, but traveling through countless worlds to find the right summoning beast. Normal 4th ranked Imperial Beast Master. The first summoned beast may not be good. Completely spell luck. How good can it be? But the second summoned beast can't be bad, because they are specially selected, or have unparalleled battle strength, or unparalleled qualifications, or unparalleled cooperation. With specialized training, the 2 summoned beasts can also emit a combination of techniques, giving an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It's safe to say, a 4th ranked Imperial Beastmaster was a watershed. Self-attributes, number of summoned beasts, special combination techniques, play a variety of different and strange. Sheen more organized his thoughts. Open the Sailing Times leaderboard. Internal trialists, view everyone's points. I'm not groping for fish and paddling. The summoned beasts are trying to explode their livers. How can I, as an Imperial Beast Master, grop for fish? Instead, they collect outside information. The comment section of the points leaderboard is currently the only way to learn about the outside world. You can't just hide here and upgrade yourself when a world-scale naval war breaks out outside, can you? Regularly scrolling through the comments section can also be a good way to add to the worldview and get a sense of what it's all about. But, compared to the points leaderboard of the newcomer trial, this place seemed a bit cold. Not that it's hard to understand. There are old foxes in the room, flat out revealing important information. On what grounds? Just see the standings at points ranking. First place, Sakura Empire, Fukamura Takiazuma, 102, 345 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, Marcos, 99, 237 points. Third place, Third Reich, Veronica, 97, 327 points. Ninth place, Shinsha Empire, Situ Zhong, 89, 423 points. See only the comments section at. And please be generous and let me hang out in the top 100 for an extra day. Just you wait. I'll kick you down now. Shet. The Admiral showed up on Iwo Jima. And I'm a pirate. Main route Military Harbor Island. Welcome Divine Summer Trialists to break in. Do you dare to come? Will you only cower in defense? If one of you comes out, I'll eliminate one of you. Come in if you can. Come out if you can. Front row eating and watching. Sheen more briefly scrolled through the comments section. It's either cursing or arching fire. With only a couple of iconic place names counting as gains, the points leaderboard goes all the way down to finally find Self's name. No. 4. 988, Divine Summer Empire. Sheen MO. 0 points. The big 0 is humiliating and at the same time seems reasonable. Voyage age points rules. X. Instead of simply fighting monsters, it's a battle of offense and defense, centered around naval and pirate camps. The Navy guards the islands, completing patrol missions and earning a steady stream of points. Pirates capture islands and destroy naval ships, also gaining points. The difference is in the ease of access. In this regard, it is undoubtedly the Navy that has the better advantage, with a team and structure far superior to the separate and fragmented pirates. Self has not even seen a naval ship, let alone captured an island, so 0 points is reasonable. Delayed access to the replica for 5 days. Fighting and upgrading consumes time. When I open the third stage of the side quest, I guess it's still a few days away. Chasing points? Take your life and go after it. The top 10 trialists on the list. The points advantage, the grade advantage, and the camp advantage, all at the same time opening up the situation, is not something that can be compared to the self that is isolated in a corner. Unless, the very first fantasy came to Cheen Moore's mind. A massive pirate outbreak opens up the battlefield of peerless harvesting, and it's the only way to have a chance at a reversal of fortune. Unfortunately, the start is so low that the innate class disadvantage is like a chasm, especially for the top 10 of their list. Ninth place, Shinsha Empire, Situ Zhong, 89, 423 points. The top 10 in the points ranking, the only remaining Divine Summer powerhouse. Previously, I didn't know who it was. The world changed drastically when I woke up, and it was more or less the same to understand the powerful person who sealed the king and the emperor. Barely understandable after the malice-laced exposure of the Sakura Empire and the Lighthouse Confederation science fiction in the comments section. The top 10 on the list, by way of this mutual explosion, basically know each other all over again. Situ Zhong, whose first summoned animal is a long sword and second summoned animal is a wine pot, nicknamed Wine Sword Immortal, is famous in Sichuan and Chongqing. Now it's a 6th order Imperial Beast Master, stuck at the level of a summoned beast to enter a copy, casually playing the field, and successfully promoted to the 6th rank of Imperial Beast Master. Real dogs, there are quite a few such trialists on the side. Qin Mo looked at the other party's equal rank, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't envy it. It was fully twice that of his own. Summoned beasts are all weaponized. Why did you choose a longsword and a flask? They don't go together, do they? It is not clear why, but from the fact that the other party was in the top 10 with the body of a pirate, it certainly wasn't simple. Situ Zhong was also the leader, the spiritual leader, of Divine Summer in the Age of Sail. In addition to Situ Zhong, Divine Summer also had 2 6th order Imperial Beast Masters. The number of strong people was not inferior, it was the camp that was not good. The points were obviously not comparable. Need to speed up the progress and have the Dilu Beast evolve into a Heavenly Maiden Beast as early as possible. I'll also advance to the 4th rank. In the meantime, outside, the Sakura Empire, the foot of the mountain still has a steady stream of travelers, and the crowds seem to be even larger. Halfway up the hill there is a simple 3-story villa with a flowery outline and a chimney with a curling white mist. This villa was a summoning beast and a temporary base for Divine Summer to reside in the trial copies. Inside the quaint living room on the 3rd floor, at the head of the table sat an old man with a kind face and gray hair. His name was Yi Zong, a Divine Summer sealed king powerhouse and the owner of the giant wood villa. You guys really aren't going to enter the copy? Take a sip of tea and place it in the recessed position of the tabletop. The tea automatically fills up while a mist of water emerges. The 4 people sitting squarely in front of them, who only dared to sit on 1/3 of their asses, were clearly the 4 SS level Celestial Pride. The 4 men looked at each other. Finally, they all looked at Xiao Yuer in unison, as she was the no. 2 of the newcomer trial copies. Xiao Yuer organized the language that had been negotiated long ago and slowly opened her mouth. Elder Yi, we don't intend to enter the copy. The Divine Summer Empire's total points fell out of the top 5, and we'll only be dragging our feet if we enter the replica. It's better to leave the opportunity to the 3rd and 4th ranked Imperial Beast Masters to contribute to the points ranking. After they finish evolving the sequence of summoned beasts, hoof it to the Age of Sail copy. It turned out to be terrible news to hear. After a few struggles, still decided to give the opportunity to the powerful seniors. Because there is a quota limit for trial copies, countries have already allocated spots. 1 out, 1 in. Xiao Yuer had seen quite a few 3rd order Imperial Beast Masters exit in a sorry state. There were those from the Divine Summer Empire and other empires, every hour. In addition to the 3rd ranked Imperial Beast Masters, there were also quite a few 4th ranked Imperial Beast Masters, so it was clear that the replica was treacherous. Although they are known as the 4 Great Celestial Pride, they are only qualifications, not real strength. Rushing in would do nothing but delay and then exit in a lurch, unable to help God's Summer's point standings. Enter if you want to, just do right by yourself and don't bother with the point standings. Yi Zong gently knocked on the table. The eyes looking at the 4 young people are full of praise. The road is wide. Who doesn't like a young man who knows the score in the big picture? But there's no need. The Divine Summer had been based for 1,000 years, and had seen no great storms. Currently it does require a top 3-point total to get the extra bonus abundance of coins. It's just a copy of the trial. So what if I lose? I'll just fight back next time. Remembering the past, countless martyrs held up the dome of God's Summer, and they had enough backbone to accept defeat. Then again, it was indeed a bit dangerous to let 4 first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters enter the replica. Age of Sail is a trial copy, and since it's a trial, there's a chance to quit. Its exit, however, requires a 10-meter dive to the bottom of the ocean, which forces it to exit, whether intentional or not. Instead of the current newcomer trial copy, you need to say the word quit. This creates risk. Young people can use props to escape and enemies can use props to limit. Whether or not you can escape with your life in a situation where the difference in levels is too great is anyone's guess, especially now that the Divine Summer Empire is at the bottom of the heap. Copies are not strong in the Age of Sail. Xiao Yuer shook her head slightly. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. If we had the strength of the 4th rank, we would definitely enter the copy and serve our country. 4th Order Imperial Beast Master the Celestial Pride looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with desire and envy. Below the 4th Order, all are ants. Sparing their qualifications, they didn't know how long it would take to realize it. For details, refer to the previous schoolmate Gong Yenner, a full year in the past, completed her promotion some time ago. This is still fast, because only Gong Yener completed the promotion in the last session, and there were less than 5 people in the last session. Senior, do you have any news of Qin Mo? It's been 7 days since he went in, right? Xiao Yuer continued to ask. Situ Kong, Feng Haotian, and Xiao Yan. At those words, they all looked at the seated Seal King powerhouse, their eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Mo entered the copy, one after another. They went in several SS rank Celestial Pride, all newcomers in the same class. These same classes, though, basically didn't make it past 5 days, and there were those who didn't make it past 1 day. Only Qin Moore has always stood firm, regardless of borders, and is considered the last hope for this year's newcomers. Together with the last session and the one before that, 3 full sessions, only a number of less than 10 people, including Gong Yener, remained in the copy. The rest are seniors, such as Situ Zhong, Situ Kong's cousin, nicknamed the Wine Sword Immortal. The person is still alive. The points are 0, said Yizong slowly. The age of sale exit was straight out, and there was no lack of news about the inside of the copy. 0 points? Xiao Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit, as if she was a fox that had stolen the lamp oil. The top black material +1. Situ Kong, Feng Haotian, and Xiao Yan all breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that their brother would suffer, but also fearing that his brother would drive a Land Rover. This is fine for now. Alcatraz. The dimly lit shoreline glimmers with a shimmering light. The waves hunted and drove the pirate ship to sway, as did Ember. Mission countdown, 2 days, 12 hours, 12 minutes. Qin Mo looked at the countdown that was like a rush. 2.5 days remaining, so it was good to complete all the preparations. The Dilu Beast comes to level 40 and levels up. Evolutionary Core recharged 100%. Energy up. Evolve the required source code and complete the final debugging. Dropping his eyes to the Diluvian Beast in front of him. Compared to just evolving, it was a little less rusty and a little more cold, fierce, and violent. After 8 consecutive days of either killing monsters or being on the way to killing monsters, it was hard not to chill out inside. Okay? Not good. At least it's not good for the Diluvians, because it is a sacred Digimon. The direction of evolution also favors the sacred attribute. Now it's made to look like a butcher's executioner, judging it only by its character. Who dares to say it's a good guy? In case of mis-evolution, for example, if it becomes a female demonic beast, the core talents are then wasted and so are the core skills. Dilu Beast, want to take a day off to slow down? Qin Mo rubbed his slightly zapped head and asked with concern. No need. It's not good to be too rushed to level 40 in the evening and evolve before you've eaten. The Dilu Beast shook his head slightly. It wasn't like when he was a child, mouthing off for Qin Moore not to touch it. It understood Qin Moore's concern, having mentioned it a few days ago, and it didn't really affect the evolution. What are sacred attributes? To universalize all beings, to shelter the weak, to combat injustice, and to maintain world peace? These can be sacred dependencies by which evolution is accomplished, but they are not comprehensive. Sometimes sacred stands for guardianship, guarding the order, justice, or people who want to be guarded. Adhere to the beliefs of your own guardianship, even if it falls into the infernal abyss. It will not evolve incorrectly. Conversely, if there is no conviction within, even if your hands are not bloodied, you may evolve incorrectly. So let's get started. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. Now that the Diluvians are ready, what's the harm in just getting started? Familiar operating procedures. The Dilu Beast stepped into the vertical glass container with 2 mechanical arms rotating inside. One to discrete the required evolutionary core and one to transmit the evolutionary source code. Dilu Beast, begin preparations. 10, 9, 8. Wearing a white lab coat, Grey Wolf stood in the same position as his last evolution and began the countdown. Buzz, dazzling, radiant, divine light, like a materialized liquid, overflows throughout the glassware. Wrapped inside was the unreadable Dilu Beast. Click click. The vessel made of tempered glass actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the evolutionary light, and fine cracks appeared. Wisps of light, interspersed with the power to make people feel cozy, spread throughout the lab. Qin Mo's heart thumped. Does evolution need to be such a big deal? Even though it's sequential evolution plus digital evolution. It was pretty calm last time, but how is it this time? Suddenly, the lab exploded with red light, illuminating the surrounding walls in a blood red, eerie, and ominous manner. Drop, drop, drop. The evolution vessel is about to shatter. Please take defensive measures and don't move the tire. The evolution vessel is about to shatter. Please take defensive measures and don't move the tire. Don't move the tire gas. Alarm! I am afraid that it is not specially prepared for the Red Wolf. This isn't right. Is it? Grey Wolf murmured. Just when it thought the evolution was about to fail, a cold, solemn, and voluminous female voice resounded through the entire arena. Bind! The holy light that overflowed from the void violently condensed into a whip, smashing all the alarms in the air. Filled with white light and glassware, poking out a long, slender leg. The crystal shoes with little wings were particularly eye-catching. Retract! As the woman's voice fell, the light was withdrawn from her body, revealing her beautiful face. Her golden-colored green silk hung down like a waterfall. The face was covered with face armor, covering the eyebrows and beautiful eyes, revealing only a small cherry mouth. The neck was white and slender, and the shoulders and chest were hung with tulle, reflecting a seductive luster in the light. Her skin was as solid as smooth jade, like a mythical fairy. No! 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 The fairies are all flat A's and don't have the good looks of the celestial beast explosion. Angelic face and devilish body are the best adjectives. Tenebrae, attribute, holy, level, 41, qualification, SS level, talents, body of data, ultra evolution, divine king, skills, divine blessing, divine bounce, divine verdict, binding aura, loyalty, 100%. Description: I will destroy all of you on behalf of divine justice. What? Don't recognize it? The heavenly maiden beast moved lightly with her lotus steps, her crystal shoes stepping crisply on the floor as she walked in front of Chin Mo. The tone was flirtatious, with a seduction if nothing else. Where was the caution of the Dilu beast's time? Stretching out her slender hand, she lifted the teenager's chin, and in her pale gold eyes was a teasing look that she couldn't hide. Chin Mo sniffed the tantalizing scent emanating from the heavenly maiden beast. Don't even dare to look down. Can't see your toes down low. Scary as hell. Snap. A slap off the slender hand. Simply inverted the Big Dipper. Actually lifted his own head. Is not going to be a wallop? What happened to the evolution just now? Chin Mo didn't playfully laugh and inquired in a serious tone. Truth be told, the heartbeat seemed to slow down by half a beat when evolution took a turn for the worse. The biggest worry at the time. It's not a failure of evolution. It's an accident with the Dilu beast. Failed evolution can be figured out. And there are so many different kinds of copy props that there is always a suitable one. I'm afraid that the Diluvian beasts will suffer unnecessary pain, such as the pain of cutting the bones to the bone and digging up the bones and drilling the heart. Summoned beasts are 100% loyal to self. Self is not like that. There are no surprises, just not manifested. There are no surprises in the evolution. The heavenly maiden beast similarly curbed its playfulness and reported seriously. It's just that I can't absorb the energy of the evolutionary core. The data of the source code. The changes you see are all the energy that spills out. There's nothing wrong with the core talents, the core skills that Grey Wolf helped me design. There was just a little accident. My level is too low to carry the greatness of the core talent. Grey Wolf nodded thoughtfully. I thought the data was infinitely gassed, but it turns out there are limits. Not true. Level 41 celestial beasts can't handle excess energy. A level 50 or 60 heavenly maiden beast might not be unbearable. At that time, there is no need for digital evolution or sequence evolution. A small modification of the program can be achieved. Well, is pretty complicated to modify, but definitely not as complicated as sequence evolution. To reintroduce myself, my name is Chin Moore, your partner. Chin Mo exhaled deeply. It was good that there were no surprises, and held out his hand for a repetitive self-introduction. The cat beast evolves into the puppy beast and introduces himself. The puppy beast evolved Dilu beast and introduced himself. The Dilu beast evolves the celestial maiden beast. Likewise, this can be seen through the properties panel at. The expected core talent divine mastery has become divine king. Skills are all refreshed in reverse. It is expected that the effect will diminish. My name is the celestial beast, your companion. The heavenly maiden beast turned her head sideways, her golden hair hanging down to her left shoulder, and graciously extended her jade hand. Her fingers were long and slender, as if they were fine works of art, with golden flares haloing the caps of her nails. Delicate, soft and warm to the touch. Chin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows. This little goblin actually sneakily scratched his palm while shaking hands? Leave the messy evolution lab. The three came to the main control room of the pirate ship, towering over the seawater swirling with starlight, mingled with the bright star river. Chin Mo showed the attribute panel of the heavenly maiden beast to Grey Wolf. Analyze yourself too. The main changes are in the core talents, and by extension, the skills. Holy King, rank, 4th, category, summoned beast talent. Effects, sacred form, attributes X4 for 30 minutes. Side effects decrease depending on level. Description, darkness covers everything. I will be the last light in the darkness, shattering the darkness with holiness. The skill effect didn't work as expected. It just limited the range. Divine Blessing, unleashes the power of blessing to restore wounds and stamina. Restores 1 point per second at the same rank. Varies depending on level. Limited to 5 combat units. Divine Bounce, bounces all enemy attacks, as much as possible, back at the enemy. Same rank counter damage 50%, varies depending on level, limited to 5 combat units. Divine Verdict, any damage dealt by the attacker to himself or others is returned to the attacker. Full counter damage for 5 minutes, varies depending on level, limited to 1 combat unit. Remember that there are still 3 level 50 plus beasts on Alcatraz, right? Shin Mo looked at the panel and felt very bullish, as if standing different was invincible at the same level. It's either self-milking or counter damage, or it's a decision. Especially when the latter two stack and instantly deal 150% real damage. An enemy of the same rank spams a move and releases it with all its might, and then itself is gone. The key was that the Heavenly Maiden Beast didn't have to move at all, belonging to the category of giving the enemy a chance. But the enemy was not in a position to use it. It always feels like the panel is not intuitive enough, and it would definitely work better if you were to actually do the manipulation. Now, pour the tea. I'll be right there. The Heavenly Maiden Beast said that it was about to leave. It was now so strong that it was afraid of itself, and it was not at all weak to a level 50 plus beast. Wait, tomorrow. Let's rest and relax tonight. Shin Mo reached out and pulled back. Self was curious to know the strength of the Heavenly Maiden Beast after its evolution though, but not to the extent of a shady boss. It's just evolved, so it's not too late to go back tomorrow. Grey Wolf, do we need to wait until level 70 for the planned core talent? Divine Mastery? No need. The Grey Wolf, still in his white coat and looking professional with his decorative fountain pen stuck in his front pocket, continued. There's no mistaking the core talent, and you can see it through the extended skills. The problem now is, the Heavenly Maiden Beast's level is insufficient to absorb evolutionary energy and data energy. The solution is simple. Keep upgrading. Wait until level 50, 60, or 70 to make changes to the underlying logic code. But it can't exceed level 71, because there's another sequence of evolution at level 71, with which the Holy Juggernaut can be strengthened again. The Grey Wolf didn't hide. Inform the current problem, the solution to the problem in full. Particular emphasis is placed on level 71, which cannot be missed as a reinforcement for sequential evolution. Well, the career of the Heavenly Maiden Beast to upgrade and fight monsters has to continue. Shin Mo secretly said in his heart. Opens the properties panel for itself. Looking at the big Fourth Order, his heart was indescribably excited. Finally promoted to Fourth Order Imperial Beast Master, taking an important step on the path to transcendence. Shin Mo. Rank, 4th, Abyssal Coins, 5,000. Attributes, Strength 450, Agility 500, Mental 470, Physical 450, Summoned Beasts, Grey Wolf, Celestial Beast, Red Wolf, Little Grey, Unborn, Talents, 100x Enlightenment, Overclocked Form, Sacred Body, Skills, Sacred Gaze, Evil Thought Detection, Hunting Mastery, Mechanical Mastery. Items, First Order Equipment, Amethyst 2 Mech, Skywolf Pirate Ship. Read it right. There were just 2 items. The mech that was in desperate need of an upgrade, and the pirate ship at his feet. Previous props, including Alcatraz harvests, partially converted energy to energize the evolutionary core. There is also a section loaded with pirate ships, judged as a whole. For wool-gathering mission rewards, upgrade programs for mechs are already in the works. However, the most efficient and fastest way is to use the mission reward wool to strengthen the wave. Oh yeah, Phase 2 has been completed. Going to pick up the quest rewards later, as well as the third stage of the quest. Shin Mo continued to focus on the changes in the attribute panel. Attributes, Strength 450, Agility 500, Spirit 470, Physique 450, third-ranked Imperial Beast Master, with various attributes between 30 to 50, fourth-ranked Imperial Beast Master, with various attributes between 100 to 500. The Celestial Beast offers, Strength 450, Agility 500, Spirit 450, and Constitution 450. The Grey Wolf's Strength, Agility, and Constitution are overwritten, just stacked with 20 points of mental attributes. Spirit 450 plus 20 is equal to 470 points. Grey Wolf had been busy with logistics for a while now, and it was time to mention something about its rank. Lift up quickly. The principle is similar. First rich help the rich. The Heavenly Maiden Beast kills high-level monsters and drops high-level props, and the Grey Wolf uses the props to build weapons and descending blows against monsters of 10s, 20s, and 30s. This was also one of the reasons why it was initially decided to prioritize the promotion of the Heavenly Maiden Beast. Just help the first one take off, and the whole group mechanically soars behind it using the Grey Wolf's hand-rubbed equipment. Even the Red Wolf, who was raising a fetus, could manipulate the machine for a small burst above the level. Talent changed from body of holy light to body of sacred light. Original skills, oppressive gaze, sharp reflexes, and proficiency in punching and kicking. Skills now, divine gaze, evil thought detection, hunting proficiency, the most special point, sharp reaction, refreshed to evil thought detection. Detecting evil thoughts in advance and targeting enemies in advance greatly improves steadiness. Bad thought detection. Rank, 4th, category, gift of the beast master. Effect, amplifies perception of evil thoughts. Perception of evil thoughts plus 400%. Description, I give you a chance to confess your sins and grant you divine judgment. The effect is only on evil thoughts. Single and specialized. A full 400% increase. Chin Mo looked at the gorgeous panel. 3rd rank promoted to 4th rank. Attributes exploding across the board. The current self could beat up the previously mech-wearing, weapon-wielding self with his bare hands. Grey Wolf collects the hair, nails, saliva, and blood of the completed celestial maiden beast, carefully collected in test tubes for research on how to subsequently modify the underlying data logic. As if remembering something, the Grey Wolf raised his head and looked towards Chin Mo, who was constantly thinking under the bright moonlight. Boss, the magic pill master pill/devil fruit you asked me to research has come to fruition. Oh, Chin Mo no longer continued to focus on the attribute panel. Know what you need to know and adapt to the properties next. Reaching out, he rested his hand on the fragrant shoulder of the celestial beast and played with the golden hair. You can't jerk off a cat/dog's head. It makes sense to play with the hair, right? Or the hair of a childhood goddess. The feel is nice. Not as fluffy as a cat/dog's head. More delicate and silky, like teenage skin. It was as if the heavenly maiden beast didn't notice, or noticed but didn't resist. It may be a habit formed as a child that makes it even feel a little comfortable. But, didn't he rub Chin Mo intimately? Growing up, you can't do the childish behavior you did when you were a kid. Boss, wait for me a minute. Grey Wolf didn't say directly, but ran into another lab in the cabin and took out the silver-white tablet. Flat screen in. A pattern resembling a cantaloupe appears. Inside, 2 colors, one black and one blue, are divided into 50% each. The moment Chin Mo saw the image, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already guessed the answer in his heart. Grey Wolf pointed to the tablet to state the results of the experiment. It's a map of the bubble fruit's energy distribution. There are 2 types of energy present inside. One similar to the boss's abyssal pattern and one that should be unique to the copy. The reason you can't use the bubble fruit is, the body absorbs the blue energy, it fights the black energy, and then it can't leave the copy. The 2 energies are entangled with each other. You have me and I have you. It's hard to weed out the clean. And, Chin Mo listened to Grey Wolf's complicated data analysis. A series of unfounded conjectures sprang to mind. 1. The abyss was invading the age of sail, and it is probably for this reason that copies manifested reality. 2. The original magic potion main medicine should be able to take directly, but now is contaminated. 3. Not only is the magic potion master drug contaminated, but the entire transcendental system is contaminated. The reason for the power dish. 4. The mission issued by the abyss. No matter how the process changes, the ultimate goal is to complete the invasion. 2 conclusions are drawn based on the above observations. The reason why the quest allowed self to fight and upgrade was found. The enhancement opportunities gained from the quest are bound to be very lucrative. As for what purpose Abyss has, Chin Mo knew in his heart that the current self didn't deserve to meddle. God's summer has been based for 1,000 years, probably since the GA. The Abyss is still fine. Find a way to grip a handful of abyssal wool. It smells pretty good. Feel free to do so. The past few minutes, only Grey Wolf let out a deep sigh. AI, it's quite a shame that we can't use it. Why can't you use it? You mounted it on a pirate ship. Wouldn't it work? Chin Mo returned to his senses and made a point. 2 streams of energy exist in the bubble fruit. It doesn't matter if the east wind overwhelms the west wind or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. As long as the energy is clean and clear, there is no problem using it. Putting bubble fruit in a pirate ship, taking advantage of the quest's reinforcement opportunities to get abyssal energy just up there is called driving the wolf to the slaughter. Buzz! A light flashed in the Grey Wolf's head, and the whole wolf got excited. The boss deserves to be the boss. A casual nudge to solve the problem that has been troubling it for a long time. The recent obsession is how to upgrade the qualifications of the pirate ship to make it a battle-class summoner. Give these magical fruits to the pirate ships to use. For one thing, there's no risk, and for another, you can increase the qualifications of a pirate ship. As long as it stacks enough fruits, it's bound to be SSS class when it becomes a summoned beast, and it's a mastery of many abilities. Earth, thunder, and fire. Combat class summoned beasts. The Grey Wolf looked at the bubble fruit again. It is no longer viewed as a tasteless and disposable chicken rib. Instead, they are magical props that enhance the qualifications of new partners. No need to think about complicated interior design. Just load it and let the two naturally blend into each other. Possesses one piece of residential style summoning beast. Whether it's the oldest resting or the wife raising a baby, it's excellent to think about. It also provides space for companionship when the child is born, rather than spacing out the two worlds. A bit of self-brainstorming. The Grey Wolf was hyper. Boss, give me a day. Watch me create a radar meter that specializes in finding fruits. Ahahahaha, I'm such a genius. Looking at the Grey Wolf who broke the door and left with a big smile, Chinemo shrugged his shoulders. Just talk. The two sides don't seem to be on the same channel. Self was thinking about expelling energy, and Grey Wolf was thinking about improving the qualifications of the pirate ship. Here's the problem. Regardless of the grade and quality of the pirate ship and how far it was raised, it was still a piece of equipment. To become a summoned animal, it is important to have a ship spirit. Without a ship spirit, a pirate ship is always just a piece of equipment. Gene Moore went through the comments section of the scoreboard, knowing that the top dozens of trialists are on a mission related to the ship spirit. None of the trialists are currently successful, and the news about the ship spirit seems mysterious. And Self's current point standings. It needs to be found from the bottom up. Very, very far back. Is it too early to think about upgrading qualifications when there is no confirmation of its ship spirit mission? Oh yeah. There are also fruits for sale in the comments section. Picked up, robbed, bought, maybe a dozen or so. No one is buying it though. You need to go to the trading place specified by the other party. And who has the time to fool around when you don't have time to do your quests, especially fooling around for a useless fruit? The key is not to know if there is any risk and if it is a Hong Kong. It's almost dinner time, isn't it? Chinemo lowered his eyes to look at the heavenly maiden beast that was close by. Only half of his pretty face was exposed, and his face was like a reflection in the water, giving people an unreal sense of hazy beauty. Its lips are full and red, the corners of its mouth delicate and picturesque, like the most tantalizing cherries with thin skin and juicy. Beauty is beauty, and sacrosanct poise is even better, like a fairy maiden coming out of a painting, or a divine angel from Western mythology. Chinemo has seen a lot of stunning beauties, school flowers, school sisters, young women, stars, and also appreciated a lot of teachers' real teaching. However, a strong sense of amazement still welled up in his heart when he saw the real angel. The clouds want to dress and flowers want to look. The spring breeze brushes the threshold du Huanong. Is not so. Me, do I look good? The heavenly maiden beast inquired in a teasing tone as if it had noticed the stares. How do you see people with your face armor on? Sheen strangely and stiffly changed the subject. Holy lights are everywhere. They are perception and my eyes. It's time to eat. Go ahead. Shinemo and the heavenly maiden beast left the room one after the other and walked towards the dining room. Being in a crisis-ridden copy of the trial, it's better to play it safe and not think about the mess. Even if you want to, you have to wait until you get out before you think about all this nonsense. The pirate ship was large and divided into many areas. Rest areas, lab areas, weapons areas, wool areas, and more. Enjoying the dinner prepared by Red Wolf, which is getting better and better, probably because of the impending baby. After the meal, Chinemo led the Grey Wolf and the heavenly maiden beast to the wool area, the bottom of the pirate ship. There is a single glass vessel standing, a dazzling array of haze, intermingled and radiant. They are all props, of varying grades and qualities, all worth their weight in gold. This is the wool area, or mattress task enhanced wool area. Receive the reward. Sheen Mo's mind flowed. Alert, Desperate Rage, Stage 2 Path of the Rise of the Strong. Completed. Alert, Pirate Ship Reinforcement. Issued. Alert, Hours plus 10 days. Issued. Alert, Phase 3 of the mission. Opened. Mission countdown, 12 days, 11 hours, 10 minutes. The eyes of Chinemo, Grey Wolf, and the heavenly maiden beast were firmly fixed on the glassware. Changes visible to the naked eye appear. The rain elemental fragment, emitting a hazy glow, expanded in size as it did so, while becoming rounded. Rain elemental essence. Rank, second. Quality, rare. Effects, contains the element of pure water. Used to enhance the power of equipment and skills by plus 20%. Description, the new power lubricant, is so powerful. Synthesis material for weather magic. Intend to upgrade their rank and quality before synthesizing them. Sheen Moore looked toward the most enormous glass vessel in the center. Quietly stood a 5-meter tall mech with a hard texture and streamlined shape. Even without any movement, it was as if it was a hunter on the hunt, making people shiver. There was no sign, no preparation. A circle of mysterious purple patterns emerged, quickly spreading throughout the entire mech and hooking up into a huge formation. The already flawless body seemed more natural and harmonized, as if it had been reshaped by the creator. Amethyst 2 Mecha. Rank, second. Quality, epic. Effects 1 Improve Strength 100. Agility 100. Physique 100, 2 Naval Battle Mode. Description: Spring comes with the scent of hundreds of flowers. Wave, 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 wave. The mech's rank is raised to second order. Level 21 to 30 summoned beasts with various attributes of 50 to 100. The 3 enchantments it can provide are all 100 points in attributes. The quality reaches epic level, adding an additional effect, Naval Battle Mode. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the features that go along with the pirate ship can be turned on or off at your own discretion. Sheen Mo exhaled deeply. It was a pity that the mecha could provide very little help when Self was promoted to the 4th rank of Imperial Beastmaster. Well, isn't offering very little help. It's basically nothing. Popping it with your bare hands. Not a big problem. Just jerk the wool a few more times to get it up to 4th or 5th order. Fused. Fused. The Grey Wolf stared straight at the bubble fruit. Discover the bubble fruit and actually integrate it into the pirate ship a little bit. Prove it's theoretically feasible. i.e., increase the number of fruits and raise the qualification of the pirate ship to give it a high starting point. The exact effect needs to be tested experimentally. After checking the changes of all the props, Sheen Mo, Grey Wolf, and Celestial Lady Beast came to the control room. The pirate ship has a submarine-like shape and is 120 meters long. The overall oval shape is surrounded by large and small holes dug out for fire strikes. The head is dug out 1/3 and used as a deck to store hunted and flavored beast material. The outer layer is covered with a light blue energy shield to ward off attacks, reduce wind resistance, and increase speed. The control room is located on the top floor of the pirate ship. The area is very narrow and long, 80 meters from end to end, occupying 2/3 of the ship's length. Using the deck as a dividing line, it can be divided into 3 upper and 3 lower decks, the difference being the height of the deck. Grey Wolf debugged a few times, quickly figuring out the new features of the pirate ship. 3 features: bubble defense, bubble bomb, bubble float. Very well understood. The first function, the bubble to form a defense. The second function, launch bubble attack. The third function, bubble-driven floating. Come on out, it's decided it's you. Bubble float. Pressing the activation button, a layer of bubbles appeared on the periphery, enveloping the original energy shield. Immediately afterward, the pirate ship wobbled and rose into the air, swaying from side to side like a bubble, swaying with the wind. The Grey Wolf tried bubble defense and bubble bomb in turn and had a great time. Excuse me, does that help? The Celestial Beast interrupted out of the blue. Defense has an energy shield. Attack has an energy cannon. Levitation has a hovering device. The key is to be more effective. It feels like these fancy things are not useful at all. It's not working now. Without denying it, the Grey Wolf continued. As the pirate ship's level rises, sooner or later it will be able to have the desired effect. And the bubble fruit is just an experiment, with many, many more to follow. I plan to make the pirate ship a multifunctional platform that combines storage, habitation, combat, logistics, support, and control. No, 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 no. What you built is a multifunctional cow and horse. Sheen Mo inwardly commented darkly. The matter of the ship's spirit was still unsettled, and thinking about it was of little use, or basically useless. Accompanied by bright moonlight, briefly recounting the next plan, the 3 parties excused themselves and returned to their rooms to rest. Sheen Moore was lying on the bed. Organize upcoming projects. First and foremost, it's still the mission. The 3rd phase, the occupation of Carmela Island. Next is the upgrade of the celestial female beasts, working towards the core talent divine mastery. The last thing is to collect the magic potion staple. The Grey Wolf is on top and wants to give his wife and children a home. It's mainly these 3. There's actually much more going on. For example, the leveling of the Grey Wolf, the upgrading of the mechs, the resolution of the biochips, the preparation of the new summoned beasts, and so on. There are priorities. Deal with the important and urgent ones first. Others are put on the agenda when they can be, and when they can't. Start by picking your top 3 tasks and continue to add to them as you complete them, creating a virtuous cycle. Time passes slowly. I don't know how much time has passed. Sheen Mo opened his bright eyes and couldn't sleep at all. Every time I think of promoting the 4th Order Imperial Beastmaster, returning to Tianlan City, proper big shot. The principal has to take the initiative to pull the car door when he sees it, and then I lose sleep. And 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters aren't the limit. Maintaining the current pace of fighting monsters and upgrading a 5th Order Imperial Beastmaster was not impossible to fantasize about. If the celestial female beasts further, the initial best thought of no double-cut grass, topped the list, may not be impossible to realize. Bad. The more I think about it, the more I lose sleep. No. It should be that the mental attributes are too high and there is enough rest to cause insomnia, right? Jean Moore got up and dressed, walking towards the silent, empty deck, looking at the boundless ocean, with the water rippling and shaking the stars, just makes you feel relaxed. Not far away, Alcatraz, where beasts could be heard hissing a few days ago, was silent. The only thing that signaled its presence was the shimmering plants and the starbursting volcano. The sea breeze is brisk. It seemed to soothe the teenager's throbbing heart. At that moment, the sound of Crystal shoes stepping came from behind. You're here? Jean Mo didn't turn around, knowing that the one who came was the heavenly maiden beast. I'm coming. You shouldn't have come. I'm already here. The heavenly maiden beast walked to the railing, next to Jean Mo, and looked into the distance. Pale golden, watery eyes with a mishmash of stars within them, mirrored and complemented each other. Something on your mind? The heavenly maiden beast ignored Jean Mo's nonsense literature and asked curiously. Kind of. Jean Moore's eyes traveled from the distance, landing on his companion's open blonde hair. Remember a month ago? It was senior sprint month, and the big countdown was written most prominently on the blackboard. The idea was simple. Put together one last month, get into a college, and play hard. Try all the games you've never played before, the movies you've never seen, the food you've never eaten. What about graduating from college? Haven't even thought about it? Let's just get through the entrance exams first. Self at that time, tender, youthful, shy, playful, and fun-loving. It's very different now. Calm, cool, and cold-blooded. He can tackle fresh life without hesitation. This is probably the times make heroes. Facing the aberrant beasts of the aberrant ruins, the threat of death comes to the face, stimulating the inner blood. Do not want to die, can only fight. The time when the sense of cutting before and after is the strongest is when you become a fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Suddenly looking back, it turns out that self has come so far. Get ahead of all your peers and catch up with the old-timers around the world. Sometimes I think it is really wonderful. If not, wake up, the world changed. I should have finished the college entrance examination a few days ago, and then play recklessly, squandering the vigorous youth. As for now, has something called responsibility on it. It's nice to become dependent on someone else, and to have someone to depend on. Mastering the fourth order of transcendent power. You can't see the difference in the copy, and you're a big man when you go out. Can you tell me about it? The heavenly maiden beasts stretched out their small hands carved like jade. Gorgeous holy light penetrated through their bodies, and as if they were obedient children, they circled around their arms and kept circling and frolicking. Suddenly the shot goes. The holy light fell towards the teenager, warm and comfortable, like being in the march of Yangchun, blowing his face without chilling the willow wind. Jean Mo shook his head slightly, his vision looking out over the distant sea. There's not much to say. It's just more or less emotional after being promoted to the fourth rank. Mental similarity to the clothesline. Formerly an unassuming mudslinger, now a bullseye skyrocket. Slowly open your palm. A point of light like a glass bead emerged. The thought flowed through his mind and it scattered merrily around his palm. Sacred body. Rank, 4th. Category, gift of the Beastmaster. Effect, divine attribute affinity. Body can store all relevant energies, depending on rank. Description, I don't produce the sacred. I'm just the mover of the sacred. I am the sacred. From the original, which could only store holy light, it could now store energy of all divine attributes. Jean Mo gently clenched his fist. The point of light shattered and merged into the body and disappeared into nothingness. Store up enough energy to incarnate the Dharma Master on the ground and purify the world with holy light. Still not sleeping? Jean Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at the heavenly maiden beast, looking like a fairy in the bright moonlight. Don't need to think about it. The celestial beast must be on watch for possible enemies, or possible accidents. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the self just came out? The celestial maiden beast was right behind it, and itself at least hid the traces. Idle boredom, adapting to an evolved form. The heavenly maiden beast replied casually. It's not good to always call you the heavenly maiden beast. Do you want a name? You help me think of one. How about Qin Tian, same last name as me, and add the first character of heavenly maiden beast. Boring. The heavenly maiden beast refused directly without thinking, turning her petite body and walking towards the cabin. Jean Moore shrugged. Return to your room and go to sleep. Probably because of the night air. I slept extra fast this time. Day 2. The rising sun, rendering the sea a golden color, shimmers and rolls the ripples. Heavenly maiden beast. Let's set off. Jean Mo said as he stood on the deck. Yesterday the whole ship had a night off due to promotion to the 4th rank and reaching the milestone. Normally there is no time for nonsense. The task is heavy. Time is tight. It's very busy. Want to rest any way you want after you leave your copy, but you have to tense up now. Aha! The heavenly maiden beast nodded. The holy light flowed, wrapping itself as well as Chin Mo before turning into streams of light and rushing towards the depths of Alcatraz like an arrow. First, take care of the 3 level 50 plus beasts deep in Alcatraz. Then sail away for the third stage, the occupation of Carmela Island. Boom! The holy light meteorite smashed into the rim of the volcano. The terrifying force blasted small craters in the ground, crumbling rocks and dust. Roar! Roar! The heavenly maiden beast looked back to the rear, where 2 hungry wolf-like beasts were carefully approaching the area. Their eyes were crimson, and the sharp teeth in their upper and lower jaws were bared, fishy saliva dripping down their sharp incisors. Gale Wolf. Attribute, Beast. Level, 36. Qualification, Grade A. Talent, Wind Core. Light Body. Skills, Wind Ball Spitting. Sand Rolling. Windy Feet. Swift Running. Description, breakfast delivered to your door. What else? Ho! Ho! The 2 demon wolves locked onto their target, their limbs curling up into a light wind that lifted their bodies as they sped towards them. After approaching the target, the wolf's claw was raised high, and it was wrapped in a strong wind that was everywhere. The ground also trembled slightly, rolling up debris and causing it to erupt with bullet-like power. About a dozen stones, as powerful as the wind, attacked Chin Mo and the heavenly maiden beast from all directions. The wind can play well, Chin Mo commented in his heart. And the wind can converge on the palms of the feet to increase the speed of movement and increase the power of the attack. And at the same time, it pulls the rubble and launches an 8-sided ambush strike. It's a shame to meet the wrong opponent. Noisy, the heavenly maiden beast snorted softly in a cold voice, and circular golden light came out through its body, imprisoning all attacks. Whether it was the powerful blistering wind or the debris in the sky, all of them were fixed in midair by a light shout. This is not a skill. It was only the strong to the extreme holy light, the basic use of it. The 4 major skills are the 4 major skills when the divine energy follows a specific trajectory. It can also be used directly, such as using the holy light as a whip to blast enemies in the air. You can't use a big move even to hit a minion. You are guilty and judged to die. As the words fell, the heavenly maiden beast turned around, not even looking behind her. The only thing that could be seen was the debris imprisoned in midair, crumbling into dust and dissipating like smoke. The 2 blizzard demon wolves nailed in midair, their bodies steeply sprouted golden flames. The flames seemed like hungry and thirsty ferocious beasts, covering the demon wolves in the blink of an eye and incinerating them. Not. Are you so good at pretending now? Chin Mo raised his eyebrows, standing on the moral high ground of judgment before fighting monsters, getting better and better at playing. 2 fist-sized stones were left in place, rising up and swirling dust without wind. Wind Energy Core. Rank, 3rd. Quality, Rare. Effects, Magic Medicine Side Potion. Can be used to replenish the wind energy of summoned beasts. Description, I'm as free as the wind. Just like your tenderness can't be retained. Chin Mo put away 2 wind energy cores into the item bar, which could recharge the pirate ship. The climb towards the volcano continues. There are also 3 level 50 plus experience babies here. Volcano halfway. Chin Mo and the heavenly maiden beast paused in unison and looked toward a certain cave that was as dark as an abyss. The cavern was about 3 meters deep and invisible inside. The only thing that came out of it was a humming and spitting. The guy who hides his head. The eyes of the heavenly maiden beast bloomed with a golden aura, and a subtle hexagram formation was faintly visible within. Reaching out, he made a false move, and countless holy lights seemed to converge towards his palm as if they were earth soldiers, instantly forming an eye-catching ball of light. Gently pushing his palm, the ball of light exploded, elongating and extending in the air like a sharp arrow burning with holy fire. Boom! The holy arrow nailed the interior of the cave and shattered into countless small free particles with a loud bang. The pellets ignited an unquenchable fire, lighting up the space and the hideous rat monster. Firebrand Giant Flaming Rat. Level, 52. Qualification, A+. Talent, Lava Core. Magma Body. Skills, Flame Blast. Flame Shield. Fireball Spit. Whip of Fire. Description, Mouse. I like to eat cooked food. The Firebrand Giant Flame Rat slowly walked out of the cave. The hair was red as if it were burning flames, and a circle of dark red lines was inscribed around it. Above the exposed, sharp incisors, a pair of crimson eyes that were characterized by the rat's wit and cunning. It moved slowly to the left, as if to leave the area and give up the cave to the uninvited guest in front of it. Just before moving to the side and rear, the dark red lines on the body of the fire-patterned giant flame rat bloomed brightly, as if it was a fuse that had been completely ignited. Hot, rolling streams of air overflowed from its open mouth, violently transforming into a fireball that burned the sky, with fireballs opening the way. It also raced towards the 2 prey. It burned into a blue pattern, extending 6 fire whips that lashed out towards the front. Zip zipla zipla. Fireballs exploded. Giant rats sprayed wildly, and the sky was filled with whip shadows like a painting. In just a few seconds, the firebrand giant flame rat seized the opportunity to deal a series of sets of high damage. Combat is not a turn-based game, where you punch and I kick, but rather a violent output, aiming for one set to take away. The hexagram formation of the celestial beast's eyes flickered, bloomed unprecedented bright light, countless sacred energy crazy convergence, buzz a light sound. The 6 mangosteen array rotates on its own, and running faster and faster, such as the windmill on the open grassland. Holy bounce, launch, divine judgment, launch, divine bounce, bounces all enemy attacks, as much as possible, back at the enemy. Same rank counter damage 50%, varies depending on level, limited to 5 combat units. Divine verdict, damage dealt to self/others is returned to the attacker one by one. Full counter damage for 5 minutes, varies depending on level, limited to 1 combat unit. The firebrand giant flame rat's crimson eyes lit up greatly. It saw the fireballs hit the enemy. It saw the fire whip the enemy hard. But, why did the enemy not utter a scream or even move his feet? Something beyond comprehension caused it to pause its charging huge rat body and slowly back away, this time really wanting to escape. You're guilty. The celestial beast gently waved her hand. The dry, hot air that filled the room eliminating. There's no point in bouncing back these spilled fluids because it's too delayed. Divine bounce, which counters 50%, divine verdict, which counters 100%, for a total of 150% counters. The principle is to utilize the sanctioning mechanism of the divine attribute, which works very well except for the greater consumption of divine energy. Sentence you to die. The words fell. A bizarre scene occurred. The face of the fire-patterned giant flame rat, as if it had been hit by a heavy object, and before the blood flowed out of the 7 orifices, it was incinerated by the blazing flames that suddenly appeared. Its huge body, the same change appeared. A strip of interlocking vertical and horizontal lashes, lashed the skin. Black meat foam splattered on the ground, staining a large area red. The firebrand giant flame rat panicked, not understanding why the attack it had sent out, suddenly appeared on its body, stomping on all fours and fleeing in a panic. The rodent's instinct to avoid evil is brought to the forefront. Want to go? Sinful animal, you have fallen into darkness and are a scourge to keep in the world. This heavenly maiden will, today, purify your sins with the divine great Tao. The heavenly maiden beast looked solemn, as if she had seen a tenfold evil person, and behaved in a righteous, holy, and magnificent manner. His body swung up in a flawless jade-like aura, suppressing towards the severely injured fire-patterned giant flame rat. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire-patterned giant flame rat possessed the magma physique talent, with 150% counter damage, it would have long since self-immolated on the spot. Sheen Moore raised his eyebrows. Aside from the nagging, the celestial beast is very dry in combat, with a wave of counterspells and a direct flying dragon right to the face. Core talents, core skills. It's worthy of coming from a concept-level grey wolf, coupled with the SS-level qualifications of the heavenly maiden beast itself. The combination of the two is what caused the scene of violent crushing in front of us, and it was a cross-grade crushing. Of course, there's also the fact that the transcendental system of the Age of Sail was tainted and generally weaker in battle. Kill the firebrand giant flame rat, and your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Alert, your summoned beast, the heavenly maiden beast, has leveled up to level 42. Kill the firebrand giant flame rat and get the equipment, firebrand rat skin. Kill the firebrand giant flame rat and get the equipment, lava core. Kill the giant flame rat with fire patterns. Obtain equipment, red rat ice ×2. Bursting 3 pieces of equipment and leveling up the heavenly maiden beast. It was a good death. 2.5 hours later, Sheen Moore and the heavenly maiden beast returned to the pirate ship and prepared to set sail. Alcatraz 3 sinful. 3 level 50 plus beasts killed in full. Kill magma bull mang. Your summoned beast gains a large amount of experience value. Your summoned beast gains a lot of experience value when you kill the fiery monkey monster. Alert, your summoned beast, the heavenly maiden beast, has leveled up to level 43. Harvesting materials aside, 3 beasts exploded with 7 materials. A ridiculously high explosion rate. Sheen Mo looked at the strange fruit in the shape of a fire dragon fruit in his hand. When killing the magma bull mang, in the inner rock wall of the crater, he found a bare tree trunk, and the fruit was growing at the end of the trunk, so he picked it back by hand. Burnt fruit. Rank, 5th, quality, rare. Effect, the main medicine of magic potion. Used for mixing burning magic potion. Description, Siang-like flavor. You deserve it. Its rank was 5th order, and the very first bubble fruit was 4th order, a whole rank higher. Well, doesn't have even one other use other than for pirate ships. Sheen Moore handed the burnt fruit to the grey wolf. Witnessed the grey wolf running back to the cabin with his hands in the air, turning to the railing of the deck. There was no thrill of the raging winds because of the protection of the energy shield. Alcatraz in the field of view grew smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a black dot until it disappeared. Come to the copy for a couple days. Not a single living person was seen, and the dead girl seen in the opening doesn't count. Following the quest guidelines, he came directly to Alcatraz Island to fight monsters and upgrade, and finally practiced to come out of the mountain. Next, inevitably contact the natives of this copy, including navies, islands, merchants, and so on. Sheen more. What are you going to do about the mission to occupy Carmela Island? The Heavenly Maiden Beast asked curiously. 3 cross-class battles in a row hadn't left much fatigue in it. Sheen Mo withdrew his gaze from the overlook. Attention is focused on the third phase of the mission. Side quest, Desperate Rage. Phase 3, Occupation of Carmela Island, ongoing. Mission requirements, arrive at Carmela Island, kill the main general and occupy for 2 hours. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Hourly plus 10 days, 3. Mainline mission. Mission failure, forced exit. Countdown to mission, 12 days. 0 hours, 10 minutes. Mission description. You triumph over all the beasts. You are a being more terrible than the beasts. So you decide to leave Alcatraz. You're going to go back home, take one last look at your sister, and get your revenge. You know, this is a trip to step on a military harbor and break the navy, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return. You know, it's possible to live a happy life now by giving up hate. But you can never forget that you are dependent on your sister for a little while. You don't want big fish and meat, and your sister doesn't want glory and riches. You just want to live. The Navy ruins everything. The Navy ruins everything for you. Then let the pain of self be the pain of all. Includes, Carmela Island sailing route map. The description can just be ignored and the cheesy dogfighting plot. The mission requirement is to occupy Carmela Island for 2 hours. Sheen Mo twisted his head to look at the Heavenly Maiden Beast, associating it with the Grey Wolf that had just left. The 2 summoned beasts each had their own merits, and they were very prominent merits. It's just that the mind's eye is not as good as a human's. It's understandable when you think about it. If the Grey Wolf knows the routine, for example, if he catches the lamb and just gabs it off, he won't be unable to eat the lamb. Not to mention that the Heavenly Maiden Beast was, for the first time, a feline beast looking at wild fruits. Of course, they have absolutely no problem with intelligence, far surpassing the necromantic, plant, and weapon-like summoned beasts next door. It's amazing that the business of laying out tactics and playing dirty sets has to be left to the good, innocent drops of self. Sheen Mo stretched out 2 fingers. We need to determine 2 things at the moment. 1. The Navy stationed on Carmela Island, its identity and, most critically, its strength. 2. Are there any competing trialists nearby? Their identities, and their strengths. The first point is well understood. Determine the Navy's identity, native or trialist, specialized abilities and specific strengths. The second point is a bit more pitiful. If several trialists receive the same task, as long as one person completes it, the others are eliminated. For example, the task requirements of the kill the main general cannot bring people back to life repeatedly waste it. This will lead to a very undesirable phenomenon. That is, dragging each other's feet, which is commonly known as doing harm to others to the detriment of oneself. The practical implementation is complex. All aspects need to be considered. It's understandable when you think about it. There wouldn't be so much elimination if the task was done easily. The pirate ship enhancement rewarded by the quest is very powerful, and its effect is directly proportional to the difficulty of the quest. The process of gathering information is not complicated. The former depends on the duration of the garrison, and anything longer than half a month is basically fine. The latter sailed around the island, using the radar rubbed by the Grey Wolf's hand to scan for suspicious ships. Speaking of suspicious ships, the Skywolf at his feet definitely counted, and when other trialists saw it, they could conclude at a glance that it was a pier. Time rushes. 5 hours passed. The Blue Sea, a submarine-like ship sailing fast, with the deck as the dividing line. The lower part hides the sea and the upper part rides the waves, shrouded in a layer of energy of the same color as the seawater, so that from a distance, it is impossible to discern what is real and what is not. Sheen Moore sat in the control room on the top floor, brows furrowed as he looked at the intelligence gathered. As they gradually approached Carmela Island, they saw more and more merchant ships, but they were all in groups, and there were even merchant ships that were escorted by warships. Avoided spooking the snake and didn't approach hastily. The shape of Carmela Island is mapped out backwards. The whole is in the shape of a crescent, with high mountains at the back of the crescent, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, and a harbor at the front of the crescent. The front and rear form a natural sheltered harbor, providing a narrow docking line with many guns on it. Not very useful. As a pirate ship capable of levitating, ignoring terrain and airborne layers, the key is to understand the strength of the Navy. which requires accurate and detailed intelligence, not the pompous accolades that come out of the mouths of businessmen. Otherwise a pirate ship going airborne is not a flying dragon riding its face. It's a 1,000-mile delivery. Sheen Moore. Suspicious vessel sighted. The heavily maiden beast looked at the image presented on the screen and spoke in a condensed voice. It and Sheen Moore were the only ones in the control room, with the Grey Wolf in the lab and the Red Wolf in the energy room, each with their own tasks. Full speed ahead. Sheen Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at the screen, making a quick command. The ship's structure is different from the wooden sails of the Age of Sail. Instead, it's a steel steamer, and I don't know which copy trickled out. In addition to the steamer, the silhouette on the deck is familiar, having seen it on the air. I didn't expect to meet in the middle of the sea. Coincidence or mission guidance? Steel steamships. The ships are very steampunk-esque. Extensive use of core elements such as steel, machinery, and steam engines. As black smoke billows from the chimney, it turns complex and exposed gears that propel the ship forward. Metal decks littered with shell blasts. Gong Yena rested her back against the railing and glared angrily at the gathered sailors. She possessed a SS-qualified summoned beast, one of the previous Divine Summer Points ranking, and had live-streamed her explanation of the current trial. Some time ago Yenji broke through level 41, and she stepped into a whole new realm, entering the Voyage Age replica with the conviction of fighting for her country and striking the top of the list. The results met their Waterloo. The third stage of the side quest, capturing Carmela Island, failed. It wasn't just as simple as failing. She was seriously injured and her healing props ran out up front. On top of that, the countdown shows 2 hours to go. And the worst part is the sailor mutiny. Saifwo, I was the one who saved you when you were about to die of illness. Mako, your wife was defiled by the village bully, and I was the one who helped you take revenge. Draze, if I hadn't saved you, you would have drowned in the sea. Why did you betray me? Gong Yan angrily questioned. She had to recruit sailors because the steamer needed to burn coal for energy. This copy is easy to recruit as there is no shortage of poor people in the double crush of the Navy and pirates. I thought I was being benevolent, but I didn't expect to get betrayal in return. I should have known it would come to this. Might as well give up the advantages of a steamer, and the benefits of reinforcement, for a light wooden boat. Boss Gong, you've helped so much. Help us with our physical problems again. A tall, burly, strong man in the sailor's hand opened his mouth colorfully. The rest of the sailors spoke up. Why don't you help my wife and solve my physical problems when you helped her get revenge? Told you those weirdos were unreliable, and you didn't listen to them, and you're still out of your depth. Why is the captain plotting against us? The Navy on Carmela Island put out a bounty, and the captain's chick is worth a lot of money. Let's brothers have a good time first, and sell it for money afterward. Ha ha ha. You guys. Gong Yener gas shakes cold. The mission was basically impossible, and she could return by jumping overboard now. But the thought that these filthy guys could dash around with the money she earned made the whole thing angry and cranky. The first 2 mini-quests, which earn a lot of coins, are not recognized by the Abyssal pattern and cannot be retrieved from the item bar. This includes the steel steamer underfoot, which cannot be retrieved unless the sailors are all driven down. Nothing was gained from the trial, and hitch a ride on a third-order piece of equipment. Oh yes, reap the rewards of a belly full of resentment. Just then, a great shadow suddenly enveloped the steel steamer. Gong Yen Air looked back. The watery eyes were full of amazement. Sci-fi shines into reality with the sudden appearance of a ship with a smooth, beautifully crafted hull. The appearance was silent, but chilling, as if it had come from a broken void. Not an exaggerated adjective, but literally appearing out of nowhere and quickly taking over the entire field of vision. The same trialists. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. Gong Yener immediately made a judgment in her heart. Ships of the Age of Sail stayed in sailboats and used sails to control the direction of the ship. Not to mention comparing to this tech-laden vessel, not even her steamer. So, it must have been brought in by the trialists. What? What is this thing? It's so scary. The heart stops beating. The sailors looked at the sudden appearance of the huge ship with fear and horror. I thought Gong Yener's steamship was unique, but I didn't realize there was something even better. Where did it come from? Where are we going? Just as the crowd was on edge, a flat, calm man's voice came from overhead. Gong Yener, you can't stop the ship here. Ahem. Gong Yener, almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. God TM cannot stop the ship. She does not want to go? If it weren't for the disenchantment of the steel steamer and the anger at the betrayal of the sailors, he would have left his copy long ago. The heart was secretly relieved. Through the man's accent, at least one thing was certain, the other party was from Shinsha. Not to say that it's better to meet an old hometown and have 2 tears in your eyes than to meet a trialist from another country. What? The sailors were so horrified that their bodies trembled. And the other man actually called out the captain's name in one breath? The 2 sides obviously know each other. and there is a high probability that they will encounter retaliation for the act of betrayal they have just committed. Should we make the first move and take Gong Yener as a hostage? Need a hand? Just give me a bottle of healing potion. Gong Yener's tone was low, and she looked at the sailor as if she was looking at a dead person. So, what can you pay? When Chi Nemo saw Gong Yener's state, he knew that the opportunity to gain information had come. The other party had arrived earlier than self, and with so many aboriginal sailors on board, there must be no shortage of information. Only 5 hours had passed since leaving Alcatraz, and 2.5 hours to catch up and 2.5 hours to make the rounds was too short a period of time to gain useful information. It's a good thing we met Gong Yener in distress. Isn't that a coincidence? Or maybe it's not a coincidence, but both sides have comparable mandates. Not much of a problem. The proud daughter of heaven, Gong Yener, was reduced to being bullied by ordinary people, and was still not taken casually? Hand over the information honestly and don't mind a good word while paying extra. If you're playing a little mind games, then I'm sorry to say, hometown boy meets hometown boy and stabs him in the back. What do you want? Gong Yener's eyes narrowed slightly, worried that the man was making excessive demands. Intelligence, all the information about this place. Deal. Gong Yener didn't even think about it and directly agreed. She was the one who was going to leave. What did she care about this bit of information? Intelligence doesn't matter at all as long as you can retrieve the steel steamer and get the mutinous sailors killed. Do it. The sailors, who had never made a move, suddenly drew their firearms and weapons and rushed towards Gong Yener. After capturing the captain and coercing the man to make a hard buck, he sent the two men straight to the fish. Gong Yener's eyes narrowed slightly. Slowly raising his arm, he opened his crimson palm, which seemed to have magma rolling inside. She wasn't powerless. It just came at a very heavy price. For example, squeezing the potential of the summoned beast Yenji. The price is more than 100 times 1,000 times heavier compared to giving up the steamship. Almost like cutting off one's own path. Who doesn't have a self-injury skill when you're out and about? Buzz. A circle of strange fluctuations swept in like waves. Gong Yener was surprised to find that the vicious sailor was immobilized, with only his eyes showing extreme terror. What a terrible control skill. Suddenly there was a cracking sound from behind her, and Gong Yener turned around, catching the healing medicine contained in a glass test tube as she did so. Just the most basic zero-order healing potion. Definitely won't help her fully recover from her injuries, but regaining a bit of mental strength and mobilizing Yenji's power, handily killing the traitor was not a problem. After confirming that there were no problems, she raised her delicate and pretty face and took a sip. The beautiful eyes then looked at the young man who had appeared at some point with his feet on the guardrail. He wore a gray trench coat, the sea breeze curling the lapels, but not the young man's maturity and stability. Your Chi Nemo? Although Gong Yener's tone was questioning, her pretty face was filled with determination. She has not seen the current top of the list, Sheen Moore, but having seen the 4 great prides of the current session, having seen the seniors of the last, the young man was mature and steady, but the boyish fuzz of his face had revealed his age, and he was bound to be of the same age. After a brief elimination, she couldn't think of anyone other than the legendary Sheen Moore and his mystery. You have a level 40 plus summoned beast? You promoted to 4th rank Imperial Beast Master? Nope. How old are you? You can't be that fast. Gong Yener wanted to deny her self-judgment, but looking at the sailor who was fixed in front of her, as well as the man's vast spiritual power, continuing to deny it would be self-deception. Even if it's a level 40 plus summoned beast, it wasn't an easy task to try and fix everyone so gently. Considering that the opponent must have a SS rank qualified summoned beast, it didn't seem like a difficult task. What's really hard to understand is, Sheen Mo, who just graduated, has actually been promoted to the 4th level of Beast Master, so it's really a case of the latter wave pushing the former wave. Thinking about how much she had suffered and how many nights she had stayed up in order to be promoted to the 4th rank Imperial Beast Master, she had to realize that the no one in the same class as her had already been left far behind. I thought it was a one-hit wonder, but it almost got slapped on the beach. Gong Yener, according to the agreement, it should be me asking and you answering. Sheen Mo looked at the young girl whose pretty face changed repeatedly and was amazed in his heart. It would be a pity not to go to sing Peking opera. As for the other side's perplexity, none of them want to talk about it. Gong Yener recovered a little from her injuries. Turning her head, she saw the sailor, her eyes glowing fiercely, and a scowl rising to her pretty face. Sheen Moore, please untie the restraints. I want to hear their desperate screams. The thought of a good intention that ended up being fed to wolf cubs made ripples of anger ripple in front of her body. The sailors were suddenly more frightened. The body was able to move, but the heart was as cold as ice. Captain, I have an old man and a young man, so please spare me. My wife says she likes you a lot. You can't kill me. Having drifted half a lifetime, I only hate that I have not met the captain of the ship, and I would like to be worshipped as a righteous mother. Go to hell. Gong Yener interrupted angrily, reaching out in a vain gesture. The dots of sparks resembled fireflies and drifted trembling towards the sailor's body. In the next second, the blazing fire spread from within his body and burned out in an instant, leaving ashes in its place. This was the difference between a fourth-order Imperial Beast Master and an ordinary person. Not to mention the flames released by Gong Yener, which came from the SS-rank summoned beast Yanji, the innate flame Holy Spirit. Gong Yener gets the traitor killed. The fangirl was finally comfortable, twisting his head to look at Qin Mo, who was leaning against the railing. He suddenly opened his mouth in jest. Pay me in advance. Not afraid I'll back out? I'm not afraid. It's up to you to be afraid. Qin Mo said casually, his eyes looking up and down the steamship. Unlike the sci-fi style, it had a wild and unrestrained beauty. Oh! Gong Yener suddenly covered her heart and a muffled grunt escaped her small mouth. Just moments ago, she was covered in a terrifying energy. A stark warning. She was warned that if she dared to backtrack, she would be met with the most decisive and swiftest of blows. Inner horrors. She was a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master who possessed SS-rank qualified summoned beasts. Surprisingly, he felt a strong sense of oppression on his peers, including Yen Ji. In his heart, he was even more certain that Qin Mo must be a 4th-order Imperial Beast Master. As for how he was promoted, the devil knows. How long do you have left? Qin Mo opened his mouth and asked. Gong Yener's quest target, most likely also Carmela Island, and the other party entered the copy earlier than self. The quest progress so pull across. It is estimated that time is running out. 2 hours. Oh, you're really running out of time, so start as soon as possible. Only then did Qin Mo retract his gaze and land on Gong Yener in front of him. The young girl had a charming melon face, and her eyes did not have the charm of a fox, but instead were stubborn and determined. Dressed in a black power suit, the collar was a rolled gold depiction of a floral pattern that plummeted downward in a proud curve. The figure is very good, the front and back, with a delicate melon face, very much in line with the inherent impression of the schoolmistress. The difference between her and schoolgirl Lin Yuqing, it's the legs that are slightly lacking, but the good thing is that the melon face value is a plus here in self. As Gong Yener pontificated, Qin Mo quickly added about the worldview of the copy, as well as the mission details. The narrative is a bit cluttered and can be organized and summarized into 2 areas. World structure, mission details. World structure. This world is divided into the east, south, west and north seas, covered by 2 vertical main channels. The 4 seas account for 20% of the world's resources, and the 2 main shipping lanes account for 80%. Inside the main channel, there are naturally occurring planetary currents that propel ships. The intersection area of the 2 main shipping lanes is where the United Zifu, the naval headquarters, and the masters gather. Mission details. There are 2 ways to enter the main channel on all 4 seas. One is the branching currents of the planetary currents, of which there are 4 in each sea, 2 in and 2 out. The second is the windless zone that runs across both sides of the main channel. But the windless zone has horrible sea animals. Here comes the headache. Not far from Carmela Island are the branching currents of the East China Sea, the only 2 entrances in the entire East China Sea that allow access to the main channel. The base set up here by the Navy headquarters is strong, and if it's not, it can't suppress the pirates of the East China Sea. Regular configuration. A Vice Admiral equivalent to a 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. 2 Rear Admirals equivalent to 5th-order Imperial Beast Masters. In the East China Sea, where resources are severely scarce, it is basically an insoluble existence. Proportionally, the 4 seas occupy 20% of the resources, which on average is 5% each. Doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Qin Mo secretly said in his heart, take down the Vice Admiral. The Rear Admiral is a small Kalami. Gong Yener took a little breather and continued. And, a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master from the Sakura Empire is stationed on the island. And an Admiral may be coming in the near future to take away a year's harvest of magical master pills. The main drug of the magic potion cannot be taken directly. Good luck picking it up. They will take it to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. At certain times of the year, the Navy sends a Grand Admiral, or 3 Vice Admirals, to various seas to collect. You have 12 days left on your mission. My advice is to wait until the Admiral is gone and see what happens. Wait a minute, how do you know so much? Qin Mo opened his mouth to interrupt. Self is only 5 days late. Upgrading and fighting monsters is delayed for 9 days. How do you feel the information is disconnected? Look at other people's Gong Yener. The 2 main routes speak of the United Zifu, the naval headquarters, and from the Navy to the various bases. Something can be said about the strength of the garrison on Carmela Island, even up and down the centuries. of the garrison forces on Carmela Island. This is known about the abilities, experience, and resume of vice admirals as well as rear admirals. Regarding the Fourth Order trialists stationed in the Sakura Empire, it's outrageous to be able to say the same about experiences, isn't it? Sister, is that reasonable? Gong Yener tapped her head. From the hidden pocket of his power suit, he removed a snail the size of a quail's egg. The snail seems to be sleeping, with little bubbles coming out of the tip of its nose, and the shell has a dial that resembles an old-fashioned telephone. It's called a signal bug, that uses bioelectric waves as a conduction medium. You can conduct sound and image, and also live broadcast in real time. Plus if you add the rewarding and liking function, live banding is not a problem. For the first 7 or 8 days, I think, our Divine Summer established an exclusive intelligence organization for mutual communication. Signal bugs are purchased on their own, and the chat area of the points leaderboard, from time to time, publishes a string of cipher codes, which, when parsed, connects to the signal of the intelligence station. What? A good copy. Hard to let you guys play into a spy game. Shin Mo's heart is speechless. On one hand, he marveled at the Imperial Beastmaster's brain circuits, and on the other hand, he marveled at the execution power of the Divine Summer Empire. There's no time limit then. The Divine Summer Empire had little problem trying to invade the Age of Sail. In that case, it can also explain why Gong Yener knows so many poses. The outside world. No need to pay attention. Wait for when we get into the main channel and then think about what's there. The most important thing at the moment is still to complete the third stage, the occupation of Carmela Island. According to the information given by Gong Yener, trialists below the 4th rank basically descended on the east, south, west, and north seas. Trialists of the 4th order and above basically descended on the area of the 2 main channels. The 4th order is a watershed, with a high probability of descending to the main channel and a number of descending to the 4 seas. Descending to the 4 seas to find their own reasons. There is no good practice. The level rose or not. Beyond that, it was the trials that descended to the 4 seas that had the so-called side quests. Descending into the main channel of the trials is straight out of the main quest. An exchange. Sheen Moore was more sure of the mission. It certainly needs to be meticulously worked out. Combine this with the lessons learned from Palace Flame's punt and do what you can to ensure maximum success. Luckily, he encountered Gong Yener, and a bottle of zero-order healing potion as a reward was simply a huge profit. Of course there's also the self-identity of being the top of this year's list. Honor added. Trustworthy. Senior Sister Gong, I still have things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Shin Mo said and was about to leave. Gong Yener bristled. If you don't use it, you'll be called Gong Yener, but if you do use it, you'll be called Gong Shuejie. Ha? Hey wait, I've said what needs to be said, but I'll chime in anyway. Sakura Empire's 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, a veteran 4th-ranked. Both summoned beasts are over level 40. Rear admirals are not strong enough to be feared. Vice admirals are troublesome and basically have transcendental magic pills. The ones here are very troublesome, targeting the celestial pride that owns an S-rank summoning beast. Replacing it with a normal Imperial Beastmaster is troublesome for the Major General alone, since it's in someone else's territory. As for the veteran 4th Order Imperial Beastmaster, why train 2 summoned beasts to level 40 plus instead of focusing on boosting one? Because you can't lift it. Not all summoned beasts can single-handedly kill monsters of the same level. Killing, repelling, and defeating are 3 very different levels of difficulty. Can't you fight or run? But with 2 level 40 plus summoned beasts, surrounding a level 40 plus monster, the probability of a kill was high. Don't do the kills. Don't expect any gains. Gong Yener watched the sci-fi pirate ship disappear by stealth. Exhaling deeply, Sheen Moore's journey had only just begun, and she had already ended it, harvesting the steel steamer. Sinister jumped straight into the Azure Sea and did not move for a long time. Just then, there was a twisting of light and shadow in midair, as if the illusion had shattered. The celestial maiden beast suspended in midair retracted its sight and caught up with the celestial wolf ship in front of it. Well, on the spacious deck of the Tian Lang ship, Shin Mo looked at the landing slender figure and opened his mouth to ask. Already left the copy. You like that girl? So you want me to protect her? Do you know what nonsense you're talking about? I was afraid she'd sell us out. Sheen Moore almost didn't collapse. This world had signal bugs, similar to the cell phones in this world, and it was convenient to transmit messages. If Gong Yener revealed the information himself and the others didn't know about it, they could easily lose out. The celestial beast cocked her head, thinking before breaking into a bright smile and wriggling off the deck. Sheen Moore was lying on the railing, looking at the sparkling sea. Organize information about the task, as well as a detailed plan. At the base of Carmela Island, there are 4 enemies that require extra attention. A 6th-rank strength admiral with the ability to cut through air and specializes in making swords. rear admirals of the 5th rank of strength, both of whose abilities are bestial, panther and crocodile. A 4th-ranked imperial beastmaster of the Sakura Empire with 2 summoned beasts, the Wutu Blade and the Style. Wutu Blade is well understood, a weapon-type summoned beast, required by the imperial beastmaster to use with it. A Style god is, to put it bluntly, a spirit/ghost, and is classified as an undead according to the Shinsha division. The two work together in battle, one fighting the main battle and the other holding down the line. Should we get the new summoned beast out? Shin Mo's heart floated with intention. Think about it. By the standards of the replica's battlefield, what's currently missing are level 40 plus summoned beasts, not level 1 babies, and it's more than a little inappropriate to have a new summoner, fresh out of the gate, facing the pressure of a copy. Even if people had a terrible time in the original world, at least they lived a good life instead of facing life and death. Compare the heart to the mind. Ignorant sand sculptors who throw themselves into a 9-death situation should never think about loyalty. Grey wolves, red wolves, and celestial beasts are different. The Grey Wolf entered the ruins of Aberration the next day, for mutton, for his wife, and now it seems, the Red Wolves entered the Age of Sail totally worried about the Grey Wolves. Although the daily fights were pretty vicious, the Celestial Maiden Beast seems to be too lonely to be a power seeker, or perhaps it's a divine attribute. As for Self, because the trial copies give so much, the main thing is that there is a way back. The heart does not panic. Shin Mo shook his head slightly. Attention continues to be focused on Phase 3 tasks. Dull idle thoughts are not very effective, so why not go for a simulation? Both Self and the Celestial Beast. Battles are fought with miniature cameras on them, set in unassuming places like buttons and zippers. The purpose is to collect information about the battle, so as to facilitate post-battle checking and identifying the direction that needs to be improved. In addition to their own families, the data is also loaded with a lot of other countries of the Royal Beastmaster. There is not much of the real thing, they are all performances in nature. To provide reference enough, the process of using it is simple. The information collected about the enemy is loaded into the simulator to build a virtual model. Then, in response to the virtual model's reaction, make targeted tactical arrangements to improve the success rate. Again, this should only be used as a reference. When fighting, things change rapidly, and taking a rigid routine will inevitably result in suffering. It's better to just provide ideas than to stand on the deck, blowing in the ocean breeze, and think over and over again. Night fell. About 1 o'clock in the morning, darkness covers Carmela Island, except for the searchlights of the watchtower, diligently scanning the calm sea. The various seabirds that swept by to feed from time to time did not attract the attention of the native soldiers on duty. No one noticed. A huge black shadow floated through the midair, and it was clearly the Skywolf. Inside the incandescent illuminated control room, the light stretched 4 shadows and projected them on the metal walls. Has the medicine started to kick in? Shin Mo looked at the complex below through the widescreen. The complex is the naval base on Carmela Island, built on a mountain. It supports a wall of mountains in the back and overlooks a vast coastline in the front. The 3 main buildings are triangular in shape, one being an office building, one being a dormitory for the native soldiers, and one being the chief's quarters. A number of small 1- and 2-story buildings, cafeterias, bars, and training rooms are scattered around the spacious training playground. A native soldier who has had rum and dinner must be unconscious by now, Grey Wolf affirmed. The Navy crushes the Flame pirate ship, also known as the Palace Flame, during the day, and hosts a celebratory party at night. Shin Mo utilized the information he received in advance to find the liquor supplier and directly poisoned the wine. Poison only works on ordinary people. The effect is unconsciousness. There was no use in mastering transcendent naval officers for fear of spooking the enemy. Using it didn't work either. The poison glands came from a forest demon spider from Alcatraz, the first unlucky one to be taken out. The forest demon spider was only level 18, and even if it was exhausted, it couldn't poison a strong person of the 4th rank or above, and it would be easily exposed. The Grey Wolves are simply remodeled. Rip-offs don't hurt the brain, and keep the Earth soldiers happy in their sleep. Most likely you'll be dreaming about forest spiders, right? Shin Mo turned back to look at the Heavenly Maiden Beast with her hands clasped in front of her. You're the main combat unit. What's been said has been said. The situation remains the same. Follow the setup, the intelligence changes. See what happens. Landing on Carmela Island at noon disguised as a merchant. Poisoning was only one aspect of the program. The main thing was to examine the terrain. Afternoon plus evening, always simulating battles, taking all possibilities into account, setting up tactics. The reason for this urgency is because of the magic pill master pill. The Admiral arrives on Carmela Island in a few days to receive the main pills of magical medicine that have been collected for a year in the East China Sea. Although Shin Mo feels It was a bit too early to consider the qualifications of a pirate ship after it had been promoted to a summoned beast. However, since the main potion of the magic potion is on the top 3 agenda, when you have the opportunity, you still have to try it. The reason for putting it on the agenda is simple: no other copy has it, except for the age of sale. Matters of importance and urgency. The celestial female beast wearing exclusive battle armor that blocked her body parts nodded. "I'll go down first." With that, he walked to the deck, his figure easily penetrating the energy shield and plummeting towards the governor's building. Shinemo turned his head to look at Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. "I'll leave the pirate ship to you. Pay attention to scanning the surrounding waters and report any situation. I wonder when the admiral is coming." It was a shady time to be stuck in the early hours of the morning, but you still had to have a sentry just in case. Grey Wolf: "Don't worry, boss." Red Wolf: "You guys be careful too." Shinemo nodded slightly. Leave the serious after the pace of the celestial beast. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall is understood by everyone, but there is no choice. On the one hand, the tactics were a bit aggressive, and it was easy for the heavenly maiden beast to fall into a desperate situation, and at this time, it was necessary for the Imperial Beast Master to, in time, take it back into the Imperial Beast space. There was a limit to the recall distance, and staying on the Skylark certainly wasn't an option. On the one hand, it is to press the line in case of a change, and if the Admiral suddenly descends, retrieve the Heavenly Maiden Beast into the Royal Beast space and use the props to escape. Other variations on this idea of response. You can fail the mission. You can't put your little life on the line. The slender silhouette of the celestial beast. It landed lightly in front of the silent building. Raising his eyes to the roof of the building, a blurry figure loomed and settled much more inwardly. "Keep your feet down. Walk into the building." Unlike the 4-room dormitory for native soldiers, this place is countless times more luxurious. Similar to a hotel suite, the celestial beast came to the nearest room. Small hands gripped the doorknob and holy light flooded into the lock cylinder, not condensing into a substantial key, but destroying it silently to avoid making a commotion. Following the layout of the room in his mind, it was easy to find the master bedroom, on which the sleeping man was snoring. Barney, Navy Lieutenant Commander, and other strengths of the same class of Imperial Beastmasters, preferred pregnant women. The holy light condensed into hair-sized thin needles. Curved fingers flicked away, easily penetrating the frontal bone as holy light exploded in the brain. 3 breaths passed, the grunting stopped, and the middle-aged man passed away quietly. The celestial beast exited the room like a ghost, smoothly closing the door as if nothing had happened. Turning toward the opposite suite, he repeated the same maneuver, only getting smoother. The roof of the building. Gene Moore controls his breathing. Use a strong mental power of up to 470 points to mask your own odor. The spiritual power he possessed now was stronger than many summoned beasts, and influencing reality was not a problem. The so-called Imperial Beastmasters are weaker than summoned beasts, comparing the conclusions drawn by themselves, not really ordinary people. It feels so out of place to have a divine attribute celestial beast as an assassin. The alert messages keep coming. Kill Navy Major Barney. Your summoned beast gains a tiny amount of experience value. Alert, kill a Navy Major. Get 100 points. Kill Navy Lieutenant Commander Valley. Your summoned beast gains a tiny amount of experience value. Alert, 400 points for killing a Navy Lieutenant Commander. Kill Navy Commander Belku. Your summoned beast gains a tiny amount of experience. Alert, 600 points for killing a Navy Commander. According to the information given by Gong Yenner, points are awarded for killing navies, destroying warships, and capturing bases. The points offered by the Major, ranging from 100 to 300, are not fixed. LT, Colonel, offers points ranging from 300 to 500. Major schools offer points ranging from 500 to 5,000. The point span for the rank of Major is a bit outrageous, because some are 3rd order and some are 4th order. 5th ranking Major Generals are 5 to 10,000, 6th ranking Lieutenant Generals are 10 to 50,000. There are over 100,000 Great Generals, and there is currently no record of killing a Great General, but instead, the Great Generals crunch and kill indiscriminately. The points kept stacking up and finally got rid of the zero embarrassment. No. 4, 567, Shinshai Empire, Shin Mo. 4, 300 points. Flip to the top of the points leaderboard. Points ranking, 1st place, Sakura Empire, Fukamura Takiazuma, 152, 345 points. 2nd place, Lighthouse Federation, Marcos, 149, 237 points. 3rd place, 3rd Reich, Veronica, 147, 327 points. 8th place, Xinxia Empire, Situ Zhong, 129,423 points. The first group of trialists to enter. 15 days have passed so far. And early this morning counts as one day if that. On average, the top of the list is about 10,000 points a day, which is pretty solid for the Navy camp. No less. Shinemo frowned slightly as he looked at the points at the top of the Divine Summer ranking. Logically speaking, with the strength of the other party's 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, it should be easy to kill the Lieutenant General, and I don't know why he didn't. Maybe the mission is too tight. Maybe the main channel is a bad place to hang out. Or maybe the LT Gen has a means to save his life. The Age of Sail replica has an exit mechanism, which is automatic when you dive more than 10 meters. If the Admiral is attacked, it's a no-brainer to drill straight into the sea and successfully jam the bug. Just then, a bellowing cry came from the silent blackness of the night. What man? Who are you? Ah! Shinemo lowered his eyes to look at the tall, thin, half-beast figure, spitting blood from his mouth, falling from the window to the ground. Getting to know each other. His name is Carlo, Rear Admiral, and his ability is to bestialize into a panther. One of the 3 types of magic potion sequences: natural, enhanced, and bestial, with bestialization being the possession of that beast's abilities. Leopard, for example, increases agility primarily and constitution and strength secondarily, and also grants the taker the intuition and reflexes of a wild beast. Shinemo was not surprised by the exposure. Unexpectedly, it took almost organizing the entire building to be exposed. The other Rear Admiral, who was able to animalize into a crocodile, had passed away sweetly in his sleep. The 3 Navy chiefs now surviving. They are Lieutenant General Cephas, Major General Carlo, and Trialist Fujiwara Ruji. Fujiwara Ruji, from Sakura's family of yin and yang masters of the undead type of summoned beasts known as Shinigami. An aura flashed through his mind. Since Shinshia was able to pull off such a tawdry maneuver as an intelligence station, there's no reason why other empires can't figure it out, especially with the inherent advantages of the naval camp. Is there a possibility that Carmela Island's navy let its guard down because Gong Yen Air eliminated from the game? Shinemo shook his head slightly. These do have an impact, but not a significant one. The 2 main enemies are LT General Cephas and Ruji Fujiwara, the Imperial Beast Master. Boom! The celestial female beast realized the exposure and stopped sneaking around. The mind flowed, and the holy light was like a great sun dispelling the darkness and illuminating almost the entire suite. Following the direction of the leopard Major General's jump, his body transformed into a holy light and exploded like a sharp arrow. How fast is the holy light? I don't know, but it's definitely faster than a cheetah. The light came in a straight line, back and forth, the oppression pulling full. In the name of the Holy King, pronounce your sins. Kalo's heart skipped a beat as he watched the rapidly approaching enemy. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat in his sleep. Without even thinking about it at the time, he obeyed his animal instincts and rolled over, jumping towards the window. He thought that he had the reaction speed that he had never had in his life, but he was still hit in the back with a slap. The terrifying light penetrated into the body like a blazing fire, constantly searing the flesh and blood. Carlo looked at a fist wrapped in holy light. It gradually enlarges in the field of vision, taking up almost the entire pupil. The first internal reaction, to be sent. With the intuition of a leopard beast, he sensed the danger, but being in mid-air, there was no way to avoid it. If I hadn't jumped out of the window in the first place, I'd probably be dead by now. The enemy was fast and attacking. The speed of the enemy's fist was comparable to that of a bullet, or a bullet fist wrapped in light. Bold! A violent shout of extreme anger came from the night sky, like a rolling wave that swept across the entire base, shaking the trees and shaking the rubble. In the meantime, the silver-colored sword awnings that looked like substance rapidly expanded from the initial half a meter to 3 or 4 meters. The sword blade came raging and sharp, chopping towards the unknown enemy's back. If the enemy continued to commit murder, then there was no doubt that the sword blade must be received hard. The eyes of the heavenly maiden beast narrowed slightly. The silhouette lightly tapped the void, dodging the sword awnings and falling towards the green rocky ground. It's not that you can't use Holy Bounce, but you have to save it for when it's time to show your cards. According to the plan that Chin Mo had formulated, he would either not use it at all, or he would use it to give the other party a hard blow. Landing moment. There were already 4 figures, surrounded from 4 directions. In the rear was Major General Panther, explosive muscles holding his shirt open, a panther's head, and the ferocity of a beast in his eyes. On his left was Fujiwara Ruji, holding a slightly curved martial arts claymore blade, his body pressed forward in a strict stance. On the right is Inuyasha, Fujiwara Ruji's summoned beast, 1 meter in size, with a fierce face and grimacing teeth. Directly in front of him was the old man in naval uniform, his cloudy eyes sharp and holding his sword like an abyss. Cephas glanced intently at the tall buildings around him. Dusty grunts were faintly heard from the dirt soldiers' dormitory building. Behind them, in the officers' lounge, A pin drop of silence was palpitating. Focus on the unknown assailant that emits a warm glow that dispels the darkness around him. You killed Weber and the others? Tell me why. Webb is another dead rear admiral with the ability to crocodile. They are guilty. The heavenly maiden beast's voice was grand and spoke forcefully, as if she were the embodiment of justice. As he spoke, his afterglow glanced at the metal buttons on his collar. Buttons aren't simply clothing embellishments. They're miniature cameras, used to document the linguistic style, speech habits, and tone of voice of Vice Admiral Cephas. The purpose is to prove Cheen Moore's conjecture for subsequent expansion of the war results. Sure, it doesn't need to be an extra distraction for that. Just talk normally and pronounce the sins of the Navy normally. Be consistent in your fighting, take your chances, and put all sinners on trial. Aha! Cephas visibly choked. What is guilty and what is innocent? Even if it's just a random excuse, like it's not nice to watch the Navy chow down. You, who killed all the officers of Carmela Base, have no right to say such grandiose things. But looking at the assailant's face full of righteousness, he actually felt that the other party was not joking and telling the truth. A sudden light flashed in his head. If you say they are guilty, are you, who made the killings, also guilty? Fujiwara Ruji raised an eyebrow. Secretly, he sent a look of ginger is still hot to Lieutenant General Cephas. Against this divine attribute guy, the best way to do that is to shatter their hearts and plunge them into self-doubt. At that time, it was only a small matter that the battle power would be greatly reduced, and one might even lose their cultivation or end themselves. The natives of the replica world still have something. A glance to see the cracks and say what he wants to say. I act in the name of the Holy King. The one who is guilty is also the Holy King. What has it to do with me? After the heavenly maiden beast finished speaking, she remained aloof and holy, incarnating as a messenger of executing justice. The three Navy chiefs present had a toothache in unison. Do you hear what I'm saying? You're the one who did the damage, and it's the Holy King who took the fall? Lord Lieutenant General, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Killing all of our fellow officers makes it hard for her to even think about dying. Break her limbs and send her to a brothel to be tortured, as well as her family and friends. Execute them all, Carlo said viciously. The fear of almost being struck down just now was now all turned into monstrous fury. He was going to get this fucking woman, and this woman's family and friends, and none of them were going to get away. All those who have had anything to do with this woman will be put in the black prison to enjoy the most brutal and harsh punishment. My name is not Shi. My name is Chin Tian, and the one who will judge you. The heavenly maiden beast followed the tactic of deliberately saying these words to keep the enemy from associating them with summoned beasts. Because it was a summoned beast, it meant that there was an imperial beast master in the shadows, hiding a summoned beast at the same time. The enemy is bound to be wary of the surrounding area and hold back on strikes. How else is it going to counter the injuries to come up with a vicious wave? Sheen Moore, feel free to take a last name when you're doing something bad. Thanks. Fujiwara Ruji sniffed. The heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to the woman's tone did not sound like an Imperial Beastmaster, which was very good. The power level of the Imperial Beastmaster was significantly higher than that of the Age of Sail, and the undercurrents were endless. Not only are the summoned beasts strange, but so are the various props, which can be flipped if you're not careful. Do it, Lord Lieutenant General, Carlo urged. The beastly bloodline within his body was already boiling and burning, using anger and brutality as the source of the fire. The heavenly maiden beast twisted its head and glanced behind it, the corner of its mouth curving up in contempt as it snickered. Ugly, disgusting fellow. I will crush your flesh, exile your soul. Oh yeah, and this sinful dog. Instead of hiding properly in the gloomy sewers and facing the greatness of the holy light, you have already taken your death. Ho! The Inuyasha stared with scarlet eyes, showed his teeth, and let out an angry low cry. It has a high IQ and naturally understands humiliation, and it is this understanding that makes it seem angry. Fujiwara Ruji was equally furious. Comparing his Inuyasha to a dog? It was only his excellent fighting skills that made him suppress the urge to strike and silently wait for his chance. The enemy was so strong that silently obliterating an entire building of powered people required no explanation. Cephas' sharp eyes narrowed slightly. From time to time, he looked to Fujiwara Ruji and Inuyasha, and from time to time, he looked to Carlo, who was about to lose his mind. Those with bestial abilities don't display too obvious beastly behavior on a day-to-day basis, but they can lose their minds when their emotions take a major turn for the worse. There's good and there's bad. On the bad side, losing most of his fighting skills, even if he can't recover them, and completely bestializing. On the bright side, there is no pain, no fear of injury, and the incarnation of a machine that only knows how to kill. Perhaps, he can wait for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to the enemy at the most unexpected time. As for what to do if Carlo dies in the process, pay out the pension. After all, it is a brave war soil that has shed blood for the base, he is sure to pay out the full amount of the pension. Woman, I'm going to kill you. Kalro was completely exposed, the last of the humanity in his eyes fading to the most primitive beastly ferocity. A handful of clothes ripped off. The body is covered in the same fur coat as the cheetah, covered in dense black spots, only more stout and majestic. The palms of the hands thickened and grew larger, as if they were open bushels, and the knuckles turned into sharp, beastly claws. Stomp on all fours, turning into yellow lightning, it ran towards its target like a cheetah aiming for the throat of its prey. A beast is indeed a beast. Let the holy light enlighten your wisdom. The heavenly maiden beast didn't turn around, reaching out and making a false move. Dots of holy light, as if it were an obedient child, instantly took shape and coalesced into a round shield to block behind her. These are just basic uses of holy light, not considered native skills. Zira. Sharp claws made deep marks on the holy light shield, making a harsh scraping sound. In the meantime, Fujiwara Ruji and Inuyasha, who had just been humiliated, similarly attacked. Fujiwara Ruji gripped the hilt of the martial arts sword, stepped out and appeared on the left side of the heavenly maiden beast as if in an instant. The taijutsu in his hand was about to come out of its sheath, and he performed a standardized gyurikatsu. The martial earth blade was a summoned beast, and short-range acceleration was just one of the skills. The most terrifying was the decapitation. The Inuyasha opened its mouth covered in interlocking fangs, nearly splitting its jaws and tearing down hard, vicious incisors, unleashed. It was just a short blink of an eye. The three erupted in extremely tacit cooperation, all hands except for Lieutenant General Cephas, whose eyes were slightly knocked out and whose hand held the hilt of his sword, looming like a mountain. The spacious training playground, instantly windy, everywhere killing, terrible energy fluctuations, rolled up the gusts of wind suddenly, stirred up the trees and shadows. The eyes of the heavenly maiden beast lit up. An opportunity had come. Raising a finger and pointing it at the fanged and furious Inuyasha, a mirror of holy light suddenly appeared, and although it was hit with fine cracks in an instant, it did block the Inuyasha. Turning sideways, he looked at Fujiwara Ruji. Raising his golden sword finger, he stabbed the middle-aged man straight in the heart. Changing wounds? Come on! Fujiwara Ruji shouted in his heart, and in his hand, the martial earth sword had slowly come out of its sheath. In his everyday life, he would not dare to exchange injuries for injuries. What if he GA? But it's different now. In the afterglow, Cephas had drawn his sword. The old fox was good at catching opportunities. Fujiwara Ruji believed that if the enemy continued to attack, Cephas's sword would definitely come after him. Maximum possible. That is, the enemy couldn't even make an attack and was cut down by Lieutenant General Cephas. It is now. Cephas stormed in his mind. Mobilize the power of the Chop Chop magic potion to deliver the most powerful and deadly blow. Lieutenant General Cephas' sword can't do short-range acceleration like Fujiwara Ruji, but the materialized sword aura that erupted from the tip of the sword could. This is the ability given by the Chop Chop magic pill that can treat the body as a sword, possessing the toughness of a sword, and can also emit a sword blade similar to a shockwave. Only a flash of materialized sword shadow was seen, leaving the body from the long sword in his hand, powerful as thunder, as fast as running thunder. Fujiwara Ruji's heart was greatly settled. Thanks to him worrying about Lieutenant General Cephas when the old six sold his teammates, the mind keeps evolving the battle. The first to hit the target would be Lieutenant General Cephas' sword blade, then came the enemy's radiant golden finger, and lastly, his Guho chop. Of course, the above analysis is shit. How else is an enemy going to cast Goldfinger when they get hit by a sword? What really should have happened was that the enemy was heavily injured by the sword and then killed by his Juhei chop. Close. Getting closer. Ruji Fujiwara clearly seen. Lieutenant General Cephas's sword blade, piercing through the enemy's battle armor and body, went straight into the ground with unabated momentum. The sword-on was a full 1 m in length and 30 centimeters in width, piercing through the chest, enough to crush the heart, spine and other parts of the body. Sighing in his heart, Lieutenant General Cephas, this old fox is really ruthless. Either he doesn't make a move or he makes a move to kill. Not true. Fujiwara Ruji was shocked to find that after the sword blade pierced through his chest, there was no scene of blood and flesh flying. Shocked, he looked toward his near enemy. On the surface of the opposite side of the armor, there was a mysterious, complex, and subtle hexagram formation rapidly rotating. Not good. The opponent was not a native of the Age of Sail, but a trialist, either an Imperial Beast Master or a summoned beast. The ability to recover from injuries in the blink of an eye should be hiding a healing aid type summoning beast in the shadows as well. Old coins. Fujiwara Ruji struggled to draw his martial arts sword. The usual swift and furious Juhyo chop, which could be launched in the blink of an eye, was actually incredibly slow at this moment, because the enemy's golden fingers, which came with even greater ferocity, were so close that it was impossible to miss. Put! The sword fingers of the heavenly maiden beast easily shattered Fujiwara Ruji's defenses and strangled the fragile heart within. The penetrating holy light, not stopping there, raged through the man's body in a radial pattern. In the blink of an eye, Fujiwara Ruji's body became as if it was a hedgehog full of golden light. Fujiwara Ruji had a great hatred in his heart. He still had escape props, life preservation props, and healing props, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance to use them until the last moment, because of the conviction that the curiosity chop is the fastest attack in the world. Even if the enemy was eccentric, his long-prepared Juhyo chop would be able to exchange for a ray of life. As a result, the enemy's holy light was even faster and so insidious that it lingered inside, making it difficult to even heal. Just about to try to remove the escape prop from the item bar, all I felt was a tingling in my brain, a rapid darkening of my vision, and a descent of my consciousness into nothingness. The celestial beast withdrew the golden finger that had been pointing at the man's brow. To take advantage of their illness, of course, is to continue the attack. A black curtain loomed over it. Electricity exchanged hands. The Navy camp's 4-on-1 approach, paired with a back-and-forth crossfire of attacks, resulted in a crushing defeat. Not only was the heavenly maiden beast unharmed, but it also took out one person very decisively, harshly, and powerfully. It knows very well inside. This is where combat option number 5 starts to kick in. Based on the information given by Gong Yenner, Chin Moore depicts a psychological profile of the Navy's Vice Admiral, Fujiwara Ruji. Know how they will react when they are verbally abused. Know what moves they'll make when they see a positive. Fujiwara Ruji uses the curve chop as expected in option 5, as does Cephas. Major General Panther doesn't need to be bothered. He's just a punching bag. Looks menacing, but is really nothing. Cephas was filled with shock. He was so confident in his own surefire skills. How could they not work? Suddenly, there was a sharp, unbearable stabbing pain in his chest. Dropping his eyes, the neatly worn clothing was in shreds, and there was a large hole in the center with a trickle of blood, big enough to fit an egg in. How is that possible? The Chop Chop magic potion grants the ability to wield a sword blade in addition to a body that looks like a sword. Unusual bestial ability users couldn't even hit them if they stood still and let them attack. But now, it was actually in his complete ignorance that his body had suffered an unknown heavy blow. Cephas looked at the outline of the sword wound and felt its ravages through his body. Inexplicably familiar. Did a second bottle of Chop Chop magic pill appear on the Great Sea? It's too late to think about it, because the enemy is coming ferociously. Cephas forced himself to endure the excruciating pain of his wound and brushed his sword in a flourish, equally confident in his own swordsmanship. Damn, old me will definitely cut off your flesh and blood, piece by piece. In the name of the Holy King, I judge thee for thy sins. Die for me. The celestial female beast reached out to create a false hand. Holy light condensed into a long giant axe, 2 sides open edge. Not afraid to hit, not hit. It has to be done quickly. Its 2 native skills, Divine Bounce and Divine Verdict, were very energy consuming. Counteracting an enemy's attack requires an equal amount of energy to be expended. Duplicating an enemy's attack requires an equal amount of energy to be expended. Rebounding an enemy's attack requires an equal amount of energy to be expended. That is to say, it had just countered the Admiral's decapitation and it had consumed 3 times its energy. According to Grey Wolf's speculation, if the core talent is upgraded to Divine Mastery, it should be able to reduce energy consumption to a large extent. Because of the 2 core talents, the sanctioning mechanisms that utilize the divine attributes are different and consume different amounts of energy. Arrogant. Cephas snickered as he looked at the huge double-edged axe that was comparable to a doorstop. The damage of a giant axe attack far exceeded that of weapons such as knives, swords, and clubs, but it had to be able to hit. As an outstanding swordsman of the Great Sea, he was confident in his own stance and could definitely tease the opposite side. At the same time, sacrificing a large weapon like a giant axe exposed the opponent's weakness of not knowing techniques. This handful of advantages are on me. Cephas flicked his wrist and showed off a mediocre sword flourish. The long sword then transformed into a poisonous snake and passed over the enemy's wrists, throat, chest, hamstrings, and heart. 5 locations. In a quick nod. Very easy. For the swordsman, it was easier than eating and drinking. The giant axe hadn't fallen yet after Cephas' attack, and he didn't intend to continue, dodging and about to retreat. Just then, 5 places, wrist, throat, chest, hamstring, and heart, sent sharp to the point of stabbing pain. How is this possible? He had just been wary of any enemies in the shadows. Otherwise he would have been able to stab 10 or 20 swords. An aura flashed through his mind that these wounds, it seemed, were where he aimed when he attacked his enemies. The enemy is able to counter-wound? Cephas was appalled. This is still a set of trade The counter damage is more disgusting than an impenetrable shield. Shield can at least find gaps and utilize the sword in his hand to give his foes the powerful charms that come from a swordsman. It can be replaced with a counter injury if, not to mention the sword and the big 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 sword come to kneel. Suddenly, the head is shadowed by death. Cephas tried to escape, but the 5 stab wounds detonating the large hole in his chest froze him in place. It's over. Sword Earth caught in the act by Berserker's Earth. The double-edged giant axe is like a doorstop. The holy light traced a graceful arc and smashed down hard. Dang! The giant axe slammed into Cephas' back, actually making the sound of metal clashing. The well-stored and powerful force slammed Cephas into the ground and shook out a large amount of blood. 80. The heavenly maiden beast continuously swung its double-bladed giant axe and smashed it towards the old man below. The picture was extremely bloody. 8 swings in a row, and then a stop. In fact, on the 5th axe, the admiral stopped moving. Just in case it's a surprise, get the 3 axes of Cephas for free. Buy 5 and get 3 free. The celestial female beast stared back at the stupefied Inuyasha and Leopard Man. Inuyasha's stagnation is well understood, as the sentinel sends it, and it turns into a normal wild monster. The Leopard Man should be intimidated, evenly matched indeed tough, but also retaining the beast's bullying nature. Turn back. The 2 tried to run, and were trapped by a binding aura. Bulldoze your way in, and one of you will get a little holy light punch to the brain. The celestial beast had not forgotten that the martial earth blade, which had lived in the data and had never shown its sharpness from the beginning, had become a feral monster with the death of the imperial beast master. The giant axe coalesced once again, swung 3 times in a row, and completely snapped into 2. Since then, all 4 poor and evil sinners have been cleansed by the holy light. May holiness live forever. The heavenly maiden beast stood with a cold and proud demeanor, just as when they were first surrounded. The 4 enemies, unfortunately, could no longer jump out and bark. Their brutality, their beliefs, their insubordination, were all silenced with the holy light judgment. Suddenly, the celestial female beast's silhouette disappeared. The disappearance was so raw that it seemed as if it had been gouged out of the original painting, and as if it had never been there at all. How's it going? Tummy ache? Somewhere in the shadows of the training playground, Chinemo stroked the heavenly maiden beast's small stomach and asked with concern. Although the Grey Wolf and the Celestial Beast have said that the principle of the anti-injury of the divine rebound skill, but as he watched the heavenly maiden beast being pierced through his chest by the sharp sword G, it was hard for his heart not to pull up with him. What if the skill is not released? What if the sword damage is too high? There were too many accidents that could lead to the heavenly maiden beast being traumatized, and fatally traumatized at that. I heard a saying at a very young age that those who drown are those who know how to water, and I'm not afraid of anything. It's fine. It's just that the energy consumption is a bit severe, about 30%. The heavenly maiden beast looked at Chin Mo's worried appearance. The corners of her picturesque mouth arched. The plan was executed with great success. The process didn't have many twists and turns. The energy consumption is actually less than expected, as Fujiwara Ruji, who is a big mainstay, doesn't even pull out his martial arts earth sword until he dies, poised for a Duriken chop, the biggest joke of the show. Chinemo examined for a while, his heart finally relieved. The little tummy was smooth as ever, soft and supple when gently pressed, with no beads of blood oozing out. Take 2 steps back, looking squarely into the pretty face of the celestial beast, sacred and fearful and inviolable. Well done. Hard work. Anyone can say that the heavenly maiden beast is hypocritical, pays lip service to justice, is insidious to the core, and likes to mend fences. But Chinemo couldn't, not the Grey Wolf, the Red Wolf including the summoned beasts in the future. All of them, because the celestial beasts fought for them, take great risks and fight for the mission and for resources. Reaching down, she brushed the Sky Girl beast's messy hair behind her small ears. Chin Mo's lips quirked, wanting to say something but never opening his mouth, just clogged in his heart. Would love to learn lines from the movie, like never letting you take risks again, never letting you get hurt again, and so on. Inwardly, it's clear that even saying it won't guarantee it, at least not for the age of sale copies. Watching the sharp blade penetrate his companion's body, his heart felt as if it was clutched so hard that it was difficult to breathe. A few days ago, he was happy about being promoted to the 4th rank of Imperial Beast Master, but now he realized that he still couldn't hold up the shelter. A deep sense of powerlessness added to an already oppressive heart. When he saw Lieutenant General Cephas unleash his sword awnings, Chinemo even wanted to interrupt the quest and leave the copy. Perhaps, for your next summoned beast, you should find a meat shield that is 100% resistant to damage and not afraid of pain. Then there's an out of sight, out of mind, and there's no hard, depressing, powerless complex. The celestial beast took off the miniature multifunction camera on her collar. Only after placing it in Qin Mo's palm did he gently open his mouth. His tone soft, like a small stream flowing through the mountains. Won't you let the Grey Wolf come over and clean up the mess? And your plan? It's time to start validating it. Qin Mo nodded slightly. Exhaling deeply, he suppressed his mixed emotions, his eyes sharpening quickly. The heavenly maiden beast had already resolved all the experts, and the rest was the harvesting stage, so it couldn't fall off the chain. Inform the Grey Wolf to send robots to touch corpses, clean up the battlefield, and collect loot, and you can circumvent a lot of trouble, such as traps set by the enemy. Attention is placed on the Abyssal stripe. A lot of prompts appear. Kill Rear Admiral Carlo. Your summoned beast gains a tiny amount of experience. Kill Trialist Fujiwara Ruji. Your summoned beast gains a tiny amount of experience value. Kill Admiral Cephas and your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. Your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value for killing the Wutu Blade. Kill the Inuyasha, and your summoned beast gains a small amount of experience value. When the Imperial Beastmaster dies, the summoned beasts become normal wild beasts, and you can also view their attribute panels. Never thought that the self who was worried about being killed would take the lead in killing the enemy who was also a trialist. Voyage Age Replica. There are many trialists who have no choice but to quit, and very few who die. We all have escape props, life preservation props. Things cannot be done. Decisive scampering. Alert, kill the Rear Admiral. Gain 6,000 points. Alert, 24,000 points for killing the Admiral. Alert, kill Fujiwara Ruji. Gain 35,000 points. Kill a Major General and get between 5 and 10,000 points. Kill the Lieutenant General and get between 10,000 and 100,000 points. Repel a Trialist and get no points. Kill a Trialist and get all of the opponent's points. A fight that lasted less than 3 minutes. Enough to reap 65,000 points. Together with the Rear Admiral Crocodile killed earlier, and the other Navy chiefs, the points came to the 80,000 mark. The ranking came within 500. The points haul is not a bad one. Ignoring the fact that the Heavenly Maiden Beast was pierced through by the sword awnings, it would definitely be happier now. Qin Mo looked at the description of the third stage of the mission. Side quest, Desperate Rage. Phase 3, Occupation of Carmela Island, ongoing. Mission requirements, arrive at Carmela Island, kill the main general and occupy for 2 hours. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Hourly plus 10 days, 3. Mainline mission. Mission failure, forced exit. The mission requirements are 3. Arrive at the battlefield, kill the main general, and occupy it for 2 hours. Only 2 hours left of the final occupation. 2 things to do while you're at it. The first thing was to clean up the battlefield, such as the base's weapons, money, food, etc. And most of all the main magic potion that had been collected from the East Sea for a whole year. With a wave of harvests, it was assumed that there was no shortage of magic potion staples. Then came the false transmission of the transfer order. Gathering the style of language, the habits of speech, the tone of voice of Lieutenant General Cephas, just for the present. In the pirate camp, you can earn a lot of points for killing the main admiral, destroying warships, and capturing bases. If the order of Lt. Gen. Cephas is falsely transmitted, wouldn't it be possible to gain a lot of points by tricking out the nearby navy and clearing it in one wave? Once you've cheated your way out, you'll be able to do both, except for occupy the base, which you'll have no time to do. Oh yeah. The terrain of Carmela Island is perfect for ambushes, especially if identities are not revealed. 2 hours flew by. Darkness still hangs over the naval base on Carmela Island. A rack of robots, like industrious little bees, kept carrying the goods. Fill the barren pirate ship. Boss, the order to mimic the admiral has already been sent through the signal bug. I just don't know how many naval fleets are coming to the meeting. Grey Wolf reported. There are 4 major naval bases in the East China Sea, each guarding the 2 in, 2 out tributary currents. Lt. Admiral Cephas's orders cover at most 1/4 of the East China Sea, with timeliness to consider. Because everyone doesn't know when the admiral is coming, the most you can do is eat a wave of benefits delivered to your door and then immediately run out. It's fine. The admiral who came over is the Red Lion. According to this person's habits, he usually arrives at the target island in the afternoon. We'll eliminate one wave and leave at 9 in the morning. Qin Mo sat in a wide chair in the control room, his eyes fixed on the radar screen, and casually replied. According to the intelligence, Cephas's majesty in the jurisdiction is very heavy. Usually only say the order once, fail to do it and wait for the punishment. Basically no subordinates dare to disobey. Boss, we've harvested 56 magic pill master pills this time. Grey Wolf continued. I'm going to take out 10 of the most suitable ones and use them for the reinforcement of the pirate ship. Any more than that will affect the effect. wherein the fruit of every maiden form, the metal fruit, and the weapon fruit, serve as the core, pair it with, for example, the barrier fruit, the reinforcement fruit, the explosion fruit, the firmament fruit, etc. As a ship's suit. Nymphs? Shinemo waved his hand to interrupt. All the other fruits are well understood. What's this about the fruit of every maiden form? This must be explained. Let the people who do not know see, but also think that self is a womanizer. Out of thin air defilement of people's innocence? Grey Wolf stroked the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. There are three main considerations. First is the adaptability. The Sirius is a functional extension of your mech as a prototype, boss, and it's more humanoid. Next is transformability. Whether it's fighting or going out shagging, transforming into a human-sized pirate ship can be with us. The last thing is concealment, harmless on the outside. Who would have thought that it's a combat-type summon beast, perfect for you to shade people, boss? It would have worked better if there was a human fruit in a fierce, burly form, but unfortunately there wasn't. It's just going to have to make do. Boss, the mission is over. Should we fuse now and see the effect? Shinemo nodded slightly. Just explain it clearly. It's not that it has to be a ship girl, but there's no other option. And it's definitely a blind choice if there's a slugger or a brawler. For the ambush plan behind. It's not too late. Let's go and collect the quest rewards now. After saying that, he called the celestial female beast to keep an eye on the radar screen to avoid any accidents. Shinmore and Grey Wolf, hustle over to the wool section full of glassware. The purpose of these glassware is the tool that connects the pirate ship plus props together. Ready? Grey Wolf nodded affirmatively. Shinmo's mind flowed. Receive the reward. Alert, Desperate Rage, Stage 3, Capture Carmelite Island. Complete. Alert, Pirate Ship Reinforcement. Issued. Alert, Hours plus 10 days. Issued. Q, Mainline Mission. Opened. Mission countdown, 21 days. 11 hours, 10 minutes. In glassware. Changes visible to the naked eye occur. Rain Elemental Crystals. Rank, 3rd. Quality, Rare. Effects, contains the element of pure water. Used to enhance the power of equipment and skills by plus 30%. Description, the new power lubricant. It is so powerful. Synthesizers for weather magic. Right now the Grey Wolf can't use it because it's too low and the props are too high in rank. Not much of a problem. Ambush the naval fleet that was delivered to your door, with the Grey Wolves in the lead, and brush up on your rank hard. Center of the field. There stood a 5-meter tall mech, gorgeous as a work of art. The angular curves of the edges signal its status as a big killer. Purple patterns emerged and quickly spread throughout the mech, transforming it as if it were a summoned beast evolving. Amethyst 3 mech. Rank, 3rd. Quality, Epic. Effects 1 Improved Strength 400. Agility 400. Physique 400. 2 All-Terrain Combat Mode. Description, in the water, in the fire, in the forest, in the earth, in the clouds, in her skirts, there I am. Level 31 to 40 Summoned Beasts with various attributes ranging from 100 to 400 points. The 3 enchantments provided by the Amethyst 3 mech have an attribute of 400. In addition, the addition of the all-terrain combat mode is presumably a virtuous cycle of the fruit's ability to support the pirate ship and the pirate ship's ability to fight back against the mecha. So it looks like, made the right decision to collect the fruit. It's like a white-knuckle ability. Nowadays, mechs with multiple modes of air, sea and land combat are suitable for many terrains. The rewards for side quests cascade down to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, and so on. The reward for completing the first stage of the main quest is the 4th level enhancement. Mechs of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd orders were not very effective, and the stage of true soaring had to be the 4th order. Fusion, right? Shinemo looked back. The ability manifested in the mech. It was impossible for accidents to occur. Aha! The Grey Wolf proceeded as he carefully surveyed the glassware, tail wagging. I used the barrier fruit and leveled out the bubble fruit, which now fuses 10 fruits. Next is the ship spirit quest to turn it from a prop into a summoned beast. At that time, the fusion of the 10 fruits will truly unleash the potential. Initial integration. Only the most basic abilities can be used, making it difficult to extend and expand. And when a pirate ship becomes a summoner, it starts out as a fire-pulling SS rank, or even SSS rank. The Grey Wolf doesn't really have much confidence in upgrading to SSS level qualifications, although it itself was a concept level qualification. The level it usually showed outside was only SSS level. One can only fight to the best of one's ability to add all the programs, all the resources, to the pirate ship. Sheenmore nodded his head in understanding. Trying to make a pirate ship a summoner is pretty difficult, and none of them have succeeded so far. How to have a sense of being set up vestigial, invested more and more, and finally thunder. All smashed hands. There wasn't much chatter. Sheenmore and Grey Wolf returned to the control room. located on a naval base. It's better to play it safe and wait for the main quest to be completely finished. The primary purpose of the moment. Set up an ambush on the Navy receiving the transfer order, then pass through the branch currents and into the main channel. The signal bugs sent out by Gong could only be advantageous in the main channel where experts were gathered. Because the intelligence station built by Divine Summer in the replica was focused on the main channel, it didn't know much about the 4 seas. Time passes. A sliver of fish belly slowly rises from the coastline. The narrow, crescent-shaped harbor sees the shouts of merchants, the yells of sailors, and the admiration of travelers. Orange fruit, Orange Island. Just delivered orange fruit. Toasted golden white bread for just 1 copper coin per bag. Deep-fried baby yellowtail, crispy and not to be missed. As usual, there is no difference. It's just that there seem to be more warships and fierce navies in the harbor than ever before. Uncle, give me 2 servings of fried small yellow fish, please. Chin-mo smiled and spoke. Chin-mo looked at the charred small yellow fish, said the uncle to the mobile stand, a specialty of the seafaring era. These fish are the size of an index finger, and when simply handled and placed in a frying pan, they crisp up on their own, and their bones soften to the flavor of French fries. Deep-fried ceviche with a sweet and sour orange sauce is perfect for breakfast. Chin-mo received the delicacies wrapped in green leaves and distributed one to the heavily maiden beast. The green leaves resemble small banana fans with a soft texture and fold inwards to act as a lunchbox. Sandwich a small fried fish and lightly dip it in an orange sauce that is mostly sweet, crispy and flavorful. Ambush Navy fleet splits into 3 parts. The main attack is an automated turret, and the remote command is a pirate ship hidden in mid-air, controlled by the Grey Wolves. As for Self and the Celestial Beast, they disguise themselves as visiting travelers to guard against possible accidents. Kid, come here. The wings of the Celestial Beast had retracted into her body, and the face armor was still on, so this couldn't be helped. It looked at a blear-eyed little girl on the side of the road and handed her freshly baked fried fish. Over. Still quite caring well. Chin-mo secretly said in his heart. It is estimated that it has something to do with the growth environment of the celestial female beast, because it has been starved. It is willing to share food. Not true. Chin-mo watched as the heavenly maiden beast stretched out her small white hand and picked up a small yellow fish from her own side, then dipped it in the sauce and sent it into her mouth. Okay. You're giving away your own and eating mine, right? Inwardly it rippled. It didn't matter how it was, since it was Boss Cephas who was paying for it anyway. It used to be that when they were catamites, disliking each other's chewed milk tea straws would be very appropriate now. The little girl was happy. Holding the fried fish is about to be shared with a small group of friends. Perhaps running too fast, he hit the lanky Navy head-on in the calf. Orange sauce clearly smeared on his pants leg. Asshole, how dare you put shit on my uniform? Holden looked down at the rinsed and cleaned Major's uniform, on which a splash of shit yellow stood out. The heart raged. He had followed the base commander all night to Carmela Island to be at his most refreshed and renewed for the inspection of Lord Lieutenant General Cephas. It would be a great opportunity to honor and glorify our ancestors if we could get the praise of the Lieutenant General. But now, the smear of shit yellow looked awkward to him, let alone the Lord Lieutenant General. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he was about to decapitate the ungrateful little pariah. The girl was terrified, trembling and with tears streaming down her face, but all she could do was watch as the man closed in. You, come here. Holden looked up. The person who spoke was a handsome young man, wearing a black and gold embroidered power suit. At first glance, he was the son of a nobleman who deliberately kept a low profile. Eyes fell on the fried yellowtail held in the other man's hand. It was probably his words and actions just now that annoyed this noble son. Not much of a problem. This is Carmela Island, one of the Navy's 4 bases in the East China Sea. Holden walks away, only to see the youth raise his hand and slap him. Snap. Scram, don't get in the way here, Chin-mo said, originally eating quite happy, suddenly jumped out of a hanging hair. Words outside the words that self-eating Siang? I can tolerate this tantrum? Do you know what this place is? Holden covered his face, hurtfully and insultingly, and the traitor, as well as his fellow traitors, looked at him wrongly, and went on. This is Carmela Island, Lord Lieutenant General's jurisdiction. How dare you hit me? Cephas was here and saw me hit you and he didn't dare say anything. Moore didn't lie. After all, it was a dead man who could never utter a word unless he swindled. Aha! Holden foxed the youth. To be able to say Lord Lieutenant General's name, and to say it so gently, it's very dignified. Then there are young and beautiful female companions. The Navy many senior officers prefer. I heard that it is the reason for the animalization of the magic potion, endowed with strong strength, but also accompanied by primitive desire. It's impossible for such a beautiful girl to show up on Carmela Island without some action. Eliminating all possibilities, there is only one truth. Youth is a big deal coming from the main channel. In connection with the Lord Lieutenant General's sudden transfer order, it seems suddenly reasonable to flatter the youth, or the youth's elders, the latter being more likely. Okay, this is rolling. Full of curiosity, Holden arched his 2-meter-tall bulk and literally rolled twice. It just didn't go far, but followed a few meters away, as if the role of a servant follower. Big brother, thank you. The little girl's eyes were full of tears, pursing her lips as she let out a sincere thank you. You get out too. Sheen Mo did not even look at it. The self-group of people do bad things and then run. It is better not to release goodwill. Follow the winding harbor with the moist sea breeze and watch the growing number of warships. When the time comes, a round of saturation fire covers and sinks them all. In the meantime, the Desert Kingdom, located in the intersection area of 2 main shipping lanes, is rich in special energy. It is also one of the 10 largest constituent countries of the United Z government and an important source of naval funding. 5 large oases, scattered in the east, south, west, north, and center of the kingdom, are surrounded by a myriad of small and medium-sized oases, the larger of which are tens of thousands of people, the smaller are like villages. A route pioneered by camel caravans united the oases closely together to form the Desert Kingdom. That girl Gong Yener quit the copy, right? On the camel cart loaded with goods lay a slightly unkempt middle-aged man, his sword hanging casually from his waist with a piece of twine, and holding a gourd-shaped wine gourd in his right hand. His name is Situ Zhong, nicknamed the Wine Sword Immortal, and he is now the No. 1 in points among the Divine Summer Trialists. The camel-covered man nodded. It's out of the way. Her name became dim. Being a trial, the point standings are black on white. Exit the trial with your name clouded in a transparent gray mist. If the trialist dies, a blood-red X will be placed over the name, which is very conspicuous. Expected. Situ Zhong poured a mouthful of wine and continued. Not to mention the lieutenant generals and major generals stationed on Carmela Island. It's Fujiwara Ruji, who is also a trialist, who is not a newcomer 4th rank to deal with. Truth be told, there was no talk of stepping down on his own family and elevating the Sakura Empire. The veteran 4th Order had 2 level 40 plus summoned beasts. And what did Gong Yener have? He had just been promoted to the 4th rank, and before he could contract a second summoned beast, he hurriedly ran into the copy. If she's not out, who is? Besides, those who are able to advance to the 4th rank Imperial Beast Master, the qualification of the initial summoned beast will not be too poor, and for those who are really poor, whether they can get through the first round of sequence evolution is questionable. Situ Zhong looked at the big sun above his head, and couldn't help but think of the main mission. A burst of headache. Main quest, destroy the Desert Kingdom. There are 4 stages. The first stage is arriving at the Desert Kingdom. The second stage is recruiting. The third stage is confusing the kingdom. And the fourth stage is destroying the kingdom. He is now proceeding to the third stage. The first stage is well understood. Just go straight down to the sea, follow the map index and sail over. The second stage of recruiting is to take in 80% of the trialists that accept the same mission, forcing the formation of a pirate group. Pick the one who can fight the most, and integrate the 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. After all, the 10 countries of the United Zifu, the strength and power can be strong, and it is difficult for a single person to break. Stuart Bell completes the third stage of the quest to make the pirate ship a summoner. It's pretty funny when you think about it. Descending into a copy of the voyage and ending up in the desert every day. He's almost forgotten what a pirate captain looks like. Members need to complete stage 4, destroy the Desert Kingdom in order for the pirate ship to become a summoner. The Navy camp is pretty much the same. Stationing a base increases points, but does not allow a pirate ship to become a summoner. This can only be accomplished by stopping the pirate camp from subverting the kingdom and overthrowing that pirate group at the same time. Sake Swordsman, have you thought about the plan to raid the Navy's headquarters? The mighty man with the set of camels was named Kue Hu, a veteran 5th Order Imperial Beast Master. Stuart Bell braces himself against the cargo. Taking a hard gulp of wine, he looked out into the distance without speaking. Completing the main quest is basically impossible from what we've seen so far. Not to mention other countries, let's say the Desert Kingdom. Not only did it have the Sakura Empire, the Lighthouse Federation, and other countries' naval camp trialists, but it also had a naval admiral guarding it. Hit them so hard they can't hold their heads up. 2 of the most important takeaways from a Voyage Age replica. Pirate ship turns summoner, points leaderboard rewards. Continuing to follow the mission guidelines and follow a step-by-step approach to completing the mission. There is basically no hope in sight, because the chances were slim under the combined suppression of the Navy headquarters, the Desert Kingdom, and the rival camps of trialists. Might as well just give up. Utilize mission time, concentrate superior forces, attack naval headquarters. In accordance with the rules of Occupy Base, The base is occupied and all affiliated pilots are eliminated. If the pirate camp takes over the naval headquarters, is it possible to eliminate all trialists from the Navy camp? At that time, the entire copy of the Age of Sail would still be at their disposal for hokum. Situ Zhong frowned slightly. Attacking the Navy's headquarters is not something that can be executed with a slap on the head. It requires the cooperation of all the pirate groups. The pirate group here refers to a royal-level battle group consisting of a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster as the primary, 2 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters as the secondary, and a number of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked crew members. Those small-time, self-appointed pirate captains don't come over to join in the fun. What did they say? Situ Zhong put down his wine pot and asked in a deep voice. It would be better to continue the delay than to take the Navy camp by surprise. The they in his mouth naturally referred to the other 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters who had formed the pirate group. Wait and see. Arching fire on the conflict between our Divine Summer and Sakura. Let's hit the ground running, Kuei-hu said. Plants, all fucking want good things. So let's just keep spending time and see who gets out first. Situ Zhong cursed an expletive. Let them take the lead and then a bunch of people arching fire behind them to pick up the slack. Thinking what good things? Make a decision in your mind. Let the Desert Kingdom get confused first. Extend the mission. And then run out the clock to see who's in a hurry. Anyway, it's impossible to play in the lead. At most serve as the main attacker. Don't even think about anything else. Situ Zhong exhaled deeply and rubbed his brow in annoyance. It's not a good position to be in. Being the points no. One of the Divine Summer trialists was both an honor and a responsibility, with both benefits and drawbacks. On the bright side, not much power-ups and successfully completing the second stage of the mission to become the captain of a pirate ship. On the bad side, he needs to be responsible for everyone. It's not good that people trust him and he's starting up and screwing them over. Is it? Switch to being alone. Early on, the Imperial Sword went straight to the Navy headquarters. If you can do it, you do it. If you can't do it, you quit. Save yourself some time here in Nobu's. By the way, are there any newcomers that have popped up? Situ Zhong asked casually. Let's see. Crap, there's one more dead guy. Fujiwara Ruji of the Sakura Empire. Kuei, who just looked at the points leaderboard, exclaimed in shock. The big X is not too conspicuous. Because of the SS-ranked Celestial Pride Gong Yener, he naturally knew about Fujiwara Ruji. Even a lot of information about Fujiwara Ruji, or he asked the intelligence station to ask the people who knew about it, and then summarized it to Gong Yener, which was considered to be dutiful. The purpose, of course, is to let Gong Yener go far away, but unfortunately, the strength is not good after all. Didn't Gong Yener quit? And there aren't any powerful trialists in the East China Sea, so how did Fujiwara Ruji send it? With his strength, defeating Fujiwara Ruji was easy. Killing was more difficult. Various props flung out. Straight to the ocean. Can he still go all the way after them? It would be funny if he forced out. Wouldn't it be easier to see the changes in the points ranking? Situ Zhong reminded. Oh, you have the time to point me out. Why don't you read? Kuei, who secretly spat in his heart. In order of yesterday's points standings. Sweeping from top to bottom. It wasn't difficult for mentally strong Imperial Beastmasters to memorize the order. The difference was soon discovered. 234th place, Shinsha Empire. Shin Mo. 82,200 points. Crap. Who is this guy and how is he getting more points than him? Kuei, who marveled in his heart as he descended near the Desert Kingdom, then was chased to the dogs by the Navy before defecting to Situ Zhong with pitifully few points. Killing the main general, destroying warships, occupying bases. Basically did not do. Can be called the most kind-hearted pirate. Shin Mo, could it be the no? One of this year's rookie trial? Situ Zhong murmured to himself. Due to the relationship of Situ Kong amongst the four great celestial pride, he had slightly known about it. Otherwise it's impossible to pay attention. Just like the mediocre wage earner, it is impossible to pay attention to who the top student of the college entrance examination is. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kuei, who decisively retorted and continued. How long has it been since the newcomer trials? His points have risen so quickly. I guess there's a reason why he killed Fujiwara Ruji and plundered the points. How is it possible to be promoted to a 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster so quickly, and still possess the strength to kill the veteran? Oh yeah, I remembered. A message came in from the intelligence station in the middle of the night that someone known as Shin Moore used Gong Yener's signal bug to apply for a connection to our intelligence network. Kuei-hu's petite body shook wildly as she spoke. Contacting Gong Yener's mission location. Fujiwara Ruji's garrison base. Shin Mo's sudden surge in points. Case solved. Yikes. He still didn't really believe it, but the fact that it was in front of him made him believe it. Wouldn't it be better to dial the signaling bug and ask in person? Situ Zhong reminded. You know it again. Why don't you ask? Kuei, who looked at the captain grudgingly, feeling that he had gotten on a ship of thieves, Signal bugs dial out. No response for a long time. Unanswered status. There's no rush. Ask later. He'll come to the main channel sooner or later. Odds are it'll be the Desert Kingdom, Situ Zhong said. Trialists from the same country not only have the same camp, but also the same main quest. And there are rarely any surprises. Kuei, who skimmed his lips. The big lazy called the small lazy. One lazier than the other. Since descending into the age of sail, he felt much more diligent, especially when compared to Situ Zhong. Outside at this time, Cherry Blossom Empire, mist-shrouded MT, Fudo, the cherry blossoms of my hometown are in full bloom. The rising morning sun at sea level scatters cherry blossoms through the mist, creating a hazy beauty. The gorgeous natural landscape, paired with the strange celestial phenomena, attracts many admiring tourists. Who is it? Who killed my son? A stormy, angry roar came from the waste of rich earth mountain, rolling like a wave of water, lapping at a fine wooden villa. An old man in martial soil clothing emerged in midair, his body dry and thin, his eyes flashing with a sharp edge. His name is Fujiwara Muken, the head of the Inyang family, the Fujiwara family, and the father of Fujiwara Ruji. Old Fujiwara thief. Your son is dead, so why are you yelling so loud? On the third floor of the exquisite villa, a wooden window was pushed open and curses were directed into midair. Miyuki is a divine summer seal king powerful. Even in another country, there is still a heavy wake-up call. Who would have struck down my son if it wasn't you, divine summer, targeting him? Fuck off. Your son is a waste. He's not even qualified to enter the main channel. Who the hell is going to kill a waste? You. Fujiwara Takahito trembled with anger. Ripples of oppressive water curling in the air. But these ripples immediately dissipated and vanished when they touched the wooden villa. He found out. The old Gongshu piker had a point. The divine summer wouldn't enter the four seas specifically to hunt down his unproductive son. Moreover, the son has extremely high-grade life preservation props and escape props on his body, so it is difficult to die under normal circumstances. But why is it still dead? How dare you call my son a loser again? Fujiwara Takahito paused in his thoughts and glared angrily at the grumpy old man in pajamas below. The level of rage was intense, as if it wasn't him but the other person who had lost his son. A waste is a waste. Not only is your son a waste, you're a waste too. Gong Shu was not the least bit vain. One word. Straight to the point. Gong Yener woke up from her sleep and was shocked as she looked at the terrifying energy fluctuations stirring in midair. How did Grandpa fight with the Sakura Empire's strongest man? It seems to be because of Fujiwara Ruji. Not true. How did Fujiwara Ruji GA? She had just been promoted to the 4th rank and was able to escape from the Carmela Island base. The other party had no reason to GA. A young, handsome, and mysterious youth comes to mind. Could it be Qin Moore? Not only did he complete the mission, but he also got an old 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master killed in the process? Gong Yener hastily shook her head. The picture was too magical. It felt very sandy to continue thinking about it. She admitted that Qin Moore had a little something, but it was basically impossible to complete the 3rd stage. Forget it. I guess the news will come out in a little while, so we'll see what happens then. Anyway, I'd rather believe that Fujiwara Ruji choked to death than that Qin Moore struck him down. Xiao Yuer, Situ Kong, Feng Haotian, and Xiao Yan, the 4 SS-class Celestial Pride, similarly awoke with a start. Listening to Gong Lao's curses of waste and his manner of striking out at the drop of a hat, my mind goes back to the first time we met. The old man who was bathed in sunshine, kind and gentle. Are you telling me that this is the same person? Voyage Age Replica. Carmela Island, with its narrow coastline, is crowded and bustling. Qin Mo and the Heavenly Maiden Beast leaned against the railing, looking at the densely packed and slightly crowded warships. Behind him followed a string of navies, all because of Haldane, who had brainstormed on his own, and lurched over. Unknown vendors and travelers looked at the place with awe and envy in their eyes. Just then, there was a cacophony of noise. UTMS among you. Ahem. Major General Sherman inside please. When the grumpy soldier saw the visitor, he immediately closed his voice, and fawning appeared on his rough face. Sherman asked in a deep voice as he made his way unimpeded to the 5-meter vacuum behind Qin Mo. Who the hell are you people? I can't believe you're still pretending here. Do you take us Navy for fools? He asked Lord Lieutenant General CFAS Secretary. There were no visits from the great men of the main channel today, and no relatives of the Lord Lieutenant General coming to visit. All is well at Carmela Naval Base except that I don't know where the LT, Admiral, Rear Admiral, and Colonel are. The Navy soldiers behind him whispered. What does Major General Sherman mean? Aren't they, from headquarters? What headquarters? Why did I hear it was the United Z House, coming over to give out bonuses? I think I heard from someone that they're relatives of Marshal Chuanxiu and came over to gild the lily. Crap, it's not like we've all been duped. The soldiers exchanged glances, sensing that something was wrong. their palms gripping their firearms and weapons. Carry the wolf. Sherman drew his saber and pointed it straight at the two bold and reckless rabble-rousers. Speak quickly. What is your purpose and who told you to do this? Gene Moore turned around. His eyes swept over the angry, mingled Major General, the skeptical soldiers, and the uncertain passers-by. A sudden smile. Have you guys ever seen fireworks? It's one of those big colorful fireballs that are pretty at night. It's almost time. I'll give you a countdown. Don't blink. 10, 9, 8, 7. Fireworks? Fireball? What a mess. Sherman felt teased again and became even angrier in his heart. I would not have dared to do so if I had not seen Lieutenant General Cephas. He had already beheaded 2 young men who didn't know any better. But there is still no problem to arrest the 2 people and escort them to the Black Prison. Just as Sherman was about to do it, for no reason at all, I felt a palpitation, as if it were a warning from the depths of my soul. How is this possible? He was a cat magic potion powerhouse. What threat could pose harm? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A piercingly sharp voice suddenly came from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. They looked up and were shocked to find that a metal canopy had appeared in mid-air at some point. Long strips of metal the thickness of logs, almost continuous, making the sky steeply dim. The metallic canopy that covers the sky? The crowd was unsure, only that they were fast. It traced a beautiful arc, towards the naval fleet stationed in the harbor, and fell straight down. Fireworks, coming! Gene Mo turned his back to the crowd and opened his arms as if he was an artist in the middle of a performance. Boom! Boom! The moment the high-explosive shells contacted the fleet, they exploded into a large fireball of several meters, and the hot burning tongues of fire, like hungry beasts, wrapped around the ships and engulfed them in an instant. That's just the power of one shell, and there are densely packed countless others. Fire and see sky fall. The fire formation suddenly rises. The blazing sea of fire quickly vaporized the seawater, filling it with an amazing mist of water. Not waiting for these water mists to rise, the sea of fire seemed like a fiery dragon turning over and engulfing them all. Countless incomparably hot pillars of fire stood in the sea of fire, forming a fire formation that scorched the ship. Naval enlisted men at the Carmela base. Shocked, he looked at the cannons that filled the training playground. In their cool form, with their barrel mouths burned crimson. I don't understand why the cannons are suddenly firing when no one is manning them. It was not understood that the direction of the cannon attack would be the home fleet. They were just waking up when they heard the Lord Lieutenant General's majestic order that was spread all over the base. No approaching the playground. It is forbidden to disclose the artillery array. Anyone who violates the order will be executed. So, now it doesn't know what to do but watch the artillery fire ravage. The heat wave that rolled in from the distance lapped frantically at the entire island of Carmela, seeming to engulf it whole. Voodoo! Voodoo! Countless people watched the sea of fire with open teeth and exaggerated range. Straightforward dry mouth. Couldn't help but swallow in horror. The crowd looked at the sea of fire that scorched the sky. Warships sink into it like little pussies who fall into bandit mountains and get ravaged. Wooden structures became ash, and metal burned into boiling iron juice, churning in a sea of red-hot flames. Many thought it was a mirage, but the heat waves that kept slapping their cheeks were a clear reminder that it was the truth. Gulp! Gulp! People looked to the young man who was facing the fire straight on and spreading his arms as if embracing it, brainstorming the other person's invitation from a few minutes ago. Have you guys ever seen fireworks? It's beautiful at night. It's called fireworks? Such a frightening sea of roiling fire that the suffix is actually called a flower? And what a beautiful night. I'm afraid that if I look at it at night, I won't be able to sleep, and I'll have nightmares even if I fall asleep. Once again, he looked at the young man's back. It only felt terrifying, and was actually more treacherous than the sea of fire that was so close at hand. How did he do it? Boiled the sea and burned dozens of warships. How does he have the guts? No fear of retaliation from the Navy afterward. What a crazy young man, even after decades of living. The old sailors who boasted of having seen a lot of things and having traveled a lot, also felt the thrilling charm of the word madness. You, how dare you? Sherman's hand holding the knife was trembling, still stubbornly pointing at the young man. Even if he was facing only the young man's back, he felt a great sense of oppression. He used to serve in the main channel, which is the base camp of the Navy and a paradise for pirates, and has seen countless and countless pirates. Cruel, bloodthirsty and crazy, not too many. But these pirates always felt inferior in flavor compared to the young man in front of him, especially when the other guy finishes the setup, doesn't run even though, and is in the mood to invite the crowd to watch the fireworks. Who the hell are you people? Sherman gathered his courage and shouted toward the young man's back, more like a pep talk for himself. Art is the Big Bang, don't you guys think it's beautiful? Ah ha 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 ha. Gene Mo covered his face and laughed maniacally. His laughter was extraordinarily wanton and arrogant, as if he had fallen into a maniacal psychosis. No ripples inside. It's just an act. Exterminate all the schoolmasters and generals of Carmela Island. Boil the sea and burn the fleet in the East Sea. Both events were bound to make their way onto the Navy's headquarters, so that the Marshal, the Admiral, the Vice Admiral, and even all the major powers of the main channel would know about them. This requires the creation of a false persona that can be used to confuse the enemy. A maniacal persona often conjures up images of madness or mental illness. Sheenmore didn't know if it was useful or not, or even if it was an idea that had only sprung up 10 minutes ago and was done casually. Keep up the good habit of digging a hole every now and then, just in case the enemy falls into it. It's better than doing nothing. I'm not going to get you guys killed. You guys, as the first ones to appreciate my art, will see it again and again in the future. GGG. Of course Chin Mo wouldn't get them killed. Who spreads fake news and fake personas to the outside world when they're dead? Coming soon to the main channel of Crisis and Excitement. Digging in was necessary. The afterglow swept towards the Heavenly Maiden Beast. The Heavenly Maiden Beast was very discerning, her body overflowing with holy light-like substance, wrapping the two of them and rushing up to the sky, blinking into the skywolf that was on alert in the azure sky. The Sirius headed toward the branching currents and merged into the main channel. After a long time, the crowds along the shoreline of Carmela Island finally came back to their senses. A thought came into all the minds, of the madman leaving, and the probability of entering the main course. Major General Sherman's reaction time was even faster, and immediately passed the message to headquarters through the signaling bug. Also warn your fellow navies on the other side of the branching currents, don't patrol, beware of sneak attacks. Carmela Current. The naming scheme is simple and crude, prefixed by the nearest island. Before the pirate ship even officially entered, it could see the seawater on both sides, presenting a very different state. The waters of the East China Sea region are calm and rely on adjusting the direction of the sails for wind-powered sailing. The water within the current is more turbulent, washing down and creating rough waves that push the ship along. Inside the Sirius pirate ship, Sheen Moore, Grey Wolf, Celestial Beast, and Red Wolf, stood in the control room, overlooking the speeding ocean currents. The ocean current was no more than 100 meters wide, connecting the East Sea to the main channel, flanked by windless zones inhabited by terrifying sea beasts of enormous size. Sheen Mo looked back at the Grey Wolf's attributes. Grey Wolf, attribute, beast, level, 31, qualification, conceptual, current SSSS level, talents, scientific research against all odds, indomitable mind, indestructible body, genius form, skills, infinite manufacturing, equipment forging, mecha master, evolution master, loyalty, 100%. The Grey Wolf had been level 20 before, and after a round of saturation strikes, his level came to 31. The firearms and ammunition captured at Carmela Base were consumed. While hitching a ride, a little consumption doesn't matter. The LT General will pay for it. The initial strategy of the first to get rich leads to the latter had no problems. First, the level of the Heavenly Maiden Beast was raised, and after killing the opponents of the same level, the harvest from the seizure could quickly help the Grey Wolf. For example, the firearms and ammunition of Carmela Island, without which, where would the burning of the sky and the boiling of the sea come from? Core talent research against the odds. Stay put. Perseverance becomes indomitable with similar results, and targeted reinforcement. Super recovery becomes indestructible body, which is not really immortal and has a limited number of times. After all, it was only a third-order talent, and it had not yet reached the heaven-defying level of immortality. Indestructible body. Rank, 3rd. Category, Summoned Beast Talent, Restricted Qualifications. Effects, 1. Extremely fast recovery from injuries. 2. Resurrection. 7 days/times. Description, you want to tenderize me? Please do it vigorously. Twice. Get a resurrection card for 7 days. Not cumulative. If the enemy is very strong, killing them twice in succession is not a big problem. Lastly, there is the gifted genius form that remains intact, gained since the first sequential evolution and now extends a skill. Master Evolution. Evolutionary Master. Rank, 3rd. Category, Summoned Beast Skills, Restricted Qualifications. Effect, unprecedented sense of smell for serial evolution, as well as hands-on ability. Description, evolution? It's not just a matter of having hands. Please call me Master Data. Grey Wolf skill page. There is an additional Mecha Master. Whether it is his own Amethyst Mecha, or the pirate ship under his feet, all have the shadow of Mecha. Sheenmore had also mentioned the theory of intelligent devices catastrophe before, and was slightly affected by it. Attention to Self's panel. I'm sure I didn't get a talent like Indestructible Body. When the Grey Wolf levels up later, I think it'll be there. Hubby. The Red Wolf's cheeks blushed, and her tone was unprecedentedly delicate. Grey Wolf's bones crumbled at the sound and he barely stood still, turning back in a hurry. What's wrong with the wife? You're handsome and young again. As if you were that early morning when we first met. Ha, ha ha ha. Some appearance is just that. Not worth praising. Ah ha 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 ha. The mouth is the heart. Chinemo secretly spat out. The corners of your mouth are cracking. Please put it away. The Grey Wolf simply couldn't be more pleased. It was thought that the district leveling up was just an enhancement of talents and skills. I never thought that there would be a face value added. Nice. Very good. Guess another serial evolution. He'll be able to regain the handsome posture of the young white wolf of his youth. There's a small question. Why don't the boss and the heavenly maiden beast have a face value bonus when they evolve? I guess they don't deserve it. Evolution can't even change their face value. Unlike it, simply leveling up gives you an additional gain. Boss, I want to level up too. Red Wolf turned around and looked up at Chinemo. You're carrying a baby, so I don't know if there's any repercussions in case there are. Chinemo honestly said that it seems that he has not heard of anyone summoned beast carrying a baby, probably because of his shallow knowledge. The Red Wolf immediately looked at the Grey Wolf, again with the petite nickname. Husband, wait a minute. Grey Wolf left in a hurry and quickly changed. The collar of his white coat rolled in gold. Professional with a hint of nobility. There's no problem with upgrading. And by the way, you can also raise Little Ash's qualification and level. I have a plan. The Ruins of Aberration. This is the first copy of the boss and I met. I've cracked the control program for the aberration, and am now perfecting the deep underlying code for the Heavenly Crown Wisteria that the boss mentioned. When I've perfected all of them, I'll utilize the Ruins of Aberration key and go in to brush the monsters to level up. In addition to you, wife, after the boss elevates to the 4th rank of Imperial Beast Master, he can contract another summoned beast that can also go in and practice, as well as the Heavenly Maiden Beast and me, collectively, can practice. Know what the practicing process is like. I'll go down with a little program. The aberration sticks its head up, and then we'll knock its brains out. Ahahaha gia. I'm such a genius. Sheen Moore, Celestial Beast, Red Wolf. It's actually okay if you don't smile. How come it smells like a big villain? Dum 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 dum. Chinemo knocked on the table to attract the attention of the three present. We'll talk about the Ruins of Aberration when we get out. It's too early to talk about it. We now have 3 overriding tasks. First, there's the main quest, concerning the time we parked our trial copies. Next are the talents, classes, sets, and most importantly the core talents of the celestial beasts. The last thing is to increase the firepower of the pirate ships. We are about to enter the main channel, and a sea battle is inevitable. Regarding the matter of upgrading the Ruins of Aberration, Chinemo felt unstable. The main thing is that the attribute panel of the Celestial Crown Wisteria is a little too shocking. Tian Quan Wisteria. Attributes? Rank? Qualifications? Talent? Skill? Description. The difference in rank is so great that you don't deserve to see it. Without 100% certainty, Chinemo would rather give up than take a small life. Perhaps, could redeem a bullseye concealment prop with the help of the Age of Sales Points leaderboard. Establishment of 3 mandates. It's not just 3. It's a lot of things. Just 3 urgent and important ones. Main quests need no explanation. Quests plus hourly copies. What do you think if you don't do the quests? The second item is the strength of the Celestial Maiden Beast, and as the main fighting force of the current pirate group, strength is honored. 3 areas: rank, talents, sets. Leveling requires the Celestial Beast to fight its own monsters. The core talent Divine Mastery is being edited and is expected to be ready for a second loading at level 51. The Angel set, in addition to the regular battle armor, is paired with 2 weapons, the Sacred Bow and Arrow, the Vector of Heavenly Execution. Both of the above have basically been finalized, with no change in the general direction and minor adjustments. What can really make a difference is the third task. Before there was the occupation of the base on Carmela Island, this quest was to collect the magic potion staple. Now it is not needed. At the moment, the fused fruit ability needs to be utilized to upgrade the firepower of the pirate ship for use in naval battles. Unlike the calm winds and gentle currents of the 4 seas, you can turn around and steer. The currents of the main channel, which would push the pirate ships to keep sailing, would be troublesome in case of an ambush. Aha! Times 3. The Grey Wolf, the Celestial Beast, and the Red Wolf nodded their heads at the words, still able to tell the difference between when to do something and what to do. Even if you're not sure why, it's always good to listen to the boss/Chin more. At least there's been no blunders so far. Not once. Rumble. Rumble. Just as the conversation was being discussed, there was a deafening crash in the distance. Chin Moore hurriedly sniffed at the sound. The source of the sound was not in the ocean current, but the windless zone on the left. A huge waterfall that looked like a canopy ran through the sea and connected to the blue sky, as if it was pouring down from the firmament. It turned into a monstrous flood that broke the dike and poured in viciously, smashing deep pits in the sea and splashing up a wild storm. The sun shone down, rendering the water splashes in the sky a strangely beautiful golden color. Right in the middle of this gorgeous scene, the sea monster reveals a hideous and ghastly appearance. It towers over the vast ocean like a mountain peak, casually tossing and turning to raise the waves and make the sea tremble. The shape resembles a yellow whale. Many pitted dark brown rock spots on the back, which were bubbling with boiling heat and constantly steaming the water. There also appear to be fins or tentacles on the belly, churning up the water against the wash of the branching currents. Chinmore hurriedly looked at the pirate ship's speed dashboard. It was twice as slow, fighting against ocean currents with one's own strength. Are these the sea monsters of the Age of Sail replicas? I wonder if they're all like this, or if it's just the ones in front of me that are so terrifying. Luckily, giant sea monsters like to live in the windless zone, or else don't call it the Age of Sailing. Sail a fart of the sea, give sea monsters a meal. Change the name to the Age of Sea Monsters will be more appropriate. The name Age of the Sea Monster would be more apt. It was then that Chinmore noticed. This copy is most often found in the ocean, which unlike land is stratifiable. Upper, middle, deep, ultra deep, etc. No one knows how many sea monsters live. Not only are sea monsters incredibly large, they also have an extraordinarily long lifespan. In other words, the real top of the food chain in this copy was never any navy, pirates, or beasts, but only sea monsters inhabiting the windless belt. Heavily armed pirate ship, sailing carefully into the main channel. Chinmore could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no fucked up accidents happened. Thanks to the special nature of nautical replicas, the oppressive feeling of facing a sea monster head-on is equal to that of a sky-crested wisteria. King of the steam sea monsters. Attributes: water, fire, rock. Rank, qualifications, talent, skill, description. The difference in grade is too big. Just look at a little bit and it's almost the same. Don't get carried away. Feeling despised. Shinemo knows it's not an illusion. Last time, he was a first-ranked beast master, and he was nothing in the face of the heavenly crown wisteria. This time, it was a fourth-ranked imperial beastmaster who finally refreshed the names and attributes of the sea monsters. Normal conditions. Starting at the level of the summoned beast and increasing upwards by 30 levels. This interval is all viewable. The heavenly maiden beast's current level is 44. Increasing it by 30 levels is 74. The king of the steam sea monsters is over level 74. That's why the info panel, which can't be swiped down, is stuck here at the level, suffixed with king. The summoned beasts of a sealed king powerhouse have a level range of 71 to 80. In other words, the steam sea monster king's level, between 74 and 80. Chinmo's mind inexplicably floated to the Sakura Empire's rich earth mountain. The beautiful scenery, especially during the cherry blossom season, attracts a large number of visitors. If the trial copy has an accident and the sea monster is projected by the power of the abyss, it's probably not too good. Oh yeah, the steam sea monster king's fire and rock system is a heavenly match for a volcano. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chinmore, will make a flag today. There's absolutely no way that the trial copy could have an accident, and an accident wouldn't project the king of the steam sea monsters. Although the demeanor of the king of the steam sea monsters is, inexplicably, impossible is impossible. Sunset, main channel, Garden Island, an island of flowers in 4 seasons. Strange plants grow, while fruits of various flavors are produced in abundance. The island has 2 harbors, where many ships are stationed, and is also the most crowded. The backside of Garden Island, cross a meandering, circling waterway into an island tributary full of flowers and wild fruits. Let's go here, no one will bother us, and rest for the night. Chinmore came to the deck and looked at the green screen dotted with peach-colored flowers overhead, which was made of vines on both sides of the river, intertwined with each other in the air. After doing the side quests, the next step is to lure and ambush the naval fleet. After that, I pushed into the ocean currents and panicked when I encountered the king of the steam sea monsters, so I kept on sailing muffled. Finally, we found an island with a beautiful setting and simply rested and recuperated for the rest of the journey. The pirate ship anchored and stopped. The celestial maiden beast made its rounds before nodding to the crowd, meaning that the surroundings were safe. Chinmore found a natural vine swing, dotted with full flower bones, about to bud. I don't know what's going on. Feet on the ground, more suitable for self-thinking, like the next main quest. Main quest: Journey of Glory. Phase 1, access to the main channel. Arrival at the Desert Kingdom, ongoing. Stage 2, create a pirate group / join a pirate group, to be unlocked. Stage 3, completion of the previous stage can be viewed. Stage 4, completion of the previous stage can be viewed. Hint, finish the main quest. You can choose to leave the copy. Description. You got your revenge. You were so happy that you shouted, "Sister, I have finally avenged you." You abused the Navy of Carmela Island, including but not limited to their family, friends. You find a merchant's daughter beautiful and looking like her sister, and you force her to have sex. Since then, you open the door to a new world. You force all kinds of women, from 40 and 14, to come and go. Instead of abusing navies, merchants, and travelers, you do something fun in front of them. You grew to loathe these mortal women. You've heard that a lot of pretty capable people exist in the desert kingdom of the main channel. Before you leave, you come to your sister's tombstone one last time and quietly look at the rotting wooden plaque. You're a little lost, confused as to how self became this way. The dragon-slaying teenager eventually became an evil dragon. You open your raspy voice. Sister, I'm not wrong. What's wrong is the world. In this world, kindness is only bullied, as it once was for you and me. Where's the righteous navy and where's the evil pirates? Naval justice. What's with all the pirates? Strength. Only strength is the truth in this world. Lack of strength is the greatest original sin. I'm going to the desert kingdom to pursue power. Strength is truth. Strength is justice. I'm right. Ha 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 ha, I was right. What's wrong is the world. You gradually regain your composure. You said softly, never again. You're saying goodbye to your sister, and to your once weak self. Shinemo was then quite speechless. Garbage description with no useful information at all. It takes up such a big pile for no reason. It's very distracting to read. No. Focus on the first stage of the main quest. Main quest, Journey to Glory. Phase 1, Access to the main channel. Arrival at the Desert Kingdom, ongoing. Mission requirements, enter the main channel and arrive at the Desert Kingdom Eastern Oasis. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Duration plus 10 days, 3. Opening of the second stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Description, sail on. Your ambitions. Your aspirations. You'll tell the world. Mission countdown, 20 days. 4 hours, 10 minutes. You tell your mother to sell batch. Shinemo cursed and closed the description content. It's all useless and time-wasting spam. At the current speed of the voyage, it would take 3 days to reach the Desert Kingdom. Trialists descending into the main shipping lanes have an initial time of 5 days, and it's not a big problem if they don't have too much distance or encounter a naval pursuit. For Self, who has 20 days, even if he is pursued by the Navy, he will still be able to hold his ground, following the pattern of previous times. Complete the first stage of the main quest to receive a 4th stage enhancement upgrade. Sirius, Amethyst Mecha, Angel Suit. Many props can be used normally. Shinemo couldn't help but have the attributes of the mech appear in his mind. Amethyst 3 Mecha. Rank, 3rd. Quality, Epic. Effects 1 Improved Strength 400. Agility 400. Physique 400, 2 All-Terrain Combat Mode. Description, in the water, in the fire, in the forest, in the earth, in the clouds, in her skirts, there I am. Aside from the equilibrium pulling across, its quality and effectiveness can be hit or miss. Utilizing the reinforcement opportunity to glean it to the 4th rank. There was a lot of leeway in both fighting and escaping, including the angelic suits of the celestial beasts as well. The angel set starts a bit low though. It's only 2nd level right now, so you need to play some equipment to upgrade it. Just then, there was a cacophony of surprised voices behind them. Shinemo hurriedly rolled over and saw the heavenly maiden beast, Grey Wolf, and Red Wolf, crouching on the ground to study something. Not true. It's very wrong. Where are all my pirate ships? They just disappeared into thin air. This is. Shinemo came close, pointing at the unconscious young girl to inquire. She wore ornate silver battle armor, inscribed with mysterious patterns and many raised jagged edges. Instead of detracting from the beauty, these jaggednesses look wilder and colder. The young girl had pink hair that fell with her shoulders and rested on her manicure. Skin as white as snow. Exquisite features. Just the eyes were closed tightly, and there was a clearly visible tear trail in the corner of her eye that was weeping. Shinmo's mind flashed with an aura. This wouldn't be the pirate ship that fused the fruit of everyone American girl form, would it? Finally no. The reason why it's called the beauty form and not just the girl form is because it's meow really good looking. All that's left to do is to put the finishing touches on it, and it will come to life and show the world the beauty of a shipgirl. One small question. Who made your favorite and cutest little shipgirl cry? Wasn't it you? Grey Wolf? That's just too much. This is our pirate ship, isn't it? The Sirius doesn't live up to its beauty. So don't yell it in the future. If outsiders hear this, they'll think we're all name-calling losers. Shinmore joked briefly, then solemnly said, where is its switch and how do I recover it? The American maiden shipgirls did have a face to match, but it was better to recover from that as we had to catch up tomorrow. I've set up a program that will probably automatically restore it in the morning. The Grey Wolf scratched his head, a little embarrassed to explain. I've tried all the other abilities, but not the beauty girl transformation, so I got an itch. Luckily it was resourceful enough to set up the program ahead of time, or the ship would have been ruined. It can't be considered a waste. In the event of heavy damage, it will activate emergency procedures and revert to its attack form as a pirate ship. Shin-Mo looked at the sleeping beauty in deep thought. Shin-Mo took 2 steps forward. Reach out and test your nose. It was obviously hot, proving that there was nothing physically wrong with it, and that it was only the lack of ship spirit that caused it to pass out. A ship spirit is the equivalent of a pirate ship's soul, a vital step in making it a full life. Here's the problem. If it doesn't have a ship spirit, why would it shed tears? Shin-Mo strongly suspected that it was this dog Grey Wolf who messed around and made the delicate little shipgirl cry. It looks a bit familiar. Much like the maiden we saw when we first descended. The celestial maiden beast looked up and down suspiciously, her tone not quite sure. For the young girl she had seen at first was covered in blood and dirt, and her appearance could only be described as clear. And the incarnation of the pirate ship, worthy of being called a beautiful girl, embellished with tears can be described as icy. Then said, "Ha, why isn't it crying? It seems that it stopped crying when you came over." Shin-Mo, does this recognize people too? Shin-Mo certainly didn't believe it. Then experiment a bit and find that it does. Hey, what are you guys looking at me for? You're not going to make me carry it, are you? Shin-Mo swept through the summoned beasts in turn. The Grey Wolf and Red Wolf could not work. Their heights were too short, especially in comparison to the 1.7 meter towards the top of the pirate ship American girl form. The same can't be said for the celestial beast, which, as the current warhorse, needs to be kept in the lightest of dress codes. The only one who seems to be counting down is self. In case of accidents, directly throw it into the royal beast space. Love to cry. Just cry. Out of sight, out of mind. Intercepting the young girl, Shin-Mo lowered his eyes to look. Not only did he not cry, the corners of his picturesque mouth also hooked up a touch of arc. How this has a vestigial feeling of taking care of a child. A few months ahead, before adulthood, who wasn't a baby? Carrying the young girl to the vine swing, he let her lie on her back and then continued to think about the problem. The next need is to reach the eastern oasis of the Desert Kingdom. Receive the reward for the first stage of the main quest, then open the second stage. The second stage becomes 2 branches that don't bother each other. Either beat 80% of the same mission trialists and form a pirate group. Either hug it out, or if you can't beat it, join it and join the opposing pirate group. The former is don't think about it. Half a month has passed since the opening of the service. The pirate ships have already been established and familiarized with each other, and those who rush to take power will be resisted by all. Moreover, the captain of the Desert Kingdom that Self was going to was the points no. One of the Divine Summer Trialists, a former veteran 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and now a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. The odds are that it can't be beat. Aga not being strong, not having the depth, and entering the field too late. I can only choose the second one. Shin-Mo's tone was tinged with a sigh, but his face was not resigned. Voyage Age Copy, this is the place where the 4th Order or above Imperial Beastmasters eat. Since the self forced on the table dry rice has been very difficult, do not think of unrealistic things. In that case, the acquisition of the ship's spirit will be delayed. According to the information given by Gong Yenner, the captain completes the 3rd stage of the mission and gains the ship's spirit. The crew completes the 4th stage of the mission and gains the ship's spirit. The missions all get harder as they go on, and a frontal outbreak of conflict is likely to leave the field in defeat. Shin-Mo lowered his eyes to look at the beautiful girl lying on her back, peeling open the eyelids. Normal human pupils, just unfocused. If only you could get the ship spirit early. Wolf, rank, 3rd, quality, epic. Effect, has a range of abilities such as deformation, barrier, acceleration, size, etc. Description, life and death are not important. Mattress Wool's Amethyst Mech is now 3rd order epic. As the main pirate ship, its grade and quality, how low could it be? To put it simply, once it becomes a summoned beast, the equilibrium will become a rank. The quality will become a qualification, and it will become a main combatant that is comparable to or exceeds the Heavenly Maiden Beast. The Heavenly Maiden Beast was very strong, single-handedly killing a Vice Admiral, a Rear Admiral, and a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master needed no explanation. The pirate ship was very strong, not to mention the material itself, but the 10 fruits that were fused. Any one of these fruits taken out and manufactured into a sequence magic pill could create a powerful party. And now, it fuses 10, not a blind fusion, but a careful selection by the Grey Wolf. Shin-Mo rubbed the young girl's delicate face. It felt good and soft. There's a gut feeling inside that it gets the ship's spirit early. Intuition comes from 2 sources. One is becoming humanoid, the other is shedding tears. That's the reason for choosing to join the pirates. because the captain of a pirate ship, it seems, only has the advantage in the spirit of the ship and nothing else. The crew can treat the captain's orders like shit, think the captain is a sand sculpture, and blatantly quit as well. If the pirate ship can get the ship spirit in advance, it's better not to be the captain instead. No troublesome shit. Shinmo's eyes, through the gaps in the vines, looked towards the sky, where the setting sun rendered a layer of tantalizing orange color. Bo boom 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 boom. The odd grunt came from the left pocket of his shirt. Shinmo reached into his pocket, and sure enough, it was the call of a signaling bug. Someone requesting a call. Fortunately, since I already have the good habit of playing with my cell phone, habitually put the signaling bug in my pocket, which was not left behind in the inner space of the pirate ship. According to Grey Wolf, the castle fruit builds a connection to the outside, storing things inside the pirate ship in a specific order. Since the castle space is connected inside and outside, it is possible to store live animals. It's actually LT. Gen. CFAS signal bug. Shinmore had 4 signal bugs with him. Lieutenant General CFAS signal bug, Fujiwara Ruji's signal bug, Gong Yenner's signal bug, and a self-purchased whiteboard signal bug. Signal bugs use bioelectrical waves to conduct sound, images, etc. And there are small differences in the bioelectrical waves of each one, enabling communication like that of a cell phone. Press to turn on, came a calm middle-aged man's voice. CFAS, what are you doing and why are you transferring out of the fleet without authorization? Red Lion Admiral. Shinmo's mind can't help but float to the title of this naval admiral. Only marshals and generals, when addressing a lieutenant general, would have that tone. Is the admiral late in arriving after his own party has done its work and entered the main channel at the same time? The Red Lion admiral in the intel usually arrives at the target island in the afternoon, which happens to be now. Not true. Shinmo sat up violently, his eyes fixed on the signaling bug as his thoughts became clear. Self-destroys Carmela Island and fishes out a fleet ambush. And there's no way Navy HQ doesn't know about it. It's impossible not to notify a nearby general. After all, the self-pirates can take out the lieutenant general, and it's useless to inform the lieutenant general that the only person who can stifle him is the grand admiral. To put it more simply, before this communication, the other party must know the truth. Pretending not to know, must have a purpose. What is the purpose? Shinmo thought of a possibility and quickly cut off the signal bug's signal. Though I've questioned Maya Flamer and consulted the Carmela Island collection and know that there is no ability to locate bioelectric waves in the Age of Sail copies, that's why the signaling bug was carried in the first place. It's also clear by the world's dominant wooden sailing ships that they're pulling across the technological line. But, there are capable people in this world, and it's guaranteed that there are bioelectrical wave-related abilities that can be localized. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why the Red Lion Admiral made this doomed and useless phone call. Cut the signal and you should be fine. If something happens, wouldn't it be quicker for the great general to descend directly? Shinmo frowned. The odds are that the false persona set up on purpose is ruined. According to the epileptic persona, after knowing that the opposite side is the admiral, it should be madly screaming and madly provocative, instead of strangling the signal without saying a word. In the meantime, Twin Paradise Island. A long time ago, this was an intact island. As the Carmela current washed over it, it split apart to form the present Twin Islands. It is called Paradise because there are many bandits here, specializing in attacking caravans and pirate groups. It's both a bandit's paradise and a trespasser's grave. Red Lion stands at the high point of left Paradise Island, standing 2 meters tall. His cloak hunted, and his body flowed with blazing fire breath, forming a reddish train as he breathed, eyes lowered, gazing at the rushing river below, the planks stuck in the reef clearly visible. The walls on either side of the island were strewn with the marks of shelling and the blackness of the waves that would not wash away. Grand Admiral Red Lion, I've said all that needs to be said. The stout man on his knees, sniveling, went on. About 10 o'clock in the morning, a pirate ship went past, the only pirate ship of the day. It's got an odd style, different from regular boats, but it's nice and classy looking. My brothers and I, along with the rest of the Twin Island gang, thought we'd run into a big fat goat. Not, and it turns out it's the devil, a demon in magnificent garb. The scar-faced strong man seemed to think of some horrifying scene, and his body shook even more like a sieve. The pirate ships fire simultaneously towards both sides of the Twin Islands. Fire at the same time. Its shells seemed endless, blasting from end to end in 2 long lines of fire. I was running so fast that I only got a very small ripple effect. The guys who stuck around for the ambush, all of them are dead. They're all dead. The strong man still remembers the morning scene. Countless artillery shells connected into horrifying waves, ruthlessly smashing into the sides of the Twin Islands like the wrath of the heavens. Not to mention the bandits preparing for the ambush. The earth was plowed down and filled with raging flames. Where is the big fat goat? Is a demon in sheep's clothing. Demons crossing the border. Fire opens the way. The bandits of Twin Paradise Island. Basically in name only, and the legend of the demon of fire will live on. Red Lion turned back to the burly man. The contempt of looking at a bedbug flowed from his eyes. Gently stretching out his finger, he tapped it on the man's brow, and in the next second flames sprang up to engulf him. He received orders from headquarters in the morning. Sail at full speed and arrive at Carmela Island at noon. Knowing the details, stormed into a rage. Lead the fleet in pursuit. Results. The fleet, sailing at full speed, arrived at Twin Paradise Island about half an hour ago. The pirate group that committed a heinous crime actually passed through the newcomer graveyard in the morning. The bandit group that originally wanted Twin Paradise Island to be able to hold back for a while were a bunch of losers. Naval ships are generally faster than pirates. Much faster. And yet, I didn't even see the other side's trailing sail. Oh yeah, that pirate ship doesn't have a sail. Did you locate it? Red Lion inquired in a deep voice as he looked out over the sea. Nope, I was just casting my ability when the other party hung up. I'm sorry, Grand Admiral. The tall woman in a Navy uniform, holding a signal bug in her hand, bowed in fear and apologized. She can mimic other people's voices, and she can also orient herself in a general range based on sound. But these take time, at least 2 or 3 minutes, or they are not accurate, and the speed at which the other side of the signaling bug hung up prevented her from even pointing in the right direction. Call it down. The main ship is ready to depart. The rest of the fleet is on standby. Akuma finished walking towards the main ship in his seat as admiral. The Berserker pirates were fast, and with a bloated fleet, could never catch up. Berserkers. Navy headquarters awarded the title. Ordinary pirate groups do not have this treatment, because the crimes committed by the Berserker pirates were heinous. Merely killing the lieutenant general and ambushing the fleet was not worthy of him abandoning all missions in pursuit. The reason for this was a photo that quickly spread across the 4 seas and the main channel. In photo, the Berserker captain turned his back on the pale, opened his arms, and embraced the sinking harbor in the fire. A cocky and arrogant stance, as if he wanted to trample all the Navy ships under his feet, which he did. The classic quote from the other side, "Art is the Big Bang." The same spread around the world, causing countless pirate groups to follow suit. Navy HQ gave him his orders. 7 days, destroy the Berserker pirates, capture the Berserker captain. The Red Lion sails out of Twin Paradise Island, draped in the afterglow evening sun, sprinting toward the front. Grand Admiral. Sherman arrived at the Grand Admiral's office and bowed in a hurry. He was honored to board the seat of the Grand Admiral as a general rank in contact with the Berserker pirates and participate in the chase. Major General Sherman, go over again what you said and did when you encountered the maniac. Red Lion sat in a wide tiger skin chair, sitting sideways, his eyes gazing out over the fast-moving sea. A closer look reveals an anomaly in the flow of the water, as if large hands are pushing the warship to move. The ability of the hand magic potion to conjure seawater into large hands to accelerate the speed of the warship's voyage. Just planned to locate the call. It made him realize that the Berserker was a cautious, careful man, which was at odds with his earlier arrogance. And to be able to say art is the Big Bang is clearly the image of a madman. Which one is the true character of the other? Listening to Major General Sherman's unadulterated account of his personal feelings, Red Lion set his eyes on the map on the table. The exclusive map of the great general. Very precious. The pirate ships with their strange shapes and ferocious firepower are 100% the so-called trialists out there. Their final voyage destinations were all in the 10 kingdoms in the main channel intersection area, around a small half of the world, via 3 major passes. Behemoth Island, the city of nocturnal nights, the city of water. The innate topography of any of the islands far exceeds that of the Twin Paradise Islands. Just take a chance. He would be able to step on the head of the maniac and stomp it hard into the mud, asking if he still dared to be arrogant. Main channel interchange area. Desert Kingdom. Inside the small oasis, a camel caravan was resting. Crap, all of the chilled juice that Kuehu had just drank spewed out. Wine Sword Immortal. Take a look at the points ranking. What a fierce newcomer. Is this going to stab the sky? In the morning, he was too busy contacting the members of the pirate group scattered across the oasis to pay much attention to the changes in the scoreboard. On the surface, this is a camel caravan. It's actually a merchant caravan that travels the oasis, contacting members of the pirates and solving their members' troubles. The third stage of the main quest, which throws the Desert Kingdom into chaos, of course involves scattering the members. It's not like you don't care when it's dispersed. The captain acts as a firefighter, traveling from oasis to oasis, either providing support or relief. Points ranking. First place, Sakura Empire, Fukamura Takiazuma, 162,345 points. Second place, Lighthouse Federation, Marcos, 159. 237 points. 7th place, Xinsha Empire, Situ Zhong, 129,423 points. 16th place, Xinsha Empire, Xin Mo, 109. 200 points. Crap. It actually came to 16th place, gaining another 10,000 points would put him in the top 10. The sequence of the top 10 places will also change from Arabic numerals to the official font of each country. There's a big question mark in Kuweihu's mind. What other shocking move did Qin Mor make besides the total annihilation of the school officers and generals of Carmela Island? It seems that at this time yesterday, Qin Mo was still 0 points, a leap among the top. Horrible as it is, the share of points gained from killing a master general, destroying a warship, or capturing a base, gradually decreases. Did Qin Mor seize the opportunity to empty another naval base? The heart is envious. The 4 Cs are too good for mixing points. Unlike the main channel being dogged by the Navy, the Admiral, in particular, is a vicious dog that smells shit. I saw it a long time ago. Situ Zhong was also a bit despondent inside when he said this. I'm really afraid that if he opens his eyes tomorrow, his position as the Divine Summer Trialist one will have to abdicate. Oh yeah, look at the recent news. Qin Mor's Berserker pirates are very much in the spotlight. And yeah, remember to signal bugs after reading the news. I was supposed to call in the morning, but unfortunately I was too busy to do so. Garden Island. Quiet and peaceful backcountry with fragrant flowers and fruit everywhere. Bollocks to bollocks to bollocks. Qin Mo looked at the vibrating signal bug in his hand. Is this the legendary sympathy? Receiving a call from the Red Lion, with a question, reminds him of the Xinsha intelligence station. I just pulled out Gong Yenner's signal bug, but it turned out that the opposite side called first. The heart is in the right place. I hope it's a sweet-voiced girl across the street. Qin Mo smoothly rubbed the beautiful maiden's face and connected the signaling bug. Are you Qin Mor? An anxious inquiry came from the opposite side. Qin Mo's face was full of black lines. Judging by the voice, the opposite side was a brown man. Disgusting heart. Hello, I'm Qin Mor, and I'm looking for information on the main channel. You entered the main channel? Yes, currently on Little Volcano Island. Qin Mo intentionally said the name of the place that was leaning back to avoid being shady. There was silence on the other side for 10 seconds or so before a voice came out and changed. Hello Qin Mor, I'm Situ Zhong. I can answer all your questions for free, but I want to make sure of one thing first. What is the first stage of your mission? Are you going to form a pirate group or join a pirate ship? Situ Zhong took the signaling bug in Kuai-Wu's sultry eyes and went straight to the heart of the topic. Knowledge is priceless. Intelligence is priceless. Answering questions is fine, but it depends on whether it's worth answering. The so-called intelligence stations, which also follow the principle of quid pro quo, cannot be unpaid. Who would do it for free? At the very beginning, investing in Gong Yenner and giving Gong Yenner intelligence, in addition to the other party being a SS-level heavenly pride, with a high probability of rising in the future, releasing goodwill in advance. And then there's the pulling together. The pulling together here is limited to the age of sale copies. If you can continue to work together when you get out. If you can't, you're a familiar passerby. Stage 1 mission. Arrive at the Desert Kingdom. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. Are you planning to form a pirate group? Or join one? Join the pirates. Ahahaha Qin Mor old brother. Welcome to join the Wine Sword Pirates. Come to the Desert Kingdom and drink together. There are special girls feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. I promise to say everything and know everything. Qin Mor raised his eyebrows. That's a quick change in tone. The first line is still calm and serious. The second line turns into a joke on the drinking table. And what specialty girls? My generation is clean. Vowing not to share the same fate as drug gambling. When Wine Swordsman says featured girl, does featured mean special or is it literal? The heart is relieved. To join the other side of the pirate group, and the probability of being in is infinitely reduced. Honestly, if Situ Zhong had given the information freely and unselfishly at the beginning, Self might not have dared to believe it. The reason is very simple. We are all trialists. The task is quite heavy. Why should we help ourselves? Just because of the self-same Divine Summer Empire? Impossible. Xinsha trialists are more than enough. Can still help one by one to go over? The task is not done? That's fine for now. At least the news channels are open and you won't be banging around like a headless fly. And backed by a powerful pirate group. Nothing is best. Something can save your life. At the same time everyone has the same goal. Won't be sidetracked from the main quest to do something that doesn't make sense. Half an hour passed. The call was declared closed. Qin Mo needed the beautiful maiden's face, swayed the vines underneath her, and looked at the black curtain that gradually enveloped her. In the call with Situ Zhong, in addition to asking for information about the main channel, the Desert Kingdom, it also briefly recounted the source of the self points. only the process and results, and did not disclose its own means in detail, causing the beginning of the brown man's gush of astonishment. Behemoth Island, the city of night, and the water capital. Three of the most important gateways in the Eastern Hemisphere. Behemoth Island has been crossed, and the strange reefs on either side, which can block ordinary warships, merchant ships, and pirate ships, have not affected us in the least. The feeling of stumbling is similar to a roller coaster. It's quite fun. The City of Night, a.k.a. Midway. A large base set up by the Navy in a mid-range location to bury the dreams and corpses of countless pirates. Not much of a problem. The pirate ship is airborne. Accelerate and fly over. It doesn't matter even if you get caught. If you can't hit it, you can't hit it. Angry or not. The water capital, made up of countless small islands, resembles an oasis in a desert kingdom. Again, the problem is not too great, and it passes normally, whether it's overdrive or airborne. Analyze it. The three main passes are virtually non-existent and cannot pose a threat for fear of accidents. One major accident and you're basically declared out, along with your life. The Sake swordsman's assessment of the admiral comes to mind. Steady pressure on the 6th rank Imperial Beastmaster. The reason was not difficult to understand. 3rd to 4th order, 6th to 7th order. Two were both important bottlenecks and the origin of a sudden advancement in strength. For more details, refer to the difference between a 3rd order Imperial Beastmaster and a 4th order Imperial Beastmaster. The former has various attributes between 30 to 50. The latter has various attributes ranging from 100 to 500. The upper limit was raised by a full 10 times, and when paired with the magic potion system of the Age of Sail, the battle power was another leap forward. Situzhong is a 6th order Imperial Beastmaster. When you see the Admiral, you can only fight and retreat. It won't be life-threatening, that is. A 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster like me, I'm afraid that I won't be suppressed in a single glance. The advantages it has to offer. It is the speed of the pirate ship. Hang on to the so-called Great General's seat. Hanging on to the airspeed of other trialists. Totally one of a kind. The only thing to worry about is the magic potion power users. What if they also have the acceleration ability? Unfortunately caught by the Admiral. It's basically hard to escape if the opponent has a short-range burst. So, need to create a bit of a commotion to attract the Red Lion General's attention. It would only take 2 days, and after 2 days, self would be completely safe while collecting the rewards of the main quest, avoiding the opponent who has magic potion abilities and offering up a rogue tactic of accelerated sailing. Shinemo rubbed the beautiful maiden's face. If the pirate ship gets a ship spirit in advance and gathers 2 level 40 plus summon beasts, I guess it still won't work. However, find a good place and utilize the number of days that far exceeded the rest of the trialists to shut down, fight monsters, and upgrade. Then it is not yet possible to face the Admiral straight on. It is enough to not seek to repel or kill the Admiral, but to do what Sake Sword Fairy did, which is to retreat while fighting. Sniff, sniff. There was a tantalizing smell of meat in the air. Shinemo looked up and saw that a wooden hut had been set up next to the river and a campfire had been raised. On the campfire, fat bird and beast meat was sizzling, probably caught by the heavenly maiden beast. There were also clean fruits and melons all around, and there were many kinds of fruits and melons, so they were juicy and tender. Pirate ship incarnate beauty. Should be able to eat normally too, right? It's not just a coma. Big deal to import. Suffering no one but the child's nutrition. Shinmo rolled over and left the vines. Walk to the campfire that dispels the humidity. The meat of the birds and animals is grilled until the skin is lightly browned, wafting an enticing aroma. Tomorrow's matter. Tomorrow. Mainly because it is not clear that the topography of the city of the night and the water of the capital. Think too much useless. Specific circumstances. Specific analysis. Taking the juice handed by the red wolf. It was orange and clear and fruity. Shinemo looked at the juice at times, and at the unconscious beauty. Everyone is eating and drinking. It's not good to leave it alone to starve. 3 days later, the sun rose. At the level of the blue sea, a 100-meter warship passes like the wind. Not an adjective. The abilities of light magic potion, handy magic potion, and windy magic potion. The three of them combined. Inside the Red Lion, the air was extraordinarily oppressive. There was a vague dryness of saltpeter, a haze that not even the sea breeze could dispel. Rear Admiral Sherman faced the erupting Red Lion and panicked. I had thought that following the Admiral out to chase pirates was to gild the lily and mix up the merits. The results are diametrically opposed. 2 days ago, they had chased them all along the main route, tiring out the hand-to-hand magic potion ability several times. It was hard to get to the first pass, Behemoth Island. The Berserker pirates actually left long ago? Grand Admiral Red Lion's face was calm as he called in 2 of his abilities. With the prestige of the Admiral's name, the 2 abilities wept with joy. Combining the power of the 3 abilities, The Red Lion was flying almost close to the surface of the sea, not sailing too fast, but flying too low, and so begins a life of misery. They arrive at the second pass, the City of Night, when word comes to the Garden Isle from a bounty hunter that the wanted berserker pirates have been spotted. The group returns in a hurry, and the results are obvious. The pirate ship is a fake. Realizing the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, the warship hurriedly returned to the City of Nocturnal, bound to block the berserker pirate ship. Just as he had just seen the harbor of the City of Nocturnal Night, and the warships had not even entered the harbor, the signal bug of the original Lieutenant General Cephas actually went off. Admiral Red Lion connects, and is then taunted by the captain of the berserker pirates as Red Dog, adding that there is little difference between them as they are both on all fours and covered in hair. Luckily, the ability to locate the signal bug's bioelectric waves. The location is actually still on Garden Island. The crowd didn't hesitate, and sailed back on fire, vowing to rip the heads off the entirety of the berserker pirates. The result was obvious. A flop. Only a strange signaling device was found in place. 2 sharp round trips to Garden Road Nocturnal. 3 abilities, averaging 2 exhaustion feints, for a total of 6 exhaustion feints. The day before yesterday just rushed by. Yesterday was the real tease. Not Night City, Garden Island, Flaming Mountain, Waterfall Cave, Panchur Island, countless places to find the traces of the berserker pirates, the informant said in a colorful way, and there is even a video of the signal bug. By this time, it was actually realized that there was a problem. Adhering to the principle of kill the wrong and do not spare the wrong, the warships have been back and forth. Rear Admiral Sherman remembers the state of the 3 Abelites, breathless, dying, and dying. Last night, the last pass, Suenoto, is guarded by the Lord Lieutenant General, who discovers traces of the berserker pirates, led the fleet out unsuccessfully. Admiral Red Lion raged, cursing the resident Lieutenant General for being an idiot and falling for the enemy's ruse that the berserker pirates had likely left. That Lieutenant General was indignant and muttered, "You're just the same." Since then, the entire fleet was in a depressing frenzy of volcanic eruption. "Get out!" Sherman looked up in confirmation as he heard the Red Lion Grand Admiral's command, after making sure it wasn't a hallucination. Fleeing as if to leave. It was horrible. Phew. Suck it. Phew. Suck it. It took Red Lion several deep breaths in a row to soothe the grumpiness. Since he was named Admiral. No. Since he was a child, he had never suffered from this kind of harboring. The news that he was teased by the Berserkers pirate group. I do not know by which dog thing to spread out. The Hall of the Navy Admiral. Hard to live as a joke? In particular, the title of Akane, which actually overpowered his original Red Lion, was a great shame. Akane well. I hope you can still say that when I'm standing in front of you. Red Lion removed a golden signaling bug from a drawer and dialed out. In the meantime, Naval headquarters, not far from the subsidiary islands. Inside the unassuming house sat a middle-aged man in a martial soil suit, short in stature and with a torch-like gaze. His name was Tafuri Satoshi Fukami, a trialist of the Sakura Empire and no. 1 in the points ranking. Pick up the signal bug. Got it. Call you in 5 minutes. Said hang up. Tafuri Deep's gaze went to the center of the dimly lit house, where a chest emanated a ghostly light. Nightmare box. Rank, 8th. Quality, legendary. Effect, 1. Nightmare world, 2. Nightmare teleportation. Description, the power of nightmares is everywhere. Ready for a nightmare? This was an 8th order prop, and its quality was even more astounding at the legendary level. It, which originated from the State Master decades ago, a 9th ranked Imperial Beast Master, was also a hidden national treasure of the Sakura Empire. Just to bring the Nightmare Fate box into the Age of Sail replica, the Empire consumes a huge amount of precious resources. Deep Turi reaches out and fakes a point. The box opened, and inside was a twisted, ominous scarlet mist with a dozen conspicuous blue dots floating about. The blue dots belong to the mental imprints of the fallen Nightmare World imperialists. In other words, these imperialists have been controlled and are ready to backstab at any time. Through one of the blue dots, it was very easy to get the information that the Red Lion General needed. Berserker Pirates, Trialist Gene Moore, has arrived at the Desert Kingdom's eastern oasis. Sure, if only to deal with Trialists. Completely do not need to use the 8th Order Legend-level Nightmare Lifebox. Nuclear bombs hit the Mosquito sense of vision. It has a much more important role. That would be to take the Voyage H copy and turn it into an exclusive trial copy for the Sakura Empire. What is it about the Lighthouse Federation's elemental-type summoned beasts that far surpasses those of other countries? Why does the Divine Summer Empire's weaponized summoned beasts far exceed those of other countries? Unsuspecting 4th dash, 5th dash, or 6th Order Imperial Beast Masters might say that the natural environment, might say that the Divine Summer has 18 martial arts, and that being powerful isn't very reasonable. The unification is shit. This is because these countries have exclusive copies of the trials. Exclusive copies of the trials are also an important factor in measuring the great powers. For example, if a copy of the Age of Sail is made exclusive to the Sakura Empire, then the top battle force that will be cultivated in the future will additionally have a ship-type summoning beast. Have an additional summoned beast. Does it have anything to do with the natural environment? Does this have anything to do with the 18th degree? There's a hairy relationship. The special nature of the exclusive trial copies determines the special nature of that country's top combatants. Tofu Sato Deep stood up. The eyes were full of frenzy, madness, and desire, as if they were bursting balls of fire. I still need a massive naval battle. A supergiant sea battle that affects everyone in the world. I'm going to make this naval battle a lingering fear for all. I'm going to make these fears the source that keeps the nightmare world alive. I'm going to make these nightmares the anchor point for the Sakura Empire's Trilist Advent copies. The Nightmare Lifebox has two effects. Nightmare World, Nightmare Teleportation. First create fear, then build the Nightmare World, and finally the Nightmare Teleportation. We'll be able to turn a copy of the Age of Sail into an exclusive copy of the Sakura Empire. After, just hide the Nightmare Lifebox from the natives. Fear is created on a regular basis to keep the Nightmare World running. After accumulating a certain number, another batch of trialists can be transported. There's no better place to hide the Nightmare Lifebox there than the Windless Belt. GGG. What federal trialists? What divine summer trialists? They're all a bunch of clowns. Your eyes are still fixed on the mission, on upgrading the pirate ship. And I have reached out to the entire Age of Sail replica. Me. The 4 words Tohei Satoshi Fukami will be etched in the history books of the Empire's rise to power, and will be remembered for generations to come. The name will be immortalized. Soil and fertilizer deep dialing through signaling bugs. Tell the Red Lion General about Chin Mo's news. Heartily contemptuous. Stupid aboriginal. You're dancing with the wolves. Do you know that? Heck, can't even catch a little guy. And that's all there is to a great general? The title of Akane is, indeed, more appropriate. Stupid like a stupid dog. Hartuchi, Desert Kingdom, Oasis of the East, the city of Gabai. It was the largest city in the eastern oasis, rich in crystals and gold, attracting gold diggers from all over. The city walls are surrounded by gold diggers' stalls, dazzling with diamonds that sparkle brilliantly in the sunlight. From time to time, there are several voices calling for buns and juice, attracting travelers and merchants who come to the city. Finally, Shinemo looked at the giant city standing in the wind and sand inside in his heart. It is true that it is still the land that has cities. I've seen many islands along the way, such as the Garden Isle, where there's not much but a harbor. Information about the city of Jabai comes to mind. First came the mineral resources, then came the oases, the walls, the cities. According to Wine Swordsman, it's an easy place to mess up because the miners aren't even as good as cows and horses. Arrive at the eastern oasis of the Desert Kingdom. Thought I could collect my reward, but it turns out I still need to index the map and come to the city. Main quest, Journey to Glory. Phase 1, access to the main channel and arrival at the Desert Kingdom, completed. Mission requirements, enter the main channel and arrive at the Desert Kingdom Eastern Oasis. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Duration plus 10 days, 3. Opening of the second stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Description, sail away. Your revenge. Your ambition. Countdown to mission, 17 days, 17 hours, 10 minutes. Shinemo wandered around the city gates a few times, bought biscuits and juice, and headed towards the mines outside the city. When collecting rewards, it's a good idea to release the pirate ship and check for leaks in case there are any. Clad in a black bucket hat to protect against the wind and sand, he came to an unoccupied lowland in the blazing sun and on the gravel. Come on out, everyone! As his mind flowed, the gray wolf, the celestial maiden beast, and the red wolf appeared in front of him. Not far away, a behemoth appeared in surprise. Its surface was pitted, and in many places there was rust. For 2 days, either in the sea battle, or on the way to the sea battle, the Navy issued a reward for the prize money, so that the pirate groups along the way are completely crazy. Encountered is a meal of fire coverage, beat the rival pirate groups wailing, and inevitably suffered damage themselves. It was visible to the naked eye that the wounds were slowly recovering. The masterpiece of the raw fruit. Boss, give me 30 minutes. Grey Wolf finished his speech and hurriedly climbed into the pirate ship to set up the wool area. It had been so busy setting up traps and frantically running away that it had basically had no time to prepare in advance. 30 minutes passed quickly. Sheen Moore and Grey Wolf entered the cabin. The celestial beast was on guard in the desert, and the red wolf was in the control room keeping an eye on the radar. Claim your reward. Alert, Journey of Glory, Phase 1. Complete. Alert, pirate ship reinforcement. Issued. Alert, hours plus 10 days. Issued. Alert, Phase 2 mission. Opened. Mission countdown, 27 days, 11 hours, 10 minutes. In glassware. Change happens silently and quickly. Amethyst Type 4 mech. Rank, 4th. Quality, rare. Effects, 1. Enhances strength 1500. Agility 1500. And physical fitness 1500, 2. Full battle mode. Description. I'm the mech that's going to be the king of mechs. 3rd ranked mechs. Against 31 to 40 level summoned beasts. With each of the summoned beasts attributes at 100 to 400 points. 4th ranked mechs. Against 41 to 50 level summoned beasts. With each of the summoned beasts attributes in the range of 1. 000-2. 000. 3rd to 4th order. Attribute explosion stage. Not only did the strength of the Imperial Beastmasters and summoned beasts skyrocket, various props, materials, and also a sea change, the level went up and the quality went down. From being epic, to now being rare. The result was of course a big profit, and the fact that the 3 attributes of the mech became stronger was the best explanation. Shinemo looked back to the other side. Angel 4 armor. Rank, 4th. Quality, rare. Effects, 1. Sacred attribute plus 100%, 2. Sacred bow and arrow plus vector of heavenly execution. Description. I am going to be the war armor king of war armor. Battle armor differs from mechs in that the most obvious difference is the more delicate size. Moreover, the battle armor was an aid to combat, and it was the heavenly maiden beast itself that was truly relied upon. Mechs just rely on their own attributes and use what they have and can't do much without it. The main material for the Angel 4 battle armor, derived from the martial arts earth blade of the death trialist Fujiwara Ruji. The martial earth blade is a level 44 summoner, and the material is still excellent. With 2 weapons, the sacred bow and arrow and the vector of heavenly execution, it provides long-range strikes. Bottles and jars in the wool section. There are also many props and materials for upgrading to the 4th rank. For example, the synthesis material for the weather magic cube, because the Grey Wolf is only level 34, and again it doesn't work. Boosted from level 31 to 34, thanks to the pirate group that GA dropped. Although the mosquito meat is small, it can't help but be large in number. Shinmo's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking towards the 2nd stage of the quest, it looks like it can be claimed as well. If memory serves. Main quest, Journey to Glory. Phase 2, Establishment of a pirate ship / joining a pirate ship, in progress. Mission requirements, establish a pirate group, requirements below. Join a pirate group, requirements below. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship enhancement, 2. Hourly plus 30 days, 3. Open the 2nd stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Description, you were severely beaten in the Desert Kingdom. You think it was because the forces weren't strong enough. You swear. Mission countdown, 27 days, 11 hours, 10 minutes. Requirements for establishing a pirate group. Taking in 80% of the same mission. Trialists. Requirements for joining the pirates. Join a team that meets both of these requirements. Is this using mission bundling? Forcing a combination of Imperial level pirate groups. Just then, Red Wolf's anxious voice came from the headset. You guys come over here quickly and take a look. There's something wrong with the center display. Wife, the Grey Wolf left like a gale sweeping through the air. The thing that fell on the ground appeared to be rain elemental essence, the material that made up the weather tesseract. Sheen did not bother with this pathetic piece of essence either, chasing after the Grey Wolf and rushing to the control room. Just see the huge display that is 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. No more familiar radar screens full of bursting flashes of data streams. 4th order props appear to be splash screen. Too much of a splash screen, or too much of a 4th order prop? Realizing that it was only the display that was faulty, Grey Wolf let out a long breath, comforted his wife, and proceeded to begin his inspection. The data stream doesn't match the specs of the display. These data streams are much more advanced, like black and white televisions that can't display a color picture. Not a big problem. Hand rubbing a virtual imaging projector will pretty much display this data. Having said that, taking out a small hammer and wrench from a 4th order prop, he began to bang away at the entire control room. What's going on? I didn't notice any danger on the periphery. The voice of the celestial beast came over the headset, accompanied by the sound of the wind as it sped past, apparently in a hurry. There is no situation. Continue to stay on alert. Shinemo replied softly. Roger that. Almost 20 minutes of knocking around. A prop in the shape of a wolf's head with bloodshot eyes shines. As the Grey Wolf pressed the start button, the wolf's head shot out red light, intertwining and presenting itself in the air. In the next second, the silhouette made up of red data streams appeared in everyone's eyes. It's about 1.7 meters, has long, trim hair, and has a delicate, well-built face. Brother, let me take you home. Stop making kills. You'll die in the desert kingdom. Let's not go to Carmela. Let's just go to a random island. Okay? The moment the blood-red silhouette appeared, it walked up to Chin Mo and said in a pleading tone, Chin Moore? It's hard not to be confused inside. What the hell is a brother? Also, Self had only just arrived in the desert kingdom. Looking closely at the appearance of the sinister shadow, it was a combination of two faces, both the innocence of the young girl who fell in a pool of blood during the initial descent. There was also the stunning, adorable, unexpected transformation into a beauty queen a while back. The looks are definitely not as good as the little ship girls, at least 90 points, and they are a beautiful sight in their sailor uniforms. You are my sister. Ah shucks. You are the sister of that who. The looks were so similar that it was hard not to make the connection. Thinking about this thread, thinking about the girl's reference to Carmela Island and making a killing can lead to a lot of extensions. Chin Mo recalled the content of each mission's description. I thought it was just nonsense, but now it seems that the content is for the sister, and the identity of the sister, if not wrong, should be the legendary ship spirit. Upon entering the copy, the Delu Beast unleashes a luck plus 20% skill on self. Head to head. Lucky blessing. Rank, first. Category, summoned beast skills. Effect, luck plus 20%. Time limit 3 minutes. Cooldown 6 months. Description, sacred attribute. Requires 90% intimacy with the blessed object. Are you a ship spirit? Chin Mo opened his mouth and asked. Just now he was only speculating. He wasn't sure yet. Well nah. I was attached to the ship when you left Alcatraz. Then you should know that descriptive content is descriptive content. And I am innocent. Chin Mo thought of the description of the main task when it was opened. From 40, down to 14, all are welcome. This is not empty defilement of people's innocence? Without the benefit of killing, self does not care to do it. Not to mention the fact that there's not enough time for quests when you're having fun with sadistic killings, so how can you afford to procrastinate? According to the current state of affairs, if he hadn't run fast, he was afraid that he would have been hammered by the Red Lion Admiral. No matter how you analyze it, you haven't done anything nasty since. How can you be wronged? I was bent over the ship, but only just able to influence it. Before that it was all in a pitch-black space, and the sense of the underworld told me what was happening in the outside world. The young girl's expression was firm. It is a first-time ghost/ship spirit and is convinced that the ability to sense the outside world is unique to ship spirits. Chin Mo expressed speechlessness, actually relying on feeling? Strongly suspect that the descriptions are all unrealistic fantasies of young girls. Whether the content of the description came first or the girl's fantasy came first can be verified later, but there's no way to do it now, so I guess there's no point in verifying it. It's all slander. They're all slandering me. Grey Wolf, tell it who we are. And the logbook. No, I want you to say that I believe 100% of whatever you say. The ship spirit didn't even look at the Grey Wolf, and the eyes made up of red data streams stared silently at Chin Moore. The soul power of the ship spirit, transformed into a stream of data, which is then represented virtually. Believe everything you say? Then I've said I'm not your brother. Not even from the same world. Chin Mo was honest, knowing inwardly that there were benefits to concealing his identity, but it was simply impossible to conceal it. With the voyage log to be recounted later, it is easy to spot the inconsistencies. Although the boat spirit calls itself sister, it is actually a 17 or 18-year-old girl, younger than myself. No, you are my brother. And that is a fact. Ship spirit said stubbornly. Chin Mo shrugged his shoulders. Already too lazy to retort, it was better to continue. Following self's logic, the descent into the copy world, the fights and upgrades on Alcatraz, the kills on Carmela Island, and being hunted down in the main channel, including the pirate ship reinforcement mission that I just received. I told you everything. Not afraid to reveal your identity because there are countermeasures. The pirate ship was a self-prop, and with a thought, it was directly retrieved from the item bar. The ship's spirit was expressionless and stood still, just covered in data streams that flickered on and off, clearly in shock. After about 10 minutes, ship spirit looked towards Chin Mo and spoke in a firm tone. You are my brother, forever my brother, no matter what happens, and no matter if it's the same world or not. I can't believe that I was forced to recognize my brother by the little girl's piece. Chin Mo opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Doesn't it notice the inconsistency? If self was its brother, the back and forth logic was simply confusing beyond belief. So its facts aside, I think, reaching up, he rubbed his brow. Why are you able to possess a pirate ship? I don't think the other trialists have. I don't know. Why are you able to affect reality, when other trialists shouldn't be able to either? I don't know. Chin Mo let out a deep breath. His own ship spirit was obviously special and could not apply the routine. There doesn't seem to be a routine to refer to at this point. The pirate ships of other trialists are still cold props. The selfsame pirate ship that has learned to transform into a beautiful girl and learned to recognize her brother. However, it's not a summoned beast yet, neither a summoned beast nor a mere prop. A very special existence. One more pirate ship reinforcement. Can you turn into a summoned beast? Shin Mo pondered for a moment. Could not understand the place or could not understand. Simply no longer headache. Change the topic. Straight to the core. According to the Grey Wolf's metaphysically rigorous speculation, once it became a summoned beast, its equilibrium would turn into rank, its quality would turn into qualification, and it would become a main combatant that rivaled or surpassed the heavenly maiden beast. Can't. I can only become a fifth-order prop, not a summoned beast. How did you come to that conclusion? Shin Mo asked curiously, as the ship spirit barely thought and blurted out the answer. Knowing the conditions for a ship spirit to be promoted to a summoned beast, you can target your preparations to avoid the kind of copy quests. Feelings. Then feel again. How can you promote a summoned beast? Shin Mo had the illusion of coaxing a child. How dare you call yourself a sister? No. The ship spirit closed its eyes and opened its arms, the data flow around it running fast, and the wolf's head, responsible for the projection, had a very graphic white smoke coming out of its head. One more reinforcement then. I keep my own reinforcing energy and then intercept the reinforcing energy of your props. Feels like there's still not enough reinforcing energy. It's a little bit short. Just a little bit short. What if I become the vice captain of the pirates? Shin Mo opened his mouth. The main quest recognizes the pirate ship. Captain. Complete the third stage of the quest to have a ship summoner. Crew members. Complete the fourth stage of the quest to have a ship summoner. There is a special presence in the center. The co-captain. Or ship's mate. Or royal mate. The co-captain also needs to complete the stage 4 quest in order to have the ship summoner. But the current situation with the Wine Sword pirates, the quality of a co-captain's pirate ship, which is one rank above the regular crew, is the same as that of the captain. It's not hard to conclude that the co-captains are better fortified, or have more fortification energy. Ship Spirit opened her crystal red eyes and softly spat out 2 words. Yes, it's okay. Shin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to ponder the possibility of a pirate ship promoting a summoned beast. The ship spirit can rely on meditative senses. Self needs to analyze the possibilities, rationality of it. The main quest is divided into 4 stages, and now proceeds to the second stage. If there is no wool gathering, with only 1 serving of enhanced energy, it's no different than any other trialist. Now 1 more reinforcing energy due to the inappropriate and unsupportive behavior of the Grey Wolf. No. The amount of enhanced energy extorted far exceeds the 1 share of enhanced energy the pirate ship would have had. Because of the energy extorted, a large number of props such as the amethyst mech and angel battle armor were strengthened. More than a few times. More than a dozen times more than. The addition of the 2 energies is equivalent to the completion of the second and third stages. A regular pirate ship certainly can't do that. Leaving aside for a moment the lack of wool gathering skills, the lack of ship spirit control is equally futile. From the current situation, 2 streams of energy are slightly less than that. That's why the status of co-captain is needed to add to the list. It should make sense to analyze it that way. Take all the enhancements that would have belonged to props such as the amethyst mech and angel battle armor and transfer them to the pirate ship for the ultimate promotion. Promote the summoned beast. Shin Mo murmured to himself, pulling out a signaling bug from his jacket pocket. He called Stuart Bell. Since said vice captain this identity support. Certainly not Huzuzu. Very sure. Yesterday, the experience of teasing the Red Lion Admiral during the nautical battle royale also drew the shock of the whole nation. Stuart Bell calls the signal bug for 2 main things. To ask self if he wants help, and to caution self to take it easy. The Navy is still a bit of a thing. Mention of the mate in the process. Standard pirates. 1 captain. 2 lieutenants. The 2 current co-captains were both 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. Second only to Situ Zhong in terms of strength. Here's the problem. There was a mate who was in poor mental health. As if he was sleep-deprived and had frequent nightmares. Situ Zhong first praised self's behavior of teasing the Red Lion. And then asked, do you want to be given a vice-captain? Shin Mo refused on the spot. What poor mental state. Also the 6th Order Imperial Beast Master has nightmares. Pulling eggs is not this kind of pulling. Instead, he also understands that the other party's mind is nothing more than the ability to see the self messing up, and on the basis of his own opinion, he blew up the fish ponds in the main channel, and the waves spread to dozens of islands. Oh yeah, the points for being in the top 20 of the list are a big plus. There's also the ruse of teasing the Red Lion Admiral, which isn't brilliant, but it works and makes the Admiral live as a joke. The third stage of the main quest, which throws the Desert Kingdom into chaos, requires this kind of screw-up ability. That's the kind of great talent that's needed. The reason for Shin Mo's refusal was also very simple. Screwing up is hopeless. There is no power but to get these fancy ones. And again, didn't join the Winesword Pirates and needed to play it smart. Joining the Winesword Pirates requires a little ingenuity. What's the difference between adding or not adding this pirate group? The dogs are all disgusted. Signal bugs connected. Sheen Moore was the first to speak. Captain Sito, on the matter of the vice captain. The idea was too childish at the time, and there was no heart for progress. Now, I want to get better so bad. Carry the responsibility of the pirates, and bow down for your companions, for the captain, and for the Shinsha, until death do us part. Situ Zhong brain buzzed. It seems that just yesterday, Sheen Mo was still a resolute disagreement. How did he change so quickly? I can't believe I used words like trying too hard to get ahead, bow and scrape, and die. Inside, I'm still happy. He and Lao Su and Xiao Zhong are too honest to engage in fancy and tawdry maneuvers. On the whole, work also have to look at the young people. Sheen Moore and is the contemporary young generation of the leading Tart Operation Pull Full. Sheen Moore's willingness to serve as the vice captain of the Winesword Pirates gives him a glimmer of hope to complete his mission. It's a deal. It's a deal. No one is to back out. I'll put your name in the little book now. Oh yeah, the reward for the first stage of the mission. Did you collect it yet? Situ Zhong suddenly asked. Joining the Sake Sword Pirates is naturally not a verbal agreement, and requires a roll call written in the mandate given. Can't write ahead, because writing it up early means completing the second stage. The reward will override the first stage. Many pirate groups have been hit, including the Winesword Pirates, and there are bloody lessons to be learned. Just picked it up. Sheen Moore replied. Give me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Get butt fucked. You claim your mission reward. Situ Zhong then said. The day after tomorrow in the morning via Gabai City. Let's meet and talk. Or you can also come over to me. Let's discuss how to mess things up. It wasn't Sheen Moore's strength that he was looking at. Wasn't a 4th Order Imperial Beast Master in the district the starting threshold for a pirate group? Rather, it was Sheen Moore's ability to screw up. How to utilize the limit of space and make the most tawdry operation out of the whole thing. Okay, Captain, I have a few things to do, so I'll hang up now. Sheen Mo noticed the change in the quest panel and decisively hung up the signal bug. A superior who understands a little bit about the human condition should be silently invisible after honoring a promise. Now is the time to witness the Age of Sail copy. The magnificent sight of the first pirate ship to promote a summoned beast. Main quest, Journey to Glory. Stage 2, build a pirate ship / join a pirate ship, completed. Mission countdown, 27 days, 10 hours and 45 minutes. The word completed has been replaced by the word in progress. Sheen Moore turned his head to look at the ship's spirit that was filled with red data streams. I've completed the second phase of the mission while getting the status of co-captain. Analyzing. According to what was just written, the standard reinforcement energy will make you a 5th order prop. Intercepted reinforcement energy will bring you close to the summoned beast at the limit. The extra reinforcement energy from being a co-captain will fill that gap. At that time, you will become our team. The first level 50 plus summoned beast. An extra summoned beast doesn't really have an effect on the battlefield. For example, the new summoned beasts that could be contracted after advancing to the 4th rank of Imperial Beast Master. All of the above said are level 1 summoners, which not only don't help, but can be a liability. But a 50 plus level summoned beast is definitely a big difference maker. The level will become the level of the summoned beast. The quality will become the qualification of the summoned beast. Wolf, rank, 4th, quality, epic. Effects, possesses a series of extraordinary abilities such as deformation, barrier, acceleration, size, etc. Description, brother, no matter where you go in the future, please don't forget that your sister is your eternal shelter, always standing behind you. The quality remains epic. Even if the Amethyst 4 mechs and Angel 4 battle armor drop quality due to raising the equivalence, the pirate ship is still going strong. 4th rank, epic. The reason is simple. It is Allah. And props like mechs and battle armor are wool-gathering thieves. The good thing is that the Abyssal copy of the rich and powerful, sitting on countless copies of the world, do not look at this thing, saying that the 9 cows and a hare are a bit of self-improvement status. Are you ready? Sheen Moore asked. You should call me sister. Ship Spirit's look was serious. When it has a body and the stinky brother dares to disobey. Then, half an hour later, Sheen Mo and the 3 summoned beasts stood in front of the pirate ship. It started. Sheen Mo's thoughts flowed and he claimed his mission reward. Alert, Journey of Glory, Phase 2. Complete. Alert, pirate ship reinforcement. Issued. Reminder, hours plus 30 days. Issued. Alert, Stage 3 mission. Opened. Countdown to mission, 57 days. 10 hours, 10 minutes. With a 30-day increase in length and almost 2 months of stopping time, there shouldn't be many more trialists than Self. I guess when they didn't complete the task and forced to quit, Self would still be leisurely sipping a small fruit tea. Pirate ship. Shinemo only took out his own mech and the battle armor of the Heavenly Maiden Beast, and left all the other props on the ship. All 6 materials, including the 6 pieces of materials used by the Grey Wolf to synthesize the Weather Tesseract, were left on the ship. The reason is very simple. The Grey Wolf is worried about the lack of energy and the lack of bottom, and he actively rejected it. Mechs were different from battle armor. The former increased the chances of staying alive, while the latter increased the battle power of the celestial maiden beasts. Shinemo couldn't help but feel his pockets, and they were empty. This includes the item bar, which is equally achingly empty and silently weeps tears of poverty. The afterglow glanced at the Red Wolf, carrying in his hand the buns and juice he had purchased in the city of Jabai, and then no more. Self should be the poorest 4th-ranked imperial beast master. Wheat has weeded itself into poverty. However, as long as the pirate ship becomes a 50+ level summoner as expected, the investment is all worth it. Buzz. The pirate ship emitted a strange humming sound, and all sorts of magical changes continued. Shinemo was clear in his heart. The path of promoting the summoned beast is underway. Wolf, rank, 5th, quality, legendary. Effects, possesses a series of extraordinary abilities such as deformation, barrier, acceleration, size, etc. Description, brother, wherever you go in the future. Sister, props are strengthened to the 5th order of legendary grade, the highest quality of the props. Bullshit, but that's only the beginning, far from the end. Just see the pirate ship at this time. The surface emitted a milky white halo, not formed by the blazing sun, but its own evolutionary glow. The ship's body also had constant visions, sometimes spreading a protective shield of blue crystals, sometimes spreading out thick vines, which kept pumping the yellow sand, stirring up dust and sweeping the sky. The deck of the ship suddenly cracked open, revealing a hideous, blackened main gun, the size of a car, glinting hauntingly cold in the desert. Clack 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 clack. There was an ear-splitting sound of mechanical friction, and the pirate ship actually stood straight up. It is about 100 meters high, with well-proportioned streamlines, translucent white body, and gorgeous floral patterns inscribed on its surface. The mech form also only lasted for a few breaths, quickly switched to the pirate ship form, but there is not the slightest shadow of the serious, overall dazzling sage white metal with a faint gold halo. The deck grows floral, metal, derived from the metal fruit, the weapon fruit, 2 fruits second only to the core everyone fruit. Botanicals, derived from plant fruits, raw fruits, are primarily used for healing and to enhance the experience of living. The rest of the fruits need to be used to manifest. Change stops. The pirate ship stayed where it was, rising and falling as if it were breathing. Shinemo frowned slightly. Until now, there was no sign of success. Wearing a white coat, Grey Wolf, holding a pencil, kept writing and drawing, muttering under his breath. It shouldn't be energy-wise it's adequate, so why isn't it ready yet? Could it be that the boss's wool gathering and card rules are not recognized? Just then, a dainty cry came out from the pirate ship. A mere bottleneck wants to stop me. I endured eternal darkness. I endured intensified pain, just to see my brother. Whoever blocks me, I'll destroy whoever. Unlike the gentle sweetness and mild tone of the virtual projection, this voice sounded cruel, maniacal, and resolute with the determination to burn with a jade stone. What's going on? Shinemo turned his head to look at Grey Wolf. Maybe encountering some kind of bottleneck. After all, boss, your method belongs to breaking the norm. Breaking the norm, and often comes with a corresponding price. I mean character. I'm really afraid that the shipgirls will turn into Shidosen, and it won't be a small fight for the Red Wolf's pan. Just think of it and you'll be able to snap. This is simple. Our pirate ship has an automatic combat mode, equipped with an L combat chip, and I've specially upgraded and modified it to guarantee 1 punch and 1 boing monster. Shinemo, break me. Drinking through the voice of hissing, just like the cocoon of the silkworm to see the outside world of the dazzling colorful efforts to vibrate immature wings, even if it may be completely torn wings. It does not care, just wanted to come out and see. Pure, holy white light enveloped the ship, scattering the cracks of the fragmented and mangled hull. Shinemo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and finally succeeded, because the panel refreshed the data of the summoned beast. Nymphets, attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, elemental, space, level, 56, qualification, SSS level, talents, guardian faith, ternary form, elemental mastery, intellectual mastery, skills, metal sniffing, ternary switching, elemental power, intelligent armor plague, loyalty, 100%. Description, here it comes, buddy. The skill panel is gorgeous. The level reaches 56, which translates from the prop's 5th order, to the more subdivided 56. The qualification reaches SSS level, from the prop's legendary level to SSS level qualification. The 10 fruits that were fused in the beginning, as well as all the props that were left on the ship, all turned into attributes. The talent of ternary form extends the skill of ternary switching, ship, mech, elemental aka humanoid, and an effect too of nymph piloting. The elemental master talent is a bit familiar. It's not the same divine master that the celestial beasts are thinking of, with the same suffix. Intelligent machinery domination, rank, 5th, category, summoned beast talent. Effects, 1. Manufacture of intelligent battle earth, 2. Empowerment of Al consciousness. Description, metal fruit nodding, weapon fruit changing, size fruit strengthening. I am the natural disaster. Jean Moore looked to the nymph's first talent. Usually, the first talent is the most important one and is also known as the core talent. 3 gifts remain. The ternary form, elemental juggernaut, intelligent armament juggernaut. Ternary form is slightly underqualified as a core talent, and doesn't fit the SSS rank qualifications, but elemental mastery and intellectual mastery, being more than enough as core talents, are fully capable of this. The unusual guardian faith. What makes it the core talent of a SSS class shipgirl ship by virtue of suppressing the 3 major talents? Guardian of the faith. Rank, 5th, category, summoned beast talent. Effect, continuing soul, consciousness, life. Description, when faith is eternal, iron shavings can still be resurrected. When faith collapses, consciousness sinks into darkness. Jean Mo understood. It's not how strong the guardian faith is, it's that without it, the little shipgirl is gone. The soul, the consciousness, the life that is born out of faith will also perish completely out of faith. As for what the guardian belief guards, it is estimated that only the little shipgirl knows herself. Buzz. The white light shattered. Mechanical arms make their appearance as if tearing through the canopy. Jean Mo and the summoned beasts finally got a good look at it. Very familiar. It was the beautiful girl who had accidentally set out to transform in Garden Island, dressed in gorgeous and elaborate battle armor. The scales that make up the mech seem like living creatures, clattering and rattling as he breathes, overflowing with red, green, yellow, blue, and many other colors. A head of pink hair flared wildly in the desert, and the compound floral scent of many plants wafted in the wind. The pretty face was delicate and picturesque, and Yua had given it the best looks when she was needing it. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the eyes were no longer the dead eyes of the last time. They were permeated with joy and spirituality. It seemed to have noticed the watching eyes and smiled sweetly as it looked towards Jean Mo. Lotus stepped slightly. Green grass grows from underfoot, quickly forming meadows in the desert, dotted with flowers. For vines burrowed out of the grass and compiled a parasol above Jean Mo's head, drooping brightly colored fruits. As he stepped, the metal pieces of his battle armor shook and changed into a gorgeous white and purple dress. Hello brother, long time no see. The nymph looked at the teenager's face, and 1,000 words converged in her heart, finally turning into 4 words. It's been a long time. Perhaps it is a long time of expectation. The gentle voice of the young girl with a tremor, but the joy and excitement is overflowing. Long time no see. Jean Mo greeted warmly, extremely helpless in his heart. Self has a hairy sister. He was an only child before descending into the world of the imperial beasts, and when he woke up the world had changed drastically. He was still an only child. Unless Pops is guilty of taboos and leaves a half-sister outside to Self. It's also not true that Pops has bronchitis, and the two have even less room for error after being signaled by the Empire. So Self really doesn't have any sisters. Looking at the young girl whose age is even younger than my own. This one sister. But how can not shout out? Unlike the kind of flirtatious sister in KTV and bars, this is now a large-scale identification scene. Eat the fruit? It's sweet from seeds that Grey Wolf collected on Garden Island. The nymph pointed to the bright red fruit on the vine, similar in appearance to an apple, whose name was Sweet Fruit. Ah, thanks. The sudden gentleness. Jean Mo almost didn't react. There was really a feeling of relatives getting along with each other. A bit different compared to companions. Peers don't meddle in life, and when they see something wrong, they just mention it. Loved ones are different. That really will pass the best things. All in front of the body. For fear of getting hot or hungry. You don't have to say thank you to your sister. The nymph smiled brightly, like a delicate flower blooming in March. How about, you just call me by my name? Jean Mo suggested. The idea of correcting the sibling relationship has been inwardly severed. Because of the core talent of guardian faith. If the faith collapses, it's a total disaster. Let's just keep it wrong and hope that mom and dad don't suspect each other when they see the little shipgirl. Jean Moore picked the sweet fruit. A big bite is crisp, sweet and very tasty. Not true. With a level 56 summoned beast, Self should also be promoted to 5th ranked beast master, right? Jean Moore, rank, 5th ranked beast master. Abyssal coins, 5. 000. Attributes, Strength 900, Agility 900, Spirit 1300, Physique 900. Summoned Beasts, Grey Wolf, Nymph, Celestial Beast, Red Wolf, Little Grey, Unborn. Talents, Thousandfold Enlightenment, Overclocked Form, Elemental Body, Intellectual Affinity. Skills, Holy Gaze, Evil Thought Detection, Elemental Mastery, Intellectual Mastery. Items, Amethyst Type 4 Mech, Angel Type 4 Battle Armor, 4th Ranked Imperial Beast Master, with various attributes between 100 to 500, 5th Ranked Imperial Beast Master, with various attributes between 500-1000. The bonus of the SSS-ranked shipgirl ship far exceeded that of the SS-ranked Heavenly Maiden Beast. Even if there is a shortcoming in the little shipgirl, it is relative to itself, crushing other summoned beasts. 1300 points of mental attributes in 2 components. 900 points for the nymphs, 400 points for the Grey Wolf. Strong and unparalleled mental powers have long been able to influence reality, such as lying in bed and playing with a cell phone, without needing to hold or order it by hand, or even moving a small tabletop snack with ease when you're hungry. Elemental Body. Rank, 5th. Category, Gift of the Beastmaster. Effect, Elemental Control. Body stores elemental power, depending on one's level. Description, I don't produce elements. I'm just a mover of elements. The divine body of the celestial beast did not disappear. It was simply assimilated into the nymph's elemental body. Its SSS qualification suppression and class suppression. Intelligent Armament Affinity. Rank, 5th. Category, Gift of the Beastmaster. Effects, free control of the nymph ship, and the nymph ship's smart arms battle Earth. Description, hello everyone, I'm Brother Natural Disaster. Please call me Brother Natural Disaster. Wouldn't it be easier to manipulate the Amethyst 4 mech if it was given to the shipgirls on point? Sheen Mo looked at the attribute panel with a pleased expression, until he saw the item and his smile froze. Items, Amethyst Type 4 mech, Angel Type 4 Battle Armor. Is this a mockery? It's so unintelligent. People are tough, don't they? 5th Order Imperial Beastmaster. If you just look at the equal rank, I'm already standing in the second sequence of the pirates, second only to 3 6th Order Imperial Beastmasters, no longer the little munchkin they were when they first came in. Find a place with lots of monsters, use quest time to fight and upgrade. It won't take long for the nymphs to move up. The Celestial Maiden can move up later as well. Sheen Mo's mind thought of a place, the Windless Belt. What better place to level than the sea monsters in the Windless Zone? As long as you don't run into the king of the steam sea monsters, or just run if you do. It's not a big problem. Hello everyone, my name is Shipgirl, and we sailed all the way, side by side, looking at the celestial beast, Grey Wolf, and Red Wolf. The nymph enthusiastically said out loud, they are friends and companions of their brother, and naturally of him. Hello, times 3. The heavenly maiden beast was despondent inside, both happy and lost. Happy in the fact that the strength of the pirate group has risen, and that they have the power to fight when they meet the admiral, instead of running away. Lost in its own strength. It's downgraded from main to second tier. It was diligently policing it a couple minutes ago. Obviously, there is a kind of stay up late to work overtime to change the program. Full of joy to go to the boss to report the good news, and then be mercilessly dismissed. Talk to each other for a while. The Grey Wolf suddenly looked at Sheen Moore. Boss, put me and my wife into the Imperial Beast space. It's a bit hot outside. Aha! The Red Wolf is pregnant with Little Grey, and prolonged exposure to the sun is not good for your health. Sheen Mo reacted and put them away into the Imperial Beast space. Inside is no longer an empty void. The Grey Wolf builds a wolf fortress, reserving many rooms. If it wasn't for the experimental equipment, which couldn't be taken back to the Imperial Beast space, it was estimated that the Grey Wolf couple wouldn't even bother to come out. What about you guys? Looking back to the little shipgirl and the celestial beast, two exquisitely picturesque and stylized faces shook their heads decisively and neatly. This was a trial copy, and crises were everywhere, and they were worried that Sheen Mo would meet with an accident. Let's go then. There are members of the Winesword Pirates in Goodbye City, so it's only right that I, as vice captain, dabble in the food and drink. Ah shucks. I mean guidance. Sheen Moore and the two females stepped on the yellow sand and returned. The slanting sun stretched the shadows of the three of them to a long length. From time to time, the playful banter made the shadows tangle and overlap in an extraordinarily harmonious way. The city of Goodbye, somewhere in a small courtyard. Lieutenant Captain, that's exactly what happened. Let's get together again tonight. First, Sheen Mo watched the tall thin man leave in a hurry. The opponent's name was Ding Han, a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master who was now a minor. In order to topple the largest city in the Eastern Oasis, Ding Han and 7 members are determined to infiltrate the miners' core and dismantle the rule of the Desert Kingdom from within. I don't know if there was a disintegration of domination, but anyway, the 8 were quite profitable, buying houses from nothing and in a joint effort. After all, they are all strong and energetic Imperial Beast Masters with the assistance of summoned beasts, and their digging efficiency far exceeds that of experienced gold diggers. Shinemo shook his head slightly, looking at the small house Ding Han had prepared for himself, a bed and a table, plainly decorated, not even a chair, thanks to the added status of being a co-captain, otherwise, likely to be dragged down the mine. Shinemo sat on the hard bedpan. Even when he was chased by the great generals into dogs, he had never lived in such a poor environment. Her eyes went to the small shipgirl with snowy skin and long hair. Ready? Let's try it again and promise not to move. It's just pure merging. You and I are united in our intentions. For talents of SSS class shipgirls: Guardian Faith, Ternary Form, Elemental Juggernaut, Intelligent Armor Juggernaut. Originally, I thought that Elemental Mastery and Intellectual Mastery were the best. Big mistake. So wrong that the Ternary Form is the ever-dropping god. When returning to Gabai City from the desert, I had the honor of experiencing it, and I was amazed. It was simply a double ascension of the body and soul, and the whole person was like a deity who manipulated heaven and earth. Ternary Form, Rank, 5th, Category, Summoned Beast Talent. Effects, 1. Ternary Switching Skills, 2. Nymph Piloting, with 99% Intimacy. Description, 3 models. There is always one that fits your size. Effect 1 is simply morphing, and the 3 forms are clear: ship, mech, and elemental humanoid. Effect 2 is the true anticlimactic super god, embodying what is SSS level qualification, especially for Imperial Beast Masters. Mecha form, can fight on its own, or the Imperial Beast Master can dominate the battle, equivalent to a weapon-type summoned beast. A giant mecha similar to Tiannan's SS-class Pride Stormred. Elemental humanoid that can fight on its own, can elementalize and fuse Imperial Beast Masters, equivalent to an elemental type of summoned beast. A legal master in the colloquial sense of the word, crowned with the name of grandfather. A hull form that serves as a multifunctional platform for living, housing, transportation, combat, and defense. 2 patterns remain, corresponding to weapon-type summoning beasts and elemental-type summoning beasts respectively. This was the charm of SSS rank qualifications. The bonuses to Imperial Beast Masters could only be described as unrivaled. Its body is a pirate ship, with 10 carefully selected fruits added to extend the 2 main talents of Elemental Mastery and Intellectual Mastery. But the initial driving function has not been lost, and has even been enhanced as never before. The so-called ternary form, both can be deformed in 3 forms. It is also the 3 forms that a sentinel can pilot. Shinemo thought of his own 2 talents, Elemental Body and Intelligent Armament Affinity, which corresponded to the little shipgirl's Elemental Mastery and Intelligent Armament Mastery. The ability to pilot a shipgirl has long been reflected in one's own talent. There's a small flaw. The different forms of the little shipgirls correspond to different talents and cannot be generalized. Mech form, my intellectual affinity, which corresponds to the shipgirl's intellectual mastery, can only manipulate metal. What about meeting Magneto? Then come and touch the authority that controls the metal. SSSS ranked authority, not just any piece of crap can touch it. Elemental humanoid, my elemental body, for a shipgirl's elemental master, can only manipulate the elements. Unlike the regular fire, water, and earth clusters, it looks like a human being and is not corporeal. The nymph sniffed and shook her little head, her hair giving off a gush of fresh scent, resistance written all over a delicate pretty face, while being harnessed by the Imperial Beast Master. With the Imperial Beast Master taking the lead, Shinemo could sense its emotions and thoughts, and it could only passively accept them. How can I describe it? Shame pulls in full force and you can't wait to find a crack in the ground. All it can control is whether or not it changes shape, and whether or not it picks up piloting after changing. No. Be good. Don't be naughty. Try the mech form. Don't. The nymph looked at the expectation in Shinmo's eyes. A steep sense of guilt arose in her heart, and her tone was much softer, no longer as resolute as it had been in the beginning. Then, unless you call me sister. Shinmo's expression froze. It's not that you can't call it that, it's just a little awkward, especially when she saw the small shipgirl's face and felt smaller than herself. She was even more twisted inside. How can a man be born in heaven and earth, depressed and without principles? You begged me. Well then, I beg you to call me sister. You do. The nymph's eyes narrowed to slits, and without a moment's hesitation, she almost blurted out, Sis, let's do that. Click. Shinemo clearly heard a crunching sound, the sound of knuckleheads shattering all over the place. The words fell. The nymph's petite body shattered and scattered into countless silver-white metal shavings, crashing towards Shinemo in a hurry, in the blink of an eye. Strange, gorgeous, and dazzling 3-meter mechs appeared in the humble room. The mech can be resized. The smallest is 3 meters and the largest can grow up to 100 meters. The exclusive talent is intellectual mastery. Extended skills are metal sniffing, and intelligent mechanical apocalypse. Because it is a metal fruit evolution, it is also able to manipulate metal and has a high level of authority over it. Shin-mo gently clenched his fists. The strength of a grade 56 SSS qualified summoned beast that self could explode right now far exceeded his own attributes. That Amethyst 4 mech is a piece of garbage. Garbage should stay in the garbage can. From now on, either don't harness it at all, or harness the preferred small ship girl. That's not even the primary ability. Master of Wisdom. Show me where your charm lies. Shin-mo opened his arms, and with the help of the shipgirl's gift, he transformed into the master of the metal world. Strange psychic powers spread through the city and quickly spread to the distant mines. A chunk of metal buried deep in the ground cheered as they hailed the coming of the Juggernaut. They were anticipating the call of the Juggernaut. It seemed that with a whisper of a command, it could order metal for dozens of kilometers around. Wisps of silver-white metallic ions quickly converged around his body. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a lifelike dragon with steel claws. Shin-mo probed his finger and pointed it at the steel dragon's brow, granting it Al's consciousness. The steel dragon's originally dead eyes steeply opened electronically scarlet, turning constantly around the Juggernaut. It's small, but the thickness of a finger. But if you call on the metal of the entire city and the surrounding mines, it is a steel dragon apocalypse. The city of Kabai is simply an exclusive battlefield. But unfortunately there are no enemies, and you look around with your sword drawn. Hey little ship girl, quickly stop your nasty thoughts and forbid Shirbari. Wow. Mecha, a burst of water flow, detached from Shin-mo's body, re-elementalized into the form of a beautiful girl. Exquisite pretty face reddish snappable. Humph, stinky brother, sister ignores you. After saying that, she trotted out. Isn't it just fantasizing about the figure wrapped in the skirt of a celestial beast? How is it shibboleth? Shin-mo didn't stop it, but instead teased the steel dragon in front of him, satisfying the marvelous psychology of the jerking dragon. Nightfall. The eastern harbor of the Desert Kingdom welcomes a 100-meter warship with no special markings. The one at the head was clearly the Red Lion Grand Admiral. A meaningful smile appeared on his resolute face. Sand Tiger, I've arrived in the Desert Kingdom on my mission. Your mission, let's finish it together. Put the signal bug back in your pocket. Stride aboard the overtime port. The Red Lion had come after Shin-mo. Initially, it was just treated as a minor character to be dealt with in passing, but the other party even didn't know what was good and bad. Even if they were frantically fleeing, they still dared to tease and provoke. The Red Lion vowed to burn this mole's body and listen to the most dismal screams. For this reason, he went to great lengths to obtain information about Shin-mo from Tafuri Satoshi Fukami. Because they were going to be active in Shahu's jurisdiction, they signaled the bug to notify them, which was a tacit agreement belonging to the great generals, other lieutenant generals and lieutenant generals, major generals and major generals, basically have this tacit agreement to give advance notice. Never expected. Shahu, this little wit, actually invited him to take on the Winesword pirates? Ugly looking, think beautiful. Red Lion refused on the spot. He still has his own things to deal with. Plus money cannot. Just now, the marshal suddenly made contact and said something very sensible to change his mind. Just killing Shin-mo isn't enough to vent your anger. I'm going to make his arrival the beginning of the destruction of the entire Sake Sword pirates. I want to make sure that even if Shin-mo dies, someone will point at his ashes and call him a bandwagoner. The one who really led the way was definitely not Shin-mo. If it weren't for Takiazuma's information, he would have lost them long ago. But it doesn't matter. This blackpot Shin-mo has to take the blame even if he doesn't. His arrival simply prompted a joining of forces to combine forces to surround the Winesword pirates. The Red Lion looked at the twinkling stars of the night, and a cruel curved grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow afternoon, Captain Winesword Immortal will arrive at the city of Kabai, and that's a sign of the beginning of the operation. Kill this captain. The rest are trash, and they'll be on tenterhooks in the hunt. Eyes fell on the tumbling sea, thinking of the horrified gaze Shin-mo revealed when he saw him. His mood was instantly soothed, and the flame of anger suppressed in his heart calmed down quite a bit. The next afternoon, the air bubbled with twisted heat as the high, blazing sun swung hot, scorching the golden grains of sand. The desert scorpions that poked their heads out from time to time quickly retreated back into their burrows, not daring to look directly at the radiant sun. The city of Jabai, small compound on the south side of town. It favors the mines, where many miners live, and is a veritable civilian area. Vice Captain, it's only been a day since I've seen you. Why are you so haggard? Ding Han looked at Shin-mo, who was walking through the door, and glanced at the sacred woman behind him with his afterglow, smiling and flirting. Young people today just don't know moderation. Well, When he meets such a superb person, he will also become a hard-working old cow. But what's with the weak kidneys? Yesterday you were fine. Today you look like a weak and emaciated kidney. And you won't admit that you can't? There are two more people in the room. It was Situ Zhong and Ku Wei who respectively, curiously sizing up this rather legendary young man. Situ Zhong slightly raised his eyebrows, revealing a smile of all men understand, envious in his heart. Originally wanted to introduce Qin Mo to the desert girl. It's not necessary now. What more do people want in a featured girl when they have a co-star who is as beautiful and divine as they are? Qin Mo walked himself towards the empty seats, 4 square tables, each taking up one side. The heavenly maiden beast did not follow her in, but only stood at the doorway on guard, because all of the people here were Imperial Beastmasters, and the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar summoned beast would definitely not be something the others were used to. Qin Mo poured himself some juice. There was no tea in this place. It was either juice or rum. Ignoring the envious eyes of the 3 people present, as a new age triple amputee, it's totally hard to understand what they're saying. The reason for the haggard face is that, since learning about the harnessing function of the little ship girl yesterday, as if a child who got a novelty toy, he played with it yesterday until now. The knight didn't spare the little ship girl either. It was really the feeling of controlling the elements and ordering the wise weapons, like the gods in the legends. Finally, I know why Imperial Beastmasters with elemental summoned beasts call themselves mages or masters of law, but they don't call themselves god of law, which is already very controlling. It's just that the mental energy is a bit severely depleted. Sailing a shipgirl is mentally draining, and engaging in intense battles can also take a lot of stamina. Not much of a problem. Having already drank a spirit potion, mental energy is recovering at a rate of 1.5 points/minute. Because it was a cultivation exertion, the speed of recovery was fast, far exceeding the exertion of a steep burst in battle. Moreover, Qin Mo wasn't so stupid as to be brain damaged to the point of draining his spirit, and his energy bar was very full. The 4 flirted with each other for a few minutes. It's barely a familiarization. Ahem. Situ Zhong coughed hard to pause the joking atmosphere in the room. Just about enough. It was the mission that really needed attention. Everyone enters the copy to fight to the death. All for resources. Elder Brother Ting, tell us about the near future first, and those preparations that are still needed. Situ Zhong was the first to look at Ding Han. He was younger than the other party and had no problem addressing him as old brother. The debriefing through Ding Han's head start would also allow Qin Mo to understand the style of the pirate group and facilitate the unfolding. Yes, Captain. Ding Han put away his smile, his voice solemnizing. Gabai City is the #1 big city in the eastern oasis. Minerals are abundant here, such as gold, alloys, masonry, etc. Every day we attract caravans from all over the desert kingdom, and we've lent ourselves to the miners' corps to reach out to many caravans throughout the kingdom. Details I've broken down into 10 subpoints. The first of which, a blah blah blah. Qin Mo's afterglow swept around. If he replaced the dusty room with a conference room, the broken table with a conference table, and packed up a few people's clothes, it looks like the picture will blend in a bit. Please, we're all Imperial Beastmasters, and this is a copy of a trial that kills people at every turn. So don't be like that. As if he could see Qin Mo's doubts, after listening to Ding Han's report, Situ Zhong let out a deep breath before slowly elaborating on the reason. Elder Brother Qin Mo, doesn't it feel like the process is a bit cumbersome? It can't be helped. Our pirate group is far less powerful than the forces stationed in the Desert Kingdom. I didn't go into detail with you before for fear you'd run away. Now let's talk about it. Qin Mo, thank you. You're a good kinky. In Situ Zhong's narration, Qin Mo gradually clarified the forces of the Desert Kingdom. The first is definitely the Kingdom Guard Regiment, the strongest of which are 3 leaders equal to a 6th-ranked Royal Beastmaster, 1 leader, and 2 deputy leaders. This is not a big problem. The crowd is a big crowd, but there is no qualitative change. Next were the trialists from the Navy camp, a Sakura Empire's 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster sitting in on them, and quite a few 5th and 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. It's not a big problem. The Winesword Pirates have 3 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. Which one of them can't beat the opposite side? Lastly, there's Admiral Shahu, a physical strength that was comparable to that of a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. And although there were no summoned beasts with greater strength, there were salsa magic potions that played out in desert terrain, lifting his hands to manipulate sandstorms. He was still above Situ Zhong in terms of single combat ability. The 3 powers joined forces to suppress the Winesword Pirates. The results are obvious. Without the strength to fight hard, we can only sneak around to stir up public anger and thus reach the 3rd stage of the mission. Qin Mo's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Hierarchy from the 3 forces. The first rank was the Admiral. The second rank was the 6th Order Imperial Beastmaster, and the rest were all 3rd ranks. The Desert Kingdom's escort corps' hard power was far inferior to the Trialists' 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster team. Gathering 3 normal-spec 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters could easily overthrow the escort group. There is a need to emphasize. The 5th-rank Imperial Beastmaster like self. Proper super specification. SSS qualification. Double driving function little shipgirl. Understand. Captain. If we solve the Shahu Admiral, does that mean the mission is basically accomplished? Main quest, Journey to Glory. Phase 3, Desert Kingdom of Chaos, ongoing. Mission requirement, to disorganize the 4 oases in the east, south, west and north, with the participation of 80% of the population. Mission rewards, 1. Pirate ship strengthening, 2. Duration plus 30 days, 3. Opening of the 4th stage. Mission failure, forced exit. Description, you join the powerful pirate group. You see that the princess looks like her sister. You sneak into the palace and cuckold the king. The crown princess is infatuated with you, and she's afraid the king will find out. You decide to. Countdown to mission, 56 days, 7 hours, 8 minutes. Shin Mo had shown the mission description to the little nymph, not wanting to hide it from her simple sister. The nymph didn't believe it at all and questioned self. Did she not want her sister? How can I describe the psychology of that time? How can I describe the word plants? Continue back to the 3rd phase of the mission. It is not difficult to conclude that as long as the Sand Tiger General is solved, the rest is not enough to worry about. Neither the same Trialists nor the Desert Kingdom Guard could hold off the pirates. It is also evident through Stuart Bell's description. The entirety of the Sake Sword Pirates. Bitter Admiral for a long time. There's no problem saying that. The problem is that we can't solve Shahu, and we're stuck in a dead end. Situzhong pulled out the cork and took a large, painful gulp of the liquor. The room overflowing with the scent of fruit wine. Gourd Wine Pot is his summoned beast. Can't attack. Can't defend. Auxiliary type summoned beast. The wine that is birthed can enhance the strength, agility, spirit, and physique, which is the reason why it is often drunk. An S-class summoned beast could allow the 4 attributes of the Imperial Beastmaster to approach 90% of the limit state. For example, if the limit is 100 points, you can pull all 4 attributes down to 90 points by constantly drinking. Putting aside the summoned beasts in single combat, his physical qualities would far exceed those of his class. Drink the fruit wine. Situzhong's face was helpless. If Shin Mo could see the problem, how could he not see it? A long time ago, 3 of our 6th Order Imperial Beastmasters joined forces and only managed to fight a draw. The desert environment has increased the strength of this admiral. The good thing is that if we try to run, the Sand Tigers will only be able to stare unless we are surrounded. His other summoned beast was the Flying Feather Sword, which came with the Royal Sword skill, and his escape speed was simply not too fast, stopping to eat a meal of roasted meat, and the Sand Tiger could not catch up. The gravel is thick and solid, which enhances attack and defense, but also limits speed. Even if there was no restriction, Shahu still couldn't catch up. Was the sword transforming into streams of light a waste of time? Overall it's still the Shahu generals who have the edge. Because of the Sand Tiger coming over, they could only abandon their target and flee, putting up 2 taunting words at most. The moving speed here was slow. That was for him, Situzhong. It was still fast for others. Situzhong gathered himself and looked at Shin Mo with a smile in his eyes. You're only a 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, so don't even think about fighting. Just run straight away when you meet a Navy Admiral. What you really need to play a role in is screwing up. Use all of your wits from teasing Red Lion on Shahu. It's important for the pirates. Speaking of the 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, the look was not one of contempt or disdain, but rather one of strong admiration. How old is Shin Mo? 18 years old. The newcomer king of today's newcomer trials. At such an age to be promoted to a 4th Order Imperial Beastmaster. The speed of light couldn't even describe his speed of fighting monsters and upgrading. When Shin Mo reached his age, his accomplishments would definitely far exceed, and he would even be able to peek at the doorway to sealing the king. Situzhong seemed to think of something. The corners of his mouth curved in triumph. No matter what Shin Mo's future accomplishments were, now it's a weakling who can hang with one hand. This was the powerful self-confidence of a 6th Order Imperial Beastmaster. The Divine Summer Trialist points no. 1. Actually, right. I accidentally broke through to a 5th rank Imperial Beastmaster a few days ago. Shin Mo opened his mouth indifferently. It doesn't matter whether one's own realm is concealed or not. The main thing is to hide the little nymphs. This one is the big draw. Let's self to hold Sand Tiger words. Nothing to say. Direct face hard. I don't know if I can beat it or not. Anyway, if Situzhong can escape, I am sure that self can escape too. And there's such a thing as playing smart. And that's a hopeless situation with no power. The real strong man uses his fists instead of pale words and pushes violently across the room, suppressing disobedience. What? Crap. The 2 people, Kuei Hu and Ding Han, were simply so shocked that their jaws slammed on the table. Fourth Order Royal Beast Master Qin Moore. They felt a strong sense of urgency, secretly resolved to quit smoking, quit drinking, quit jerking off, and put limited time into unlimited monsters and upgrades. Absolutely, positively cannot be countered. At the very least not in a copy. As a result, the next sentence, Qin Moore, this crazy inwardly scrolling old six, actually said that he was promoted to the 5th rank Imperial Beast Master? By what right? Look at Qin Mo, this face of overindulgence of kidney weakness. How to see it is not like. No. Kuei Hu and Ding Han looked at each other. A very scary thought sprang to mind. Qin Moore is not overindulging, but he's meowing for a sneaky internal role. Being more talented than them and more inwardly scrolling is just too much to live up to at all. 5th rank? The corners of Situ Zhong's mouth twitched, and he did a good job of hiding the shock under his eyes, pretending to be calm. Not even a 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master. All three of us, 6th Order Imperial Beast Masters, joined forces and couldn't do anything with Sand Tiger. The desert is his home turf, but you'll be able to advance to the 5th rank, and your chances of escaping when you encounter a Navy Admiral are greatly increased. I trust that with your care as well as your intellect, surely it can maximize the trouble it creates for Shahu. He was shocked by the speed at which Qin Mo raised his rank, but a 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master was indeed a bit inadequate, not enough to look at least in the current environment, because the pirate group is facing the Admiral, the true sealing battle force of the Age of Sail copies. Admiral's words aside, a 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master is a Grand Master, both inside and outside of the replica. Bollocks to bollocks to bollocks. Bollocks to bollocks to bollocks. Just then, the sound of a signaling bug suddenly rang out, one after another. They rang in the pockets of Situ Zhong, Kuei Hu, and Ding Han. The three of them looked at each other and without hesitation, they rushed to connect. Their signaling bugs came rattling at the same time, and it looked like a big deal anyhow. Qin Mo was slightly embarrassed, feeling that he had encountered different treatment. There was a knock on the door. The Celestial Beast briefly reminded the Imperial Beastmasters in the house and pushed her way in, her eyes looking at the most handsome man. Qin Moore, I sense malice in the neighborhood, and malice surrounds us. Qin Moore was just about to inquire about the intensity of the malice. Then he heard three identical exclamations from in front of him. What? ×3. Stuart Bell's signal bug turned on the outgoing mode. Qin Moore quickly figured out what had changed. The Red Lion Grand Admiral and Sand Tiger Grand Admiral descended upon the city of Gabai, and in addition to their own immediate subordinates, there were also trialists from the Navy's camp, as well as the Desert Kingdom's escort corps. The three major forces just mentioned, plus the Red Lion as a shitstirrer, the ones that should and shouldn't have come, all came. How did you suddenly reveal your position? There were only two scenarios that Qin Moore could think of. One was the ability of the Navy headquarters, and the other was the trialists of the Navy camp. Other than these two, the probability of other scenarios was not high. As for a traitor from within the Winesword Pirates, impossible, absolutely impossible. Age of Sail is just a copy. Even if it is a trial copy, it doesn't change the fact that it is a copy. Betraying your teammates, destroying the trial, and affecting your points because of a single copy. Isn't this a pit in the brain? Even if you succeeded, wait for the retaliation when you go out. The Seal King powerhouses outside were more than willing to step in and crush this bouncing little ant. The reason for exposing the location is unknown, but it didn't affect Qin Moore's good mood. Yesterday, he promoted the pirate ship to a level 56 summoned beast, and as a result, he himself was promoted to a 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Nymphs are not ordinary summoned beasts, but SSS level strong invincible existence. Of the four major talents except Guardian Beliefs are ineffective for combat. Ternary Form, Elemental Mastery, Wise Weapon Mastery, all of them are terribly strong. Ternary Form plus Elemental Mastery, Self will be transformed into an Elemental Mage. Ternary Form plus Master of Wisps, Self will be incarnated as Master of Wisps. Can you beat the big generals? I don't know, because I haven't. It's not good to be too judgmental, but those who followed under the banner of the Great General, the Trialists and the Guardian Corps, were either eliminated, or die. Qin Moore was confident in this, for this was the city of Gabai, a city full of mineral resources, and not far away were mines. Yesterday, I tested the Nymph's Intelligent Armament Juggernaut Talent and Intelligent Armament Apocalypse skill, and they work very well. This was the special thing about weapon-type summoned beasts, that they could take talents and skills and give them to the Imperial Beastmaster. And of course it's a no-brainer. The vast majority of weapon-type summoned beasts did not have a high IQ, such as Situ Zhong's two summoned beasts. Counting on them to fight in the Imperial army could only mean that the enemy had kicked a marshmallow. Whoa! Situ Zhong stood up, his expression unprecedentedly serious. I'll do my best to hold off the two admirals. You guys just run. It's best to run towards the beach. If you can't, quit and save your little life. Especially Chin Moore. The Red Lion Admiral is most likely coming for you, so remember to be careful. Now, to each his own, said hurriedly out the door. The enemy are flying dragon riding face. There is no nonsense delay time. Kuehu and Dinghan looked at Chin Mo and nodded slightly, leaving just as quickly. Both of them were 5th Order Imperial Beast Masters, so they definitely had no problem running straight away, but they also had to try to cover their 4th Order companions. It's a promise made when you join the pirates. When a major change occurs, the captain will do his best to cover it, and there's no guarantee that he'll be able to escape in the end. In the humble room, soon only 2 figures remained, Chin Mo and the Heavenly Maiden Beast. Are we leaving or fighting? The Heavenly Maiden Beast's small mouth opened slightly as it looked at the teenager fixedly. Of course it's a battle, but it takes 10 minutes to prepare. Chin Mo reached out and waved. Palm abstruse pattern shine shimmering light, spread out a dense black mist. The nymph's sweet face appeared at once, accompanied by a natural fragrance. Ship girl, mech form. We fight side by side. Heavenly Maiden Beast, guard the periphery. Just be quiet and watch until it's necessary. The nymph also knew that the situation was urgent, and without yesterday's twisting and turning, her body instantly fragmented into precise mecha parts that enveloped towards Chin Mo's body. This is the first time it and Chin Mo have fought side by side. Only success is allowed, no failure allowed. The 3-meter mech with a glistening white body and inscribed pattern appeared in a narrow space, and the slightest movement would destroy the tables and chairs and benches, and this was obviously not the time to care about that. Chin Mo knelt down on one knee. Press your hands to the ground. It is sensing the metals of the city, the minerals of the surrounding mines, and spawning a steel dragon frenzy, between the elemental mage and the wisdom master. The reason Chin Mo chose the latter was because of the terrain, which was too suitable for this place. The reason why it's steel dragon frenzy is because it was the steel dragon that held the most control yesterday and was more familiar. I need time now. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. The normal range of perceived metal is a few dozen kilometers. The real range for manipulating metal is a dozen kilometers. Trying to coalesce steel dragons over a dozen kilometers apart was basically impossible because the distance was too great. Only a few kilometers in circumference is the core area covered by the gift of the Master of Wisdom. The special spiritual power began to spread. All the metal along the way is trembling slightly. They're kneeling in welcome. They are cheering. Last time the juggernaut just brushed them lightly. This time is different. They will be favored and given life. When the ground is broken, they will no longer be lingering particles of sludge and sand, but rampaging, flailing steel dragons, ravaging fragile cities. At that time, no creature other than the Lord could ever step on their heads again. Rumble. The ground violently spread out a dozen arm-thick steel pipes, which twisted wildly, displaying an enchanting dance, protecting the mech in the center. The dirt collapsed. Both mecha and steel were buried to hide the shocking change that was taking place. 10 minutes? The Heavenly Maiden Beast murmured softly, and her petite body shifted in a burst of light and shadow, melting into her surroundings. The only way to tell that there is something dirty here is by the flow of the sand grains when the yellow sand rolls around. Goodbye City. East City Gate. The Red Lion stood on the city wall, looking down on the panicked ants from above. Opening his arms, a terrifying heat wave swept through, and his body even took on the appearance of boiling lava. The place where his feet stood, the slate that resisted the exposure of countless years, was actually burned to appear to melt, and the crimson swamp spread rapidly towards the surroundings. This is the strength of the Admiral, a well-deserved ceiling to stand on this sea. If they wanted to, they could easily change the terrain of the island and leave behind countless amazing legends. Buzz! A stream of light flashed right in front of him. It was a plainly shaped longsword that silently cut through the air and shot in a lightning bolt. Wine sword immortal situ jaune. The Red Lion murmured to himself. Since he decided to take action, how could he not understand the strength of the wine sword pirates? This captain is undoubtedly the top priority, and the intelligence analysis on him is the most comprehensive. The Sand Tiger's sandstorm can't corrode this sharp sword of yours. I wonder if my magma fist can make you go back to the drawing board. Speaking, the right arm flowed with materialized magma, the unique smell of saltpeter, wrapped in waves of heat that lapped the air. The already scorching hot desert was like falling into a monstrous sea of fire with the appearance of the magma fist. Magma fist. Red Lion looked straight at the sharp longsword, the high-temperature proof material of the great general hunted, and the edge position was even melted into thin strips of cloth. Against the plain long sword that sped towards him, he fiercely blasted out his long-bred fist. The hot magma detached from his arm and kept on rising in midair, just like a speeding car. It's just this spontaneously combusting car, burning with the temperature of lava, constantly distorting the already hot air. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations were uncontrollably declared. Gorgeous fireworks exploded in midair, and the flowing lava easily corroded houses, drawing screams. The magma fist exploded into scattered flints in the air, and the longsword flew backwards with a buzzing sound, returning to its owner's hand. It was a man with a wine gourd around his waist, dressed in a dry, strong suit. He stood at the top of the roof, his gaze calmly looking directly at the flints scattered in the sky. In his hand, he held the ancient longsword that had shattered the magma fist, and the sound of the sword was like a mirror, reflecting a resolute face. Situ Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of an admiral who was known as the most violent attacker, his fists are filled with lava and burn everything, just by simply exchanging hands. He felt the familiar sense of oppression from a great general. Red Lion stood on top of the city wall. Dropping his eyes, he looked at the middle-aged man who stood proudly like a sword. As expected of a sea pirate who left his name at the headquarters. You're pretty good. Although it was only a tentative exchange of hands, that unusually sharp sword aura was simply not too clear. The so-called swordsmen on the sea to the other side of the shoes are not worthy. Even if it is a great swordsman, then the person less than 5 fingers. Great General Red Lion, I've heard a lot about you. Why do you have time to come to the Desert Kingdom? It can't be that Shahu knows that he can't do it on his own, so he specially asked you to be the foreign aid. Situ Zhong saw that the other party had no intention of making a move and was happy to chat idly. The purpose of his strike was to cover the crew, and the longer he dragged it out, the more advantageous it would obviously be. By dragging down the admiral, Qin Moore and the other 9 people of Gabai City, and the 5 people of the Kuei-Hu and the other 5 people of their own merchant fleet, the safety factor was greatly increased. Situ Zhong, you tough-talking bastard. Your mouth works better than your sword. It was accompanied by a deafening bellow. In the air above the entire city of Gabai, it was as if the air had been drained away, and a tornado gale rolled up steeply. The gusty winds, wrapped in the ubiquitous yellow sand, easily left traces of the sword slashes on the houses. Clattering, many of the roof beams of the houses were actually lifted directly off, revealing the panicked people inside. The yellow sand rolled out a hideous tornado several meters in diameter, running down and connecting heaven and earth. In the eye of the storm of the tornado of yellow sand, there was a man with a slim figure and a gloomy gaze. He wore a naval uniform. His cloak hunting, the sky yellow sand does not hurt the slightest, like a desert master. Shahu, admiral and the main obstacle to the wine sword pirates. Situ Zhong, you'll die here this time. I'm still alive and well and eating. A trace of gravity appeared on Situ Zhong's resolute face. One sand tiger had forced him to flee up and down, and then another red lion. So I'm afraid today is not going to be a good day. The current copy of the Age of Sail, counting back 20 years, has no examples of grand admirals joining forces, each with an exclusive fleet, all of which are solo sealing fighters. He kind of set the precedent for trialists. Is it convenient to ask, how did you know I was in the city of Jabai? Situ Zhong was just stalling for time. And it would naturally be excellent if he could still extract information. The Desert Kingdom was huge, not to mention the endless desert. It would be hard to be discovered by a random cat in an oasis. Moreover, Shenxia's intelligence station was not a vegetarian. It was reasonable that it should not be so passive. After all, the enemy was in the light and I was in the dark. There was an inherent advantage in it. Red Lion's eyes burst into bright fire. That's something to thank Qin Moore for. If he hadn't led the way, how would we have caught you? The big fish? You think it's Qin Moore who fooled me? Ha ha ha, that's a funny joke. I have all his movements under control. Know the bait? Qin Moore is the bait, and you're the fish that takes the bait. The voice was as loud as a bell and rolled, almost spreading throughout the entire city of Gabai, and coupled with the Red Lion's confident demeanor, the stance that everything was under control. Many people chose to believe it. Looking at the situation at hand, it corresponded exactly to the machinations of the Red Lion's great general. And situations were more powerful than words. Realization dawned on the naval camp trialists. It's a shame that a few days ago they were calling the Red Lion Admiral a waste of space and changing his name to Red Dog from now on. And he couldn't even catch a single unassisted Shenxia trialist. It turned out to be a long shot. Successfully fooled everyone, including the self-proclaimed smart trialists, until the final moment of eruption. How can one think of the machinations of the grass snake behind the scenes? When he looked at the Red Lion again, he couldn't help but bring respect in his eyes. Both for his strength and his wisdom. Doesn't Shenxia claim to have the 36 stratagems and the art of war? Now it's flipped, right? Being teased by a native. For that matter, he still dares to show off in the chat area of the points ranking, and it's tempting to ask if the face of the divine summer trialist hurts. Eat food. Ahem. The Red Lion Admiral's talent is unrivaled and crowns the sea. Using an insignificant little person to fish out a good fox like Wine Sword Immortal. Ha ha ha. This battle overthrew the Wine Sword pirates. Qin Moore should be the first to take the credit, deservedly the MVP. The corners of Shavu's mouth twitched madly. We're all on the same level. Who doesn't know what was really going on at the time? How come I didn't know before that the Red Lion was so good at pretending to be a set? If it wasn't for Takiazuma's deep intelligence, the odds are that the Red Lion would be incapable of raging right now. Naturally, he would not speak out to reveal it. Red Lion is a Navy admiral. Losing face is losing face for all the admirals. And he was embarrassed to go out the other day. It's just fine now. The complete destruction of the sake sword pirates solidifies the fact that the Red Lion has a far-reaching plan. If the captain of the wine sword pirates was allowed to escape, it was time to lose face. The sea must have circulated. A wave of operation is as fierce as a tiger. A look at the number of decapitations 0. Situ Zhong. Die obediently. The Red Lion bellowed, his body burning hot magma, scorching the air like an inflammatory demon. The bull has been blown out of the water, and it's up to the next battle to turn his shining image around. Ha ha ha. Situ Zhong, you shall die. Shahu similarly struck out with all his might. I'm not sure it's as humiliating as Red Lion, but I'm also annoyed by the wine sword pirates. These gutter rats are so slippery that all they do when they meet is run and then frantically screw themselves to death. He swore a long time ago to seize the opportunity. Stomp on this rat head. Situ Zhong. Shasta. The heavenly signs of the city of Jabbai twisted and turned upside down. A brilliant stream of sword light recklessly cut through the long sky, as if it was going to slice through the dim sky. Magma flowed in the earth, like a 3-meter giant of the inferno, raising the sky and venting its angry beat towards. Endless yellow sand swept through, like the tidal waves of monstrous waves lapping at it, overwhelming all the colors in heaven and earth. Phew! A silver light raced across the firmament. The light dissipated, revealing Ding Han with a pale face and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Eyes unwillingly looked towards the city of Kabai, which was filled with brilliant and fantastical energy fluctuations everywhere. The most prominent is in the middle of the city. The yellow sand giant and magma giant teamed up to suppress a skyrocketing sword main, striking the sky and earth. Those fucking assholes. It wasn't the native navy, the desert guard, that he was cursing, but others who were also trialsmen. These people actually used chaos cards to affect the effects of life preservation props and escape props. Chaos cards. Rank, 5th, quality, rare. Effects, 1. Reduce the effect of other props, 2. Confuse the effect of other props. Description, play your cards. I can turn your king's bomb into a Yakuza. 5th order props. It has no effect on the 6th order props, but on the 5th order and the props below the 5th order, showing an incremental impact effect. The lower the order the greater the impact. 2 effects. Effect 1 is reduced. Props that could have fled tens of kilometers may be suppressed to a few kilometers. Effect 2 is confusion. Originally oriented towards the coastline, and is affected by it, potentially heading straight for the enemy's lair. Normal circumstances don't drive people to extinction like that. It wasn't a tacit understanding or agreement, but rather, if you can kill and I can kill. The big deal is to hunt low-level Imperial Beast Masters together and see who can't carry it first. The situation is very critical now. The enemy was sure of destroying the entire wine sword pirates, and only then did they let go of their hands and lay down their deadly hands. Ding Han looked worriedly toward the center of the city, the place where the heavens had been beaten and cracked. The Sakura Empire's 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, who didn't put up a fight to stop us. He just showed up and disappeared in a hurry, most likely rushing towards the captain. Just 2 admirals. He believed in the strength of the wine sword immortal. He definitely couldn't beat him in a fight, but escaping wouldn't be a problem. However, if a trialist of the same rank intervened, the variables increased countless times, and it was likely that he would die in the copy. This is a desert area, and to exit you need to get close to the sea, which is a bit difficult. Especially for the rest of the crew. No way. I must find a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to save the day. The closest 6th-order Imperial Beastmaster is Zhong Shuyu, who has just been deposed as vice-captain. Stepping down as co-captain was his own idea, due to frequent nightmares, poor mental health, and possibly an allergic reaction to the copy. Zhong Shuyu, from the divine Summer Zhong family, with several powerful emperor sealers on the family tree, the most famous being Zhong Kuei. Rich drops. Pulls out a random prop and easily cracks the confusing deck. Ding Han made a decision in his mind, pulled out a talisman and stuck it on his body, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the sky. An endless sea. Suddenly it cracked open and out of it fell the youth with crimson eyes and clothes covered in blood. Don't be afraid, saber-toothed tiger. I'll quit now. I'm sure I can save you. His name was Mu Pin, and he had followed the captain since he had not long broken through the 4th rank. When he had just arrived at Gabai City, he intended to stroll around, but he was surrounded by several veteran 4th order and 1 5th order trialists. Luckily, it was close to the city wall, and the saber-toothed tiger ran out of the city with him, which gave him the chance to use the space prop to escape. Unfortunately, the saber-toothed tiger had suffered multiple rounds of heavy injuries and was already dying, and would surely die if not treated. Mu Pin looked at the fragmented space stone. It was given by the captain, knowing that the life-saving props prepared by Self were only of the third order, forcibly delivered. After all, it wasn't long after breaking through the fourth rank. The level of the summoned beasts was on the low side, and there weren't many fourth-rank props. It was a late afternoon, and the captain was lying on his cargo bag, drinking, casually tossing in a space stone as if he were throwing a worthless pebble. Who would have guessed that it was a fifth-order space prop? Sudden kindness is always touching. Even thought about asking the captain if he had a sister, and it didn't matter if he was scruffy-looking. Mu Pin's eyes fiercely red. The thought of the captain in the siege of two admirals, like a flatboat in a raging storm, could capsize at any time and fall into the endless deep sea. Sheen Moore the bastard. I can't believe I attracted a Navy admiral. How dare you become a vice captain with that? 2A. One person to take down the pirate group. The ability is not good and still come out to wreak havoc. It's really disgusting. Reluctantly, he looked back at the desert. Let's hope the captain is safe and sound with them. Mu Pin exhaled deeply and fell towards the sea. The fourth rank was still too weak after all. After a moment of darkness in the vision, opening his eyes again, he had returned to the original world. The moment he looked up, he happened to see Gong Shu's figure, and hurriedly released the dying saber-toothed tiger, boldly calling out to this King Sealer powerhouse, Elder Gong, please save my summoned beast. I'll pay no matter how much the payment is. Ordinary treatment. The probability was that it would not be able to save the saber-toothed tiger's life, so he could only ask this King Seal powerhouse to take action. Even if the treatment was expensive, did he have a choice? Miyuki lowered his eyes to the scarred tiger. A shocking gash was broken open in his abdomen, and his internal organs were faintly visible throbbing inside. Even the mighty and domineering word king on the tiger's head has been lost. There were no tigers of this species originally, I believe, but the head of the tiger did get dented. Reach out and make a false move. The ground snapped out several green vines, the ends of which dug into the tiger's body, channeling life force. Mu Pin looked at the saber-toothed tiger that was breathing steadily, and directly kneeled down for Gong Lao, thanking the big brother for his hand. If Elder Gong had a granddaughter, even if she was a bit scruffy looking, he said he could accept it. Thank you, Elder Gong. Thank you, Elder Gong. Small matter. Gong Shu waved his hand. It was indeed a small matter to him. Just came out from the copy. Right. What's the situation inside? How did you get hurt like this? I remember Situ Zhong. This kid is quite protective of the calf. When Mu Pin sniffed, his just stabilized emotions flared up again, and his eyes surfaced a thick crimson color. I blame Sheen Moore. The bandwagon D. The thing is like this. The course of events is uncomplicated and clearly told in just a few minutes. Just then, a loud, hearty laugh emanated from mid-air. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Miyuki, oh Miyuki, who did you just brag about? Go on. Dressed in martial soil clothing, Fujiwara Wuxian's old face was smiling with folds. Where was the aura of a sealed king powerhouse? Because the process is amazing. Just now, Gongshu took Qin Mo to brag about a young talent who had just gone through the newcomer trials, and captured the top 20 of the scoreboard in the Voyage Age replica where the experts were gathered. He was very upset, but the bloody facts in front of him made it so that he could only suppress his emotions and cursed his own country's juniors for not giving a damn. I never expected to come out and hear such great news. Is this a genius? Stupid is more like it. Tree King, do you think there is a possibility? Sheen Moore's points were all deliberately given away by the Navy for the purpose of fishing? Ha ha ha, it's too funny. I can't believe I'm using poisonous candy and showing it off. Gongshu's old face was grim, and instead of retorting, he looked up at the sky. He knew the physique of a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster very well. After all, he was a 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster himself. If Situ Zhong was really surrounded by two admirals, I'm afraid this situation wasn't too good. He's waiting here, waiting for exiting trialists to facilitate the timely provision of treatment. At some point, many Imperial Beastmasters from various countries who heard the wind gathered around. The 5 people, Gong Yener, Xiao Yuer, Situ Kong, Feng Haotian, and Xiao Yan were listed. The eyes were all filled with unconcealable shock and horror. It seems that Qin Moore has gotten into trouble. Or a big trouble. Goodbye City, South City Gate. The two sides of the trialists were engaged in a fierce battle. It was clear to see that the side defending the gates had the advantage. TMS. Kuei, who heart cursed, this time is considered completely finished. Turning his head to look behind him, in addition to Ding Han, Mu Pin, and Qin Mo were all here. The good thing was that they were all alive, but in a worrying state, with many of them losing the ability to fight with their summoned beasts. It wasn't that they were so strong that they were able to resist the fronts of the 3 dozen or so Imperial Beast Masters. Rather, The other side had no idea of a deadly fight, trapping them here and waiting for the captain and the two great generals to fall out of the battle and take everyone down in one fell swoop. Quahog looked toward the center of the city, his insides pulling out. Among the royal beastmasters that surrounded them, there were no 6th order royal beastmasters, and only 2 5th order royal beastmasters. Where did they go? It must have gone to deal with the captain. With such a large formation, the quest was bound to be for a kill. Let's wish Stuart Chung good luck. His current idea was to lead the crowd to break through the city gates and then use the props to escape individually. As for the captain, it's not that he doesn't want to manage it, but he doesn't have the strength to manage it, and his own little life is still hanging in the balance. Swamp Beast, Ground Wave Flow. Kuehu's afterglow glanced at the attack not far away and hurriedly commanded the summoned beast in front of him. This is a summoned beast that is like sludge, a sludge that can't be supported by the wall, covered in flowing sludge, emitting a gust of stench from the gutter, and seems to have the acidic water of dead rats, a pair of not so obviously obscure eyes that were cautious and sinister. It slammed down on the yellow floor, its body emitting strange fluctuations that quickly traveled towards the floor. Poison fire beasts, give them a fatal blow, poison fireball. The young man in the uniform of a naval school officer commanded the alpaca summoning beast that burned fiery flames in front of him. In the open mouth, black and red spheres rapidly converged, expanding rapidly from the size of an egg at the beginning to the size of a basketball. It contains a strong fire poison inside, containing 2 effects: the burning of the flames, the erosion of the poison barrier. It doesn't need to actually hit the target. The flames will help spread the poison barrier if it bursts in the air. Go! Let these divine summer trialists see how powerful you are. Fire poison sphere successfully released, blasting the solid walls hard and letting the flames rage through the enclosed room. The young man finally noticed that something was wrong. How come there was no enemy in front of him? And where were the divine summer trialists? Panicked, he craned his head to look for it. Finally, the figures of the divine summer trialists were seen a few hundred meters away. Just now, a magical ground wave sent him and his summoned beast several hundred meters away. TM, the poisonous fireball that has been nurtured for half a day has hit a lonely one. He was a 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, but he was actually behaving like a child, which seemed understandable considering that the one who had struck out was a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Use the simplest means to break the fire poison that has a great ability to spread. Set. Looking at his teammates who disappeared into place one by one, the slim 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster couldn't help but step in and continue to let Kuei-Hu use the earth slope flow, and soon there would be no one left here. He pulled out a small stone tablet from his bosom, with graphic patterns on its surface, which looked thick and heavy, but was actually not light. Throw it hard into the rocky floor and embed it deeply. The watery ground stagnated, and many places remained in the curvature of the wave's roll. Reinforcement of stone plaques, rank, 3rd, quality, general, effect, stabilizing ground structure. Battles between Imperial Beast Masters are not about wide open, extreme output, but about solving the enemy with the simplest means, either by using summoned beasts to achieve their goals or by using props. It's okay to think you're so eloquent that you can use your mouth. For example, the lanky swamp beast, using a small skill of low rank, easily shifted a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. He could likewise use a 3rd-order prop to crack this small skill of low rank. Further up the gimmick doesn't work. After all, props are suppressed by chaotic decks. Props are prioritized against props and skills against skills. The normal situation is that the higher the rank, the higher the priority, but it is not absolute. And there is also a restraining relationship between each other. Kuei-Hu, you'd better save your strength. You won't be able to escape. Another 5th-order Imperial Beast Master Dao wore exquisite bracelets on both hands with bright colors and halos. The reason why he pressed on was also just to let Kuei-Hu gather all the people, so that it would be easier to kill them all in one go. It's pretty good right now. The vast majority are here and it doesn't matter if you miss a few small fish. The big ones are here. Do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Kuei-Hu spoke in a low tone. Facing 2 5th-order Imperial Beast Masters alone, and with a group of dragons, the pressure was as great as could be imagined. We can give up all the props, keep only one escape prop, and exit the copy. It's come to this. Kuei-Hu also can only admit to the fact that it is the most important thing to exit the copy and live a small life. The props you give up are selling your life for money, so you can't just make empty promises and let people give you a high hand. Can you? The 2 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters did not speak. But the flowing cyclone emanating from his body was already very telling. In the middle of the conversation, the Imperial Beast Masters who had just been diverted by the ground wave surrounded each other, all of them sizing up Kuei-Hu with unkind eyes. To have disgraced them was simply unforgivable. We're all trialists. There's no need for this, right? Kuei-Hu exhaled deeply and made a final attempt. If you can't, then you'll have to fight for your life. Don't they say that wealth is the key to success? Oh yeah. Killing trialists not only reaps wealth but also earns you points. It makes sense to maximize the benefits of a situation where you have a big advantage. Of course, brothers, I'll block the 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. So everyone run for your lives individually. When the members of the Winesword Pirates heard this, their faces turned pale, not to mention that they were in a bad state now. Even if they were in full strength, it would be hard for them to escape from heaven. Unless it breaks the limitations of the 5th Order Props Chaos deck. By then all sorts of rambunctiousness will be going on, and the Admiral will have to do nothing but stare and fret. The Winesword Pirates hesitated. The Navy camp, already hungry and thirsty, has struck out. Tiger Demon Cat, scratch like crazy. Shooting Star Gun, Bloom, Blue and Silver Vine, bind them with love. TMS, Kuei who cursed in his heart. If he didn't make a move, this wave could have regrouped everyone, only to see the swamp beast lying on the ground, violently expanding into a streamlined arc of black protection, protecting everyone in the center. A seemingly thin layer of trashy plastic bags tenaciously deflects all attacks. The only thing is the floor steeply borne vines, tightly bound the defenseless Imperial Beastmaster. While several people bundled like dumplings, the eyes of the two 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters narrowed slightly as they looked at each other, both seeing their respective smiles. The Kuei who had defied all odds to storm the city gates. They might not be able to stop them, and now they could sneak in, just about to strike. The two men stuttered and jumped away quickly as they felt something dirty moving quickly underground. Pust, pust. The place where he originally stood had 2 more giant metal thorns, which if he didn't dodge, he was afraid of dying miserably on the spot. There are still experts in the Winesword Pirates? It's not good. I'm afraid that a 4th rank Imperial Beastmaster without the protection of a summoned beast can't dodge it. Get these divine summer trialists. Break this turtle shell. I want to hear their desperate screams. The ridges on either side of the brick road were filled with trialists in naval uniforms who drove their summoned beasts in a frenzied attack on the 2-story high wall of black, stinking mud. With such close proximity, plus the massive size of the target of the attack, it was basically impossible to miss. An oddly shaped, or animal or plant or weapon summoned beast, almost a face-to-face output. So what if you're a 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster? It's bound to fall apart in our intensive attack. The youth with his hair tied in pigtails and a very Southeast Asian style said in an arrogant tone. Just being honest, if they ran into a 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster alone, or if they let the other party take advantage of the favorable terrain, they would surely die. But now, it's just a layer of mud wall to be slaughtered. Abolishing this summoned beast is equivalent to abolishing the left arm and right arm of the 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. What's more, there were 2 5th Order superiors pressing the line here, so it was impossible for any accidents to occur. Think of the rewards of killing trialists. A proper wave of fat, divine summers points, divine summers props, and the corpses of their summoned beasts were all great tonics. Ha! The braided youth snapped his eyes to the city gates as the 2 5th ranked Imperial Beastmasters jumped away from the spot. While on the flat rocky ground were 2 more thick metal cones. Each metal cone was as thick as a thigh, the tip glistening with a palpitating sharpness. And it would be lucky to accidentally die a horrible death by being stabbed. Mind you, the cones were capable of spinning. The heart is great. Both of Cotter's summoned beasts came out, one to defend against their attacks and one to hold the 2 superiors at bay. This means that, as long as you break down this thin wall of mud, all inside are lambs to be slaughtered at will. Brothers, step up. Victory is just around the corner. The Divine Summer is a great nation, and it's rich as hell. You're teaching me things? The burly and strong man beside him looked at the braided youth with displeasure. The big man in the hall actually wore braids. Girly, dare to talk more. Beware of me, you kid, engage in sneak attack, only to see that at this time the body of the strong man, Hera, was inserted by an arm-thick steel drill, picking out a section of the internal organs of an unknown thing, blood flowing freely. Save me, I won't dare anymore. The strong man's eyes were filled with panic and begging, hoping that the braided youth would be merciful and forgive him for his outburst. The heart regretted why he had provoked the other party to the point of incurring a killing curse. Hey, are you touching the porcelain here? The braided youth's entire body was confused. Is this the latest in bumper sticker tactics? The props are too realistic. Nope. What's going on with the existence of the Chaos deck, which is capable of suppressing all props? You all saw it. He's slandering me. The youth looked up, wanting to prove his innocence to the others. With this glance, it was a glance that he would never forget. Nearby and across the ridge, all trialists in Navy uniforms. They all had an arm-thick steel pipe stuck in their bodies, some in their chests, some in their heads, and the exposed metal drill bit was still spinning as if it was ravaging the bodies. Wrong. Illusion it is. Looking down, all the summoned beasts were frozen in place except for Selfs, who was attacking the mud wall. the breeze blew in his face, carrying with it a strong odor of blood as well as incontinence. The youth finally woke up to the fact that it wasn't an illusion. It was definitely not an illusion. He didn't understand how a flat steel drill could noiselessly pierce the body of an Imperial Beastmaster, strengthened by multiple rounds to be hard enough to withstand the firearms of a replica of the Age of Sail, hurriedly pulling out an escape prop. As soon as he crushed it, he froze on the spot. This hellhole is suppressed by the chaos cards, so you can't use props at all. In the next second, the steel drill that had penetrated the strong man extended violently, easily penetrating his frontal bone. Scarlet blood laced with white brain matter ticking down. In front of the South City Gate, the atmosphere was extraordinarily weird. The only sound is the incessant ticking, as if the god of death is dragging a curved moon scythe, issuing a death notice. The two Fifth Order Royal Beastmasters glanced at each other, and without thinking, they shot explosively in the direction of the city gates. The unknown enemy's methods were too bizarre. It was better to moist first. Arrived outside the city gates, the bottom line on using props, they are the better to face it. Just now, he could see very clearly that a steel bar supporting the house suddenly detached from the wall and easily pierced through the defenseless fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. How is this possible? The body of a fourth-rank Imperial Beastmaster, who was fine jumping from 20 to 30 meters, ended up being pierced by a steel bar? What international outrageous joke! But it happened. And it happened right in front of me. Ka chow chow. Wow! At the location of the city gate, the ground suddenly sank and a long snake covered in metallic scales poked out. The silver scales were filled with fine barbs that spread downward from the gills of the hideous head. The two fist-sized scarlet eyes seemed to carry the teasing and brutality of surveying prey. What kind of summoned beast is this? Although the two fifth-ranked Imperial Beastmasters were shocked, they reacted quickly with early preparation. The man wearing exquisite wrists pushed his hands in vain, and a layer of glazed protection appeared out of thin air. The slim fifth-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with a 4-meter rock monster floating behind him. The giant rock warlord. Dang! 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 The steel drills that stabbed the fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmasters present were like a plague of pythons, densely rushing in, their foremost drills constantly rotating, wanting to drill through this layer of transparent shield. The two men below the shield were filled with concentration. They couldn't view the attribute panel of the summoned beasts unless the opposing Imperial Beastmaster died. However, the strength of the attacker could be guessed by the scent, and the damage done to the shield. Sixth Order Imperial Beastmaster. It must be a Sixth Order Imperial Beastmaster, the man with the bracelet gruffly said. Just these metal drills alone made him feel overwhelmed. How strong should a main battle summoned beast be? Right. It drilled out from the ground. Can your shield defend against the ground? Another person's mind flashed with an aura, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. The result was only a horrified face. In an instant, a sense of weightlessness wrapped around their bodies and they fell straight down. And those steel drills that looked like small agile snakes, as if they had smelled the blood traces of predators, pounced towards the pit, and from afar, it was like it twisted into a spherical mass of snakes. Soon, there was a loud boom from the pit, and the roar of a monster that was furious to the core. A rocky arm, full of lurid hollows, poked out of the metal serpentine mass and peeled over the edge of the pit, struggling to climb out. Countless metal drills wreaked havoc madly, tearing and breaking them hard. At the edge of the pit, 3 arm-thick fingers of rock were alone, silently describing the misery of the encounter. The spiked pseudo-dragon below the city gates. Instead of engaging in the hunt, he looked into the gloom of a house not far away. Shades. Chin Mo calmly gazed at the hunting ground. A small test. The effect was good. It was basically impossible for ordinary metals to pierce through the body of a fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmaster in an instant. For example, the giant rock warrior general who just poked out his arm and stood still couldn't be penetrated by a bazooka. With ordinary metal doing this much damage, wouldn't it be invincible to let Grey Wolf build robots ahead of time? Let's just say it's overthinking it. Robots made of ordinary metal were toys made of sand in front of the giant rock war admiral, which could tear them into pieces with a little bit of strength, and fall a piece with one skill. Strengthened metals are very different. Intelligent machinery domination. Rank, 5th. Category, summoned beast talent. Effects, 1. Manufacture of intelligent battle earth. 2. Empowerment of Al consciousness. Description, metal fruit nodding. Weapon fruit changing. Size fruit strengthening. I am the natural disaster. The first effect is the wizard's battle earth. The name Battle Earth is certainly not the name of a soldier who will be sent to his death. The nymph is now level 56. Oh, just got a good kill and moved up to level 57. It can create a wisdom device commander whose strength is equal to that of a level 61 summoner beast. Able to create 10 wisdom warriors whose strength is equal to that of a level 60 summoned beast. Further down the line are the normal wise armed warclays, the number of which decreases with rank. 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters possessed summoned beasts with a level category between level 51 and 60, whereas a small shipgirl of level 57 is able to create a level 61 Smart Arms commander, spanning one rank. There were also 10 level 60 summoned beasts of Wisdom Warriors, all of which were at the limit of their current level. When Sheen Moore first found out, he was inwardly speechless for a long time. Why does it feel like the little shipgirl is more Mikado than Mikado? Take a look at the Imperial Beastmaster. A normal 5th order Imperial Beastmaster with a maximum of 2 level 60 summoned beasts. And further up would be the realm of a 6th order Imperial Beastmaster. Where are the little shipgirls? Has a level 61 dogged leader. Has 10 level 60 dogged warcasters. And more small dogged ones for the rest. With all this comparison, who the hell is the Imperial Beastmaster? Concept level Grey Wolf's talent is more of a technological aid, boosting combat power and aiding evolution. And the effect is not that intuitive. And with SSS qualified shipgirl ships, the battle comparison is simply not too subjective. Not to mention the super spec dogleg commander, 10 dogleg war generals, which one of them was not hanging on to the same rank, especially above close combat. It was the strong point of SSS level qualifications, completely crushing the same level. 10 wise warrior slots. I split into 2 parts, 1 intelligent to command and 9 combat oriented to flesh out. They exist for a time limit of 2 hours, have a 24-hour cooldown, and can be made in batches. And finally, the level 61 Wise Armor Commander. It's in gestation and is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. The intellectual mastery talent is made fast. Nay, the time was too short, and the enemy was only able to react when the flying dragon rode his face. Thanks to the city of Jabai has more metal, as well as many nearby veins. If the battlefield is in the sea, then it is better to switch to the elemental master is more reliable. Sheen Mo's eyes look towards the spiked pseudo-dragon. The name is self-named and how handsome it is. Spiked pseudo-dragon, intelligent armored warrior general. Attribute, metal, level, 60, limited by maker's level. Qualification, level S, restricted maker's qualification. Talent, commander-in-chief. Manipulating intelligence. Skills, battle command. Manipulate intelligent weapons. Existence time, 1 hour and 56 minutes. It's the ship's number 2 dogfighter. Has 9 others in the same class. The intelligence warriors. It can't be commanded at the same level or upwards. The only people it can command are the little lapdogs. You go find the shadow pseudo-dragon, ghostly pseudo-dragon, the 3 of you, and hunt the 5th order Imperial Beastmaster. Sheen Moore ordered. Loaded with the consciousness of a spiked pseudo-dragon. The battle power is weaker than that of the same level of Wisdom Warriors, aided by 2 smaller Wisdom Warriors just in time to hunt the darkly rubbed 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. The huge-sized Smart Arms Warlord was, of course, reserved for dealing with the 2 Navy Admirals. These 5th-order Royal Beastmasters hid in the shadows, preparing for in situ Zhong's hand, and usually acted alone, or could be said to have fallen alone. It is not that it is not a martial virtue, that it is really a hunt for trialists, and the harvest is unprecedentedly rich. Points do not points of no matter. Is just hanging the name of a higher point? Like self such a jade, suave beautiful man. Even if it falls at the end of the list, there are countless people attention, mainly after hunting trialists. The props in their item bar are owned by self. Helping shipgirls promote summoned beasts from pirate groups consumes all the props, and the 1st order and 2nd order props that were previously disdained now have to be looked at a few times. It is really poor and crazy. It's actually okay to not have it before, but I'm afraid of this kind of fall from the clouds into the mud. There was nothing good about a 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and the one who could truly suck the bones and knock the marrow out of the body would have to be a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. No, I'm eliminating risks in advance. How can I call it killing for treasure? Don't equate me with a Grey Wolf kind of guy. Wool gathering the mission. Bear with me. The spiked pseudo-dragon replies, clicking and twisting where its joints connect, dragging its barb-covered metal body headfirst into the rocky ground. Accompanying the departure were huge clusters of metal, which boiled like a tidal wave under the ground and gradually disappeared from view. As for the summoned beasts of the 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, immersed in the grief of their master's death, they all died in a sneak attack. Think about it, it can be understood. One by one, the loyalty is not low. The owner who spends time together dies. The summoned beast, no matter how cold-blooded and heartless, will definitely grieve for a period of time. It's understandable that you can't walk away from a sensual summoner for up to a decade or decades. Sheen Mo did not have the slightest psychological burden to kill them, because since the soft hands, the enemy will not be soft hands. Kill actually get used to. What a horrible habit, and one that has to be faced. Whether it's a single copy or a multiplayer copy, you need to go for the kill. It's nothing more than a monster hunt, changed to benefit the trialists more. Trialist points. trialist props, including trialist summoned beasts, are all harvested. What Shinemo could do was to always stand at the top of the food chain in this environment of mutual hunting. Just then, a determined and unyielding face, a summoned beast that was still tenacious despite its bad condition. I, Chen Jijie, will fight you all. I'd rather die standing up than be smoked to death. Dog fried crumbs, eating shit is not afraid of you? Quahog said it was very sprung. If he had known that, he would not have let the swamp beasts protect these white-eyed wolves. Isn't it just a little bit smelly? As an Imperial Beastmaster who has traveled far and wide and gone deep into replicas, what can't you put up with? You know it's not uncommon to dive headfirst into a monster's feces in certain critical situations. Don't you guys go too far. My swamp beasts work hard. Vomit to protect you. This, Kuehu and the others froze on the spot when they saw the scene in front of them. Where's the enemy? Oh, the enemies are dead. And they're dead in a most gruesome manner. On the eaves of the house, an Imperial Beastmaster who was bleeding blood hung his head with a complicated expression. There was unwillingness, fear, shock, but more than anything, he regretted not knowing what he was regretting. On the road, a summoned beast that had lost its vitality fell to the ground in a heap. Certain people had seen more dead summoned beasts in their lifetime than this scene. There was a huge pit in front of it, with 3 thick fingers of rocky construction picking and pulling at the edges. The look is familiar. It seems to be the finger of the giant rock war general. The intelligence has mentioned that this level 52 summoned beast is terrifying, able to fight and resist, and except for the slower movement speed, the whole body is full of advantages. So what the hell is going on? What happened during the few minutes they hid in the stinking mud wall? Had they known that the enemy was hanging? Would they have had to die with a dead heart and comfort each other? Just now, was talking about whoever escaped and went to a certain neighborhood in a certain city and told someone not to wait and find a good family to marry. As a result, when I turned my head, I actually had a feeling of drawing my sword and looking around. Tiger Daddy, it must have been you who made the move, right? From now on, you're my big daddy. When Xiaoya and I get married, you must sit at the main table, the gray-headed young man said excitedly. The crowd looked at Kuehu. They were all 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, and the only one who could repel and kill the enemy was this 5th-ranked Big Daddy. And I'm not married. Tiger, you have to be at the main table. Go back and get divorced and marry your stepford wife back at the head table. It has to be you. Roll on, Quahog interrupted with a wave of his hand. Inside, it was clear the dogs were venting their joy at being alive. But there's always a creepy feeling when you look at a blood-soaked scene. Everyone stay in formation. Let's get out of the gates and brag about getting out. Ka-ching. The sudden cracking of rocks drew the attention of everyone present. There was only a complex distortion of light and shadow, and a dazzling mecha stepped out of the shadowy corner. The body size was not very huge, about 3 meters, and the appearance was very cool. The body was glistening white, inscribed with mysterious patterns. The lines were very special, somewhat like the style of ancient emperors' clothing. As it did, there was a slight humming around the area. Definitely not the wind. It was unclear exactly what it was. Who are you? Quahog stepped in front of the crowd, waving his hand to signal the crew to approach the gates as he spoke. A full 3-meter mech, still all silver and white, was impossible to ignore even when hiding in the shadows. It should be the distortion of light and shadow just now, to achieve a kind of stealth effect that makes people ignore its existence. Quahog looked at the cool mech and then at the bloody slaughterhouse around him, his guard up to the highest level. The opponent can kill the chaser. Must have the strength to kill them as well. A small life is only at the other's whim. You may call me Captain Lord. A mature, steady male voice came from the mech. Captain? Wasn't Captain Situzhong fighting? The sword was like a waterfall, slicing through the cage of yellow sand that filled the sky. Oh yes, according to the divine summer tradition, when addressing official positions, drop the word deputy, such as deputy mayor. Address the mayor can be. So this is the co-captain? You're Chinemo? Kuehu suddenly stared wide-eyed and spoke incredulously. Just found out about the siege, the other party said in a very Versailles manner. A few days ago, he accidentally broke through to a 5th-order Imperial Beast Master, instantly killing 3 dozen 4th-order Imperial Beast Masters. And you're saying this was a breakthrough a few days ago? This is a good pretense. Next time just say that you broke through the 6th rank. Time is limited. I'll make it short. Chinemo didn't have time to explain to them. Explain the hell. SSS-class small ship girls were the bottom card. No one could reveal it. Admiral Shahu is here, and so are the trialists from the Navy camp, including the Desert Kingdom's escort corps. The main enemy force is all here. I think it's a great opportunity to steal home. Kuehu, you immediately notify all of the pirate group's fandangos, occupy the vicinity. Wait, someone in the group jumped out to interrupt. A pale young woman with an empty left arm drenched in large swaths of blood. As he walked over to Kiyu, Blood continued to drip from his left arm, stamping bloody footprints down his thigh. You're Chin Moore? You're the one who fell for Admiral Red Lion's trap and put the pirates in a trap? The crowd looked at the dazzling Mecha. Earlier when they were fleeing for their lives, they hadn't called Chin Mo a sand sculpture. What you need to do is obey, not question. If you have any opinions you can quit the Pirate Corps. Write your applications and I'll give you a pass, Chin Mo said in a cold voice. Regarding the denigration of the Red Lion, it is naturally known that it cannot be explained, nor does it need to be explained. The unexplained reason is simple. The facts were in front of us. The Red Lion, in conjunction with the Sand Tiger, descended on the day after Self arrived at Goodbye City. Even without the Red Lion's false accusations, there were definitely people who associated it with Self. Unless the Grey Wolf's attribute panel was displayed, expounding in depth on the strength of the conceptual level qualifications and the impossibility of being teased by a replica of the natives, but that was clearly not possible. The reason for not needing an explanation is simple. That would be to rip off the Red Lion's dog's head and speak in truth. The truth would be, Self prejudged the Red Lion's prejudgment of Self, and then used himself as a bait to fish out all the forces of the Desert Kingdom, and then struck them all with one net. Does the truth matter? It doesn't count for shit in the face of the end result. This world is ultimately the strength to speak, to kill the Red Lion, and selves can say what they want to say. Even if the generosity to admit that the Self has been caught in the Red Lion scheme, so what? One battle to break the great general, Self said in a trap. The brain has a hole and the talent will believe. Everyone will brainstorm a logical fact about the end result. Chin Mo coldly gazed at the trialists in the same boat. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Either carry out this captain's orders or quit the pirates. 10, 9, 8. That's the privilege that comes with strength. It's the weak that explain and use fancy so-called ploys. The strong are just pushing straight across. When he was chased by the Red Lion, if he had the strength he has now, he would have fucked up long ago. Couldn't hold back a bit. I'll carry it out, Kuei-hu hurriedly said, dragging the woman with the broken arm away. Regardless of the facts, the enemy is gathered in the city of Jabal. So if we don't steal the house now, it's a long time coming. Situ Zhong is right. Chin Mo's thieves are cunning. Just like stealing the family, why didn't he think of it? The original idea was also just to escape and then use the props to get far away, almost missing the big moment. A wave of home stealing in the third stage is almost complete. The woman with the broken arm was very unconvinced, but at the eyes of her savior, Kuei-hu, she could only leave honestly. The center of the battlefield. Giants of burning magma and a canopy wrapped in yellow sand all surrounded Situ Zhong, who was spitting out blood. He was like a lone leaf in a storm, ready to be swept away and sink into eternal darkness. Situ Zhong, die! The magma giant suddenly smashed into the ground, cracking out countless fine spider webs. The arms rolled with riotous power, pressing towards the single thin figure with the oppressive feeling of burning out the void. The air was distorted by the arm's impact, and the mid-air was ablaze with fire. The attack looked domineering and incomparable. Boom! Violent to the point of being a magma fist. It slammed hard into the crystalline energy shield that suddenly appeared in front of Situ Zhong. The 4 splashes of flints were like meteorites carried in a magma eruption, impacting like a waterfall. Click! The tech-laden crystalline energy shield shattered into stars in a violent wreckage. Crap! Situ Zhong inwardly exclaimed. This prop is a 6th order prop. From the beginning of the war to support to now, I did not expect to still be violently broken. Crystalline light weapon. Rank, 6th. Quality, rare. Effect, 1. All-round protection, 2. Can replenish energy? Description, polygonal ring. 1 section is stronger than 6. It was a 6th order prop that could be recharged and used over and over again. And now it was gone. Did not give Situ Zhong much time to be distressed. The heat wave mixed with flint slapped. The body flew out backwards, crashed into the 3-story building behind him, splashing a large area of dust flying. He was stuck leveling into the copy. And breaking through to the 6th rank Imperial Beast Master didn't even reach a month. The 2 6th order props on his body. 1 defense and 1 escape. All of them were loaned and rented. No here right, not bought, but rented. According to the lease contract. Not used. Half the money is returned, used to obsolescence. Twice the value of the collateral is recovered. Situ Zhong vaguely heard the sound of a broken heart. The value of -30%. Here the dash number is also the meaning of backward debt. From then on to carry a high level of debt. Never used the escape prop. 2 reasons. Firstly, the members have not yet withdrawn. And secondly, whenever you want to use it, there is always an ominous foreboding in your heart, the source of which is clearly the old man on the highest building. The other party was also a 6th order royal beast master. Yet he never made a move and was definitely counting on him. Crunch! The yellow sand in the sky turned into a huge hand that materialized, hardening and lifting the roof. throwing it dozens of meters away. The yellow sand giant hand is raging toward the house in the situ zhong suppression. Mud brick painted walls as children's toys. In the giant hand did not come close to the time. Will be flowing like a spring of sand flow destruction. Sword fall manzanar. Situ zhong's face was filled with helplessness. The turtle shell was broken, and he could only choose to tough it out. The long sword in his hand erupted with bright light, like a light weapon in the science fiction world. The light was violently dispersed in all directions, and even the longsword that stayed on was a 9-handled light weapon. 9 half-man-high glazed sword lights were set up in a 9-grid formation, with the tips of the swords facing upwards and sword lights piercing the bones. Go! Situ zhong raised the summoned beast flying feather sword with one hand in the sword technique. In an instant, the 9 sword lights headed towards the giant palm of yellow sand, and the 9 palace grids of them seemed to merge into one, as if they were arrays of light constructing a diffuse shang. The sword chi diffused zhang upstream against the current, like a huge sword materialized in a door panel, piercing deeply into the palm of the giant hand of yellow sand. The sword chi instantly erupted, bursting open this heavenly giant palm. Boom boom boom. Terrifying energy fluctuations formed a materialized white train, spreading towards the surroundings in a raging manner, and the houses that were close to it were directly washed down. Situ zhong also flew backwards in the aftermath, like a falling leaf drifting in a violent storm. 6th order from the 7th order seems to be very close. In fact, it is not far at all. Full calculation is also 10 levels, but the gap between the two strengths is like a rift valley. 7th order king, wherever you go are warmly cheered. Visit the greenhouse can brush the face. 6th order is also a big brother, but obviously not as good as others. At least there is not a suffix of the word king. Not good. Situ zhong looked at the cactus bar where he had fallen since, and his heart cackled, because it is known that there is a 5th order imperial beast master hidden here. While with the 2 admirals, he looked around very cautiously, marking places where there might be threats. This lavishly decorated cactus bar was 100% filled with 5th-ranked imperial beast masters, and odds were there was more than one. Whoa! His body crashed through the glass and fell into the bar, and Situ zhong immediately dropped to one knee, sword in hand and alert. The bar reeks of blood, and the bar, dance floor, and booths are all filled with the corpses of local natives. It wasn't hard to guess that the ambushing 5th-ranked imperial beast master instantly killed everyone. Situ zhong cautiously looked at the corpses. Certain undead lineage imperialists could disguise themselves as corpses, and then quietly wait for their prey to come to their door, uncovering coffins and storming out to kill. Tick! Blood dripped down his side. Situ zhong's pupils shrunk violently, and cold sweat instantly spread across his back, soaking his dirty and disheveled power suit. Although he was a 6th order imperial beast master, if he was attacked by a sneak attack, he would be seriously injured without dying. This was because the physical quality had not reached the qualitative change of the 7th rank. Didn't look up. Roll in a hurry. The expected attack did not occur. Situ zhong looked up towards the ceiling. His bright admiral's uniform was conspicuous. The blood was flowing from the large hole that had been broken open in his chest. It flowed for a while. Only a drop of slowly converging blood remained. The disguise of the undead-like imperial beast master? It's a nifty disguise, isn't it? The chest is empty. The entrails are gone. Can we still uncover the coffin and kill people? Could the ambushers have been veteran actors who were afraid the acting wouldn't be realistic enough for a fish wrap? Situ zhong couldn't figure it out and decided to leave this inexplicable place first. Boom! 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 The magma giant carried a rolling wave of nitrate heat, crashing through a wall of houses, like a top hunter who smelled the blood of his prey and couldn't wait to open his fanged mouth. Bad! Situ zhong secretly screamed in his heart. He meowed that he was defending against the undead imperial beast master, where he still had the heart to care about the navy admiral. This wave of flying dragons riding the face, the opportunity to catch it is really good. Raise your sword to block. The familiar feeling of pushing back comes from the 360 degrees interior of a top-of-the-line sports car, which crashes through 7 houses to a scant stop. Situ zhong knew inwardly that the attack wasn't over yet. The 2 admirals were as good as negotiated. One for you, one for me, and he was the unlucky basketball, being dangled by the left and right hand fancy. When he looked up for an instant, he saw the grinning yellow sand giant. Admirals mastering the higher levels of the magic potion sequence can take on the form of giants, with substantial enhancements to attack, defense, and movement speed. For example, the 4-meter magma giant, or the 20-meter yellow sand giant that was close by. Body size is determined by 2 things. First is the level of mastery, followed by the presence or absence of full strength. The red lion obviously had reservations. The sand tiger had already killed the head, and was bound to hit him hard or even obliterate him. The sword falls on man. Destroy the death ray. Situ zhong was about to perform a great move to ward off the yellow sand giant's long-stored heavy punch. Suddenly a familiar booming voice was heard, spitting out words with clarity and determination. Only the yellow sand giants were seen behind them. A large, densely populated residential area suddenly collapsed, from which poked out a metal python of similarly massive size. It was intricately and beautifully constructed, with a thick torso comparable to that of an upright house, and an eerie black coating that shimmered luridly in the sunlight. The most chilling part is the head. Almost the entire thing cracked open, revealing the barrel of the cannon inside, and a raging convergence of fuchsia energy representing devastation. Aha! Shahu frowned slightly, still deciding to dodge the blazing column of energy light. It was because he wasn't sure that he could kill Cituzone with one strike. It might even be countered by the double attack of Cituzone and the enemy. The unknown enemy suddenly appeared behind him, apparently with premeditation, and he didn't even realize it. It's better to play it safe and dodge a hand. Bright, eye-catching pillars of destructive light. It grazed the yellow sand giant's head and exploded into the distance. Cituzone secretly spat. Paste face did not hit. To not be so vegetable. Looking at the mechanical python's cool look, I thought an expert had come, so I can only say that it's better than nothing. Hee another one to send to death. Sand Tiger controlled the yellow sand giant to pull away. In fact, it didn't matter even if it hit his head because he had ducked into his abdomen. Without hitting him personally, the yellow sand giant is immortal unless he runs out of stamina. Just then, a soft laugh came from the distance, sounding out the east and striking the west, a clumsy ploy that has no effect at all. Cituzone sniffed and looked over as the giant wood-thick pillar of purplish-red light blasted straight at the 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who was eating and watching. This Imperial Beastmaster was from the Sakura Empire, named Mihara Zenbei, the Navy camp's highest-ranked trialist stationed in the Desert Kingdom. The strength is not as good as the Admiral, but it is more difficult than Shahu, and the same trialists are more familiar with each other. A moment of clarity came to my mind, a pillar of light that attacked both enemies, but unfortunately neither hit. It seems that this unknown aide of his is equally worried about the darkly rubbing Mihara Zenkai, and that it would be better to let him continue to watch the show than to pull the other side down. Avoid a sudden, fatal blow from Mihara Zenkai when he is in an unfavorable position. Yoshi Mihara stood at the tallest building in the city of Kabai. The field of vision was very vast, always staring at Cituzone who was jumping up and down. For the sudden mechanical python, as well as the sudden pillar of purple-red light, it was natural to instantly notice it. Pace yourself gently. Can be compared to the thick shape of a bucket of light column, actually burst into a fireball on the side of the body. The sea of fire in the sky rolled back. Mihara Zenbei had a sneer on his face. Moves that could detonate in the air. He had not only heard and seen, but also had them himself. But he had only cunned 2 small steak dishes to death when he was at a low level of equilibrium. With the promotion to 4th rank Imperial Beast Master, this move could only be used as a hold, not to mention an undercurrent. The qualification to join the regular means of attack was not even there. It's just a kid's trick, reaching out and waving his hand. The wild winds raged and rolled these seemingly vast, but actually extremely dispersed energy sea of fire towards the sky, and a circle of flame-filled wind discs appeared in the air. His main summoning animal is an elemental, or mage in the conventional sense. It is called using the wind disc in a smooth manner with the help of the opponent's sea of fire. The soaring winds would coalesce these flames and turn them into a ring of fire with its head and tail connected. Go! Mihara Zenwei single crutch, fingers gently hooked, as if the fire see wind disc as a little brother, posture elegant and calm, own a legal master's arrogance. The wind disc exploded and shot down, and from a distance, it looked like a dog collar for a dog. Aha! Mihara Zenbei felt the tall building beneath his feet sway, standing in the tallest building in this city of Gabai, enough to look down on the 20-meter giant of yellow sand. Rumble! Almost the instant he noticed it, the tall building disintegrated, and in a mess of tables, chairs, rubble, and steel bars, a hideous snake's head poked out violently, its scarlet eyes as if it were viewing prey. When did it lurk over? Mihara Zenpai's pupils shrunk slightly. How shocking and ironic it was to step on an enemy's head and not realize it. I'm afraid that the pillar of destructive light just now was prepared for this beast in front of me. Another wave of sound bites. It's only childish tricks. Does it work? It doesn't work. Kazutai, gently pestling his wooden and gold silk walking stick and pointing it at the ground. A gust of wind rose up to form a platform, holding his body suspended in mid-air. The wide robe danced with the wind, and the long white beard flared like a god scrutinizing the earth. Silently, he watched as the original high-rise building fell apart, forming a mechanical python that plunged headfirst into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a lurid void in its place. Has sinful animal that only makes holes. There are no rats for you to catch here. Rumble! A large earthquake shook the entire city, and another mechanical python actually emerged behind the old man. The Aborigines simply looked dumbfounded. Living for more than 10 or 20 years. Only heard the name of the strongest person on the Great Sea. Not once seen. This time it was good. Basically saw one time. This, Mihara Zenbei grimaced. The wind platform wasn't a wind wing. It didn't have the speed to move. Along with the mechanical python that appeared at the very beginning. A full 3 terrifying behemoths came towards the siege. A look of not stopping until he was killed. Not true. Even if the unknown enemy was a 6th ranked Imperial Beastmaster, there should only be 2 summoned beasts. What was with the unusually cunning 3 giant beasts in front of him? Could it be that the enemy was a 7th ranked Imperial Beastmaster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had also recently broken through the 6th rank, and if the visitor had been of the 7th rank, he would have been able to kill him as early as the first wave of attacks. Facing 3 summoned beasts can only, Great General Red Lion, Great General Sand Tiger, come and save me. Normally, it would be useless to ask for help like this, but he had the Chaos deck in his hand, and he could only save Situ Zhong if he wanted to stay. Lava Giant Fist. Yellow Sand Basin. In the midst of the generally low houses, a 20-meter magma giant ran wildly, rampaging all the way across the street, trampling the houses with abandon. The tiny sparks that sputtered out were as big as a man's head, easily burning passers-by who couldn't dodge. A giant fist that looked like a meteorite, shattering the air and rising fire in the void, ruthlessly slammed into a nearest mechanical python. The hot iron water visible to the naked eye flowed down the huge body, smashing into the ground and turning into cooled iron. But it was as if it was alive, converging quickly towards the main body. The other mechanical python that had encountered the attack seemed to be plunged into a swampy quagmire and was devoured in an instant. The mechanical python that really attacked Mihara's good guards also had to hide and run away in the ravages of the wind disk. The faces of the nobles, merchants, ladies, gold diggers, etc., who fled in fear, were all jaw-dropped. Magma giants, yellow sand giants, and mechanical pythons are completely challenging their 3 views. A full 5 behemoths, plus 2 humans who looked like gods were rampaging through the city. A proper man-made natural disaster. The first major city of the Oriental Oasis. As if the poor bunny girl was ravaged, with ruins everywhere, a sea of fire that could not be extinguished, and I'm afraid that no intact houses could be found. Gulp. Situ Zhong also looked full of stagnation. Want to be so heavenly? Those who knew thought they were fighting. Those who didn't thought they were demolishing the city. The magma giant's punch sent the mechanical python flying backwards, dragging out deep gullies along the way. The watershed of the yellow sand giants. All the houses in the vicinity of a few hundred meters suffered, leaving lurid cones. The wind disk of Mihara's good guards didn't do much to hurt the mechanical python, and the raging gale raged all the way to the city gates. Simple handoff. He saw a bit of a doorway. The mechanical python is strong enough to single-handedly take on Mihara Zenkai, but obviously not as strong as the Admiral. Admiral is a copy of the ceiling of the existence of a proper big boss, synonymous with invincibility. Found a very serious problem. He seems to be able to moist, with all 3 enemies in check. The sword transformed into streams of light and could run out of the city in the blink of an eye. Bollocks to bollocks to bollocks. Just as he was about to run, the signal bug suddenly went off. Situ Zhong thought for a moment. Instead of immediately escaping, he first connected to the signaling bug. Intuition told him that the call was related to the owner of the mechanical python and that something was looking for him. Captain, are you trying to run? Hold on for 5 more minutes and take the Admiral's head. This is Qin Moore's voice? Situ Zhong was filled with shock. Could it be that the owner of the 3 mechanical pythons was Qin Mo? But how was that possible? Let's not talk about the number of summoned beasts. Judging by his experience, each mechanical python had a strength of level 51 to 60, which was the category of a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. In addition to their huge size, in terms of strength, defense, and physique, their strength must be far beyond the same level. If they were besieged, even a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster would have to call for help, such as the Mihara Zenbei just now. Didn't Qin Mo say that he accidentally broke through the 5th rank a few days ago? This is the strength that a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster should have, powering the 6th Order and dragging down 2 admirals. Even he, one of the Divine Summer Trialist points ranking, did not have such strength. If the 3 are all out, seriously injured is considered good. It is likely to have been mailed. Qin Moore, I didn't expect you old 6 to hide so deeply. I won't hide it from you either. My defense props shattered and I was equally injured myself. Continuing to play is likely to be cool. And even if the 3 mechanical pythons and I join forces, we may not be able to defeat the opposite side. Stuart Bell was truthful. Judging from his vision, a Navy Admiral was enough to resist 2 mechanical pythons. Resisting 3 wasn't a problem. And if he had hidden means, stalling 4 was possible. For example, Red Lion's magma giant. The mechanical python couldn't get close at all, and if it got even slightly close, it would be melted into iron. But instead, Red Lion fought with a tiger. Trying to keep the admiral is unlikely. Sand Tiger's speed was a dog's crawl in front of his floating stance, but it was no longer as fast as the legged python. The one most likely to stay is Mihara Zenkai, provided no props are used. Otherwise it's harder to catch than a great general. What mechanical pythons? They're called mechanical pseudo-dragons, with the suffix dragon. Pseudo-dragons are also dragons. No problem. Sheen Moore continued. Also, who told you there were only 3? Stall for 4 minutes. The advantage is mine. If Situzhong hadn't been in a desperate situation, he certainly wouldn't have been able to explode so quickly. Either you don't show up or you show up in the most awesome, rara way possible. Now this kind of pulling is more or less incompatible with pushiness. Did not send out all the mechanical pseudo-dragons, fearing that the 3 red lions would see the situation and directly run. The little ship girl's top dog, the level 61 intelligent armor commander, was still brewing. Intelligent arms commander, unnamed, attribute, metal, level, 61, limited by maker's level, qualification, SS level, restricted maker's qualification, talent, iron body, fusion core, skills, auto repair, destructive light pillar, manufacturing countdown, 4 minutes, 4 seconds, qualified at SS level. Without much talent or skill, the giant is already unbeatable. At that time, the intelligent armament commander and the intelligent armament war generals were all out in force, and they were bound to ring off the red lion's dog's head. You're still carrying around gossip about yourself. Crap, you still have it? Situzhong didn't control the tremor in his voice. No longer able to use words to describe the inner shock. The 3 views are just like this fragmented city of Gabai, which is being madly destroyed. You're so awesome. Why don't you make a move? Situzhong returned to his senses and hurriedly asked after him. You don't think I don't have the stress of manipulating a mechanical pseudo-dragon, do you? Without a red face or heart. Shin Mo made a serious nonsense and continued. The dog Red Lion has demolished a mechanical pseudo-dragon. You go and fill the empty seats, then lead them to the south gate without being detected. Whether or not you can take down the admiral and take the first kill among the trials is up to you, Captain Sito. Self still has mechanical pseudo-dragons that he can move, but you can't fill the empty seats, being taken out at one end and then replenished at the other. The enemy is not stupid and will not fail to see that there is a problem. Besides, preserving strength can be a viciously underhanded way to go. What's the point of being cannon fodder now? It just so happens that Stuart Bell is here. Letting him be the bait was certainly less detectable than a mechanical pseudo-dragon of enormous size. When can the vice-captain teach the captain to do things? Situzhong spat in his heart, thinking carefully about Shin Mo's plan. It always felt unreliable. Not because he didn't believe in the strength of the mechanical pseudo-dragons, but because he didn't believe that Shin Mo had more mechanical pseudo-dragons. The heart of the program. It's all about having more mechanical pseudo-dragons and then suddenly exploding into a sneak attack to take down the enemy. The mechanical pseudo-dragons here must be of the same level and have the same combat power. Otherwise they are white towers. Can you elaborate a little more on the process? Yeah, let's sip tea and chat. Then watch the 3 mechanical pseudo-dragons get killed. Shin Mo said quietly. Situzhong looked up in a hurry. The magma giant ripped his hands apart, tearing an exaggeratedly sized mechanical pseudo-dragon in 2. The sputtering metal parts burning into crimson iron before they even hit the ground. The red lion was undoubtedly the most advantageous of the 3 because of the attribute restraint. The main means of attack of the mechanical pseudo-dragon was the body, followed by the destructive deathlight. The former had very little effect on the magma giant, and the latter could be difficult to pierce through the body that was billowing black smoke. The opposite is true. The magma giants grabbed at one another, wreaking havoc all over the field like gods of war, blazing hot enough to melt the barrels of the cannons into iron juice, leaving the spawning death ray of destruction dead in the womb. Situzhong gritted his teeth fiercely and did it, continuing to hesitate. The red lion would be able to completely finish off the greatly disabled mechanical pseudo-dragon, at which point he would be buying against the magma giant on his own, and it was certainly more convenient to have a big guy who was resistant to damage. Akane, you were the one who fought the hardest just now, and this sword fairy is going to beat the hell out of you. The magma giant's form lurched, its giant hand blinking, its hideous snake head visibly frozen, its lantern-like eyes burning fiery as it stared dead on at the source of the sound. My name is Akuma, not some Akuma. I can't believe you didn't take the opportunity to escape. So die for me. The fist violently pierced into the python's head, and magma laced with iron dripped down the python's eye sockets and mouth, hanging a lurid streaming waterfall of flames. Red Lion was just about to draw out his fist when he realized that his arm was imprisoned by a thick iron wall. The heart snorted with laughter. Thinking that this can restrict him, the 3 pythons together still have some hope. but as for now, wait to be burned into iron. Ungrateful sinful beast, even if the 3 mechanical pythons it's on, it will be melted to slag by the lava. The tighter the stranglehold, the faster it melts. Swordfall Manzanar, Situzhong directly released his big move. The huge sword constructed by light flare rose up from the ground and exploded towards the magma giant's head. The giant's sword was not metal, nor would it be limited by the confines of the boiling magma. The sword was shiny and sharp. The magma giant raised his iron fist bound by the iron wall and met it towards the light-shining giant sword. This huge, razor-sharp sword light went all the way through the arm and shot up into the sky from behind the shoulder. In a normal flesh and blood creature, such an injury is very fatal, completely scrapping an arm, but it had very little effect on the magma giants. The red lion is also just consuming more strength, enough to repair the injuries, not attacking the main body, which is ultimately useless. Under the conscious guidance of Situzhong, the mechanical pseudo-dragon, the field of engagement switched to the South City Gate, a large area beaten into ruins. It is very obvious that Situzhong's side occupies a disadvantage. His own gray head, his mouth overflowing with blood, and the 2 mechanical pseudo-dragons beside him are really miserable. A body full of large and small pits. Many places even appear large cracks. It is bullet-sharp roiling yellow sand hard destroyed, no less than to experience a lynching. One tail was broken off by a third, and Mihara Zenbei, with the help of the Sand Tiger General's yellow sand domain hold, removed it in one piece with a round moonwind refrain that made a very smooth cut. Red lion, garbage is garbage. So weak in front of lava. Shahu, ha 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 ha. Situzhong, you will die today. Mihara Zenkai clutches the chaos deck. The prop sphere of influence, centered on the prop itself, is not a matter of escaping the gates. The other hand likewise held the props, holding the props of Sito-chun's escape, so that he would die through and through. Stuart Bell was panicking, very much inside. According to the current situation, if Qin Mo didn't make a move, he might not be able to escape. A big move looked handsome and beat the magma giant back and forth, but it consumed blue. He could now unleash 2 more moves at most, and then he could tie his hands and wait for a surrender. Qin Mo, if I die here, I will definitely give you a dream. Tread. Magma giants that were considerably taller in size than the city's head. Each step was a huge burden on the city, leaving huge footprints of flowing lava. Follow the footprints to the center of the city. A grimy lava tunnel like flowing veins. Lava giant fist. The red lion bellowed out in anger. The huge fist comparable to a house rushed down to the sky, and the countless scattered flints were like a funeral, burying the enemy in the highest rite of passage. Settle Situzhong early so he could go and catch out Qin Mo. The damn rat. In fact, those 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters who were scattered all over the city and never made a move. Their primary purpose was to help him capture Qin Mo, and their secondary purpose was to deal with Situzhong. Red Lion made it very clear at that time, either you guys go and capture Qin Mo and I deal with Situzhong, or you guys go and deal with Situzhong and I go and capture Qin Mo. It doesn't matter to him, whether Situzhong dies or not. Qin Mo must die. Sword fall roaming 10 feet. Situzhong gasped a bloodied, thick breath from his mouth. In the future, if he believed in Qin Mo's bullshit again, he would be a barking dog. Don't know how much time has passed though. He had already unleashed 8 big moves and should have long ago delayed the 4 minutes Qin Mo needed. This so-called 4 minutes. Afraid of the girlfriend said a little while. Suddenly, cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, and even the city gate behind him almost cracked open. Situzhong's expression changed drastically. His attention was all focused on the Red Lion, Sand Tiger, and the 3 planes good guards. For the sudden change of heart, it could not be said that he was not prepared. It could only be said that he did not expect it at all. Next, the hard rocky ground broke out into a horrifyingly large crater, and a giant python with a spiral cone on top of its head violently opened its mouth to engulf Situzhong. The spiral giant cone above his head rotated crazily, easily chiseling through the ground, like a flexible earth dragon starting to make holes. Rumble, numbing huge magma fist, distorting the already hot air, raging against the python's metal body, leaving nothing but a large area of hot iron. It was an indisputable fact that metal pythons couldn't beat magma giants, but it was easy for them to run away. Along for the ride were 2 other pythons, heads without the giant drills designed to make holes, but heads with hideous razor-like gill scales, enough to easily crush the ground in their way. And the Red Lion, Sand Tiger, and Mihara Jinwei were all frowning. Did these metal pythons just happen to show up, or were they prepared? Oh, rats that only make holes. Jump out one. This great general stomps on one. Red Lion twisted his head to look at the equally gigantic yellow sand giant beside him and continued. Sand Tiger, you pour yellow sand into these rat holes and force them out. It's not as convenient as infusing magma. Shahu coldly said. wanting him to do something. Think twice. These metal pythons drilled into the ground just like going home. Neither yellow sand nor magma could stop them from coming out. Two great generals. I have a question. Just as Mihara Zenbei opened his mouth, a great vibration came from the ground, as if a huge beast of terrifying size was running wild. The original metal python, when it made its hole, shook the ground and made the surrounding houses crumble into ruins. These were nothing compared to the vibrations that now seemed to overwhelm the entire city. Magma giants, yellow sand giants, and metal pythons. Several behemoths wreaked havoc on the city, long ago reducing the place to a large area of ruins. More messy than experiencing a sandstorm, but it was still a bit short of completely destroying the city of Kabai, so that it didn't even have a chance to rebuild. The red lion's eyes that burned with fire surfaced with gravity. Just by hearing the commotion, he knew that the visitor was no good, and it was better to leave the core of this vibration for insurance purposes. It's not a goon who waits around knowing there's a problem, a brain problem, a recklessness, just about to leave. The ground actually couldn't bear the weight of the magma giant, and there was a slight subsidence. Red Lion didn't hastily disarm the magma giant, as this was his strongest form, ensuring that his stamina would not run out. The magma giant was an immortal creature that could instantly recover no matter how badly it was attacked. Rumble! A metallic creature of unrivaled size suddenly emerged from the rear, far surpassing the magma giant just by its height above the ground. A sci-fi filled metal head, flashing two dark red lantern eyes, casting a shadow of death towards the approaching magma giant. In a flash, lunge hard. The ground couldn't support it anymore, and it quickly caved in a huge hole of 100 meters in a 360-degree spread. The yellow sand giant sensed the sudden change and just wanted to leave, but was smacked by the tail of the huge metal creature. His legs were directly snapped off. Fortunately, it was the ability to incarnate. The roiling yellow sand quickly filled in the gaps. No injuries, but also a complete loss of the chance to leave the giant pit. Mihara Zenbei looked horrified. Lifelike, wind-feathered, distinct wind wings grew behind his back, with two pairs on the left and right, totaling 4 wind wings holding up his body. The first question he wanted to talk about was sensing that something was wrong and wanted to ask if there was an ambush. It's not necessary now, as it's already been established. The giant pit was obviously chiseled out in advance, and several of the giant pillars supporting the ground all transformed into metal pythons and lunged towards the magma giants and yellow sand giants that had inadvertently stumbled. The dense and twisted metal bodies seemed endless, drowning the two giants in an instant. Mind flashes of clarity. The other side is trying to pit two great generals against each other. Normal engagement of repulse, defeat, and kill. 3 different concepts. Can't beat or run? And now this huge pit, and the small metal snakes that kept popping up, were specialized graves. There was not much time left for the two great generals to either climb out of the huge pit full of traps before their strength ran out, or die here completely. Not right, very wrong. We predicted the strength of the wine sword pirates, and there's no way it could be this strong. Before the big attack, knowing the strength of the wine sword pirates, even if there is exceeded, but also have the confidence to take it. Without such self-confidence, it is simply impossible to have a full army and a flying dragon riding face, with the lair still empty. But now the situation is obviously super, not a little bit, but doubled, skyrocketed. There is also the ambush of the 5th Order Royal Beast Master. How come there is not the slightest movement? Is it too well hidden? Mihara Zenbei shook his head slightly. A great war was breaking out. Not a time for idle thoughts. Luckily for me, my wind wings can fly and I didn't fall into the trap. With the people in the outside world, I can cast as many storms as I want to and free the 2 Navy brigades. The mind kinda admires the patience and ideas of the ambushers, but it's clear that Ginger missed him in the math. Just the biggest mistake of all. Windwood Mad Mang. Endless soaring wind from the air, cohesion, convergence into a thick pillar. From afar look uneven, as if uprooting the sky-shaking forest. Mang. This is his big move, his most powerful move. The longer the delay, the more serious the consumption of the two generals. The result is that this battle will be lost. Now there was still a chance to remedy the situation, depending on whether or not his wind forest frenzy Mango could shake the metal heavenly tribulation. Aha! Mihara Zenbei felt the violent fluctuation of the light element. The cloudy old eyes erupted with sharp edges. Looking straight at the place where the light flickered, there was a very beautiful woman there. And even with his countless readings of women, he had to let out a sigh of admiration. Compared to the absolute beauty, the other party exuded holiness and light around her body, as if she was a true angel. The light elements that surged like a tidal wave converged into the woman's hands, or to be precise, into the long arrows in her hands, a splendidly shaped giant bow drawn to a full circle. I'll draw my bow like the full moon and look northwest. Shoot the wolf in the sky. The arrow tip was pointing directly in the direction of him in the air. Mihara Zenbei grinned a smile. So he's waiting for me here. Obviously. The ambushers took him into consideration and purposely arranged for an arrow-wielding woman in order to prevent him from rescuing the two great generals. Trying to get me to give up the Windwood Mad Mangler? Head the Admiral is important. A very important tool, man. Let me see. Can your sacred arrow shatter my defense? Mihara Zenbai's tone went from flat to firm. A mere broken arrow. And he wanted to scare off the noble lord of the law? Pulling out a 5th order prop chaos deck, he immediately crushed this jade deck. The situation now is obvious. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Is it silly to keep such a restrictive prop? Continuing to pull out the jade pendant from his pocket, the moment he crushed it, a layer of semi-transparent 3-dimensional shield emerged around him. Guardian Aura. Rank, 5th, quality, rare. Effect, resist a lethal attack. Description, within 5th rank. Withstand cap plus 100%. Immune to damage. There was only one effect, which was rare among 5th order props. It's also this rarity that shows how tough the guards are. The 5th rank corresponds to levels 51 to 60 of the summoned beast, and the strongest strike of a level 60 summoned beast increases the damage by 100%, or doubles the enhancement, and is directly immune to damage. The highest usage record of this prop, successfully resisting the sure kill technique of a level 60, S qualified Black Terror Necromancer. An invisible and intangible spiritual attack can be resisted, not to mention the broken arrow in the district. Confident in the strength of his guardian aura, Mihara Zenai stopped paying attention to the woman proudly holding the bow and focused on unleashing his storm move. Come out. Utilizing the level 61 elemental class summoning beast that had just broken through, he cast this great move. The smile on the old face of Mihara Shanwei grew more and more open, because this skill only appeared after the breakthrough. He had not yet used it, and the first time he used it was a big scene. How could he not be excited? Just use this big scene to celebrate his joy of breaking through the 6th rank Imperial Beast Master. Wind, forest, mangy, mang. With your brilliant oppression, destroy every obstacle in your way. As the words fell, the jagged forest mangles violently stilled. The raging winds ceased, and the entire heaven and earth forbade sound. The blazing half-height of the sun refracted a brilliant 7-colored light as the materialized wind forest refracted the sunlight. And in the highest place in the center of this wind forest and wild mang, there stood an old man like the god of the storm, with hunting robes and white beard, stepping on the greatness of heaven and earth under his feet. This moment, he is the master of mastering the storm. High above the sandbags in the distance stood a dense crowd of fugitives who had dragged their families out of the city of Gabai. People looked around in shock. The yellow sand that had existed for ages and never stopped, actually stopped flying? Looking once again at the forest mangles of refracted light, countless people knelt down. Using the piety of a pilgrimage to a deity, it was not that the yellow sands no longer curled, but that the storm that drove the yellow sands in the sky had been transformed into a deity's sharp weapon. Somewhere in the shadows of the urban area of Gabai, Situ Zhong, who was standing with his sword, bristled. Mages are just good at pretending, and I hope you keep pretending when the cut comes to you. That's right, the Celestial Maiden Beast is an explicit attack to force out the defense props of the Mihara Good Guard. He was hiding a backhand, aiming to kill the pretender that was Yashitoshi Mihara. Setuzhong think about it is very upset. Red Lion loaded. Sand Tiger loaded. Sand Tiger loaded. Mage loaded. He at least is also playing the whole game. How did not show up? There is another crucial point, concerning the dispute over the Taoist system. In front of the ethereal, graceful, and jade-like sword immortal, the district mage pretended to be a ball. If he didn't cut down Mihara Zenai, a mage, he would have a loss of sword immortal status and the title of wine sword immortal. Roar! The 100-meter pit of the metal frenzy violently rose a huge figure, and it was clearly the intelligent armament commander who had pounced on the magma giants and yellow sand giants. It let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire city, projecting a shadow of death that covered countless houses as terror spread unchecked. Standing in the midst of the wind and the forest, the ferocious might of the sky, violent, as it roared, both the Wisdom Warrior General and the Wisdom Warrior Earth hissed in agreement, spreading towards the two fallen giants in an even more desperate manner. It seemed to be afraid of not selling out enough and incurring the wrathful abuse of the commander. The Wisdom Unifier opens up the scalloped mucous membranes hidden by its torso. Like a barrier that rises upright, it cannot fly, but it can rely on these scallops to glide. A huge mouth as hideous as a black hole opened, filled with deer-like teeth that spread in a circle throughout the mouth. In the dark and deep throat, countless purple and red energies began to converge, so fast that they took shape in the blink of an eye. Rumble! A pillar of purplish-red light rushed into the sky, taking away almost all the colors in the sky and attracting everyone's attention. It was impossible to correct the size of the purplish-red light pillar, and from afar, its thickness was no less than that of the mechanical beast, which was easily able to pounce on the 20-meter magma giants. The pillars of light seemed endless, continuously adjusting its direction. It swept across the dense wind forest giants, bursting them into wind clusters in the air. The entire sky roared and exploded. The airwaves spread towards the surroundings like angry waves, and the yellow sand in a few kilometers in a radius fled from the impact of this shockwave, and just rolled up, and then was rolled into the distance by an even more horrifying shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sand was plowed down, creating a vacuum. I don't know how long it lasted. Purple and red light column finally disappeared, along with the wind forest wild mang, heaven and earth volatile. The air seems to be quite fresh, no annoying yellow sand swaying. The wisdom device commander's scarlet eyes looked at the dumbfounded old man. It had the certainty that it would kill it with an overhead blow like the one it had taken out the giant would, but it doesn't work. The minions are just about to overwhelm the magma giants and yellow sand giants. What a bunch of crap. Twisting his head around his massive metal body, he lunged towards the struggling yellow sand giant that was struggling the most, binding it tightly and then strangling it a little bit to reveal the little thing further inside. Mihara Zenbei looked as if he was a duck with his neck pinched. Where was his windwood manticore? The windwood manticore that he had been building up for so long and was aiming to win? Before it could smash towards the giant metal pit, it was smashed in the air by an unintelligent sinister animal. A giant tree coalesced by soaring winds. It was blasted alive right in front of his eyes. That pillar of purple-red light swept down from the bottom up, as if the autumn wind had swept away the leaves, sweeping down the entire forest mangrove. No, can't say the whole forest mangrove. Still left a dozen skinny lones suspended. Those really destructive giant trees. Not a single one. It was as if these dozen stunted wind saplings were the irony. The naked irony. Left by the other side. Mihara Zenai stormed into a rage, his eyes widening in anger and fury. He was ready to show the wind forest wild mang. The wind forest wild mang that saved the building from tipping over. Did not show up, not to mention, but also let a sinful animal show up? Sinful animal, old me will behead you today so that you won't see the sun tomorrow. After the words were spoken, he continued to recite the incantation to breed a new round of wind forest mad mang. He saw that as long as he held back this arrogant to the extreme sinful animal, those metal frenzies could not restrict the two admirals at all. Several streams of sand scuttled out of the metal frenzy's bonds as it just destroyed the windwood manticore. I believe that with another wave of big moves, the two Navy admirals will surely be able to seize the opportunity, and at that time, with their combined efforts, they will definitely behead this sinful animal and hang it on the pirate ship as a decoration. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a brilliant flash of holy light, tearing through the air and blinking. Mihara Zenbei was disdainful in his heart. Storing up his power for so long was enough for him to perform another big move. Rumble, the heaven's execution vector, which contained a strong amount of divine power, nailed straight onto the translucent barrier formed by the guardian aura. A few blinks into the stalemate. Thin cracks crawled all over the barrier, like spreading dominoes. Not good. Mihara Zenbei was shocked. What the hell is this? Actually shattering the guardian aura? It was important to know that even the level 60, as qualified Black Terror Necromancer didn't have the strength. Wind barrier. The heaven's execution vector came with unabated momentum, shattering the guardian aura and then shattering 3 layers of wind barriers in succession before dissipating. Mihara Zenbei was filled with horror. The monstrous anger due to the sinful animal shattering the wind forest mad mang had been replaced with deep fear. Without the guardian aura's resistance, and the delay, he would surely die, dead through and through. He had just broken through the 6th rank and hadn't enjoyed his behind yet. How could he die? Damn that bow-wielding woman. Dared to attack a noble mage. You're dead. I say. He intended to strike down the damned woman before he went to help the 2 great generals out. Suddenly, a radiant sword blade, erupting from somewhere below. The light of the sword was like the waning moon, rapidly expanding in the pupil. This is Sito Zhong's swordfall Manzanar? Mihara Zenbei finally reacted, the horror in his pupils condensing into substance and eventually settling into a grayish deathly silence. It's not that he didn't consider Stuart Bell. Rather, he didn't take it to heart because at the time, Stuart Bell could be said to be dying. His own wounds and bruises aside, the wine gourd he always carried was struck with a large hole, which may or may not have killed him, and the tip of his longsword was broken off, leaving only half of it intact. At that time, having the leisure to taunt, in addition to recovering his strength, he was confident that Situ Zhong would die. Never thought that this sword without the tip could also kill people, and it could also explode a big move once. Mihara Zenbei's hand, gripping the scepter, eventually fell as feebly as the blood of his half-formed body stained the sky. The scepter wasn't just decorative. He didn't have a leg problem or was too old to walk. He didn't need a cane at all. It was actually an escape prop, hidden inside the head of the scepter and triggered by crushing it. Unfortunately, The sword light was too sudden and too fast. The nerves could barely react, and the body had already been chopped in two. Sword light streaking through the body. As in, it would be nice to switch the order of the two. The words were followed by complete dead silence. He wasn't afraid of a big move that was released by storing up power, because being a noble phantom, he could sense the fluctuations of the elements. It was feared that with such a sudden skill, it was impossible for a royal beastmaster to block it without advance preparation. A certain fourth-ranked imperial beastmaster hiding in the shadows. Looking at the blood-spattered and broken into Mihara Zenbei, he couldn't stop his body from trembling. He was originally ambushing Kuei Hu and the others, but unfortunately, he was diverted by a bizarre wave and actually came to the main battlefield of the Sixth Order Big Brother and the Navy Admiral, pissed on the spot. If it wasn't for the limitations of the Chaos deck, it would have been moistened, and in his heart, he greeted Mihara Zenai's family countless times. Witnessing the tragic death of Mihara's good guards meant that the Fifth Order props were ineffective, and with trembling hands, he pulled out a silver-white card scroll, intending to leave the copy directly. While hiding in the shadows, he watched as two fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Masters were killed by a sneak attack by none other than the Metal Python, only in a very, very small size. Originally he was going to die too. This was because the mechanical beast that had killed the fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master had appeared less than 10 meters away. With a loud, ear-splitting roar, the mechanical beast drilled away as if it had received a new order. He took the time to meow. It was the very vibration sent out by the senatorial python pouncing on the magma giant. But if he came a few seconds later, he would surely die. Tear open the silver and white card roll. Space emerges from the soles of the feet. The feeling of weightlessness invaded the whole body. Opening his eyes again, he dropped the yellow sand in the sky, and not far away was the rippling sea. Without hesitation, Valen ran wildly toward the sea, as if running toward freedom, as if running toward hope. He is from the Lighthouse Confederation and is in the Navy camp, with a mission to garrison the Desert Kingdom. Stationed a hell of a lot. 6th-ranked trialists are finished. 5th-ranked trialists are finished. The Admiral is finished. The Desert Kingdom is immediately the world of the Winesword Pirate Group. He does not run waiting for martyrdom. Took the time to glance at the points leaderboard. The top of the list has changed hands. It's a new throne forged with bloody points. Damned divine summer trialists. I hope you all die here. Valen only dared to let out a soothing rant when he was about to exit his copy. While hiding in the dark corners, he prayed countless times for Grandpa Shinsha to release him. A mole. The city of Jabai. Broken wall floors. Situzhong spat out blood with a wow sound, completely lost his fighting strength, and fell against the wall. The blood behind him smeared out a large swath of crimson. He felt that self was worse off than Mihara Zenai. Unlike Mihara Zenbei, who died suddenly and most likely without pain, he was different. It was as if he had been subjected to a lingering death. The cutting of the yellow sand and the burning of the magma. That is, Mihara Zenwei was dragged by the mechanical pseudo-dragon. Otherwise it would have been mailed. And the following is enough to be proud of itself for dragging it out for such a long period of time. The eyes looked into the gloom of the room. Got any healing potions? I ran out of mine. This battle was a real bottom feeder, and took the time to get high on a few bottles of medicine, with lots and lots of healing and bursts. Didn't you kill Mihara Zenkai? Look at his item bar. I don't believe it's not there. Also, the previously agreed 70-30 split. The points are yours. A low male voice came from the darkness where the light distorted. Situzhong's teeth ached for a while, not because of the 70-30th split. Without Qin Mo's mechanical pseudo-dragon's hold and the attraction of that bow-wielding summoned beast of Qin Mo, it was impossible for him to kill the 3 planes of goodness guard. Surprise doesn't work either. The reason for the toothache is that the body is in excruciating pain. So can't Qin Mo be merciful and show some kindness and show off the medicine in his mouth? If he doesn't get treatment, he'll really have to mail it. If he died, the Winesword Pirates would be without a captain, which would be a huge disaster for the pirates. Not true. An aura flashed through Situzhong's mind. His death is a huge loss to the pirate ship, but a huge good for the vice-captain. It looks like Qin Moore is the co-captain. Look at this battle. All in the calculations of Qin Moore. The old coin, including the death of Mihara Zenbei. That is to say if Qin Moore wanted the captain's chair, would there be any room for him to resist? Solve this wave of enemies. Phase 3 is almost complete. A ship summoner unique to the captain can be cashed in. Wouldn't it be maximizing the benefits if Qin Mo got him killed with no combat power? The more Situzhong thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out, mixing with the blood as it dripped and smashed down. It's not that he doesn't believe in Qin Mo's character. Well, it's that he doesn't believe in Qin Mo's character. And let him believe in the character of an old silver coin, and bother to ask the dead Mihara Zenwei. Tread. There was a distortion of light and shadows, and the huge mech, intact and magnificent, came straight at him. Crunch! It seemed to step on glass, making a sharp scraping sound. Citoyen looked up with difficulty. The apocalyptic city, the crumbling walls, the dimly lit rooms, the hideous mechs, the large shadows cast down, enveloping him who had difficulty extending his fingers. For some reason, a thick despair filled his heart. It could be that he was frightened by Chin Moore's silver coin attribute, or he could have lost his power of self-preservation and looked at everyone like a bad guy. Open your mouth. Chin Mo used his mech to pop out a bottle of light blue potion and held it out in front of Citoyen. Looking up and down, silently came to the conclusion that it was so miserable. There was not a piece of good meat on the whole body. Are you alright? Hang in there. Our pirate group is about to have a bumper harvest. All the effort is worth it. Chin Mo comforted. Self did contribute a lot and was wrestling 2 admirals, but that doesn't take away from Citoyen's contribution. There is no Citoyen opening a stronghold. Self simply do not have time to prepare. Kuei-hu and others must die. Where is the current reversal of the situation? A stable upper hand? All in all, Chin Mo was still satisfied with Citoyen as a captain. Strong enemy raging attack. 1 person, 1 sword. Die fighting not to retreat. Worthy of the title of Winesword Fairy, my generation model. Not knowing what to comfort, he could only use the rewards of the 3rd stage of the mission to inspire Citoyen's will. Chin Moore finished walking towards the shadows. The admiral is still alive. This is not the time to catch up. Citoyen's pupils shrunk. Chin Mo mentioned harvest. Is it a reminder to him? No. How could the handsome Chin Mo do something to maim his superiors? I should have lost the power of self-preservation. Looked at everyone like a bad guy, and misunderstood Chin Moore. Citoyen listened to the constant loud bangs beside his ears, thinking of the Mihara Jinwei whose blood spilled into the air, and the 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master who died strangely at the Rose Bar. The entire group fell into a deep silence. Take his own little life to bet on the character of Chin Mo coin? Perhaps the only way to barely stay alive is to give up the captaincy. 100 meters of giant metal crater. The red lion's body burning hot lava rushed toward the sky like a rainbow through the sun. His right arm, his left leg, landed forever in that horrifyingly huge crater, good enough to save his life. As for the Sand Tiger General, stay here completely. He was able to survive, not because he was stronger than Sand Tiger, but because of the magma attributes restraint. The monsters could have lasted longer by drilling into the magma giant's body and melting into metallic iron. Unlike Sand Tiger's desert giant, which can only rely on the mobile sand domain restriction, it requires more effort. One more key point. That strongest of the mechanical giants, probably sensing the weakening of the desert giants, listed it as the first target to be killed. And he also took advantage of a path to survival that had been forcibly opened by the Sand Tiger's counterattack at the moment of his death, and very decisively gave up the magma giant, narrowly escaping from the deadly situation. The price to pay is a hand and a leg. 2 seemingly petite, but unusually ferocious mechanical creatures sneak out and tear down hard. It shouldn't be a loss for him and Sand Tiger to combine their efforts to kill 8 mechanical pythons and seriously injure the strongest mechanical beast. Roar! The intelligence commander roared in fury. This mole that escaped was the one that the master had named to stay. Doesn't it just aim for the right moment to take out another prey for a brief moment and actually let the rightful owner get away? How could it live up to the death of the Primus? How could it live up to the expectations of the master if it did not leave this prey behind? And was it still worthy of being a commander? I will strike you down. Hang your head on the warship. Red Lion swore with bloodshot eyes. Hot magma emerged around his body, and he shot off explosively towards the sky. As a great general, he also had a means of escape. He just hadn't used it in a long time. When he recuperates from his injuries, he will inevitably remove the behemoth's head and melt it down to make military boots, to be used by the entire army. Roar! The intelligent commander let out an angry roar, and countless metal heads poked out of the deep pit. They were like a dark tide that washed over houses and walls, chasing towards the red lion. Lurid mechanical torrent, gleaming palpitatingly in the hot sun. Many of the mechanical beasts were corroded by the yellow sand, and their bodies were covered in rust. Many mechanical beasts were scorched by the magma, leaving behind horrifying molten mouths. Hiss! In the middle of a field of wise-armed battle soil stood a 3-story tall wise-armed war general looking down on the minions around its torso. Its tail violently ripped off 1/5th of the way, spilling sparse iron filings from the break as if it were a bleeding wound. It's the only other intelligent armored warlord in existence. All of the warlords of the same volume died in the Great Admiral's Rebellion, and one spiked pseudo-dragon survived, hidden among the minions. The giant dread false dragon proudly twirled its enchanting dance. With its size, the Juggernaut should be able to see it. What does this mean? It meant that it was about to be favored by the Juggernaut. Roar! The ear-splitting roar formed materializing ripples that spread over the city. and some of the crumbling houses eventually collapsed under a weight they shouldn't have been able to bear. The giant dread pseudo-dragon hastily moved aside and looked at the flaunting commander-in-chief. His heart was full of slander. When it obtained the favor of the master, it would definitely be even more arrogant than the other party. The intelligence commander rampaged along, crushing the stragglers who couldn't dodge, all of them a bunch of losers. There were only 2 prey in total, and they actually let one get away. So I really wanted to knock these losers to death. Survivors of the hillside outside the city and the premises inside the city. Looking at the ferocious, violent and restless mechanical torrent, his heart was horrified. It wasn't enough for them to kill the Sand Tiger General, but they actually had to go after the severely injured Red Dog General? People didn't know much about Akane, and just by looking at the might of the magma giant, they knew that the great general lived up to his name. But extremely familiar with Grand Admiral Shahu. This is the Soil Emperor of the Desert Kingdom, dominating the desert for more than 10 years, killing countless sand pirates and pirates. In addition to giving a face to the king, which of those great nobles, great tycoons and great merchants are not careful to flatter? It is this that envelopes the yellow sky of the kingdom. The oppressive yellow sky is clearly felt when you look up. On such an uneventful day, it crumbled and died in front of everyone. Countless people stared intently at the 100-meter giant pit, speculating whether the Sand Tiger General, who had left behind countless legends, would suddenly stand up and then crush the mechanical torrent with overwhelmingly strong power. Unfortunately, only more and more mechanical creatures popped up, and the Sand Tiger could no longer be seen. Thus ends a generation of sea legends. The crowd felt unprecedented absurdity, and even doubt that it is not dreaming, but the beast twisted to send out that stabbing sound, so they had to accept reality. Is such a group of horrible creatures that abuse 2 great generals surely from the earth? Come back. The crisp 2 words were extremely abrupt amidst the eerie rubbing sound. To the collective horror of the people, a scene occurred where the horrible creature that had crushed the gates of the city and was about to step out of the city of Jabai actually turned back. Young life, why don't you let them go and come back? Come back for more food. The crowd sniffed and soon saw a tin-clad figure on the rooftop of the porter's big box store, so small from a distance that it was probably just a bite. In the corner of the rooftop, hiding a pair of huddled and shivering sisters, dressed in the bright yellow uniforms of the outlet. They are the staff here. The 2 sisters hugged each other tightly, listening to the loud roar that was getting closer and closer, their hanging hearts going nowhere. It was so hard to escape the Holocaust, but it never occurred to me that it still hadn't escaped. The roar was getting closer. They can hear the heartbeat clearly. Looking up ahead, fear instantly coalesced in his dirty face. His breathing stalled, his heart seemed to forget to beat, and a sense of powerlessness invaded his entire body. That turned out to be a head the size of a house. Not just any house, but a big house where only the nobles and the rich can live. Blanking out the sunlight and casting shadows that enveloped large swaths of the rooftop as if they were the colors of hell. They know the beast before them. It was clearly the magma giant and yellow sand giant that pounced on the magma giant and the yellow sand giant, followed by a strong shattering of the wind god elder's sky-covering wind forest. The fine, exquisite scales on the hideous giant skull didn't seem to be damaged, constantly flipping up and down like ripples on the surface of the sea, ripples that belonged uniquely to the Dead Sea, burying the souls of countless living beings. Well done. Sheen Moore stroked the head of the #1 lapdog. The texture was hard and layered, and truthfully, the feel was not as good as when he was jerking off the celestial female beast. Although he didn't rip off the red lion's dog's head, the good thing was that getting Sand Tiger killed would help the main quest tremendously. There was no point in blaming these loyal lapdogs with a 2-hour-a-day lifespan. The red lion could run if he wanted to. Perhaps living was the greatest torture for him. Ho ho ho. The intelligent commander let out a soft, mushy, low chirp, shaking his head gently and rubbing against the juggernaut's hand. Playfully called the dog's leg. But you are not really a dog's leg. Sheen Mo was speechless, curious as to how the vocal structure of the Wizards Unite actually makes a mushy sound. Just this one time, all the pushiness of the previous padding fell away. It won't even stick with glue. The giant fearful pseudo-dragon fell in the first sequence behind the commander and looked envious that I could take its place. Want to go for a stroll? Sheen Moore picked up on the intelligent mechanical commander's thoughts, letting self stand on its head before taking a look around, inwardly speechless. How is it the same as walking a dog? Or the dog asking for it? Other people have normal dogs that wander around parks and squares on their owner's leads, countless mating partners. The self-same wise instrument dog. The idea of patrolling the territory. Look at it. These are the mountains that the dog has fought for, considering how little time they've been around. Sheen Moore didn't object and jumped on the giant skull of the Wisdom Device Commander. The top dog, walking the dog for a ride. The mind, on the other hand, is taking stock of the harvest. The so-called wave of fat is nothing more than that. The sisters trembled as they watched the tide of machinery that faded like a flood, the horrible creature that seemed like a giant pillar in the sky, and the back of the man who was stepping on the head of the giant beast. How is this possible? They really couldn't imagine that someone could actually tame the cruel, tyrannical berserker beast, but the man's calm and self-assured back, and the mechanical creatures looking up from time to time, all showed who was the real master. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, it was as if a camel had been strangled by the neck, with shock written all over their faces. It was thought that the mechanical frenzy pitted the two generals because the generals had offended them, but now it was finally known that everything was that man's order. At his command, the mechanical frenzy set off a huge wave, overturning the high mountain that was Sand Tiger and extinguishing the volcano that was Red Lion, so that Red Lion could only flee in a sorry state, like a bereaved dog. The remaining 3 or 3/5 ranked Imperial Beastmasters that hadn't cleared out, at this moment, where it is still not known that they lost without the qualification to continue to the table. This wasn't even the Red Lion General's so-called ambush, but a planned and premeditated pitfall. Otherwise, how do you explain these mechanical giants? How do you explain the sudden appearance of a 100-meter crater? How do you explain the Mihara Zenkai who was decapitated in the air? These people have been leaving messages in the comments section of the scoreboard. Damn Red Lion, this stupid thing has screwed all of us in the Desert Kingdom's naval camp. Trialists, urgently avoid the pit. It is strongly suspected that the Red Lion and the Winesword Pirates are colluding. The Sand Tiger died. The Mihara Jinwei died. So many 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters died. And conversely, the 4th Order Imperial Beastmasters who weren't qualified to participate were lucky enough to escape death. This is a brutal abuse. Situ Zhong went too far, leaving no mercy at all? Strongly condemn Stuart Bell. He doesn't deserve to be in the Voyage Age copy. Get him out of here. Situ Zhong the tyrant. Curse him for dying in this copy. Stuart Bell? The one who kills is Chin Mo. The one who flaunts his arms is also Chin Mo. And the one who fattens up in one wave is still Chin Mo. Just because he's the captain of the Winesword Pirates, they're going to throw shit on his head? This captaincy is really no good. Chin Mo didn't pay any attention to the awestruck looks of the people, nor did they care for the careful prying eyes of the surviving enemy. Anyway, hiding in the Juggernaut mech, no one knows what it looks like. The surviving 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters were not large, and when the moment of the hunt came, they hid in the line of sight of the 6th Order Imperial Beastmaster, Mihara Zengio, to avoid spooking the snakes, which prevented them from being killed in a painful way. Don't want to keep chasing them now either. They're harder to catch than the great generals without the restrictions of the Chaos deck. These surviving 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters, and only venting in the comments section of the scoreboard. Venting your emotions is venting your emotions. What's wrong with calling the wrong person names? Can't you see the big rankings on the scoreboard? Points ranking. First place, Xinxia Empire, Chin Mo, 492, 345 points. Second place, Xinxia Empire, Situ Zhong, 329,423 points. Third place, Sakura Empire, Fukamura Takiazuma, 22, 345 points. Fourth place, Lighthouse Federation, Marcos, 219, 237 points. The original top spot fell to third. Sojourner Deep entered the Voyage Age copy almost 20 days ago, 10,000 points a day. Steady as an old dog. Situ Zhong's killing of the 3 original good guards was considered to be the highest rank amongst the killers of trialists, and the 3 original good guards were originally ranked 15 trialists, with more than 100,000 points. The 2 added up the points and shot straight into second place. It was a full 100,000 higher than the top spot, to Fury Deep, a day earlier. On the basis of the good results of the second in the table, Sito Zhong was scolded, not aggrieved. A lot of people want to be scolded but not yet have the opportunity to do so. Self is more subtle and only adds 1 billion points. It's also just a matter of killing a few 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters, and 5th Order isn't as good as 6th Order, compared to the sea of 4th Order values. And then there's the 100,000 points friendly sponsored by the Sand Tiger General, who barely took the first kill of the trialist. The number of Navy Vice Admirals is huge, and less than 10 died. 6 Navy Admirals, but 1 died. Happy with the title of 5 Tiger Admiral. And then there's the 3-7 split of the haul from killing the Mihara Goodguard, and the haul from killing the 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Harvest 1 6th Order prop, 25th Order props, and a massive amount of 4th Order props. The bulging bags of money, finally bulging again. Never had a day of such outrageous wealth. A horse without nightgrass is not fat, and a man without horizontal wealth is not rich. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Space coins, rank, 6th, quality, rare. Effects, 1. Teleportation to a specified location, 2. disregard of the limitations of props of the same rank. Description, coin toss? Junior. Wonderful space right here. Sheen more looked at the second effect. Mihara good guard this dog. He self-use chaos deck is old 6. The protection of oneself is still in place. Qualified old 6 self-cultivation. Unfortunately, Sito Zhong was even more of a dog, preventing him from even having a chance to use his props. There are many more 5th order props. Silent tree species. Rank, 5th. Quality, rare. Effects, 1. Creating woods adapted to the environment, 2. Attacking hostile targets. Description, glacier, ocean, desert. All can be adapted. Ice steamer. Rank, 5th. Quality, rare. Effects, 1. Applicable to extremely cold environments, 2. Synthesize high-level equipment. Description, steam erupts. The industrial revolution of the ice world. Lava general experience card. Rank, 5th. Quality, epic. Effect, summons a level 51 to 60 lava giant general for 15 days. Description, born from the ever-burning fire planes, they are the fire planes overlords. The best 5th order props are undoubtedly the epic experience cards. There was only one effect, and the statute of limitations was only 15 days, but it was a big enough card to turn the tide, and for the vast majority of 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters, there was no problem describing it as such. Sheen Moore scratched his head. I don't know what rich kid got killed to get this great thing. Props are a bit much. The 5th order props can still be looked over one by one, and the 4th order props are nearly 100. These are still left to the Grey Wolf. Turn all that is useful and all that is not useful into a resource for empowerment. Those that could not really be utilized could only be taken and sold for money. It is believed that the trialists who are qualified to enter the trial copies are the best of the best in each country and will not bring useless trash with them. Points, rankings, props. That's basically it. Finally, the level of the summoned beasts. Little shipgirls this kill crazy. Intelligent Armament War Admiral. Intelligent Armament Commander killed the 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters and Admirals. All counted for its experience value. Which of those summoned beasts that were all killed after their masters passed away were not level 40 or 50? Nymphets. Attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, elemental, space, level, 60, qualification, SSS level, talents, guardian faith, ternary form, elemental mastery, intellectual mastery, skills, metal sniffing, ternary switching, elemental power, intelligent armor plague, loyalty, 100%. Description, here it comes, buddy. 6th order Imperial Beast Masters summoned beast category, level 61 to 70. The little shipgirl is now 60, just one final level away from self becoming an honored 6th order Imperial Beastmaster, a true ceiling bigwig of the Voyage Age replica, reminiscing about the idea of entering the copy. Simply having a mouthful of soup will be fine, and now it is close to lifting the table to eat as soul food. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, and this last level one is not going to be a good one, I'm afraid. The main reason was that there were no high-level monsters. Even if they were encountered, high-level monsters had an exclusive ability to escape, and not being able to kill them was ultimately a basket case. Almost forgot. The 3rd stage of mission enhancement continues to elevate little shipgirls. Unfortunately, I'm only a co-captain, and the enhancements are better than the crew, and definitely weaker than the captain. Being a person can't be too insatiable. Can't force Situ Zhong to give up his position. Everyone is at least a comrade in arms who fight side by side and shares the same life and death relationship. There's one more enhancement after the 3rd stage, and it's the last one. Instead of thinking about the captaincy, why don't we urge Kuei-Hu and the others to be oxen and horses? The Sand Tiger is dead and the Red Lion is crippled. It won't be hard to complete the 4th stage by executing 95% of the high-end combatants in this battle. 2 enhancements combined can elevate a little shipgirl to a very, very high level. Shinmo's afterglow glanced at the rooftop of the sales floor, and there was the figure of Situ Zhong, still waving hard, gently stomping on the giant skull of the Wisdom Commander. He gestured for it to go over and take a look. Why is Situ Zhong looking for self at this time? Couldn't have taken the fall in the comments section of the scoreboard and come over here to complain to self, could you? There's also the issue of the Heavenly Maiden Beast's rank. It seems to be out of sorts emotionally, so find some time in the evening to have an all-night long talk. A proper talk. The kind that counsels the psyche and soothes the emotions. The wise device commander with a bunch of minions. Flair came to the rooftop of the initial sale. Lowering the giant metal skull was not a sign of respect to Stuart Bell, but a way for the juggernaut to pass more smoothly. Old Sheen, do you want the captain? Situ Zhong looked at the hideous head. It's hard not to feel awe and scorn inside. It was such a mechanical beast that easily pounced on the Red Lion General and the Sand Tiger General. You have to know that he was almost eaten alive by the 2 great generals. Especially the Sand Tiger Great General. Which time he ran into it was not chased up and down. And now, Admiral Shahu is dead, the most insurmountable foe of the pirates. Buried here forever. Remember when ambushes didn't surprise? Sheenmore asked a question at that time: if we solved the Shahu general, does it mean that the mission is basically accomplished? It wasn't on my mind at the time. Just think of it as the youthful madness of a teenager. Who hasn't had an untamed, egotistical fantasy? What Wan did not expect is that Shin Mo actually really killed the Sand Tiger general, and strongly crushed and passed. Sheenmore, you want the captain or not? Situzhong looked at Shin Mo's lack of response for half a day and inquired a second time. Captain Situ. The curses in the comment section are all about envy and jealousy. You're not going to give up your captaincy just because of that, are you? Sheenmore continued. I've already notified Kuei Hu and the others in advance of the operation, and I'll be able to complete the third stage soon. For the crew and co-captains, the third stage of reinforcement is a mere reinforcement. Very different for the captain. This is an enhancement that turns a pirate ship into a summoned beast. Captain, you will once again break the record and become the first man in the replica to own a summoned beast. You quickly stop talking. The more you talk, the more you panic. What is going on? Situzhong silently spat. Doesn't he realize the importance of the third reinforcement? That's why I don't dare to take it. You have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Look at what Sheenmore did. Using him to hold the attention of the Red Lion and Sand Tiger, as well as the 5th and 6th rank trialists, he secretly hunted the 5th rank. 2 generals and Mihara Zenbei were then accurately counted. 2 dead and 1 crippled. The plan seemed simple. In fact, not complicated at all. But it just worked. Battle ceiling in the duplicate. Battle ceiling in the trialist. 1 death each. Then came the arrangement of Kuei Hu and the others. The plan was not fruitful. Shin Mo dared to let the crew take action. Perseverance, vigor and decisiveness were all top-notch. Piece by piece. All in the style of a conspiratorial archvillain. What made Sito Zhong feel most aggrieved was that he was obviously beaten all over the field. So why was he the one who took the blame and was scolded? And Shin Mo, the real mastermind behind the scenes, was as steady as an old dog, and even had the leisure to flaunt his power. Steward Zhang was very worried. He was worried that Sheenmore, a strong, deep-minded, bold and decisive coin, would tender him to death in this ruined city because of the third stage of reinforcement. When the time comes to come and say that you can't treat your serious injuries, you'll die in vain. Beyond that, there is a very important factor. He was convinced that Sheenmore, an old silver coin, would be able to lead the pirates' main quest. Doing the math this way, he'd still get the ship summoner, just delayed. Situzhong feels that he is very great, with a retreat layout, but in fact, he is retreating to advance, binding Shin Mo, the old silver coin, and thus benefiting all the crew. The pain behind it is something only he can understand. Captain, you can't do that. You created the Wine Sword Pirates. This is a peach-plucking behavior. No way, resolutely not. Shin Mo denied it with a resolute attitude. You're the only one who can make the pirates go farther, and the captaincy is yours. No way. The crew said I took advantage of the situation and threatened you while you were injured. Wouldn't that make me a sinister villain? I'll be a sinister villain? I'll be a traitor to the people. Situzhong's eyes grew more and more haunted. He heard what Shin Mo meant. Not only did he want the captaincy, but he also wanted to take over in name only. If not for his serious injuries and the 2 summoned beasts, he would not have been able to endure such humiliation. This isn't the legendary Dang Enli, but in front of the flailing mechanical behemoth, only a self-confessed sprightly smile could be shown. Ahem. The pirates are in a desperate situation in this battle, and I myself am also in a desperate situation. If it wasn't for you saving the day, my life would have been in danger and the pirates would have ceased to exist. I, Situzhong, have never owed a favor in my life, and your saving of your life is more important than the captain of a vanity outside of your body. If the crew has any opinions, let them approach me. I'd like to ask them if they want me, Situzhong, to be an unfaithful and unrighteous man with a wolf's heart and lungs. Situzhong pulled out the pirate's roll call, an exclusive prop granted by the mission. Opening the first page, he made changes in front of Shin Mo, and then slapped it into Shin Mo's arms. This is my last decision as captain. After saying this, he walked towards the edge of the rooftop against the wind, and the gusty wind rolled his untamed hair, a style of sword immortal, blood dripping inside. The pirate group that worked so hard for this is gone. Even the word wine sword of the Wine Sword Pirates, he also erased it, letting Shin Mo fill in his own. Standing against the wind is not dashing, but not letting the stubborn tears overflow the unwilling eyes. Roar! The commander of the intelligent devices roared towards Situzhong. This tiny prey, can't you pass things properly? Can't he walk a couple steps if his hands are too short? And what's the point of pushing so hard? The juggernaut talks to you nicely, and this is how you fling your face. Treating them like they don't exist? Ahem. Shin Mozai stopped the intelligent armament commander. The third stage of the reinforcement reward was important for the little ship girl. The point is that this is a gain for nothing. Captain Situ deserves the title of Winesword Immortal, a man of nature. In order to repay the favor of saving his life, he surrendered his position as captain of the ship, giving up the third stage of strengthening. In fact, the bar self is also for self-preservation. Forced to shatter the denigration of the Red Lion. Really not as great as what Situ Zhong said. And save the pirate group. And forced to save the world. Strange embarrassed. How's that for a favor? Then, Shinemo took 2 steps forward and handed the roll call book to Situ Zhong. Then said, "You created the pirates. I'm sure you give your feelings. Here's the deal. I'll just hang on to my captain's name and collect my mission reward. Hide this from the outside world. You're still the captain. And the pirates are still the Winesword Pirates. Mission rewards are based on roll call. The name is written on it. And the reward is paid out at the amount. And the outside world doesn't know who the captain of the ship is." Situ Zhong is trembling. Really gas shaking cold. Isn't this move of Chinemo just taking benefits without doing anything? He hangs on to the captain's chair, gets paid as a mate, and ends up worrying about all these and those chores. Chin Moore, an old silver coin, took the captain's salary and allowed him to use it as a shield to continue to meddle in the pirate group. Never have I seen such a brazen man. The afterglow glanced at the ferocious and violent mechanical beast, and he was afraid that it was a sign from Chinemo that if he didn't agree, he would be buried in the giant mouth in the next second. Hey. Then thanks to old brother Chin, Situ Zhong put on a look of excitement and with a trembling hand, he received the roll call. He endured the pain of giving up the captain's reward, and as a result, he had to say thank you to Chin Moore. So he really had a plant. Desert Kingdom, Harbor. The Red Lion dragged his mangled body back to the great general's seat. At that moment, the signaling bug Balu Balu sounded. When it was answered, the slightly pleasant voice of the marshal came out. "Red Lion, what's the situation? Did you overthrow the Winesword Pirates?" This battle kills Fai, me, Shahu, and those outsiders, kill 8 quasi-generals' powerhouses, heavily damage a general's powerhouses, and heavily damage Situ Zhong, the captain of the ship, killing 8 paramount generals. Good. Very good. Very good. Marshal Chuanxio's voice trembled as he lavishly praised Red Lion and the others for their valor. Worthy of being a Navy admiral. There are a few others in the marshal's office. The figure of Tui Satoshi Deep is listed. And he muttered in his heart that the so-called 8 paramount generals should be temporary workers summoned by the experience card props. There existed a limit to the number of trialists, and it was impossible to have so many people. It would be good to uncover the bottom of the Divine Summer trialists to facilitate the subsequent plan. Grand Admiral Red Lion, tell us the process carefully. I want this great victory to spread across the sea. I will let the destruction of the Sake Sword Pirates forge the majesty of the Navy. Marshal Chuanxio said loudly. Finally hearing a good news after being annoyed with a headache for a while. Still a shocking to the core good news.